Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we have $500,000 in prize pool, alongside with the 80 best teams in Apex Legends, 240 players from around the world. It is going to be an action-packed weekend, and let me tell you, get buckled up and get ready, because I cannot be more excited for this one. Fallout here live with two of the best minds in Apex Legends and in esports. First and foremost, it's the walking encyclopedia of esports. It's Jamerson. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing so well. Super excited to be here for this weekend. 3 days of the best Apex Legends we'll ever see.
It's going to be great. Of course, joining Jamerson is the winner recently of the Esports Business Summit Watchlist Award, assistant GM for Rogue, and one of the most winningest females in BR history. It's Glitter Explosion.
That was quite the kind intro. Thank you so much for that, Fallout. I'm very excited to be here.
I do my best. That's about all I'm good for, is the gas man here. That's about all I can do. But it's going to be an unbelievable weekend. Could not be more excited for the action and how it's going to unpack. We have something unique for you guys, and I can't wait to start to walk through the details here. For the first time ever, as we get to the format, we'll share some details. But we have a double elimination bracket in Battle Royale. We have $500,000 in prize pool, one of the largest majors of Apex Legends. And by the way, this is just the preseason.
This is just the preseason, and now it's a welcome to everybody who has not seen, what competitive Apex has to offer. And so we're bringing teams from all over the world for this event. We've got Japanese teams, South American, plenty of teams coming out from the Oceania region also.
Yep, and a lot to compete for in terms of prize money and earnings. $500,000 total, $105,000 for the first place team. A lot on the line here. Really, already this is life-changing money for these guys. $105K for first. You see second place was $75K. That goes all the way down to 10th. Even after that, you get all the way down to 20th place in terms of prize winning. So we're going to have in total 60 players walking away with money in their pockets.
Yeah, we are not messing around with the prize pool here today, and we are waiting to see how this is going to set the stage for the future of competitive Apex. I'm ready to just get all of this started.
The wait is what's absolutely killing me.
It really
The suspense is absolutely killing me. But the good news is, amidst the wait, EA and Apex have not made us wait. We have an event here in Krakow, Poland. We have a preseason invitational. We have the best teams from around the world. I mean, this doesn't really feel like a preseason invitational. It doesn't really feel like a wait with how much we're going to see here. This is just a month after the X Games, by the way.
Honestly, the scope of this entire project, this entire thing is just nuts. 80 teams, 240 players being brought out here. I mean, I haven't seen something like this in quite some time, and so I'm really excited to see what kind of talent can come out of this weekend and make themselves shine.
Yeah, of course. Speaking of shining, the way they're going to do it this tournament, like I said earlier, kind of hinted it, teased it a little bit. It's different than what we've seen before, that's for sure. EA's competitive gaming group has something in store for you guys, as you can see here. And as I mentioned, a winner's bracket and losers bracket, a double elimination style tournament, which really is meant to resolve kind of the awkward phase of a 6-game Battle Royale one-stop shop tournament where you kind of know who's in first place by a mile. You know who's going to win. Well, guess what? If you win your first match, you got to go to winner's bracket round 2. If you're one of the top or the bottom 10 teams, you go down to the losers bracket. You're not done yet. You still have a chance to bounce back. So for the first time, we can have a losers bracket Cinderella story and run. We can have a team in winner's bracket dominate and end up not winning the tournament by not performing consistently throughout the weekend. The storylines here are immense.
And I absolutely love this winner's bracket, losers bracket format coming on, the double elimination, right? Because we've got the respawn beacons inside the game. Now we can actually have some sort of similar mechanic here. And we get to carry that on. But the thing is, of course, it's 3 rounds or 3 matches per round.
First of all, props for the correlation.
That
was a nice little analogy you had going on. But not even, like, outside of the double elimination format, finals. Can we talk about finals with a match point system? That's never been done before in BR.
Yep, I absolutely love it. In case you missed it on that scorecard, the very last bullet point, probably the most exciting bullet point, is the way the championship finals are going to work. So, again, to resolve for that kind of awkward situation where you have someone absolutely leading and dominating, in the championship finals, you have to reach a threshold of 50 points. And, of course, we'll walk through the point distribution in just a bit. Reach a threshold of 50 points. After you do that, you don't win. The tournament's not over. You have to win the next game. If you don't win the next game, the tournament continues. Teams can be fighting for you, clawing their way back in the point system, and you could see another team perhaps take it by reaching that 50-point threshold and by winning the final match after that. So again, you have an opportunity for things to get shaken up here.
I think that's what I'm most excited about because I am waiting for one or two of those teams to kind of cross that threshold. The rest of the group know that if those teams win, the tournament's done. I'm really hoping that means that someone is going to kind of step up to the plate and really ensure that they shut those teams down to keep the games going for everybody else.
It definitely adds a new depth of metagame to how Apex is played out, right? We saw a little bit of that where teams did adjust their drops during the X Games, but here definitely you have an absolute goal. Make sure this team does not win. And in doing so, it makes it a lot easier to try and decide what you want to do in the future. So I like this new depth being added in to our championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, can you just imagine the possibilities here? TSM, 50 points, one game to win. Everyone hot drops exactly where TSM's going. Next thing you know, TSM changes their strat up. They go somewhere completely different. The metagame is going to be nuts. These players are certainly going to get ahead of it, and I absolutely love the format. But let's figure out how they're going to get there. The point distribution here is similar to what you've seen before, obviously in the past in Battle Royale tournaments. The most important thing, it's similar to how you play. Very, very aligned to ranked mode, which is beautiful online and online competitive play. And you see it on screen here. First place, 12 points. Some of the key differences, first through fifth place all have unique point distribution, and you have point distribution all the way until 15th place. So that's a little bit different, whereas online and ranked play, only top 10 placements in each match get points. Biggest difference, every kill counts towards your points.
It's my favorite part. That is my favorite part.
We've also got the Apex Predator coming on later on in the games. In the finals, we're going to have that $8,000 prize for the Apex Predators. So, yeah, these kills are going to count.
Yeah. Can you imagine Snipe Down going back to back? That's my boy Snipe Down coming from Halo. I'm just saying. I'm not calling anything too early here, but the reigning champion of the Apex Predator Award for another $8,000 in cold hard cash is currently Snipe Down. He had the most amount of kills in the grand final at X Games. We'll see who has the most amount of kills in the grand final here at the Preseason Invitational. Any predictions as to who you guys think might dethrone Snipe Down here?
Ooh.
Any individual
I think
players
this might be actually one of the tournaments where Monsoon can actually flex a little bit more, right? Last time in the X Games, Monsoon did have to substitute in for Tempo Storm. This time around, though, he's playing with his own organization. He's not just stepping in. He's going to be able to play comfortably with this team. And I think in doing so, he's going to be able to just do Pathfinder things. And especially in this longbow meta right now, he can really pop off.
Yeah, we've all seen Monsoon in that beautiful Kraber clip against Shroud and Co. If you have not seen that, oh my gosh, most disgusting sniper headshot. He's just cracking skulls. Anyone you got in particular?
Okay, let's not gas him up too much before we get the event going.
He's the man. I'm just saying.
We got to keep it in check a little bit. But I am actually, and I will probably be driving this a little bit throughout the weekend. I'm excited to see what some of the players off of some of the Korean teams can do. I think that their aggression could put them in a good position to potentially come out on top for both the Apex Predator Award itself and also just general placement.
Maybe Selly coming out on top. Everyone knows how good he is online.
Exactly.
Playing with 200 ping, by the way, as the South Koreans are coming over, so we'll have more to come on that. But you guys have your favorite teams, you have your favorite players. Let's take a look at the schedule and show you when the action is going to break down. As mentioned, it's a winner's bracket and loser's bracket tournament. So winner's bracket round 1 through 4. And of course, we have 1 through 2. We have Group A and Group B competing together. In winner's bracket round 1, that's going to start at 1:30. We have Group D at 4 o'clock. Sorry, I can't do my math here in military
time zones.
Okay, military time.
Clearly, that's coming up after that. But to kick things off with the show here, we have the opening ceremony. It's going to be special. I'll tell you that much right. This is just a day of teasers, by the way. It's going to be very special to kick things off. My man, Jump on stage, getting ready for that in a bit.
No, super excited. I mean, we are going to have matches back and back. And so I love that, it's going to be nonstop action for day number 1 here, especially to kick it all off.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, the schedule's going to be great. Make sure to mark when your favorite teams are playing as we're getting ready here. We're getting geared up. I want to ask you guys, very, very high level right now, any teams in particular that have high expectations coming in that you think are going to perform here? Glitter, I'll start with you.
I think one of the teams that I think is going to have some high expectations is going to be NRG. I think they struggled a little bit in X Games, and going into it, they were definitely one of the top predicted teams to do well. I think that they probably went home, made a bunch of adjustments. I know they want to prove that they are one of the top teams in competitive Apex, and I think that's what they're going to try and show up and do.
Jamerson?
Yeah, I definitely agree with NRG. I think they definitely have a lot to prove. But for this tournament, I would say it would be reciprocity. I love your boy Snipedown. He did amazing at X Games. But the thing is, his roster has completely changed, right? He lost 2 of his members. He had to bring in 2 members of former Cloud9. And at this point, did they have enough time to adjust? Are they going to be able to gel as well as, Snipedown did with
that G2
basically, the G2 roster there.
That's so true. What a story that is. Second place, they won a silver medal at X Games, performing with the current G2 roster, the 2 players from Finland. Those 2 players decided to actually go back and play with their original teammate, their friend over in Finland, replacing Snipedown. Respect him for that. Snipedown did as well. Well, guess what? Snipedown picked up the old Cloud9 guys in Frex and Grego, so that's going to be a great roster to look out for in reciprocity. And by the way, Snipedown played in a Halo tournament 1 week ago, and now he's playing in an Apex Legends tournament. He got top 2 in that tournament. We'll see what he can do here. Another great storyline. And let me tell you, the diversity of players here is just unbelievable to think about. And speaking of diversity of players, we have quite the diverse talent lineup, which is probably one thing I've gotten most excited about this tournament. We got a little thing called a command center. I think we have Blaze and Nathanius, one of the best personalities in esports and one of the best minds in esports, ready. Can you hear me, gentlemen?
Yes, I can, John. You guys, thank you for starting the show off right. Such a beautiful desk to get this one kicked off. But all right, folks, me and Nate coming at you guys from the command center. As you can see, we have every POV imaginable, and I promise you, I'm going to try not to bring my eye drops. Also, as you can see, we have the telestrator as well. So we're going to be able to break down that meta game for you guys and go in depth. Nate, what are some things you're excited for at the command center?
Well, just so you guys know, we're going to be having, of course, a lot of action over these 3 days of Apex competition, but we're going to be checking in to keep you updated on everything that isn't popping up on that mainstream. We're going to be following all the players. We'll be showing you where they're dropping in the middle of the games at the start and where they're rotating around so that everything that we can't get on the mainstream for the casters, you'll still be able to know everything, looking for all the fun plays, looking for some shenanigans, maybe some independent variables here and there.
Some caustic in the bunker. You never know, okay? But, folks, that's going to be it from us. John, get this show started, man.
Thank you, my friend. I think Blaze has been spending too much time with Nathanius jumping on the caustic bunker train with some cheese there coming from StarCraft. But my man Blaze and a telestrator, I'll tell you right now, Blaze comes from as a chef in his past life. We're going to see what he's cooking up there over the telestrator. He drew a smiley face to start, but I think he has some more things in store there.
Yeah, I mean, you might find myself over there at some point this weekend. I have to hop on over.
We're going to lose Jamerson, people, on the desk here. I'm sorry. It might just be me and you, Glitter.
I don't know if I can handle being stuck with you alone. I need you here, Jamerson.
I'll just take you with me. We'll just go. Let's go.
You can handle it alone,
solo
right?
dolo. That sounds like a plan. This man wants to get his hands on that pen, wants to get drawn on that telestrator. But of course, as mentioned, you saw a smiley face. We'll have a little bit more in store for you there. Things like targets, emojis. I will throw that out there. We got some emojis. We got replay, instant rewind, etc. So that telestrator, the ability to break things down is going to be an awesome addition to the show, something I haven't seen before in a broadcast. I'm excited for how that plays out. But what I'm more interested in is how the matches are going to play out, and we're getting started here. I asked you guys 2 teams that you want to look out for, 2 storylines you're interested in. I want to ask you something a little different, kind of flipping that around here. Which 2 teams have high expectations coming in that you think might not necessarily perform up to standard? Who's being really, really hyped up? Tough one.
I mean, we covered it just a little bit beforehand, right? We were talking about NRG and Reciprocity both being really hyped up, but they might not be able to perform because they didn't quite do, or part of the roster didn't quite do what we expected them to do. But, I mean, there is definite time for them to try and turn it around here. There are going to be so many matches being played here. But I think a team that we should look out for is definitely up there is going to be TSM. I think we're in agreement that TSM is one of the best teams here.
Absolutely, and they definitely have a little bit more pressure on their shoulders than some of the other teams. They are the winners, obviously, of X Games, so people not only know to look out for them, but I'm sure that they've been studying exactly what they've been doing in scrims and making sure that they are as prepared to go up against them as possible. And you also don't know how that pressure could potentially factor into their mental aspect of their gameplay. Yeah,
that's for sure. TSM, of course, a target on their back after winning at the X Games. Incredibly individually strong players. You have Hal, arguably one of the best players in the game on that squad. So I'm excited to see what TSM can do. You also got Fnatic NA as a squad that I'm looking out for, and I'm looking to do big things. They have a North American team and a European team. Your thoughts on how the Fnatic organization is going to fare out here?
I mean, I love the Fnatic organization, but both teams bring divergent styles, right? One's very, very macro-oriented. The other one can take the Ws. They can go for the W squad, right? Just push on to people. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play it out. Luckily for them, they're basically on opposite ends of the spectrum, so we're not going to see Fnatic NA versus Fnatic EU anytime soon. But still, both very solid squads, but very much in question how Fnatic EU can do in a tournament because they haven't been able to show themselves so far.
Yeah, top 4 for Fnatic NA at X Games. Lauren, do you think they're going to perform the same here?
I think that they were absolutely one of the most consistent teams at X Games, but they were also one of the more conservative teams. And with the way that this entire tournament is structured, I don't know how much time they have to be conservative. So I feel like it could throw them for a loop a little bit, but I'd like to see a little bit more aggression out of them.
Yep.
That's the thing, right? Because in consistency, it is the long game that you're playing for, but we're not having long matches. We're having 3 match rounds, and at that point, is the math going to work out for you? If if at X Games you ended up getting, a first place finish by the 4th game, that's too late.
Yeah, we'll see if the brothers can do it in Shiny and Muffins. We've talked about a few teams. Now we get to see them as we are getting ready to get started with the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. We are locked here. We are loaded. We are ready to go in Krakow, Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Apex Legends $500,000 Preseason Invitational, and it's coming now.
The lights are up, the stage is set, and it's time to begin. Greatness isn't born, it's built. Excellence doesn't appear, it's assembled. Champions are not manufactured, but over the next 3 days, they will be manifested in Kings Canyon. This is our stage, and this is where champions will be made. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We are live from Krakow, Poland at the Alvernia Studios for the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. My name is Bill Jump Carter, and I will be but one of your guides that will help bring you the action over the next 3 days. 80 teams from across the globe have descended upon us with one job in mind: become the Apex champion. With $500,000 on the line, the only thing that matters is being the last one standing when the dust settles. 240 players from 31 different countries are here with an opportunity to hoist the trophy above their head, walk away with the Leviathan's share of $500,000, and an opportunity to call themselves the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational Champion. The dropship is ready, and it is time to welcome to the stage the first 20 teams that will be dropping into Kings Canyon, eager to begin their adventure. Put your hands up. Let's welcome them here now. 3 days of competition, 3 days of non-stop action, non-stop frags, and non-stop opportunities for players to prove that they have what it takes. The independent variables are placed, the portal is charged, and the missile barrage, well, you know, it's on its way. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick on a zip line and head on over to the analyst desk, where Fallout is standing by with Jamerson and Glitter Explosion to get us into match number 1. Gentlemen and lady, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jump, and man, what an intro. Jump's one of the best hype mans in the business, that's for sure. Fallout here, joined back on the main desk and the analyst desk alongside Jamerson and Glitter Explosion. And boy, what a beautiful stage. the teams walking out, the players, the storylines, the groups, and the double elimination bracket, which I think my geeky esports self is most excited about. I think the stage is certainly set.
I mean, we got to see some of the opening ceremony during rehearsals, but once you see it live, once the fire's going, everything is going there, it was so hype, and I'm so ready for this.
Yeah, no, it's all the extra energy in the room. If you were watching the players as they were walking up on stage, there are a lot of serious mean mugs going on. I think they are ready to sit down and get into some of these games.
You see them on screen right now. Teams like Third Impact, perhaps Dark Horses, looking to make a name for themselves. And then we have some of the biggest organizations in esports and Fnatic, TSM, and Co. that will be competing. But let's go ahead and jump right into the groups and start to break down the action. I want to ask you guys, groups A through D, we got 20 teams per group. Who do you think is going to make it out? Who do you think are some teams to look out for? The 10 teams, obviously, that place in points will make it to winners bracket round 2. The bottom 10 teams go to losers bracket. Who do you guys think we can look out for in Group A?
I know I'm going to be looking out in Group A. I'm definitely looking out for Wyvern.
Wyvern.
I mean, I don't know how you feel about this. Like I said, I don't know, I'm feeling good about some of these South Korean teams, and I feel like Selly specifically on Wyvern is really, really strong, and I feel like they are kind of here, ready to prove something. You know, they've been doing very, very well for themselves online, and we have to take into consideration that they're doing that with 120 plus ping, right? You know, that's not what they're going to have to deal with here.
I would agree with you. I mean, Selly is one of those players that, like a lot of the other players at this tournament, highly respect, highly regard as one of the best players in the game. But of course, it's about transitioning from playing offline or from playing online to offline, coming here with 0 ping. So is that going to help them, or did the lag compensation help them out just a little bit in scrims? But I won't, disagree with you. I think they are going to be moving on from the top 10. One team that I definitely do want to look at beyond the top teams that are going to move on, right? G2 we're expecting to move on. Wyvern we're expecting to move on. One of the teams I'm looking at is actually Triumph coming in. So we got Graceful, Baneless, and they have a sub for this one. Evoke isn't able to play. He's going to be subbed in by JMW. So this is a squad that I've been watching for quite some time now, and I think they do have the talent and the kind of macro game to really try and make it into the top 10, push for that.
I like that. Perhaps some new heroes that will be developed in this tournament, Group A, and a team, let alone that has a last-minute sub, you still think they can come out on top?
I definitely do, because, when you're bringing in these subs, it's someone you already know, right? You're not just kind of scrambling for a last-minute sub at this point in the game. Like, that has to be an eventuality that you've already worked out. So I'm thinking the third that they brought in is someone that they're already comfortable with.
Can I say, my man Jamerson with the bold predictions already? He's just dropping the mic here, proverbially. So there you go, dropping the pen on stage. I like the prediction. I like the thought process. And interesting to bring the Koreans into the mix. Of course, we have over 30 countries represented at this tournament. It doesn't seem like a preseason invitational. It seems more like a world championship. And of course, we're just getting started here with Apex Legends. Let's jump into Group B. Which teams in Group B do you think we can look out for in our second match of the day?
I'm going to stick with the same trend that I've been doing, and I'm going to say MVP.
Keep it with the Koreans. I like it.
Tell me I'm wrong, Jamerson.
I like it a lot. Again, it's another roster that a lot of our players absolutely respect. They play with them all the time. Even though they're playing from Korea, they are going to be able to party up with them because you can easily switch servers in Apex Legends, which is one of the greatest things about this game. You just swap servers whenever you want. And so they do play. There's a rapport amongst them. They're very friendly. They all love each other, these players, especially with the MVP squad. And they are definitely one of the heavy hitters and one of the scarier teams to worry about. One team that I'm really looking at is actually the Sonics, the Susquehanna Sonics. There we go. I got it out. Yeah. But, these are players that a lot of people are familiar with if you watch Apex streams. So you got Synced, Android, Dream, Wicked play very frequently with Shroud. But overall, they do have a high-level understanding of the game. They actually just know how to play the game. So I expect them to be able to do some amazing things in this first round.
Sonics and MVP, keeping with the Korean theme here. I like it. Again, that's a big storyline in general. We have 5 teams coming from Asia, 3 coming from South Korea. They are known to play incredibly aggressive, W key style, in your face, on 150 plus ping. Imagine what they can do on LAN. On the flip side, though, do you think there's an argument to be said of, are they going to play the same way? Are there nerves in play here? Have they competed on LAN before in an Apex tournament? Well, they don't have a ton of experience in that front. Do you think that might cost them?
Well, for some of the Korean teams, they do have a background in other games, right? And that's basically actually talking about every single player that we have here. They have a background where most of them have competed on LAN. So it's not outside of the box to think that, they should be able to adjust well. Of course, Apex Legends is a different game, and there are some players that didn't have as good LAN performances back in different games. When we were talking about Selly, he had had a run in Overwatch where even though he mostly played on LAN, the performance wasn't quite there. The results weren't quite there.
Yep, I've seen it multiple times before in various BR titles, really in any esport where a team performs a certain way online, comes to LAN and doesn't play to their core, doesn't play the same way, nerves are at play, or maybe they decide to slow play a game one to test the waters a little bit. Well, there's only 3 matches that you have to place and to make it in that top 10, so we'll see if that comes into effect here.
Yeah, I think that you're going to see a lot of the teams play very conservatively, especially the ones that have already participated in X Games or have just any sort of previous LAN experience, kind of just to feel it out, to see how, what the playing field is actually doing. And then that will hopefully inform their future gameplay for games 2 and 3, whether they do well and they can kind of stay a little bit more conservative, play safer, kind of just make sure that they kind of ensure their winner's bracket position, or if it ends up going poorly, they might have to switch something up to kind of really make that extra push so that they don't drop down into losers.
That's the scary thing, though, because we saw during X Games that teams were actually pretty slow to make adjustments, right? Changing up their drop zones. It took them from going from day 1 to day 2. If we look at a team like CLG or NRG, CLG, they made a quick swap once they got taken down by Alliance and Slums in game 2.
Yep.
But then they went to Arty over and over again, fought NRG, over and over again, and they weren't able to make their adjustments until day 2. Today we have half that time, right? We're playing 3 matches before it's over for your first round.
Yeah, we also have, that's a very good point. We'll see if that can play effect and make a difference here in this one. Of course, players are now on stage, getting ready. They just sat down, as you saw there, so they're getting peripherals ready, getting ready to go here, getting warmed up, locked in and loaded. So we'll have game 1 and Group A matches starting soon. Of course, in addition to some of the teams you guys mentioned, you have teams like Alliance, you have Complexity, you have Fnatic NA, all in Group A. So some hero teams, great organizations in esports, some great individual players. I'm excited to see what Shiny and Muffins, the brothers, can do in Fnatic NA. I got a lot of love for those guys, but we'll see if they can repeat their top 4 performance in the past. Let's keep walking through the groups here, though. Jumping into Group C, which teams in particular are you looking out for?
I'm really excited to see what FlyQuest can do.
Yeah,
Monsoon
definitely.
ended up, playing with Tempo at X Games. Now he's got his team with him here. And I want to see some wild sniper shots coming out of him.
On the opposite end, though, I'm actually looking at Tempo Storm to see how they do, because that's the team that Monsoon subbed in for, and they did well at the X Games. But now they're bringing back in D-Cop. He's the primary voice of the team, and so we'll see if Tempo Storm can have the same performance that they had at X Games, or will they perform better now that they have their full squad?
So can we just get some popcorn on the desk?
Yeah, right.
That's all I want to do.
We just watch the gameplay. Do we have to keep talking the way we're doing this? I just want to enjoy the gameplay, because let me tell you, it's going to be good action here in a bit. I like the swag here from K-Star Team Blue. I'm not sure if anyone saw a little eyebrow and a wink there coming in from the South Americans, looking confident. And they're ready to go. Of course, a few teams representing South America as well here in Group A. Interesting insight about Group C. A lot of people have been saying Group C is kind of the group of death. Very difficult group to kind of get out of. A lot of top teams. Nagano 1998, a team I'm looking out for as a potential dark horse as well in Group C. But let's jump into Group D, last group of the bit. Any teams you think that are going to perform?
Well, okay. I mean, come on.
We got TSM.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Come on.
I feel like this might be a tournament where Misfits might be able to turn it around, right?
Because would love that.
Top 8.
I think at X Games they had a huge opportunity to make it into the top 4, but there were a few games where they just weren't able to take their advantage, where they were just not contested over a huge dropping ground, right? They did a high desert, bunker, and river town drop. No one contested them all of day 1.
You're just
but
blowing
they
up their
weren't able
shrouds.
to. I think everyone's
Public
already done their
knowledge at this
VOD
point.
reviews at this point. But I feel like this is their opportunity for Misfits to try and really blow it out of the water and make sure that, they are known as a team to be feared.
Yep, of course, 6th place at X Games just a month ago, taking home a nice $4,000 apiece. Any teams in particular in Group D you're looking out for, Glitter?
Outside of TSM, I'm actually kind of excited to see what Echo Fox can pull out. They have a lot of previous BR experience and a ton of different BR games. They're all really good players, and I want to see what they can bring to the table today.
Yep, perhaps a dark horse here. We'll see if Echo Fox can do it. If they can come out on top in Group D, at least in winner's bracket, round 1. You see Fnatic on screen right now. They're smiling. The brothers next to each other. That's Shiny. That's Muffins. They're getting ready to go. The long-haired wonder there to round it out. They were boot camping in Seattle, I know, for at least a week and a half there. They're feeling confident.
You are such a good fanboy for Fnatic.
Listen, we shared a plane ride.
So good at this.
We shared a plane played Ryan, I got to know a little bit about those guys. They're good people. That's what matters the most. But
Yeah.
we'll stay unbiased here. We're just excited for some good action.
I mean, for me, like, I've been able to follow Shiny's career for a really long time. We were talking about players with diverse backgrounds. Shiny has one of the most diverse backgrounds ever. I think we've all kind of crossed his paths over the last few years across different titles because he's a consummate competitor. He has played in everything, League of Legends, Overwatch, and now here he is in Apex Legends. He's done a stint in doing VR competitive. So many things.
What?
Yep.
VR
Competitive VR.
Huh?
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to have to talk to him about that.
Yeah, let's have a conversation here about some competitive VR esports that's going on. But that's a great point about Shiny. And really, that as a microcosm defines Apex Legends in the same way that the game has brought so many people together. Look at the pro player scene. You have top players like Shiny from Overwatch Contenders, who, by the way, you casted the Overwatch Contenders tournament in the same venue. He competed in that tournament in the same venue
This
in Krakow,
exact stage. I mean, the stage was a little bit different, but basically right there, that's where Shiny was last time.
It looks maybe a little bit better. I'm just saying, it's a beautiful stage up here that we got. But interesting storylines there and the diversity of players from different games. I know I was talking to Snipe Down last week at the Halo Classic tournament he participated in and took top 2. And he was saying, look, a lot of the FPS players, they play aggressive. They understand the concept of flank routes, etc. Whereas a lot of the Overwatch players, they're so good in team fights because that's really all Overwatch is. They're so used to kind of bundling together, leveraging each other's abilities and strengths rather than kind of taking those traditional flank routes. So that's one of those beautiful things to keep an eye out for, the variety of play styles, variety of gameplay.
Yeah, I think that was something you and I were actually going back and forth about, during rehearsals and before this, trying to decide in our personal, humble opinions if we thought that BR was a better foundation or if Overwatch was a better foundation. And I think we came to a pretty fair stalemate.
Your
background.
background.
In terms of competitive background.
H1, you got Fortnite, you got some other VR games that people came from.
Yeah, but like here, I think, it kind of breaks down to there's different philosophies, right? If you're coming from a BR background, macro orientation is a bit more in your heavy focus, while if you're coming from something like Overwatch, you have the team fight mechanics like you had mentioned, right? Making sure you're keeping track of cooldowns and positioning and stuff like that. Luckily here, if you're not getting third, fourth, and fifth partied, it's just a 3v3, and you have half the cooldowns that you really have to worry about.
Yeah, and luckily for us, these incredibly talented players are all here on stage playing Apex now, and boy, they're excited. We're locked in. We're excited to go here as Group A is getting ready to get underway. And again, the variety of backgrounds, the diversity in teams, of course, the diversity in talent as well. I mentioned it earlier, but we have talent really from all across different titles, different backgrounds, all coming here today. And I think it's one of the best amalgamations of talent I've seen before to match the amalgamation of players. You see 0-0 on screen right now. Another player who has made his name in other titles looking to do the same thing here in Apex Legends at 23 years old. I know we got Gabe from Complexity, 25 years old, comes from the H1 scene as well. Complexity, another team with high expectations coming in.
Absolutely, and I think that they are one of the teams with BR backgrounds.
Ooh.
That are really prepared to do well because they know what they're getting themselves into. This is like their third title playing a VR game, Like they're veterans here. Okay?
They're even bringing in Mirko. That's going to be their third, by the way. And I did follow Mirko for about the last year. A lot of the Blackout players that made their transition on over to Apex Legends, and so seeing a lot of them being able to find a foundation here makes me really glad. Especially Mirko, getting dropped from Rogue a few months ago. He has found a new home, and he's going to be able to compete here, show off what he has.
Yep, I just saw G2 on screen. Another team I really want to highlight and talk about. Second place with Snipe Down under the Reciprocity banner at their last event. They just got picked up by G2, representing a great organization now. The boys from Finland looking to do it and looking to continue their success without Snipe Down. They made the decision, as mentioned earlier, to actually go with their original teammate, their Finnish teammate that they have chemistry with, they've played with, instead of Snipe Down, who's now playing with the old Cloud9 roster. Do you think G2 can continue their success with another top 3, top 4 finish?
Yeah, that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that the competitive Apex scene really kicked off basically as soon as the game launched, right? We had that surprise launch in February. We're like, hey, we got a new game for you guys. Oh, it's the best game in the world. It's going to have 40 million players within the first month. But instantly, within a week, there was a Discord set up where teams were already forming. We were getting, Q snipes, scrims going on, where you'd be able to get about 19 to 20 teams into a lobby pretty consistently.
Crazy.
And these are some of the players. If we're looking at G2, Conquer, they've been around for so long in this scene as this lineup. And this is the roster that we're really looking at to be able to challenge someone like a TSM, reigning champions.
So now I know you're a really big fan of G2. How do you feel, or do you think that it's potentially a factor that has to be considered when you have to go against your most recent teammates in the very next LAN event that you're playing in?
I understand that, right? Like, if you're looking at G2 versus Snipe Down, right? The thing is, I think at this point, G2 have a better fundamental understanding of what Snipedown could bring to the table, right? Because it's 2 brains versus 1 at that point. Was he able to read all their movement?
Could be true in the opposite scenario, but that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Luckily for G2, luckily for us, Snipedown's in Group C, so we won't see that matchup take place until later. They can breathe a little bit as we're going to see the return of the 2 former teammates battling each other once again. If they both make it to the championship finals, or the winners bracket semifinal, as of course the winner, in case you weren't aware, the top 10 teams from Group A and the top 10 teams from Group B will then play each other with a 20-team 3-match series in winners bracket round 2. And of course, the same thing, top 10 teams for Group C, top 10 teams from Group D will play in winners bracket round 2 on the other side of that winners bracket. Bottom 10 teams then go to the losers bracket to compete against one another for another life here. And of course, it is not just the main stream that you guys are watching right now. We also have a secondary stream with a full broadcast, casters, matches, a secondary stage going on as well, so you won't miss any of the action. In fact, I believe those matches are already underway as we staggered the matches to make sure that we have a chance to always be on top of our game with gameplay here. What a brilliant setup.
I mean, definitely, I wish, we could actually just bring it all to you all from one stream, but hey, this is the only way we can do it. There's so much Apex Legends going on that we have to split it amongst the 2 streams.
But I think that there actually will be a point where we kind of get to jump in and check it out a little bit. So I'm excited for that because I want to see what's going on both.
This is like stages. The MCU crossover universe thing, right? Yeah.
Crossing of obviously multiple different games and teams and players and personalities and heroes, but also streams and main stages, that's for sure. So Group B action will be underway, Stream B action will be underway, and we'll be thrown into that gameplay throughout the entire weekend in addition to the full live stream. We also got the command center that will be jumping into gameplay across the board, breaking things down in addition to our casters and our talent. But for now, let's not talk about our talent. Let's talk a little bit more about our players and get to know some teams in this tournament.
Have consistent aim, good movement, rotate in time.
Just work hard and practice. Focus on rotations, don't take careless fights, and just focus.
Play a lot.
I'd say to become the best, you just need to play as consistent as possible and make sure you're having perfect practice.
Play as much as you can and focus on improving. Like I said, you have to be very consistent. You have to put in the hours, put in the work, and as hard as it seems, just keep going on.
최고의 에임과 상황 판단 능력이 필요합니다.
To be one of the best Apex players in the world, you got to devote all your time to the game. Your social life will take a hit.
Never give up.
Work hard in game, work hard out of game, have a good personality.
Put a lot of time into it, put a lot of time into the game. Try to find out how to outplay your opponent. A lot of dedication, grinding, and yeah.
Become one of the best, you definitely have to put the time in. But, you have to be grinding the game, 6 to 8 hours a day, as most pros usually do. And you just have to have the will to never give up, and yeah.
ひたすら集中して練習すること。
By watching Asu's stream, NRG Ace.
You need to learn from yourself. You need to watch your replays and be critical with you.
It's just all practice, honestly. There's not a lot of shortcuts you can take. Just practice, practice.
Play the game a lot.
Boot camp and scrims.
Just basic deathmatch warm-ups and playing ranked with teammates.
We sleep a lot and we play a lot and we don't do anything else.
Practice just by playing scrims with the other best teams in the world, just playing as much as possible.
We play scrims for 4 hours a day. Definitely try to relax, think about other stuff, play other games, and just keep my mind clear.
오로지 게임만 했습니다. Only game.
Play a lot, scrim with my team, do what I need to stay healthy.
Gotta have the right mindset. Going into the tournament is really hard, so play a lot. That's how I do it.
We show up to all of the scrims, and we watch our VODs, and we watch VODs of other teams, and we just make sure we're as prepared as we can.
We scrim every day. Me and my team, Ace and more, we scrim every day. We for around at least 4 hours, and we practice rotations, we practice late game, practice fighting, all that, and to prepare for tournaments.
Leading up to the tournaments, we play scrims, or short for scrimmages, which is basically practice against all the other pro teams pretty much 7 days a week for 4 hours.
大会の前は、みんなで集まってカフェで集まってみんなで1週間ぐらい泊まってやってました。
I usually prepare by warming up on some form of aim training. Some people like to use CSGO, some people like to use Kovacs. It's just like a good way to get your hands warm.
I just play Kovacs, and that's all.
We play scrims against other pro players for every day of the week.
Scrimming every day and playing like 8 hours a day.
Loot up and play safe, then we rotate into zone. Just take it how it comes.
Supportive.
Somewhat aggressive, but more towards the passive end.
My play style would be playing to win.
We like to W key everyone. Aggressive and determined.
공격적인 거. Hold W.
Longboard rally.
Bigger brain than everyone.
Aggressive.
Aggressive but cautious.
ひたすら前に出て戦い続けること。
Independent.
Aggressive and fast.
Very aggressive.
Smart and aggressive.
Well, safe to say we're not lacking confidence from any of these players. Also, the knowledge of playing the game to win. I like some of that insight there as well. But always good to hear the stories and the insight from the players as we're getting ready to kick off match number 1 here. Apologies for the delay, but we'll be getting underway here in just a moment. I want to ask you guys, and let's jump into gameplay and talk a little bit more specific about what to expect. Group A, about to be live here. You guys have been watching these teams scrim. You've been doing your research. Where can we expect some of these teams to drop? Where can we expect some of these matches and rotations to take place?
I think that's one of the biggest problems. Like, we're trying to figure out where they're going to drop. And while some of the teams do stream and then they show off what their landing spots are, a lot of them don't. So there's a lot of there's a lot of lack of information at this point. And so it's less about preparation for this weekend, or at least this first day of play, and it's more about adaptability.
Absolutely, and this is something that you and I have talked about a few times because, like you said, we do have information on, the X Games teams, or at least, previous relatively similar information, right? And then we have information from scrims and how they've been running from the people that at least streamed them a little bit, but there is a third, maybe, of teams that we don't have that information for. So there is a very real possibility that some of these teams will get dropped on by someone they haven't even had a chance to play against yet. And that is either, a really aggressive and good start for that team, or it could be potential disaster. I did get a chance to talk to a couple of the players here and there, but some of them seem really ready to be dropped on. They're actually kind of welcoming that pressure.
Hey, pick up some kills early, get some points early, get rolling in a match, you get better loot perhaps in that scenario. Not a bad situation to either drop down or drop near, win some early game fights and game momentum like the insight. Meanwhile, Jamerson for President 2020, as he gave the most politically correct answer you could possibly imagine. You don't know what you don't know, and we'll see, but I want you to give me some real, which teams are, from what you know, are going to drop where? Obviously, there's the chance that they might drop elsewhere, but any insight you have that you could share, perhaps?
I mean, if we're starting off, right, I think a constant, of course, when we're talking about consistency, is going to be Fnatic NA. Yeah. And we saw that all throughout X Games, all 12 games, they dropped in containment, and it doesn't look like that's going to be changing for them at all. And there are a few teams that might actually contest them there, because we have heard, some complaints about, hey, they dropped on our spot. Why are they dropping on our spot? We land here all the time.
I always find that hilarious, by the way, in VRs, when players treat the map like real estate that they purchased. I landed here and planted my Fnatic NA flag. You are not allowed to drop here. No, that's not how it works. And that's one thing about Fnatic's play style is they don't like to really engage in those early fights. They really would prefer to loot up, early rotate, hard rotate center circle, and instead maybe leveraging a Pathfinder, stay alive and play for late game. If they get dropped on, do you think they can perform under that pressure?
I do. I think that they're actually incredibly confident in their drop, so that in the event that that does happen, I think that they're ready for it. I don't ideally think any of the teams want to be dropped on, right? But specifically, if we're talking about Fnatic, I think they're prepared.
I think ideally we want to see the teams get dropped on, because that means some early game fights. That's always fun to see.
We're going to end up being the villains here, because we just want to see so much gameplay instead of the safe. Let's play smart and just one wild game.
And chat, people watching out there, I think you guys want to see some gameplay and drops as well. Let us know in the chat, as hopefully we see some spicy early game here. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like in these early games, there are ways that you can actually try to minimize the risk. Sometimes you can go for a very risky drop. Like, let's go ahead and take containment, right? Because we were talking about it earlier. You can try to also get very greedy, take the north watchtower, also go for the connector towards the southwest side of it. Or do you stay really contained within containment and just make sure that you're basically within an arm's length reach of all your teammates just in case you get dropped on? And so I think that's the only difference that we're going to see coming out from Fnatic. Are they going to go for a wider spread over a containment or just keep it very balled up and close there?
Yep, I'm excited to see how that action breaks down. Of course, containment means you have an opportunity to fight some early fights early. Drops like Market, you can rotate over into River, and you have a lot of opportunity for fights there as well. So we'll see if we see some early game rotations, early game fights. Do teams opt to not pick those early game fights? I guess we'll see how that action breaks down. And guess what? Speaking of action, it's time. We are locked in and ready. The players are now ready to go. We are about to get set for our first match of the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. It's Group A. The players are ready, and some of the best casters in the scene are ready as well. Bravo, Dreadnought. Take it away, gentlemen.
Fallout, far too kind. Thank you so much. We're down here on the floor. Bravo alongside Dreadnought. Dread, you and I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The players have, the whole Apex community has. And I think the desk alluded to it so well. There's so many unknowns in this tournament. You and I have spent the past few days just going over every single thing that we're excited about.
And as a guy who likes to know about pretty much everything that I possibly can before entering it, there are so many question marks at this tournament, and we're going to get so many answers, but it has to come through the gameplay. We can only speculate as much as we possibly want. We do have the loading screen here coming through. I am so excited. This has been a moment that everyone has been waiting for.
We talk about scale. We've seen a few tournaments here for Apex so far. You guys have watched it. We've seen the EXP Invitationals. You guys watch the results of the X Games. Take those teams, quadruple them. We have 80 teams at this tournament here, $500,000 on the line, and we're kicking things off here, taking a look at G2 as they get ready to drop in.
Alrighty, something to note here is just the angle at which we get over the dropship itself, coming from the very northeastern angle all the way there to the southwest. Looks like G2 has some interest here, maybe going over towards that Skull Town, as it in fact is the ping.
And this is exciting, of course. If you did watch the X Games, those kind of parts of the map and the POIs were carved out. Teams had a little bit of a gentleman's agreement as to where they were going with 80 teams. That's essentially out the window here. Looking to see if G2 has anyone else flying in with those free looks. And I don't think we saw too many other teams and trails coming into Skulltown.
Yeah, it seems like they're alone and kind of left alone here for the looting. And that's a great place. So much loot available over Skulltown itself here. So great start for G2, but we got to figure out, where did everybody else go?
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with the command center. Guys, what are you seeing over there across drops across the board?
Yeah, thank you so much, gentlemen. Now we're getting into it, and already Blaze teams dropping all over the place, settling down in their positions. You see we got Gambit visiting Shrek over in the swamps. We got Luminosity Gaming heading over towards Airbase. What you got on your side?
Now, we did end up having Fnatic go to their normal spot over there towards the containment area, and now over here at Hydro Dam, we're going to have Complexity. So far, nobody has met up just yet. Standard across the board. I can't confirm that everybody is running the standard meta of Pathfinder, Wraith, and Watson. So nothing new there, but we're going to give it back to you guys to bring the action. We'll let you know if anything else happens.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nate. Great to get a look here across the map to know if there's any early action and we can keep track of that. One thing you'll notice about Fnatic and Dread is that, of course, they did their containment drop. You heard on the desk Glitter talking about how confident they are in that drop, but they got out quick. Already looting at High Desert, already at Connector right away. I mean, they dropped containment, but they are claiming a lot more of the map than just the containment area itself.
Yes, but that little button that we just saw here from Spirit come up on your screen, hitting the M, the circle, is so very relevant for Fnatic. We heard it from the analyst desk before. It's something I talked about through the entirety of the X Games. This roster rotates early towards those circles, and they're very good at defending and getting placement. So much so, it's a fact you actually gave me over about Fnatic. They placed 4th at X Games with no 10-kill game. The only roster to be able to do that, and that is because they are so placement focus.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to the guys at Liquipedia for Apex. I mean, amazing numbers there. If you do want to catch up on those X Games results and specifically the types of placements and kills that these teams that are here, whether they have the same rosters or not, absolutely check that out. You can get a little bit of intel, of course, on all things, including drop locations and the stats that we saw there. And very interesting. I think those numbers, Dread, tell a lot about Fnatic's playstyle. It's not simply that they didn't have big 10-kill games. I think we saw consistently that they're a placement-heavy team. They're an early rotate team, and we're expecting to see some of that here again.
And I think their interview, we even got a good example of that. When the Fnatic roster was asked, what do they do to be one of those better players? They said a bigger brain than everyone. You can tell that they were trying to approach things with that IQ level here. But for our first skirmish happening pretty centered here, North actually taking a struggle, losing both armors on Tashin and Nook here. Nook being the newest member of the roster. Going to go ahead and Watson up and should get enough breathing room here for them to be able to heal up and see if they counter-initiate.
Absolutely. Of course, Bunkertown, potential for some early engagements. And we've seen a lot of Watsoning up here at River Center and Bunkertown, and we're going to expect to see a lot of that here this weekend, which, Dread, brings us to a great point. Keep in mind here, we only have 3 games to play for each round. Now, as they mentioned on the desk, that was across 12 games of play and 2 days.
Yeah.
Teams here have to have a very specific play style. What we've heard from them, getting a chance to talk with them over the past few days here in Krakow, is that some teams are thinking, we can play it a little bit slow, and I think you and I were talking about, you've only got 3 games, you need to get points on the board.
And I think the mentality for so many of these players is just don't get bottom 10. Avoid the bottom 10 here.
Let's go ahead and check in now with a Fame here. Kavitsky now flying in, does get some great shots with that 99, actually rocking a double 99. Take a look at that in the bottom right corner.
Though, actually gets instant knock there. That's a bad time, and the fact that we already had Wraith there in the middle of the void, his perspective looks like might be a thirst opportunity there. Wraith going to opt out of it here for now.
Absolutely. Now shots still coming in. No more knockdown left. Yes, indeed. And will be limbed there. So now go back on board with Nook on the north side. Like you said, keep in mind, Nook is a sub on that team. So far, they're going to be happy with that result.
And it's very important to note that there are now 3 teams here skirmishing with this kind of corridor. One in that house, that's where you saw Nook, his box, that golden one sitting on the lower right. Another team making the transition through the golden sands. See the back end of a portal there?
Absolutely. Now as we see, just popping some wingman shots over here in the other building and just going to wait up. And like we said, this is the type of play we expected to see, especially when we are around here. Like we said, at Bunkertown, teams are going to be Watsoning up, generally, to be honest, avoiding these types of conflicts if they can. 20 squads remaining, of course, there's a whole lot of game to play, and if you've been watching competitive Apex so far, you know that this early game, generally, we could head into several rings later with something like 16, 17, even 18 squads remaining in the match. So these teams are going to be really careful. I think the best way to say it, you heard it in the player interviews, is teams are playing conservatively aggressive. They're going to jump on the opportunities. They want to play those smart, but largely, they do not want to take these big risks, especially when we're talking about game 1 in the tournament.
Yeah, they're searching for the term controlled aggression or calculated on their favor. But we were talking a little bit before about not wanting to get to that bottom 10 before we got that last skirmish. And the biggest thing I want to highlight is that loss aversion beast that we are as human beings. Not focusing on not getting bottom 10, I can't help but feel like is going to hurt the tone. We only have a 3-game sample size. This is a best of 3 to determine if you're that top 10. And I can't help but feel like because kills are worth 1 point apiece, it is in your best interest to test those waters as soon as you can in this series. So by game 3, Bravo, I'm not, pinched in a corner for a lack of a better term to put it.
We talk about Watsoning up. This is a great example of full Watsoning up here. You have seen that Complexity has moved into containment. We got the interceptors up as well. They're on the rooftops, and they're starting to lay down those fences. We do hear some shots in the distance as well as we take a look here at the Complexity side, and some good long-range options here. We see 2 longbows as well as a scout here. And of course, a Peacekeeper in play as well. Now some pings coming through.
Lower left perspective here with a very well-kitted longbow. Shot train coming out from the scout here up in the upper right. Nothing going to connect. For now, it's just going to be poking and prodding and testing the waters, but you can see Krollo here still struggling as he's already gone down, or excuse me, a Thame as the roster, but Krollo has already been removed. We did see him go down earlier, and these teams, they're just going to be slow and steady, chipping away with those longbows.
And we're going to keep an eye on Krollo, of course, being so early in the game. Lots of opportunity for them to get that respawn. You have to assume that they're going to be looking for that. And given the distance here, when we talk about poking and prodding gameplay, Dread, you have to assume that even if we get, I would say, even if they get a fast knock, unlikely to think that they are going to fly at this kind of distance across the map south to try to finish there. Even, for example, that 104, as you just saw it come through with that longbow. They're going to look for a little more pokes if the other team gets greedy, but we have to assume, given the playstyle we've seen in the current meta of the gameplay, that they're not going to fly across.
And one thing that I really like about Complexity, though, when we were talking about their loadout, is the double longbow into the G7 Scout. One of the most important things, if you're going to play this long, slow and steady war of attrition, you need to make sure that your resources are working in your favor. If everyone bears a longbow, then you only have so much heavy ammo to your resources. But being able to split that long-range initiation and poking through both light ammo and heavy ammo now is drastically going to help the resource battle for complexity as this game moves on.
Right, and especially as we talk about the importance right now, given the current meta and the speed of the game and the speed of engagements, so important that these teams are not just team shooting and shooting together, but it is the timing of those knocks. And like you said, having weapons with those different rate of fires, but the same range is what's going to make them able to get that first key knock and give them a little bit of a push.
A little awkward here. For a moment there, not able to get rid of the Watson fence for that moment. Ooh, shots though, raining in here on Pistillo. He ends up poking a few back here with the G7 Scout, but only having a 1x HCOG, not going to be too easy as you see those kind of whiff on by. And for a moment there with the crouch. Oh my gosh, so close here. You already see the Watson of this roster taking so much damage that I feel like it's unlikely that they can kind of remain here that much longer. Gambit, in fact, was the ones inflicting the damage from below in caves.
Absolutely, of course, on this high ground, they're going to want to hold that. They're going to look for a few more shots, maybe get some damage, but looks like maybe even pinging here to move further south. We'll see if they're going to go ahead there, but of course they're comfortable. And like we said, this is the type of gameplay, Dread, that overall we expected to see at this stage. And to be honest, we expected to see potentially through this tournament. Of course, teams are going to need to step it up. But the great thing that we can look forward to as well is the fact that just because we're playing like this in game number 1, when we start to see some points on the board and standings come through for games 2 and 3, it is going to force different play styles. It's even going to force new drops, different aggression, and that's when things are really going to get exciting here. In game 1, every team is going to play this so cautious. They don't want to be the first one to make the mistake.
And I think a great example of exactly what you're talking about, a couple of shots on Bunker, is the Fnatic roster. And I think some people might be saying, why are you talking about Fnatic so much as an entire group here? And the answer is, they are the pillar of consistency of anything here in the Apex Legends scene so far. And because of that, we kind of use them as a constant benchmark.
Yeah.
But if that roster fails to be able to get the points that they want out of those placements, they'll eventually have to be far more aggressive, which again, is not necessarily within their natural instincts.
And Chipsy here with eyes on the portal exit, trying to watch that. You see they're spreading off a little bit. They have right now a pretty good position here, just given the elevation that top bunker will provide them. And it looks like we did see Crank kind of scouted out. He does have the purple 2 blues as well for them, so sitting pretty in terms of armor at this stage. We did see a few teams earlier that were rocking double white still, so we're going to keep an eye on it if they're going to have trouble getting out of their position, and also probably going to have to be a little bit selective with their rotations. When you do see a team running something like a double white, triple white armor, you have to expect that those teams are going to look to rotate early, right? Get into those positions, because there's no way you're pushing out a ring and getting into those areas when you're going to be at a huge armor disadvantage.
It's so interesting, too, because that comes off at the trade-off of if you're trying to make those rotations early to be able to deal with that, you're going to have less probability of finding better armor than you already had. Maybe go for those outer rotations, but then you ask yourself, are you running into somebody's main drop? The Luminosity on the backside of the bunker, though, I think is a grand position for them, considering our circle. It's essentially built a safety dome, a little bubble, if you will, which I think is apt here in Poland, considering our venue. But now we're taking a glance here over BOS Esports. Jay Savage here with the wingman, kind of chipping away, having the high ground advantage over whoever seems to be attempting to ascend post caves.
And we do also see BDS not really in the best position right now. You see they have moved out of cage here, but they are on a pretty clear ring edge and not where you want to be at this point. Engaging here, wingman shots do go down. It looks like they're going to push this advantage as well.
Yeah, they're trying to get all the way up to confirm one of these knocks after landing 1 to 2 wingmen. Jay Savage questioning if he wants to maybe go a little bit farther here. It looks like the answer is just going to be peek and remain a little bit patient. It's very important to highlight that we are now nearing round 3, and we already sit in a situation where no team has been removed yet. Every squad still alive here at the Apex Preseason Invitational.
And I think that's what anyone who did catch a lot of the X Games and gameplay even prior is expecting to see. Like we said, also Game 1 gameplay going to be pretty specific in terms of no points on the board, and really no teams needing to have a risk force. You have to think also BDS is going to keep this high ground very difficult. You and I were talking about it just yesterday, Dread. Coming across destroyed bridges up this exact way, coming to the west.
Yes.
Up that is a large task, to say the absolute least. Those shots coming in here from the side of Wyvern as we're on board with Parka now.
Yeah, Wyvern repping the flatline, a weapon that I think we're going to see quite a bit of throughout the entirety of this weekend, but it's low when looking at the ammunition front, not so much in the mag, but the 43 on the side. Just looking to get a couple of deterrent shots there.
Yep.
But the high ground still sitting in their favor. And Wyvern's a roster, we already heard it on the analyst test. This is one that I'm really looking forward to watch. All of the South Korean teams, I think their performance levels here is going to be very telling, because they have really made a name for themselves. The question is, now that we're all on land, all on the same ping, same server, can they clutch it out with a way that some of us maybe expect?
Yep, deciding to actually move back. They were moving back from Hillside Outpost up back to farm, so must have gotten a call out, a reason to circle back away from the ring, but now on board with Gambit, who's found themselves in an engagement as well here.
They're in a very bad right position. Keep in mind, they've got 14-second timer to make it through this choke, and it's not looking like it's easy.
Oh, you and I have talked a lot about this choke. This is one of the few points that
great thermite.
Few points here, the way you have to get out of a triple choke, and they are in between a rock and a hard place. They'll need to push up here. Some good shots, though, on the side, and they will get that first knock here as they continue to push.
Sunset, though, sitting pretty low. Actually, both of them losing the armor, but it looks like they got the knocks fast enough. Yes, Gambit securing the entirety of the kills there. And that is going to be enough to not only remove our very first squad here in our game, but more importantly, really show that at least positioning and now resource-wise, this is going to be a great start for Gambit.
Yeah, that's going to be Estral Esports, who's our first there as they go down there. That's our first team full wiped here in our match number 1. That's going to be Eldegor, Pistillo, and Den Pride, who will be our first eliminated from the event.
G2, though, find themselves, it seems like a couple of tangos. Questioning if they're below. The thermite grenade thrown between those cracks. Right now, distributing a couple of warning shots. Whoever may be out in the distance finds a connect with one. It doesn't look like there's too much armor in there. Also, focus fire coming out from the team. Does not seem like whoever's ever on the receiving end of these shots is with us much longer here, Bravo.
I don't think so. There's no way they're getting out of this as long as we do see the guys on G2 to continue to hit their shots. Also looking for that elimination on that player as well. This is going to be a tricky way to navigate out of here. And unless I think there's a miracle coming, they're not going to be able to do it. Let's see this team shot here from G2.
They're being rather slow here with questioning if they want to push. Questioning is the Arc Star the choice. Is it worth going out there to risk their positioning for some of the resources? And to be honest, how desperate their positioning makes it questionable.
Looks like 0-0 has found himself someone downstairs. Peacekeeper in hand tries to get that. It's also choked, so that's going to hit real hard when it does. And he has some help from Red as well.
Red taking a very bad trade, but ends up committing all the way down below. And look at G2 actually getting punished here in the 1v3 push, trying to get the split pressure from 2 different angles, but it may have been biting off more than they can chew.
Yeah, you got to wonder, maybe a lack of coordination there to lose that. 1v3 on another player is knocked as well. That's coming in from Selly. As you see that come in, and we actually saw Joey Black out there from Chaos hit that knock on 0-0 with that longbow. So what we thought was a pretty good position here for G2, now is Red with no shield.
I think we have the answer as to why they didn't want to push out. Turns out everybody is looking at G2 pinched now in what feels like the center of the map. 40 seconds remain before they have to get themselves out of here. And with so many around them, I can't but feel like that is a optimistic perspective if they are going to aim for that.
Oh no, look downstairs here. That's going to be Joey Blackout. Then yes, indeed, I believe we are still going to see Rhett get that knock, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, Rhett does that. He becomes the kill leader with 3 kills, is getting the revive as well. So G2 finds themselves getting out of jail.
And think about if that kill happens any later. The amount of time it's going to take them to be able to heal up and restore is so long that they would have died to that circle. So great play coming out from G2. Now, Wyvern on the back end, though. Selly showing why he is one of the favorites of this tournament.
Oh boy, and look at that. The longbow, the Peacekeeper does come in there to get the knock with 55, and that's going to be an elim as well. We talk about Selly as just how talented he is mechanically. Certainly, you know, conversations we've had with players, a lot of people put him in the top 5 of the most mechanically talented players here at this event.
Yeah, I find it very, very interesting as a guy with a MOBA background to watch how these Korean teams are willing to perform, because they are very, very good in that avenue. But complexity here with the high ground advantage over the center of the map. We saw them earlier, but they are now struggling. Already down to 1 member, Reptar out. Mirko has managed to get out without the armor, but Gabe is losing his Q. Brings back the 301 right into the face and gets the knock on the Spirit.
Also grabs the beacon there. You see he's going to fly across. Great use of that Q to fly right in and land those 301 shots. I don't know if he missed a bullet there, as he has that real tight and is able to get that as well. Now we also see some action here for Fnatic NA in the kill feed. We'll keep an eye on that, as well as Muffins takes a double knock of his own.
Well done by Muffins, and it's very important to note there from Gabe Isman that he actually backtracked on the back end of that Q to make sure he got that skirmish, because if he kept walking, he was essentially signing his own death note. Very heads up play coming out from them, and now here at Love Gaming down below.
Let's start to talk about this final ring, Dread, where we are. We're right outside of Bunker here. Really River Center, and I will say, based on this ring location, I think it's safe to say that this game has been at a much faster pace than almost every game we saw at X Games.
Yeah, it is definitely at a faster pace here. And with the 13 people that we have, or 13 squads, if you will, remaining, this is going to get very tense as we break that 50-second threshold. Also, I want to keep in mind, whoever ended up winning that battle on the backside of Bunker that we tuned in the mid-game, if they've somehow managed to control Luminosity the entirety of this, they're in a pretty good position to dictate some of the decisions made on the back half of this circle.
Here's Crank up top. He gets a ton of damage taken in, though, so has to queue out. And now it looks like they also have Bunker Watsoned up, and there's a small fortress that they have here at Bunker.
And again, this is because of the victory that Luminosity got on the back end with that circle. I was talking, they built a dominion of safety, and they used it great.
Look at Wyvern, some great shots here coming out of Karampe. Now taking a look across. They're in an okay position here, but they're going to need to relocate pretty soon. We talk about that high ground battle right across the river and how generally, if you look across there, the team at the Bunker is going to have the ability to just circle back if they need to. So expect Luminosity to continue holding that ground down at Bunker.
I love the team shot focus attempt here from Wyvern as well. Throwing a few more out there at the distance house. Now we tune back in with Fnatic, finding themselves a couple of tangos here. Nice spray coming out. If he doesn't get that knock, he's already going to go down. The Wraith actually iframed, risked his own positioning and lost that shield.
Has to pop a bat. You saw all that damage and that team shot that's coming in from Luminosity over at Bunker. And now with that ring closing in, they're going to have to move. You see Spirit flying in as well. Going to heal up. Look at him still running white armor.
Great
Going to have to be careful. And look at the bottom mid. This is the best view we've had of maybe a 10 squads left fight as everyone is now converging on Bunker Town.
But the positioning advantage is now sitting in favor of Fame. The fact that they control this upper hand, they have the Watson down. No grenades are going to be a major threat for them. They can defend, they can hold, as long as they don't risk their positioning or peek out too long.
They need to be, I mean, Fame has claimed a single generator here that they're all hiding behind. They do need to be careful indeed. Of course, with that Watson ult up, they don't have to worry about grenades popping in. Now back on board with Spirit, who's continually having to heal. As look at those shots coming in from bottom Bunker. They have the high ground, but they're not going to be able to hold this for too long. Look how open they are.
But it's important to note that if Fnatic pushes towards the circle, they're going to be pinched here from Athame. But look at this on the other side. Athame has been pressured so heavily by Luminosity that it's not even going to matter. Fnatic is in a very, very tough moment here. They have some of the hardest decisions to make out of this final circle, but Luminosity and the Bunker boys need to find a way out.
And talk about a team that looks a little bit better shield and health-wise. That's going to be Wyvern. Look at them right here. They've got the nice angle. This is where you want to be. They've got a rooftop with full cover, and this piping here also helps them from that low ground.
Yeah, and the best thing about this final circle is there's not going to be too many opportunities for a final zipline. Some of the trees will enable that, and we'll see if anybody tries to take advantage of that. But for now, Wyvern really feel like they control this round 6 circle. Nobody can really make their way in here. And look at Fnatic Shiny just holding on to a miracle here, the last member alive on his squad.
Let's keep in mind, of course, playing for both placings and points. But let's go back to Wyvern here. As you see, they're starting to Watson up the roof. They've also got digital threats. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Karampe has a digital threat on his wingman and on his Peacekeeper, which is also choked. So they are in a great position here for the late game.
Ring closing, and this is when things are going to really start to get heavy here. Wyvern has a positional advantage here, but they need to make sure they get the shots out. They force themselves one iframe, top right there. You see the wingman dink it away. That's an easy knock. 5 squads now remain. Wyvern still maintaining control here over our Sentinel circle. Bring out the Peacekeeper, and he's going to establish balance there and easily get another knock. Now 4 here as Wyvern seem like they are just unstoppable, Bravo.
They really are, and it's great to see them here. They were one of the teams we talked about in the desk, one of the teams we've been talking about this week. And you got to be careful. Every time you back into that ring, you're getting a 25% tick here. So they cannot be too careful, as they have to make sure that their edges, that their backs are not too close to the edge of that ring. 4 squads left here, and look at the size of this. You have to think that right across this edge is going to be a battle at any moment.
We can assume that Fnatic ended up getting picked off at some point there. Look at Crank, my goodness. Almost no HP there. The med kit confirms. We'll end up going for a res opportunity. 16 on that, but I'm not sure that Wyvern is going to be merciful here once this finishes.
Absolutely not. It's a dangerous place to be, and you got to think that there's going to be some action bottom of that shack as well. Maybe at Bunker Town. We don't have an eye on exactly where all 4 squads are just left. We'll continue taking a look.
We need to start considering who is going to have a Wraith alive over this next circle and who is going to have their ultimate available, because if they have the portal, that is a massive Hail Mary that is almost necessary there for Crank and Luminosity, as they are still being chipped at
and that's
by
a
Wyvern.
Good chip. Take a look at this.
Yeah, and they also keep in mind that Wyvern probably hasn't been forced to use the Wraith portal because they've had positioning advantage, which means it's likely a resource for the final circle.
And LG is still trying to chip away in this 2v3, and some great shots coming out of the ult there for Crank. Look at his shields, though. Not a whole lot to play with, and you have to think, if Wyvern starts to hit a team shot, which is what they're about to push in and try to do, it's going to get dangerous here. And you talked about this. This is the portal Dread that you're talking about, that you expect to see a lot of this in the late game.
And it's very important to trace it as long as you possibly can, because it buys time. As you can see there, for every second he self-traces, but Karampe struggling on the back end of that.
I think he got dinged and also backed into the ring at the exact same time.
Yeah, talk about unlucky, but when you walk the line that closely, it could come back to bite you. Now can we see Parka provide enough breathing room to get that res, or is the circle now closing too problematic?
And let's go ahead and take a look now. JP2 and Crank, no shields for either of them. They got to fight in. Let's see if Crank can stay alive. It looks like he's trying to fight through. He will go down. That's going to be it. And now back over to Wyvern. 2 squads remaining here in the game.
Wyvern have the upper hand. They have the portal timer. You can see them taking it, not taking any of the damage. They have one person left, finally into the circle. They're trying to get the kill. Sally goes down. Parka goes down. No, they went out of the circle. Oh my goodness, they ended up losing. HSL clutch it out because of the sidestep out. What?
A 1v3, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to see the tape on the analyst desk, but HSL in a come-from-behind win against Wyvern.
They stepped outside the portal together. The portal has a cooldown timer, and it's out on that final circle. The tick damage so high that it wasn't enough to survive post that skirmish. And by the time they made it back, nobody damaged HSL enough. There was a one-man band.
So unbelievable moments there. You saw HSL the rush. As we take a look at exactly who it was Krems on HSL. He's their Wraith. Of course, HSL, a team hailing from Croatia, Sweden, Finland. They've got some it's a whole sorts of talent on that team, but it's Krems in the end who stays down low shack. They didn't know where he was. I don't know how they were checking low sooner, but in the end, wins a 1v3, and I cannot wait to see the tape from their point of view.
Yeah.
You and I have been so excited to see how that first match is going to go. I got to say, that first match here in Poland, completely different than every game we've seen at the X Games.
Yep.
And absolutely insane. We had a full moment, 10 seconds or so, where it was 2 squads remaining. We almost saw none of that at X Games. And a final ring that we also have not seen in a lot of competitive play. So amazing stuff here in our game number 1.
Yeah, I think the circle deviation is definitely the major one that I would highlight. It's very different than what we have seen in a majority of formal Apex Legends final circles. But I'm still in awe, and I know we're going to be revisiting it more over the replay itself. But again, we talked about, okay, so we're highlighting the self-trace onto that portal from Wyvern, right?
Yep.
They set it towards the center circle where they know the final circle is going to be.
And it was there. It was in the right spot.
Perfect. It was exactly where it needed to be. But by both taking the portal, you and I both know that for some reason when we slide together into a portal, we don't go together, right? And that timing in between that usually means that you're going to take circle tick damage if it's not done far enough apart. And I can't help but feel like that's what we saw from Wyvern. They go back to the circle side. They're stacked on top of one another, and that means when they go back, one loses the 1v1, the other dying to the circle.
And I have to give you so much credit because we talked about this exact scenario yesterday. When we're talking about final Wraith portals, when we're talking about setting those up and also the zigzagging and circling to make sure that that portal distances as long as it can. You talked about the delay and that teams need to worry about that. Also, of course, didn't help that we saw LG fighting with no shields. When that, I don't even know exactly who it was on Wyvern, might have been Parka, backs up, takes damage, backs into the ring, also gets knocked. Obviously, that first knock, something they didn't expect, and that started kind of the downhill spiral for them.
Absolutely. I would go back and look at that tape if I'm Wyvern, and I say, we lost this game because of some choices that we didn't need to make. And I'd be looking at going, how can we change that into game number 2?
Absolutely amazing stuff, and I personally cannot wait to see the replay, especially from the HSL side of what Krems was up to there. Guys on the desk, cannot wait to hear your thoughts. Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter, over to you.
Thanks so much, Bravo. So much to break down after that one. I had the chills. You guys are losing your mind. Somehow we're still alive and breathing, but what a finish to that game. There's a lot to analyze. I want to talk about the last 2 minutes because that was the most unbelievable finish to a game I've seen so far in Apex.
I mean, that was definitely the biggest reversal we've seen because we were watching right throughout the majority of that mid-game Wyvern just taking fight after fight after fight and coming out ahead. There was a little bit of a scary moment there where they were trading away with Quasar, but after that, it looked like they were just running the field. And then at the end there, it comes down to 3 teams, LG, HSL. We didn't even know HSL was still alive, but Krems and Freshie were there.
I keep turning to you guys, who's the third team? Who's the third team?
We were asking the same thing. We were yelling over here.
And look, you guys can see the replay on screen right now, of course, throughout that. But what a finish from HSL. Somehow manages to stay alive and somehow performs and comes out on top. You see the reaction as well and some player comms there. But really, that was Wyvern's game to lose in so many ways.
It was also partially just the patience that HSL had, right? They didn't show their hand. They were inside that building. Wyvern should have known that someone was there, but it looked like HSL took their time. They allowed Wyvern and LG to actually engage each other first before they made a move, and that's the best move that you can make, especially here in the end game.
However, I feel like the amount of kills that Wyvern was able to pull down in this game kind of makes up for the fact that they ended up taking second versus first.
1,000%.
They
3-point
slayed
difference.
out the entire time. They killed 15?
I think that's a low estimate. I think that's a low estimate at this point.
Jeez.
It was ridiculous. It was so many different teams, and so I think that small point discrepancy between first and second is actually not even going to play a role for them right now, moving forward into game 2 and 3.
It's a great start, and we were talking about like game number 1 really setting the pace for the rest of the other matches, right? Going into game number 2, game number 3, now they're a little bit more comfortable. If they want, they can slow it down, play more conservative, and get that first place finish if they really wanted to be able to cement their way into the next round of matches.
Yeah, I mean, the key storyline we talked about in the pregame show was, will Wyvern's W key tendencies work? Will their aggression work? Will their 200-plus ping online play translate to land?
I
Well,
mean,
think
I don't want to say that I called it.
Yeah, the prediction queen, which, by the way, if you remember pre-X Games, I remember a little video clip where you predicted TSM to win.
Maybe.
You predicted NRG to flop a little bit.
Maybe.
And now you're predicting Wyvern to go
I don't know what
bigger.
happened.
So far,
Maybe
so
I'm
good.
just getting lucky here.
Yeah, luck.
The prophet.
Luck. Okay. The VR prophet.
The glitter
over here.
prophet, yeah.
Yeah, the glitter prophet. All right, let's get that trending real quick. At Glitter Explosion on Twitter. You got to get that going. But honestly, an amazing performance from Wyvern. Their W key performance shows strong. They slay out. They hit at least 15-plus kills, as you mentioned. We'll, of course, update you guys with stats throughout the entire tournament as we can. But a great performance from them. And they make it to late game. What's really interesting, and I know we can't nitpick too much because you made a great point, second and first place, is it a big difference? But they didn't check for HSL. They didn't. I mean, they were so kind of one-track minded, focused on LG, who was backs against the wall. They're most likely going to die anyways. They didn't think to realize there's another squad in this game. We got to go big.
I think the fact that, they didn't hear anyone really,
silent.
right? They're thinking maybe it's just a solo we don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
You don't expect a full 3-man squad to be in that corner in that building.
I thought it was a solo.
We all thought it was a solo.
We all thought it was a solo.
Yeah, I mean, true that. It wasn't necessarily what Wyvern did horribly wrong, but what HSL did right, which is literally, when you're in that position, and you've probably all been there playing online in stream, stay quiet. Don't move a step, and really, really just let those two teams engage. Let those two teams fight. Don't show your hands.
And crucially, it was that knock by LG, right? Karampe, he was going for that Wraith play, and he accidentally stepped out into the ring, took 1 tick of damage, and he was gone. It makes it a 2v2 for LG versus Wyvern at that point. Going for a res at that close distance is way too risky for them, and so everything was just working out perfectly for HSL.
It really did.
Yeah, that's true. And, again, you don't want to bash Wyvern too much because they had a great performance, but it's a great point. 2 knocks to Storm, and really, we talk about it being their game to lose, and they did everything in their power to lose that game. It almost felt like they had 18 shield batteries we saw, or shield cells, I can't remember which one it was. They had a huge opportunity
really
to
good
take that one, but ultimately, second place, so many kills, they're in a great spot. HSL comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tale of 2 different teams, especially for LG and Wyvern, right? You were talking about how Wyvern had plenty of shield cells. On the opposite end, LG had nothing to work with except for the Watson pylon.
Yep, which was a little bit rough right there at the end for them. When they made that push, they weren't even full health. They knew they were at a disadvantage, and that was just kind of the only play they could make at that point. They were also already down, man, and
yeah.
At that point, you just try to go for whatever. You have to push out into open ground. When we saw that circle, we knew that it was going to be there at River Center. We didn't know it was going to pull towards bunker because we rarely see that, like Wade had mentioned over by the casters, right? We very rarely see that. We see it pull more towards the south, towards Godspot just a little bit. Never really just outside of bunker there.
Yeah, that's a great point. And again, to defend LG, not much they can do in that situation.
Yeah.
1 knocked, somehow manages
Fnatic
to
took out, I believe... was it Fnatic? Took out someone from LG, I believe, just before that.
Yeah,
Fnatic was doing well for a large chunk of that game, so I'm sure you were happy to see that, John.
Boys from Fnatic,
I was happy to see it, honestly.
I mean, we talk about hard rotates and how they love to hard rotate. Well, they only had to take like a block, a block walk there, right? From containment up a little hill, and then there we go. They were set. And they were actually doing a good job. They had the equipment to actually use that high ground well because they were going for that long range like we saw a lot of people going for the longbows. And then from there, they were able to just pick away at different fights that were going on and basically 360 degrees around them and get a few eliminations here or there. And so I feel like this might have actually just propelled them forward. We already know that Fnatic's a squad that can do well, and now they've already got a good start in game number 1.
Absolutely. I think all the teams that we've been talking about here have done a really good job setting themselves up to be really successful moving forward for the next 2 games. Whereas some of the teams that got knocked out earlier, now we're going to start seeing, is there that potential for those teams to start being a little bit more aggressive to hopefully ensure their safety through winner's bracket, or are they kind of thrown off their game now to the point where they play conservative?
Yeah, we had a lot of fighting here in the early game.
Yeah,
this was Athame actually getting a kill, I believe. Krollo goes down is what happens, actually. Yeah, there we go. As that Pathfinder. And interestingly enough, we actually had a few resurrections coming out throughout this match. I believe at one point there were 57 players left, and then at one point it became 59 again. Because two players were able to get res back later.
104.
Yeah, early on, too. Surprised no one jumped on that or picked up an opportunity. And interesting that we did get the res come through clean to start. Not a lot of very early game fights, a lot of mid game fights. We saw the opportunity where G2, we will have it on replay here, G2 was able to somehow survive. Last member alive for G2 clutches up in that fight, gets the revive going. I was about to get ready to roast them for their decision to make a roster change, and they recovered very, very well. Shout out to G2 and their performance. But Wyvern, again, slaying out. Unbelievable performance. 2 kills already here for Parka, and they just continue to do that. And then the team I really wanted to talk about was LG. Really a team we didn't really talk about much in the pregame. They showed up. Perhaps the Dark Horse tournament doesn't get enough recognition or respect on their name. They turned up this first game.
LG were really able to hold that bunker strong, and that was honestly one of the power positions to actually have. Here we go. Shiny trying his best to wrap this out. Tries to track him with that Arc Star, but he's going to go down at 6.
Wyvern just on top, melting people from afar there. Shiny did get taken out in that scenario. Picked up some limbs, and here we go towards Endgame.
Parka took too much damage there. That's what Wade was talking about over at the caster's desk, where if you're trying to do this, you got to make sure that you actually stagger who goes through. But Parka right there took about 2 ticks of damage. That's 2 ticks too much.
And you saw it right there in your screen. He has a member of HSL dead in his scope, goes for the shot, accidentally W keys back into the portal. I believe it was an accident or a misplay. Who knows? Portal's out of the circle, back into the fray, and ends up getting taken out.
Yeah, I think he would have been fine if he didn't end up doing that the second time.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Ended up costing them for sure. But again, keep saying it, a great performance from Wyvern in terms of kills and total performance overall. Any other teams stand out to you guys in particular that didn't make it to that top 3?
I think they're actually, Complexity was doing well for themselves for a good chunk of time there.
Kills early.
Yep. I mean, their rotation really coming in behind Fnatic at that point. I think, slow playing the edge could have really worked out for them, especially right now when so many more teams are fighting than we were expecting in the mid game.
Which, that was all I wanted. That's what I was hoping for. I wanted that aggression, the mid-game aggression. Even maybe we'll see a little bit of early game aggression as well. But I'm happy with how first match went so far.
Yeah, you heard a lot of players talking big game in the pregame kind of show or segment we showed you, where they're talking about all we do is W key. We're aggressive. We're going to stay aggressive. Sometimes that doesn't show up on LAN. It definitely did here. I think Gabe was the one of Complexity that was continuing to say they're going to W key everyone. You saw some aggression from them early, so completely agreed, Glitter. The early aggression really showed. Was great to see, but really, the amount of replays, the amount of clips, the amount to talk about from that first match is really unmatched. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the command center. Blaze, Nate, you guys still breathing over there? How's it going?
It's crazy, man. This game was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
So many things were happening at the end, and we're trying to follow all the action, but
it really was. It was all the teams were up after the third circle. You still had 20 teams alive, and being right outside that river center, outside the bunker, we saw all that action fold down. So we do have the last play for you guys on the screen. Now, the 3 teams, go ahead and play that for us, Nate. The 3 teams that was left alive in this situation was LG, Wyvern, and HSL. Now, the teams, they didn't realize that HSL was hiding at the corner of this house right up under them the entire time. So we're going to start to see this engagement unfold towards here, and still 3 teams alive at this point. And you're going to start to see these guys in the corner, and hey, they're just being patient, waiting for them.
And that's the craziest part. These 2 teams getting engaged, hiding against each other, but HSL underneath that building the entire time. This whole final circle phase is happening.
We're going to have a little freeze frame towards you guys at the end, and you can almost kind of see them over here towards the corner, just waiting for all this action to unfold. Now, Nate, get ready to pause that over there as we get on over, because we're going to see them right in the window. There you go. I got it going on back here. Let's see. Right in the corner, super sneaky. Look at them over here. Folks, they just got to be quiet, waiting for that last and final moment. Going to play this clip on through, and then you're going to see Crims. He gets that final kill. He's going to race out that building. He's going to get a knock there on Selly and finish up the last guy. 15 seconds, that's the knock on Selly, and boom, the heal is going to be able to put out that last and final damage. And HSL, they get it done.
Some great turtle strategies that we've seen a little bit of. Luminosity, I mean, one of the reasons they made it this far in this round, we saw them holding up in the bunker, but boy,
and they got there early on. They had such a good drop. Them in North, I thought North was going to last a little bit longer than what they did, but hey, good for them. When I actually came on over, I sat on a bus with Crims, and we were talking about the tournament, about who was winning the first match. I'm pretty sure he didn't think that that's how the first match was going to go down.
All I'm going to say is you get the circle that ends by the bunker, that long in the game,
you good.
I dream of Noxus traps.
They should have
all
picked,
over.
They should have picked Caustic, guys.
All over.
Okay, look at it. They hit the perfect circle for it. All right, John, take it back.
Thank you, Blaze. Appreciate it, guys. Always some expert analysis from y'all. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about some of the other teams in that pool. Of course, great to see how the action broke down. Hilarious to see those three camping in the corner and surviving and winning the game. But I want to talk about some teams that perhaps you expected to perform well, maybe didn't have a great match one. They're going to look to bounce back in match two. Any teams stand out for you guys?
I was really hoping to see some bigger plays coming out of Third Impact.
Well said. Bigger plays.
Yeah, I had high hopes for them. They are another team that has a ton of VR background and history and a lot of success in those other titles, and I was kind of hoping that I could see something come out of that. I mean, to be fair, it's only game one. Everyone's warming up a little bit. It could have just been a bad game, but I'm still holding out high hopes for Third Impact.
Yeah, Jamerson, anyone in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, another team that I was looking at was North. Mandy, Taishin, and Nook. They have a substitute coming in for that squad, for Matafi. But, they had early position at the river's end, but it looked like a lot of teams were rotating through there. I mean, we have to talk about kind of the pacing of the game, right? Because at X Games, by the end of the first ring, about 6 people on average were dead. Here, though, we had no one dying until about the third ring, really. I mean, we even had people getting res back into this. And by the time we were in the third ring, it was still 57 people alive on the field. And so when you get to that mid game where a lot of people are running through River's End, and we saw, especially over at the High Desert area, or not the High Desert, but the Golden Sands area, coming through there, a lot of teams were just funneling in. And so it was just a all-out brawl.
It was, yeah, and that's one of the things you got to love about Apex is, of course, mid-game you're going to see some fights take place. You're not going to wait till very last few circles for fights to take place. And then end-game, it's going to end with a bang every single time. There's sometimes not much of an opportunity to camp or to hide right there. Obviously, we saw some great gunfire coming from LG, staying alive against Wyvern, which back against the wall, all credit to them. The amount of damage that they were able to do over Wyvern in that situation was great. But something you got to love about Apex is that late-game and end-game fights.
I mean, it was kind of what I wanted to happen for that specific endgame. I think I was actually pretty surprised with how quickly people kind of cleared out right before that final ring. I think there were a lot of teams that did a good job taking the edge fights before they had to fully push into that final little pin drop circle, and it helped really give Wyvern and LG a little bit of breathing room to kind of get themselves in that top 3 position.
Yeah, once Wyvern was able to clear out that area, just east of containment by the labs or, science around that hill, they were basically free, right? Their biggest issue getting through that rotation was Quasar. They traded with them, but they were ultimately able to win that fight, get everyone back into it, and then making their way down south into River Center was fairly easy for them, while a lot of teams, like we saw, Complexity and Fnatic and LG, were fighting for that bunker side, and I think that's what really helped Wyvern get into position there for that final ring.
Yeah, solid plays in attempt from Quasar coming from South America as they did trade, but ultimately got taken out early in that one. One team in particular that you pointed out early as a team to watch was Triumph. We didn't see a whole lot for them. Do you expect them to bounce back in game 2?
Yeah, I mean, Triumph was just one of the teams that were kind of in the way of Wyvern throughout all of this, and it was very unfortunate because, you have Wyvern right in front of you, and then you also had Fnatic that were actually just peppering away at them from that hill. And so it's very difficult to try and win that fight out in the best of conditions at that point, up against Wyvern. And then you also have another team poking at you. So we'll see. Maybe Triumph have a different kind of take on game number 2.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think what's so interesting about the Wyvern style of play is exactly what we expected for them. They delivered on. Very aggressive, high kills, and actually turns out they ended up, you're spot on there, 16 kills, one above 15, very close. 16 kills and 25 points already for Wyvern.
I think they're pretty much set.
That's insane. Like, do they even have to worry about game 2 and 3 at this point? Like,
if
obviously,
they get a top 5
you can
finish,
play safe, and you're fine.
Yep, honestly,
with that type of a start.
That's a great call out. They're sitting pretty right there in first place. However, let's see how fast they can get to 50 because we all know the championship final format, which we talked about, is going to be your ability to get to 50 points and then win the game after. If I'm Wyvern, I'm playing this like a championship final. I'm trying to get ready for what's going to be a potential marathon in the championship final.
That's actually a very important point that I wasn't considering at all. And honestly, at this point, they could go for that again. They can go for, the complete aggression, just completely lead foot on the gas and make sure you just mow down the entire competition. Because 16 eliminations in these kinds of lobbies, that's kind of unheard of.
It really is, which is why I was shocked that was the number that you ended up coming back with. Yeah. But it also gives them the opportunity to almost have testing ground.
Exactly.
For what they're going to be doing for the finals, because you can't lose any points. It's not that they can't take them away. They already have them. So game 2 could easily just be them being like, all right, well, we're kind of sitting pretty. We can, ensure ourselves in winner's bracket for game 3, but for game 2, let's try X, Y, and Z.
That's a great point. That's another great interesting point. At that point, you're almost treating this like a scrim lobby, or ability to practice, try new things here on LAN at a tournament, and testing grounds for Wyvern here, as they have not only winners bracket round 1, they have winners bracket round 2 after that, 3, and then of course the championship finals. They got a lot of testing ground opportunity, especially if they keep performing at that rate. Halfway to 50. Is there any shot they could get 50 points in 2 games?
I mean, if they're already at 25, you just need 12.5, right? At that point, they could get 5 kills and then a top 5 finish, and then they're good, right? In both of their games. And so this is a very, very, I think, doable thing for them. I think it's pretty much out of question that they don't move on.
It's just crazy to think about, though. We're match 1, game 1, and we're already like, well, they might be able to pull it out.
Yep.
Crazy. I mean, the fact that they're the points leader after not winning game 1, just only taking second, that's a statement in itself.
It says it all right there. Of course, if you're just tuning in and maybe seeing this Wyvern squad for the very first time, they're a team hailing from South Korea, competing against some of the top North American and European teams right now. It's been a key storyline that we've been looking out for is, does North America dominate? How does Europe do? Of course, we saw TSM win on top at the X Games. Can Wyvern do it here at the Preseason Invitational? Well, game 2 is ready to go. The match is locked and loaded. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Bravo and Dreadnought, who called a great game 1 for game number 2.
Thanks so much, Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter as well for the breakdown. Bravo back with Dreadnought. And Dread, you and I have been poring over the stats.
Yeah.
Unbelievable result in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance coming out from Wyvern. There were a lot of concerns and questions around the South Korean teams and how well they would end up performing. Kind of alluded to, my background has been known to very much respect those players very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And I think Wyvern put up a darn good argument for it in game 1.
Yeah, we heard talk about, they haven't played, they're used to playing with this ping. How are they going to do on LAN?
Yeah.
They did just fine, right? 25 points on the board for them. We got to talk about not only do they have 25 points on the board, right? Losing that last late game, it's going to matter a lot on Sunday.
Yeah.
Being given the format, you have to win the game to win the tournament. However, today they're sitting pretty, 25-17, but we're ready to jump right in to game number 2 here. Match 2 of 3 for Group A. If you're just joining us here, Wyvern with an amazing performance there. 25 points on the board for them. HSL with 17, and it's a huge gap to third. Luminosity Gaming, the next closest, is going to be LG and Love tied at 9.
And I think that is a big enough gap within those that we can start looking at this outside of the case of Wyvern having an absolutely devastating opener here in game number 2, that they are setting the tone of who is fighting for, second and third within this place. They are looking very, very good. That being said, at the end of the day, the benchmark that matters most is, are you top 10? So some of these players can maybe lose some of that fear, kind of breathe a little bit easy, knowing that you don't have to necessarily be better than Wyvern, you just got to be better than everybody else.
It's true. As we see, it's going to be a real race, potentially for third, if we see similar performances for Wyvern and the HSL side. Keep in mind, also want to point out, the next closest kills to Wyvern's 16 was 6. G2 and Gambit tying for 6 kills.
Man.
That's a 10-kill difference in between first and second. That's incredible. Let's go ahead and check in with Blaze and Nate at the command center. Guys, what are you seeing here across the map?
Thank you, guys. We coming in with all the drops, keeping in mind the team that was able to pick up that first dub, HSL, they landed over at the cage, getting that big high round to start off. We got a circle all the way up northwest, so looking to see the adjustments over there. Any surprise drops over here for you?
No
Blaze?
surprise drops just yet. I think we do see Wyvern towards that south tower. Fnatic doing what Fnatic does best. They're going to be over there towards the containment area for free. And so far, no close engagements. Everybody wants to play it safe. You're seeing how well Wyvern did in the first round, and all these teams trying to make up some points. In classic meta, once again, Pathfinder, Wraith, Watson across the board.
Yeah, every single team coming up there. We got Luminosity. Actually, a lot of the similar drops going back towards that air base. So nothing changing up too much as we get into our next game. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Nate. And Blaze as well for getting us a little bit of a look at that. You also saw, we just saw Wyvern there at Repulsor and Hydrodam, and they are going to have a long road.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trek considering it is such a northwestern circle, kind of hinting up towards that slums or runoff kind of section here. We'll figure it out as the game moves on and we find ourselves more towards that round number 3. But at the aim here from the southern angle, and a bit of a coral here coming out from 2 spines as Quasar Generation Red find themselves in it.
Not trying to look, of course, a little bit of high ground here, so they're going to have an opportunity to maybe try to get a little bit of a team shot in there, and they're going to just continue moving dead west. And looks like maybe going to opt to disengage, but they are still pinging, so maybe still going to head in here.
They're in a situation where right now the circle is forgiving, right? They, in terms of damage, rotations, everything else, they don't need to make this transition towards the northern half if they would like to opt out of it. So I think that's a good point that you bring up, right? They're by no means under that pressure point circumstance where things are do and or die.
Yep, and we might see potentially here, as we see Complexity here, artillery tunnels are going to maybe circle back, but it looks like instead they are going to be heading south. So they'll probably be out of the tunnel by the time that we would see any sort of push through two spines into artillery proper.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see, as you see, Complexity is already kind of spinning down into that upper part of Destroyed Cascade. So unlikely, that we're going to see any battle there, as they're going to go ahead and head over now to Watchtower North.
Biggest thing to note here is some of the loadout when looking at Complexity, though they did get that artillery tunnel, and it has a lot of supply crates. Sometimes the supply crates, because of the rarity, is not necessarily that easy to walk away feeling good about yourself. The armor circumstance is pretty good, but I can't help but feel like a Havoc in P2020 leaves something to be desired in terms of that loadout.
Even though we do see the hop up on the 2020, I was going to say very rarely do you see a Havoc 2020 period in a loadout. Yeah. So you have to imagine that he's going to be looking for some more goodies as well. Now on board with Noted.
Bit of a different tail on his loadout. Oh, look at this, though. Found himself inside.
Oh, boy.
Easy swap over to the EVA 8. That's going to be the first knock, but it will not be the last. Thirst that one out, finds one. The ping's going down on the outside. We see the Wraith portal. We see the Wraith Q. No, actually, that was the portal animation. And look at this. They're just time's up. Let's do this.
They're going in, and when you see that portal, and it's now going to be a 3v1, they're going to fly right in here towards the outside of two spines. And that should be it. Yes, indeed. As they're going to go ahead and get that limb as well.
Very well done.
And steal all the goodies.
Now Pistello, only member alive here from his team, and you can see he's nearly just forfeited over their lives. There is no attempt to be able to recover the banner. He's just going to be noping out of here and playing that one man. Essentially what we got out of Fnatic in the last round, right? Once you're left alone, how long can I just hide and survive and rely on some of those placement points?
Right, your two options there, of course, are really just surviving by placement points, and maybe, just maybe, you'll have an opportunity for a third party if the circumstances allow it here. And of course, Pastillo, hailing from Mexico. Got to talk about so many countries represented at this event. Not only do we have so many teams here, so much money on the line, but also, really, it's our first opportunity to see so many teams from around the globe meeting up here across so many different lobbies. It's going to be a fantastic 3 days of Apex.
Yeah, and I think it's even cooler, especially that we not only get representation from all over, but I can't help but feel like with the X Games, a lot of people felt like it was North American weighted, and we know there are so many Apex European fans. So the fact that, kind of bringing it to home turf, giving easy opportunity for that success there, but clearly, leaving our doors open for anyone and everyone who wanted to prove that they can get that champion screen.
Absolutely, of course. Australian teams here, teams who have traveled many miles, many of them 9,000 plus to get here.
And bad respect for any Australian competitors. There's such a difficult travel situation.
Forget the ping. Yeah, the travel too. You're going a long way no matter what, whether that's over an internet connection or on a plane. You're going to have to take a long way to get here. Now checking in with Love, and some good stuff here as we see. Although they have lost legit Lolly, a 99 and a longbow here for Fury.
Yeah,
also purple shears here for Rondon, yeah.
Here's a longbow out in the distance there, kind of poking and prodding for those caves on the right-hand side, trying to deter this respawn attempt. He's going to be pressed and held onto. Honestly, that's going to be a tale we'll get the answer to a little bit later here. But now, Luminosity with the slums.
Yep, and it's going to be tricky here. LG's in, to be honest, not too dissimilar of a situation that we saw in game number 1.
And it's important to note that that respawn, if it actually happens, denies the slum opportunity for the res later on for Luminosity there.
Yeah, look at that. Nice 301 there. Golden Barrel stabilizer. Now moving down here towards the Watchtower again is Gambit Esports. We saw a good rally from them in that first game. Shots coming through.
Yeah, shots from behind there, actually. That's very difficult for them to be able to deal with. We see the Wraith portal kind of coming out. Now Gambit sitting here still at the Watchtower North, sitting right outside that circle, but does have a Wraith portal if necessary. Seems like Sunset receiving a bit of damage there. And we take our way onto that portal. Man, that was, talk about a bit of a clickbait there. Yep. I needed the closure of that portal take.
We saw a little bit of Gambit with some early success there in that game, but they did end up placing, looks like 14th. With 6 kills, so a little bit less to be desired, and that does put them in 7th place currently. You can now switch over here to Complexity. They've got a nice Watchtower set up here, looking over containment.
Biggest thing to highlight, though, the 30 ammo left there for Mirko. That is not enough ammo in a wingman to be like, we're okay with this high ground. Do you debatably want to get into a range that you know you'll be able to hit the shots? Yes, being able to kind of just fling them at your opponent from this distance is the normal play, but it is, again, not an option.
And here it goes. They're going to zip in. You saw the play call coming, and they're going to fly in here to this rooftop and start to bust some doors down. We'll go ahead and check in on that battle again if it does heat up. But now, back over here. Taking a look at Balan G, Fjellern and Forsaken here on the Third Impact side.
Yeah, Third Impact was actually receiving pressure from the exact same angle that we saw before. It could be that Third Impact was actually the team shooting at that res attempt earlier based on the positioning we see them now. Still taking a couple of shots there from the low ground, but it wasn't going to be enough to be too lethal here onto them yet.
Certainly should have been able to escape that. Indeed. Now over to Triumph Gaming. Who's sitting up there at artillery, and these are some far longbow shots trying to connect. None of those just yet, as we're checking in again with Fnatic North America, and they're doing what we expect them to do, Dread, right? They're getting that positioning. It's a nice knock that comes in from Spirit.
And it's very important to note this positioning is genius coming up from Fnatic. I'll talk about it a little bit more, but for now, focus onto some of these shots coming through. They did break the armor onto the second target. It feels like everyone is just honing in on anyone trying to maintain that high ground. Arcstar goes out another 52.
Look at that!
And that's a whole squad
Are you kidding me? Look at that kill feed. Spirit lighting it up there. Amazing longbow shots. Take a look at his face as well.
Was #1 team from last game eliminated here by Fnatic. Well done here. Clean showing, and again, why we expected them to be one of the lookout rosters of Group A.
I mean, you called it perfectly, Dread. They could not have asked for a better position there, and also Spirit with that sight line. Of course, he hits those longbow shots, makes them count, and now also the kill leader with 4 kills. So still 19 squads left, but that was a fantastic first wipe we just saw.
And what if I told you it only gets better for Fnatic? Because when we look at the next circles and what is going to be a problem when it comes to high ground point, there's one major problem, and that is the center point where we saw them already shooting. They have the counter angle to the best high ground slot over our circle right now, and that is great. Again, showing those big brain plays. But back to the tunnel.
Yep, now more Veinless. He's here trying to face west. They're looking to hopefully at some point exit this tunnel, but right now they've got a lot of resistance towards the southwest, trying to exit to destroyed Cascades. They're going to have to fight together to get out, and they know that they have a limited amount of time with that ring closing in about 45 seconds.
Yeah, and the only other way they can make this out is essentially opting out, using the Pathfinder zip to make sure that they get to high ground and kind of go out with that wider rotation. Look at this. We're going to go ahead and push, though. Couple of shots.
Yep, shots coming in there. They're going to have to avoid cover nades coming in as well. They're being forced into these fences, and it looks like still shots coming through. Veinless is the first one to get knocked. That's going to be dangerous now. JMW and Graceful going to have to make this count in this 2v3.
Yeah, and that was a very big misstep there from Veinless, and the fact that nobody else is taking pressure, and he was in a position just to get knocked. Already down here. The rest of the team trying to defend off of him here, kind of thwart them back. Shots go through. Purple armor is looking like it's an optimal situation for the other side. Graceful gotta go ahead and lay the portal. Looks like the answer is to get out as fast as we can, but I don't think they will.
He's gonna also slide down. That's gonna give him some good distance here, and that Alim's gonna come in on Forsaken. Let's see if he can stay alive here. Just about no health left as well. That portal has gone down. You have to wonder if JMW has already taken it. Looks like Graceful will get knocked. Here's JMW. He has taken that portal. He has gotten down. He's gonna have to continue now. Of course, in a potentially 1v3, maybe there's even more.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a page out of Mr. Deeds Butler here. He's got to be very, very sneaky, sir, because this is so difficult.
I was going to say now he's going to, of course, we're still in early days, so he's going to be able to pop some bats. He's going to be able to take this damage. Hopefully has some meds as well. Yes, 6 in the pocket, so he can take this slow. He's going to hope that the team doesn't try to fly through to force that Alim. Certainly an option for that.
Yeah, that is the biggest thing here. And I honestly don't even know if he manages to find the banners, whether or not it's a safe choice going forward to even look for that res opportunity. 17's team still alive here with around 3 posted up. We'll see what he opts into. But either way, I think, you know, if we haven't painted it clear enough, guys, it's a dour situation for Triumph Gaming.
Talk about all the places you would not want to be stuck into a choke. Artillery tunnel would be one of them.
That's a select fire havoc out there. What is this? Just right on by.
Not something you see flying across the map every day. Now checking in with Complexity, who's fighting bottom containment as well. And they look pretty good here in the way of armor. 99 and a wingman for Mirko.
Such an interesting element, too, considering we've been so focused on the longbow meta, and we know that's something we're going to see continuously outward. Earlier, I was talking about the Scout as an ammunition opportunity in a different direction, but also the Havoc with Select Fire could debatably meet that argument, too. But back with the longbow here, Love and Fury still with that waterfall, and look at, they got the res. They actually made it happen.
Absolutely, bringing him back, of course. Opportunities in the early game and even bits of the mid game, depending on really where that ring is headed to get those res, but they make it count. Legit Lolly Going to be on white armor right now, so going to have to be a little bit careful, but that longbow is going to allow him to keep a distance and also pop some shots now.
Portal out.
Back over to Fury.
Maybe going for an armor grab, armor swap even if they could.
And this is
pressure.
They're underneath. That's fantastic. They're able to get out and back up because that low ground looks like right now within the sights of at least 2 teams.
Yeah, and again, that's sitting right next to where those Fnatic shots were coming through, and you see all those Watson signs? That's where Fnatic is posted up. They have such a good position. Again, they could have transitioned outward. No, they're still just residing here in such a dominant fashion over this circle.
Yeah, your residing is right. Fnatic has set up shop. They have no intent of leaving, and look at this now. As we go over to Alliance, they're going to fly through as we see some action flying across the more open side of the maps. Golden Sands through Oasis, but right now Alliance going to just circle right back into pit and watch their back.
And so I understand the decisioning over the positioning of Alliance right here, but this is one of my least favorite places to ever be. This circle is going to be okay once it closes in, but once you get past the circle, if anybody is doing that on any of the other pillars of pit, you can call it a day there if you did not win that fight. So I like to see that they rotated out, realizing that pit's going to be a bit more pressure.
All right, we are headed now to runoff, and this is where Action is going to head. Very different game at this point. In the last game, we certainly were a little bit closer to that 15 squads left, but 16 squads left, so we do see it's going to be a bleed out there for Crosshair Red. They are going to be out. And also, Wyvern into some trouble, and it looks like, yes, they will be wiped as well. So, fantastic game one from Wyvern, but that will be the end of them. They will fall here. Now, as you see, like 14 squads remaining. And now on board with Gabe on the complexity side.
Yeah, though HSL was first place in terms of placement, the fact that Wyvern first overall and that they're out at squad number 15.
And you have to wonder, Dread, how many kills they have on the board.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel like it's going to be not near the pretty tale we got from them last time. It's a bit of a Grimm Brothers version of this fairy tale here.
Now taking a look at Fury, and absolutely nothing in the way of shields, no meds. And he's going to have to try to find something, and that is going to be a nice little armor swap for him.
So thankful that that didn't have any damage on it. If that had been from a past teammate or something like it could have been a tough situation there. That wasn't going to be already pre-looted here. Wingman shots now out from Gambit. Connects with one. Grenade, though. Going to force him to reposition.
Going to pop right up with a grapple. Hits for 76. Broken. Trying to finish here. Yes, indeed. Able to get a last-second shot off. And also going to pop a bat to go right back to full gold shields.
And it's very important that Gambit thwarts off that team that they're already looking at. They need to win this skirmish down to man. They have to fight outward and then consider the center circle. You can't consider Fnatic or anybody with that positional advantage right now. So I'd like to see them be a bit more aggressive as you see that back-to-back wingman. Easy knock there, cleaning up shop. And Gambit Gaming now you need to set your focus to Fnatic.
And what a show here from Sign. He's not done yet. Going to try to also get this final limb as well, and they're going to continue pushing. Right now, it looks like some still contesting along the truck, and they should be able to get this as well on a team shot. Little Q there.
My sweet prince.
And the Peacekeeper hits for 8 from the back, but they should be able to close on this pretty easily.
Yeah, and the fact that it was only 11 on that wingman, or excuse me, on that Peacekeeper is pretty surprising. It's important to know that Gambit might get a little bit hasty now because this kill should not have been this difficult. And if they're willing to risk their position and get into Fnatic just to be able to get that one kill, that could be the beginning of the end. We will find out here as we trans over to Team Liquid White.
Taking a look here, Ruski. Poppins themselves has lost both teammates in the situation we talked about earlier, Dread. You know, what do you do here as a solo? Do you just simply try to play for a little bit of positioning and play squirmy and squirrely? Do you try to get some third-party opportunities if they allow themselves? You have to think you go for the former. It's certainly...
You got to squirrel. You got to squirrel. You got to just be as good of a rodent as you can possibly be. I don't know if there's a faster, feistier rodent than a squirrel, but if not, be that one.
Yeah, whichever one.
I need you to be that one.
Yeah, you need to be that one. Potentially take a look at some kind of encyclopedia or guide that could give you the guidance on exactly which type of rodent you need to be. But here we go, checking in now, way up north here in slums, and this is going to be potentially a lot of interior battles here and a lot of elevation on these finals.
Yeah, and also a lot of Peacekeeper flank opportunities. This leads to a lot of tough decision making that if you are not, oh man, almost a concern there for a moment, but if you are not comfortable with the entire landscape and understanding how to deal with mid and close range skirmishes, I can't help but feel like this is a very difficult final circle for you. Only one house exists over our next circle closing.
I mean, yeah, you talk about Mimu there. Of course, triple takes still out. You have to wonder if he's maybe going to swap that as we get into really tight late game here.
That's what you say that, but to be honest, it's one of the few weapons I think is a little underestimated and how effective it is in there. That's a Dreadnought opinion, but I think for most,
we've seen a lot. Of course, that triple take close range can do some real damage. We've seen players put on a show here.
He's only got 2 in the chamber here. It's very important he hits these if he doesn't. Okay, reload in between this initiation as we see Luminosity trying to push.
Now Crank and Chipsy still running white armor. They're going to need to be careful here and assume that their opponents have much more than they.
See if they try and get a wall jump here up to the high ground. That's a pretty cheeky play. Nice 100 out of that Peacekeeper flick. Not going to connect there. Iframe probably forced. We're going to go ahead and breathe a little bit easy there as the Arc Star stops the advance.
A little armor swap as well. Going to have to pop a cell, though, in order to restore that. And LG, they've done well to get this far, but keep in mind, we are 13 squads left. So they're still going to have a long way to go if they want to get some significant points on the board.
Yeah, and you can basically look at the success of LG and the breathing room that they have right now. It's great. It's great. But I hate to break it to you, we're now T-minus 10 seconds and counting over that final circle, and that's when everyone is going to be moving on top of them. This is it, Bravo. A lot of deaths here. 13 is going to become a very, very small number quickly.
Teams are going to have to be moving real quick, falling out of slums, also falling down from that high ground to the south as well.
Yeah. So here we go, Fnatic in the low ground in the circle. Notice how the second that they understood that the circle was not advantageous to the high ground, they make their way into the home and they defend outward. Again, very smart plays from them.
Look at this zip coming in. Taishin does get knocked first, and that was going to come there from the BDS side. Cyclops is able to knock 2. On the other side, Chipsy gets a double knock as well, and Monday just trying to stay alive here.
Great grapple, actually gets him out of line of fire. I say that, but then look, we've got different eyes from a different angle. Doesn't end up getting a full knock. He ends up peeking, taking a big trade. He dips down. The Mastiff, that's a big old whiff on that one. Door jam. Seems like this is the beginning. No way that nobody can push this door.
I was going to say that Phoenix Kit might not have enough time. No, he will go down as well. That's going to be North that will fall, and now another knock coming in from the BDS side. They will get wiped as well. We're going to go ahead and keep moving on. 7 squads left here in the match, and things are getting tight.
Gambit, very good cleanup there, and an opportunity to be able to heal up and get all the armor, all the resources they may need for this final circle. Look, we were concerned with their positioning before and the resources that they had at hand, but that one wingman trade and skirmish and winning that battle has net them so much that they could find a way, as long as I can't help but feel like Fnatic is distracted. Right now, they have so much going for them in this spot.
Absolutely. Taking a look here, exactly where Fnatic is posted up, taking a look at the map. Lucky timing there that we got to see that exact zoom here, coming in to see exactly where they are on the map. It looks like they're getting ready to push out.
And we also have to consider over the next circle, Pathfinder zips are very, very likely over a slums finish like this, not only because of the high ground I was highlighting before, but because there are many, many structures that kind of deviate and kind of thwart out. It basically because we moved away from slums into slums. That's not a true statement anymore.
Could even see multiple zips here, potentially dancing on the trapeze, because we still have 6 squads left in the game. Let's take a look here at Gambit, like you said, able to fight out of some pretty disadvantageous positions earlier to come this late into the game. There's the zip.
Pre-zip is a very big play here. Why you would do that is it sets it on a big enough cooldown that you can have another one before the next circle if it's too problematic, if you can, but they've only got themselves, 5 seconds here until it's going to close in, and this is it. This is a big moment here for these teams.
Look at G2 now, ready to push in. One of the 3-man squads left. We saw a few others that are still just 2, and even one that's 1, and they're going to start Watsoning up here to avoid this push.
G2's got a great angle on that zip. Look, they're looking up already at the zip. They're trying to zip jump, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it that long.
Shot's not hitting, though. They might be still up there. So we see 1 coming in here from Fnatic. Still all 3 players alive.
4 squads left here. Fnatic in still a grand position. Shiny without any armor here. Going to go ahead and drop the battery. 2 more seconds here. Looks like he's fine. Shiny also, will completed their Spirit looking just fine. Everybody stacked right behind this box. They are just...
This is the Fnatic box. They love this box right now, keeping them all alive. They get time to pop bats, but now here over to the Gambit side, still fighting with white armor, and G2 also still in this low ground behind the barrier, still alive.
If Fnatic gets distracted too much, they might be in a bad position. They need to focus on to G2, who has this low ground here off on the side, but the cover, the wingman shots come through too. It's going to go ahead and crack the armor, but Fnatic is the biggest focus. Everybody pincing onto Gambit. They are just stuck between 2 teams.
They are. I don't know how they're alive here, still running. Just white armor now. Great shots here coming in from Sanyas. Is able to land quite a few there with the 99. Also going to pop a bat. And now 3 squads remaining in the game.
Sign here. What's it going to do? Just kind of poke up there. 22 bullets left in his 99. Knows he's got the wingman.
Hoping that some Fnatic shots come that way as well soon.
Oh, Phoenix Kit, this is the last major heal available here. Oh, look at the peek in the downtime. Tries the juke. He tries the jive.
Almost does it too. Now look at G2. They're going to go ahead and push on that. They haven't got the elim yet. He has to fly back. Rhett not able to finish.
And it's very important to know 0-0 having no HP, and he's not going to be able to heal up. He has the armor, but now he's 1 hit away from getting a knock. There goes the med kit, but is it going to be enough? There's Fnatic pressure in that window. No, instead they push on to Gambit, and look at that. Gambit find the knock onto G2.
Look at this now. More shots coming in. He's still not down. Article with another one as well. Look at those shields. Look at that.
What is he doing? He is a monster, but then Fnatic comes through with a couple of shots onto the side now. Alliance still alive here, sitting next to where we saw. Oh my goodness.
It's 2 squads left here, Alliance and G2.
No way here. Are they going to be able to do this? The 1-man band versus what? What do we got on the other side? 2? Can he do it? Mimu?
Trying to hit these shots here.
Oh,
slowly healing up on the Watson ult.
Peeks once more. Nice wind up there. takes a trade back. It's a 60 break. He's going to go ahead and look for the push here. He's going to try and take this wingman, or excuse me, not wingman, but triple take. Armor swap attempt in the middle of the skirmish here.
Should be able to get it.
He breaks. He punches.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The armor swap to the melee finish, and we are seeing more of never before seen moments in Apex Legends professional play.
Oh my goodness. I am speechless. I honestly have no idea how G2 just did what they did. First of all, the glance, like with Fnatic off on your side, you've got Gambit poking and prodding in front of you, that they kept control with the zipline above them, and then he clutches it out with an armor swap?
And then to finish there with the melee, you saw I needed the reload. I think it was on a 301.
Yeah.
Needed the reload. Didn't want to trust the triple take from the hip.
Yeah.
So trusted the steel toe boots and goes for the melee finish. Knew that that would be an option, of course, because of that armor swap.
Yeah.
And I am amazed at the first 2 rings that we have had here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational that have provided anywhere else in slums. That's a very different battle. You're looking at 2 different building battles. You're looking at kind of top-bottom having to push out. Instead, we had one team just a little bit on low ground, one team tucked behind a half-height wall, and then you saw Fnatic up top, and an amazing finale. I mean, to end game 2 with a 1v1.
Yeah. Now,
if you watched all the X Games, we did not have really any 1v1s to close out any final rings.
And definitely not coming to a boxing match outside of like Mendo and Dizzy agreeing that
I was going to say the only time I've seen these box outs is everyone dropping their loot and it's fisticuffs.
And it's like, let's do it, boys. Like, let's have a good time, you know? And so it was wild that we were able to get that here in this final circle. And I more than anything, am impressed with the control out of G2 on the back half of that game.
And also, I mean, I think he even looked away because he thought that first melee was
going to kill.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the finish. But in the end, what a fantastic game number 2 that we just saw. And also, you said G2 playing that conservative aggression so well as they pop up. Of course, the Watson ult is up the whole time, which is a huge part of them being able to poke, look at the low ground, come back, and rotate just like that. But in the end, what a finish it is that we just saw.
It was great. And I think the best thing that I would highlight for any fan at home is like, yeah, that was a good circle, you know, and everything else. It's like, this is just, again, the beginning. And I know that that's been a tone for so many elements here, and it is a true statement for so many elements, but that is the one that I'm looking at the most, right, is those exciting final moments and how these teams are so creatively kind of approaching those moments.
Absolutely. Fantastic first 2 matches here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Of course, one more match for this Group A coming up in just a bit, but to break down that game number 2, I want to head it back to Fallout on the desk.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back with Jamerson and Glitter. And of course, you know, we got to start with the ending there. A melee finish? Are you kidding me? Coming out from G2, I think it was Mimu. What a finish. Then you see them punching their monitor as they're celebrating and reenacting what just happened. Break me down the last couple seconds there. What happened?
We were yelling. We were yelling.
Screaming.
He has no ammo. At the top of our lungs.
He was sitting here the whole time just going, no ammo, no ammo. Just full panic for what was about to go down in that very final fight.
Yeah, he had 14 shots left in his 301. He goes into the back to try and find any more ammo. You can see him go through, and he was like, okay, I guess armor swap is the best thing I can do. And then goes back out. He doesn't want to go for the hip fire on that triple take like Dreadnought had mentioned, but you totally could. But instead, he believes in his feet instead, and it worked out for him.
Ultimate disrespect.
Yeah, to win.
I mean, the last time we've seen, I think, a tournament game end with a melee was like Dizzy versus someone in like
very long
yeah,
time
a very long time, a very
long time ago.
Crazy finish. And take a look at the last kill here. You can hardly believe it the way it ended. Out of ammo. It's Mimu, barely any health. He's going to get a body shield real quick from looting. Picks up a little bit of ammo, puts some shots in, 3 bullets left, and 2 melees for the win. What a finish for Mimu and G2. And if that's me, I'm getting up and I'm dancing on the stage in celebration after disrespecting someone like that. Pretty 100%. Chill reaction there from the Finland Wonders, but really good finish.
I mean, it was a roller coaster story for G2 there because they had a great position. They saw the Pathfinder zipline and they were trying to get those shots off. Didn't quite work out. Fnatic were able to get out to safety, but it was okay for G2 because, you know what? Gambit were there. Sign with some crazy thermites.
Those honestly, and Sign's another one of the players that comes deep BR roots, you know, and I saw him going for it and I was like, there's no way. There's no way those are going to hit, and you just see the kill feed light up instantly, and you're just like, well,
That's a thermite
Yeah,
for
2
you.
thermites and
Especially
the
late game.
entirety of Fnatic gone.
Crazy
like that.
finish there. Of course, Gambit's very own sign with the beautiful play. Right before that, Spirit tried doing the same thing, I believe, to them. Threw 2 thermites, didn't connect. Well, he got a taste of his own medicine. He ended up getting taken out there. You heard Bravo call it. I think it was Bravo or Dread. That is Fnatic's box. Well, that box ended up becoming a fire pit, and they ended up getting taken out. That's what happens, obviously, when you group so much towards late game there.
They were doing really, really well there for a while, too. Fnatic was having a really strong game. I actually thought that they had a really good chance to pull it out.
Yeah.
In game 2 or
talk me
match
through
2.
that. A great start for them. Some good mid-game play. Picking up some limbs early on. You expected them to really, we've been saying, they're a hard rotate team. They don't like to pick their fights, but they're playing a lot more aggressive this tournament, aren't they?
Well, they're afforded that because of the way the ring's been working out, right? In the first match, we had that River Center ending there where they didn't have to move much at all, where they just moved down south. This time, it changed just a little bit because the ring went northwest, and so they were able to just rotate to the west there, going on over. And then I love their positioning, taking that mountainside instead of going towards in the middle of the water there, because we saw what happened. Fnatic versus HSL, one had better positioning. HSL's positioning was an old position that you used to play when you had a lifeline, right? Because the lifeline could drop down her package and then you had some extra coverage. Up there, you have nothing to hide behind.
And then we saw the result of that as HSL went out really early in this game when they did so well in match 1.
Yep, goes to show, and a very similar team and similar story was Wyvern, who did not get as great of ring luck, and they get taken out early as well. What happened with Wyvern early on? You saw them obviously with a dominating game 1, 25 points early on. I think they got 0. I don't know if they picked up any kills there. They get taken out early in game 2.
Yeah, Dread and Bravo mentioned it, right? That they dropped once again over at Repulsor and Hydro. They had both of those named locations to themselves in these last 2 matches, but this time around, they had to go for a hard, heavy rotate towards the northwest where they're not able to clear out every single angle, and then all of a sudden, they run into about 3 or 4 teams.
Right, and we were talking about that. It was a really unfortunate pinch that happened for them there because they kind of got they had love behind them, I believe, and then they had a couple teams in front of them, and it was just one of those situations where they didn't really have a choice but to take a fight. I don't think any of those fights were going to be good fights for them. It was just they just kind of had to deal with whatever situation they were dealt, and unfortunately, they went out 16th.
Yeah.
So
No
that's a dramatic change from the first time around.
And crazy enough, the top 2 teams both ended up getting taken out early in HSL and Wyvern. So an interesting turn of events here in match number 2. And to break down the action, we got none other than Chef Blaze himself and Nathanias. Take it away, guys.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, of course, as we were just talking about it. And another thing we've been talking about on the desk, y'all been talking about Fnatic and how well they have been playing.
Exactly.
Blaze.
Yep, and in our first clip, we're going to see HSL, your winners in game number 1. This is where Fnatic meets up with them. You're going to start to see where HSL is starting to come in, taking the zip line, heading towards top mountain. Going to pause it right here. You really guys can't see it a little bit, but these players are in there. You got 1, 2. They're very far away, but going to play this clip out. You're going to get their first knock on Crims. And now at this point, Fnatic doing what Fnatic does best, posted up. They're going to have the gates up as well. Nobody's going to touch them here, but in this clip, you're going to see pick up 2 kills and take out your game 1 winners. Now, Fnatic early on, they played it great, playing for points, not starting off too soon and being too aggressive in these early games right here.
Yeah, but crazy to see them taking out the champs of the first game to start things off. And then, of course, coming over the last couple moments of this game, things get absolutely
actually, I want to pause
hectic.
it right here because you see the Insane kills coming out. So that was Fnatic dying over there by that box. I almost tried to get that clip for you guys, but they were getting burned alive. Now, play that clip some more there, Nate. And
taken out by the thermite.
Exactly,
Tragic.
right. Taken out by the thermite up there on the box. So now you're going to see Gambit. They get into this engagement with G2. Now, a few players from Gambit is going to go down now, trying to clean up some kills and get these points. But then we're going to go on through just a little bit more. We're going to find this into a 1v2 situation here. Let's go and scroll on through. This is Gambit getting taken out there. Play that for me one more time, Nate.
Yeah, coming up, and of course, as we were talking about this, the third-party thing becomes a huge factor as they finally get into this fight, coming up, trying to get those heals, but some of the really aggro plays, we had him, Gambit trying to hold on this low ground position. He comes up, and he's going to step up to the plate and get himself into that 1v2. Yep. He's trying to land his shots on these targets. He's got multiple bogeys that he needs to go after, and of course, that's when the opportunity arises for the other players, because he's going to be able to get up into this fight, and that's when you get flanked.
Those points are so crucial. Now, in a second, we're about to go back to G2. Now, pause it. Boom. Now you're going to be in a 1v2 situation for Fnatic. Play it one more time. One player down on the side of G2. You guys saw beforehand, this is about to be a little snipe fight back and forth between these players, trying to see who can get the best of each other. Now, as they come on, you're going to start to see this Wraith come on over and Wraith on out behind him.
And he's going to break that armor. And we talked about it. He comes, steps up, and he's going to have the guts to pull up this box, get that armor swap at the absolute last second. Woo. And we see going for the first melee hit, comes up, doesn't have the ammo, and goes for the punch to end it. What more of an exciting way could you want the match to end?
He tried to give him the 1-2. But in the end, it was 12 points on the board for G2. So that's it for our breakdown over here. Casters, take it away.
Blaze and Nate, thanks so much. And if you had told me that we were going to have 2 1v1, essentially two squads remaining matches back-to-back to kick off this tournament, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, you'd look me in the eyes and be like, Dread, I think you've made a mistake here because that is not a true assessment. We have not seen anything close, even kind of to that so far over a competitive Apex at the highest level. And the fact that you doubled down in one day, it's kind of like, what else is in store for today if this keeps getting as wild as it is?
Yeah, I mean, so far I think we talked about it at the Open. We are so curious to see exactly how this tournament will play out. So many variables, so many factors.
Yeah.
Things from drop locations and those overlapping to play style to points getting crazy. And to start this off with those 2 matches, let alone a punch out in the end of game number 2 to decide it. These have been fantastic results so far. And like I said at the end of the last game, very different from the competitive finishes we have seen, especially at X Games.
Yeah, and I think the one interesting thing, already unfolding is we've already talked about some of these teams we expected to do well, right? Fnatic is holding true to their play style and performance, I feel like, across the board. But the one that I think is like the most interesting based on what we've gotten so far, we got to highlight Wyvern walking away with the most dominant start, and then they were 15. Like they dropped so early last time.
So I'm refreshing the stats and the finishes. Surely Wyvern is not still at 25 points.
Yeah.
And turns out they finished 16th with 0 kills.
Okay.
So they are truly still at 25 points. If we take a look now exactly where that puts them, they're going to now be sitting in 3rd, still at 25, and this is a whole different table now. G2 at 26, Gambit at 25, Wyvern at 25.
Yeah.
Once again, if you had told me that was going to be the table after game number 2, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, and that's based on the fact that we essentially put in if Wyvern does not have a tragic tale, it is almost always going to be the fight for second in this group. And it clearly played out that way already. So now the question is, how many other teams maybe have that trait? Does G2?
Exactly. We're heading into game number 3 right now. We're going to go ahead and jump into the action. This is match 3 of 3 for Group A. And once again, to give you a landscape here, G2 in first place with 26, narrowly in the lead over Gambit and Wyvern, tied for second with 25. Fnatic and HSL tied with 17. And then Luminosity with 16, Alliance with 15. So that top 7 is tight.
And it's important. Only the top 10 have the opportunity to move on to the winner's bracket, but it is a double elimination. So if your favorite team does end up placing after this game in the bottom 10, know that they still have an opportunity to compete and still claim to be one of the best here as we hit the ground with BDS Esport.
Yeah, we saw just now a little Thunderdome drop for the other side, but now BDS can be flying in and see what they can grab here over at the Thunderdome. But now also got to talk about in a minute the bubble, because it's real close at the end. But before we do that, I want to check in on all the drops. Let's go ahead and hear the command center, what you guys are seeing across the map.
Nate?
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, we've been keeping our eyes on our champions, where everybody has been heading so far. Yep. They're just still pretty similar. Gambit going right back to the swamps that we were talking about. Wyvern's heading over down towards by Hydro Dam, and following G2, they went straight to Skulltown.
And then Fnatic right back on over. They're going to be at containment. Above them is going to be complexity. They're going to be in artillery tunnels over there. So no quick engagements. This is game number 3. All these teams need to get the points needed to get into that top 10 and go on to the winner's side of the bracket. So once again, Brav and Dread, take it away.
Blaze and Nate, thanks so much for the breakdown. You did hear complexity there up north at artillery. We have seen them dropping Repulsor and Scrim, so interesting to see them all the way up north. We have to talk about the bubble, Dread, when we look at who is going to advance through here, who can advance through here. Mathematically,
everyone to some extent, right, has the opportunity if you sit on the lower half of the bracket. But the interesting part is in that 9 through 14 range, which is at the breaking point on who makes it to the winner versus loser's bracket.
Yes, we are looking at complexity in 9th with 10, Triumph with 8 there. As we take a look, Athame and Kusar Red all with 8, and Team Liquid White, all with 8 points. So that bubble could not be closer. And like we said, if you look at a team at the bottom, maybe Estral, maybe Chaos, SJP2, North, making a huge run here, they could even break into the top 10 as well. As a reminder, if you do place out of the top 10 here, you will head to the losers bracket, while the rest of our top 10 teams will continue on in the winners bracket later today.
And this is our deciding match for Group A. There is no other opportunity to set yourself apart from the pack. And you know, if you need a little bit of a TLDR, those numbers, you don't like them, you're like, I don't want to hear numbers, Bravo. Easiest way to look at it. We got 5 teams that are 1 kill apart from deciding if they're actually going to make it to that winners bracket. And that is absolutely crucial towards their success for the rest of the tournament. Having that breathing room of, you know, being able to risk a loss later on will really help out.
Absolutely. Now, still checking in with Estral Esports. This is your 20th place team right now, 1 point on the board. It would take quite a special performance from them to break into that top 10, but keep in mind, they are actually only 8 points away from the 10th spot. So even though these are 3-game sets, that's going to be a reason that really at the end of most of our 3-game sets, barring any crazy numbers, each team is still going to be in a position to advance through.
And one way that I always try and convey it to people is that unlike a majority of tournaments in esports, when you look at the formats, when you're like, I'm in last place, what are the odds that I can do any amount of dent in my final game to recover? One thing to think is BRs only have so many points available. And more importantly, if you take the lion's share of those points, you're denying others. It's actually, it double downs on your success that you have. It's almost near exponential. And so because of that, what I'm trying to highlight is if you're in last, you have the best chances of actually making that shift in BRs than any other esport, any other format. And so it's not over for any of these teams.
Absolutely. Now taking a look back at Estral, as you see they're trying to fight through, and looks like they do not want to take that battle there to the west, and they're going to instead cycle back. Lots of damage coming in there for Chicken McPoppy, which is a fantastic tag.
I mean, yeah. I can tell you, I don't know what it is, but I want one.
Yeah.
That's all I know here is give me a Chicken McPoppy.
Chicken McPoppy with fries, if you can.
Okay, that's the American answer.
Maybe 2.
We're in Poland. With maybe pierogi? With pierogi. I want pierogi.
You're right. I shouldn't have said fries.
Yeah. Grow up a little bit here. Anyways,
hey, we had some great pierogi, some great kielbasa. We've had some fantastic stuff that Krakow has had to offer. But now checking in with Kessar Generation Red, and they're going to be pushing out of labs. Right now, it looks like they are alone here. And not too much going on. They've Watsoned up labs, though, and take a look at the ring. There's a reason they've done that.
Understandably so, considering that final ring. And it is going to be very, very interesting if we do find ourselves with the lab semicircle. You see the double kind of locked doors here being heavily defended by Quasar.
Yep, I was going to say, they've got 2 sets of blast doors, and they're hiding behind the second one, and both of them are Watsoned up. So we could see them spending quite a bit of time here. We'll have to see exactly where those final rings will be, but for the moment, Exco there, Watson is going to keep dropping as many fences as he can, and he will create a labyrinth of terror for any team that wants to try to come into labs.
Yeah, those are the worst kind of mazes, absolutely. And here, Quasar is just going to be a slow and steady pace. And to be honest, we've been talking about how we expect teams to be very, very slow at the earlier stages and some of the slowest lobbies that we've got. I thought that the standout performance by Wyvern might be enough to change that because they struggled in game 2. Can't but feel like we're going to see ourselves at a slow pace again.
Yeah, take a look here. Nice little ult there as we go back over to Gabe. Do have that Disruptor ult in play. You saw some shots being exchanged. Some good shots as well on that purple here from Gabe.
Yeah, nice ability to be able to hit with the Scout at this range. Scout is a weapon that basically you need to have near perfect accuracy. The longbow is a little bit more forgiving. If you hit 1 out of 10 shots, you've still had a lot of damage done on the other side. Not a true story when looking at that Scout. So we'll see if maybe Gabe can continue that trend, as on the receiving end of his scope was in fact Vaneless here for Triumph.
Yes, indeed. Like you said, longbow on this other side. They're going to try to fight out of the back of the map and see if they can get any damage here. This is once again a distance and a stage Dreadnought, where you have to doubt, even if we do see quite a bit of damage coming through, it would be quite a push to try to make that happen. And likely at this stage, if you take a look exactly where Triumph is on the table, they're in 10th.
Yeah.
With 9 points, not really a risk that they even need to take at this stage.
But at the same time, Complexity resides just 1 tick above them. So it's one of those moments that if they could somehow identify who they're facing, right, take that down.
Right.
Again, you're not just helping yourself, you're making sure Complexity isn't a name that resides above you in these leaderboards.
Absolutely, a lot of that is going to be going on. Of course, these teams not only having to worry about their placing and the kills they get on the board, but also who they're going up against, who they're spotting. Is that a valuable enough limb to make those riskier pushes?
I really like this positioning, though, for Triumph because they, as we can already see over that next circle, because of the Pathfinder just sitting on the side. They also already know that nobody can be advancing from that eastern end. It is a near dead zone because of how long the circle's been there. They've already zoned it out. And so it's going to be fine for them for now. The question is, over the next rotation, is that going to be a problem? Not only because of the complexity, but also we know that the lab has a problem kind of waiting there.
There's a bit of a lair waiting at the lab, and I don't think any of these teams is going to want to have to enter what we saw being created at Bottom Labs. But I want to talk about this route and this circle that's starting to develop here, Dreadnought, because you and I have talked a lot about this. This move west from this eastern corner of the map, when you are moving laterally, not really a fun one as you get pushed.
Yeah, it has a lot of weird kind of moments that can come to light where once you get past that middle river, you hit yourself in a heavy choke that if you have to move past, if anybody is there, they have a massive high ground advantage and can really just put you in a lose-lose kind of scenario here. Alliance, though, maybe in a bit of one themselves, as we see armor being lost on Lowly and Vifes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Badoli's still just running a white, and actually Wife's also just running the white, so they're going to have to play this as slow as possible to try to get themselves into a better circumstance. And to be honest, they probably want to avoid engaging due to that armor situation at all if they can.
Somerset already out here for Gambit Gaming. And Sign moving back here with the rest of the squad and just going to go ahead and heal up. They're in a fine position, but they're also in the middle of everything. It's just whether or not they can heal back up and make a rotation to a position that they feel like they can actually defend, because I can't help but feel like the back of this pickup truck is not the place they want to be long term.
Shots are coming in here, and they're pinned up. Looks like BDS all's taking the shots over. It looks like Gambit is able to get out of it, and I also want to say, talking to Lucido last night, he was saying at X Games, at this stage of the game, they would run into open areas, Misfits would, and no one would even shoot, right? So there's a little bit of time, especially as teams are playing super careful, where, for example, Gambit is able to get out of that type of situation at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it is very, very interesting, where it's that level of like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Got a bit of a trade there. No armor left here. Sign actually going to be pressured out a little bit more. Eva 8 going to tick out 7. Swaps back over to the alternator. Not enough to be able to get the knock, but at least enough to be able to shield up now.
Ooh.
And if that longbow lined up. Headshot almost available as it does land on that third one.
That will break shells. Looks like Gambit will just come back, and looks like we have seen, it feels like early game Gambit, they have not had an easy road. We've always checked in with them.
And they got hustle, man. Almost every time we look at them, it's a dark time, but boy, are they doing their darndest.
Well, yeah, 20 squads left, and they're running white armor and in 2v3s, and somehow we're at 6 squads left, and they're still there, generally with their white armor as well. They are resilient. And we're starting to see, here we are now looking at BDS. They are now up here at Top Labs and looking down in there. And, of course, as you'd expect, KSR Red, they still have their Labs Fortress nice and tuned, and you could bet there's even more fences behind.
Yeah, it's near unapproachable for anybody who wants to make the transfer in. The question I have here for Quasar Generation Red is clearly they are so placement oriented right now. I just wonder, are they risking too much on the point front from the kill aspect because they bunkered up so quickly, within the lab itself? It just feels like it's one of those concerns I was raising throughout for Fnatic, always through X Games, is are they getting enough kills to really matter here?
Now checking back in with them here, we just see also some action there just north of Cage, so we'll keep an eye on that battle, as well as teams are going to have to come in also from that western side, from the center of the map, and make their way into that open area you and I were talking about.
Here over towards the swamp side of this divide. Alliance still glancing in with them. Badoli with a classic wingman peacekeeper, alternating or residing as a second choice here for Vice. They have a good position, though, because they have 2 opportunities in directions they can go. And actually, they sniff out a zip line. It's going to make a very difficult advance for the other side. I don't think that is going to be even near a possible zip line to take, but also leaving maybe a trace route if they would like to follow down. But Alliance just Watson up and walk away.
Yeah, but it's going to give them, of course, ability to disengage. And probably a lot of that reason is just the fact that they're running 2 white still here. Not a lot of armor on that side. But now checking in with Luminosity Gaming. And here Chipsy's able to break as he's going to continue the push with the 301.
Go to the right, go to the right.
And now this looks like here, hearing some team comms as well, we'll listen in.
Okay, don't overcommit right now. I need to heal. We got a minute, Okay, we got a minute. It's ending labs outside, I think. What armor does he have? Hit gray. Intels. Grab it. Grab now. Grab it. I'm grabbing everything cranked. Do you have light ammo? Yeah, you did. We still have plenty of time. Let's back rep. Yeah. If we get a kill there, we didn't, did we? We did. They took the kill.
A few more meters to the ring.
Dropping. I have 9 now, 9.
Shield cell here.
Okay, got it. Team fighting here, team's fighting here. Team right here on the... Over there. They're out in the open ones, yeah. Careful.
Great. The ring is close.
Yeah, come with you. We're not with you yet. We're like 40 seconds.
They're not really close to zone. If they're getting held, we're just gonna walk into a hole. We're just gonna walk into a hold if we do this, by the way. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
A few more meters and we'll be inside the ring.
Enemies. Hostile spotted.
Pathfinder, Pathfinder. 1 HP Pathfinder.
I literally can't see when I shoot right now, bro.
In the crevice, 50 blue.
Yeah, we're not in zone. We're not in zone. We need to rotate around. Okay.
Wanna wrap north or just go straight east?
Enemy over there. Ring's coming in. This goes in.
I think we got it. Feel low? I believe so. Fnatic here. It was nice to be able to hear some of the perspective there. You could hear some of the concern in the comms earlier from the group we tuned in there, wanting to be very, very patient with their approach, but so much action happening on that side of the map now here, Bravo.
Absolutely. Now back on board with Wyvern. Some great shots there with the ult. Now back over here.
Talk about a present, man. Lands on right in front of you there after that grapple.
And now the big question, of course, is for Wyvern. They're sitting pretty on points, once again at 25. And as long as they're able to rack up some here, they should be all right. But I mean, if you look at it, still 18 squads left. Nothing really fully secured for them.
Yeah, nothing given for free whatsoever here at the Invitational account, but I feel like that's the case here. Complexity, though, able to get the res off. But look at Gabizmon. Actually, he swapped over to the purple armor and already almost got near knocked on the other side, though. Chaos struggling a bit here. We see the RE45 attempt coming out, but that Peacekeeper ripping through Choppa's shields.
They're trying to pop the bat if he can. It looks like he might actually have the time to do so, which will maybe allow him to fight another day and try to escape here.
See him try to get the retreat. One more shot came through. The 301 from behind. Going to go ahead and hit a chip.
Looks like should be good. I mean, Nesting Grounds kind of gives you that cover where you can, as long as you keep strafing, sliding through those little hill areas, you can generally get away. And as long as he has the time here, should be able to disengage and maybe try to fight through this solo.
He's going to be able to wait. Those shots that you did hear come in through that 301, I believe were actually already knocked there. I think a Peacekeeper came in on the backside to be able to threat. And Chipsy, one of those members, being able to get that knock.
Need an ult to sell. I'm
leaving our stop. Saw some good composure from them earlier as well.
I need syringes and shit. Here, I'm dropping. On me. I dropped you 4.
Exciting to be able to hear some of the perspective here from LG. Count, but feel like what was a controlled early game for game number 3, or excuse me, for games number 1 and 2, is going to be a pretty chaotic back end when it comes to their comms. Meanwhile, with Alliance, we saw them with the Swamps decision-making on the backside of this kind of pillar, and it seems they haven't really moved out from it whatsoever here.
They are right here, and as you'd expect, given that lack of movement, they are still running that white armor as well. So could be tricky late game for them as well. Now taking back on with Wyvern. They're looking good here in Shields.
Notice how they actually traded up in 2 different initiations while they have the low ground. This is a part of the reason why so many teams kind of fear Wyvern here. They end up hitting on one of the Arc Stars, maybe baiting it out. We see Kranpe able to zone off for quite a little bit of time. Double grenade, though, forcing him back. He's going to be in a bad spot. There's going to be an easy knock. HSL just making it rain from above here. Hail, if you will.
Yeah, they're going to have to pull back here. They've got that nice high ground, so there's no reason that Rama really needs to fight this alone here. He's got Krems healing up on the high ground. And now he finally comes back. I'm not sure about that choice. And they played a 1v1 when they easily could have came back up and played that as a 2v1.
My goodness.
And just like that, or 2v2 if we had Parka all the way down to the bottom of the stairs as well. But look at that now. Noda's also pushing in on HSL there.
Yeah, it's actually insane what we're getting from Wyvern. Down a man, down of the high ground, doesn't matter. They find a way to be able to win this initiation. Now hide and heal up in the downtime on the backside of this. It does come at the cost of Kranpe there as you see him going down to the outer circle looking for the armor, but a fast heal backpack waits in the wakes there here for Wyvern.
Now back with Krems. I have to say I'm really surprised to see the decision to allow that up the stair choke to fight that 1v1. Potentially a lack of communication. Not sure exactly. Maybe we'll get a chance to take a look at that clip later. But now 13 squads remaining. We did see 4 go down there through those engagements.
And we see there the Fnatic perspective here. Doing all right when it comes to some of the kills, but not so much when it comes to the resources across the board. Down a man and down some armor there on just Shiny Spirit, able to zone off with a few. Shiny questioning if he wants to try and peek over this wall. Muffins is not going to be an option until they push back this team. Grenades come through, force the repositioning now, but they take shots in the downtime. You see Spirit losing his armor, Shiny losing everything too. Can Fnatic even make it out of here as you see Shiny just leave everything here and go for a Hail Mary towards the center circle?
Yeah, you have to assume that the Spirit was like, you go ahead. There's no way we're going to be able to fight this out. And now to check in here with Team Liquid White.
Got to respect the fact that he was willing to sacrifice. One of the biggest things that you can highlight that we just saw from Fnatic is if two people are going to that same rotation and it's high risk, you're essentially giving free shots to your opponent, not having to look at 2 different points. But Liquid maybe now having to look at 2 different points there after that loot box getting pressured in, forcing now an iframe onto Mad Ruski and Parka questioning if he wants to push up.
Lots of damage coming in for Ruski, forced to queue out now. Back to here to Wyvern. Parka and Selly fighting alone. 10 squads remaining here as things are getting tight. We wondered what we'd see around Labs, and we're already getting it in our first series of the day.
Yeah, it's really exciting there, and we haven't even kind of tuned back in with what was the early setup of the Labs. We'll figure out what kind of unleashes there. It's still taking the perspective of Wyvern, and, you know, Bravo, I already highlighted it a little bit before, but I am so impressed with what that roster's been able to do here already in Group A.
Also, love what I saw Parker rocking there. I believe he's got a Disruptor ult, and then the Lone Star Peacekeeper. Maybe my favorite skin on the Peacekeeper, but now I think we just saw a little bit of pushing out of Bottom Labs, which I'm not sure I expected to see, but here we go. We are getting thick. 9 squads left.
Gabizmon and Mirko both took a lot of damage from that outer ring. Gabizmon is actually going to heal up in the downtime. Don't think it's going to bite him here quite yet. Bunch of gold here across the board for the loot. Cali trying to dish out some shots. Able to break the armor, but not enough for a knock. Liquid with the high ground. Seems like it's just a formality there over that last shot, but you see those longbows off on the eastern side.
It's a good place to be for Liquid White. Gonna go ahead and take a minute moment. You wouldn't expect this much time for them given their spot, but they certainly have an advantage here as we go ahead and see 0-0 in red, also trying to fight through. And things are coming down to the Labs, and it's gonna get hot. If you wanted to see what the action was gonna be like on the newest part of the map, we are getting it here in this first set.
Oh, look at this, 0-0 on the outside. Actually has to take a Wraith Portal onto the other side of the wall. I can't help but feel like there's no way he's going to get the full healing off in this downtime. And those grenades seem like it's going to be a true story there. Nice use of the iframe. We'll see if anybody actually tries to push in, knowing that this target is actually knocked there. Ret, not going to be pressured at all, and the heal comes through. But now Liquid unleashing havoc here.
Should get that finish, you have to think there, at least the knock coming through, as they're going to just stay alive here up on this top nesting grounds area.
Everything looking good. Kali able to heal back up. Battery going through. Kalar not under too much pressure here quite yet. They do see a thirst coming through, but that's not problematic. But Ruski's health bar now is becoming one, forcing out now a Phoenix kit. 8 seconds before they're going to feel too comfy. And look, Complexity doesn't want that to happen. They want to try and pressure in this downtime where they have a minor winner. They get the break onto one armor, but it is not enough to force the push. Maybe Prod, though.
Yeah, here they go now. It looks like they do find out what's going on down the bottom of the hill. They're going to try to get this wipe as well. No, they're going to queue out and try to stay alive here now, falling back over to the truck, and lots of chaos here. Still 6 squads left.
But the grenade is there as well. They're zoning them off, and now they get the one knock onto one. Is he going to take the Wraith Portal? No, Complexity stuck in a bad spot, and they're going to be pincered out now back here with Team Liquid White, who has been dominating over this high ground in the final circle. Clean up HSL, and now we have 4 squads remaining, but we know that one exists down below.
I mean, they have to be down. We haven't seen it yet, but they have to be down Bottom Labs, and we could even have more than one team down there. So we could have forced engagements down at Bottom Labs. They can portal out, of course, so we're going to have to see exactly when they're waiting to. We can assume maybe that there are several teams at Bottom Labs with the opportunity to portal out.
So here is a very weird moment as the circle is going to close in even more. It's very important to know that they can min-max as much damage as they possibly can over some of these circles going forward.
On completely different elevations as well.
What you do is you start the pre-heal onto the med kit so that within 3 ticks of damage that you have the opportunity to finish that. When you finish that, then you go through the Wraith Portal that you've already had established, you use the Wraith iframe back through the Wraith Portal. That is the most distance gained. They could close this out because of that positioning.
Shiny is here all the way at the top of this stump and nesting grounds, just trying to stay alive, getting absolutely ripped. That will be Fnatic and A that goes down back over to Liquid White. And it looks like right now, Dread, Liquid White is the only team who's up here on the higher ground of nesting grounds.
And no, with Mimu, he's got Mimu just waiting here in the tree. Can they find him?
Oh my word.
Oh gosh, not like this. No, Liquid White.
Oh my.
You could kiss him. Oh my goodness.
They haven't spotted. Look at that reaction here out of Mimu. They haven't spotted him yet.
Seems good. Yeah.
And he's going to wait for the opportunity, either just to stay alive or potentially third party, see how things play out here.
Yeah, the main goal for Mimu is just can he out-survive Team Liquid versus the what feels like unapproachable lab positioning on the bottom half. There's the portal I'm talking about before. We'll see if we get the Wraith pre-heal. To be honest, this is a theory craft thing that I've actually not seen cleanly executed ever before, but it should be able to amplify that time. Mimu.
They found him, and that's going to be it. It was a good run to watch for Mimu, but G2 will be eliminated. That means 2 squads left here, and that means here, Dread, we have Liquid here all the way at top nesting grounds above what is labs and the underground bits of labs. And now, yeah, it's gonna get interesting here.
It's important to note that 9XT has actually taken enough damage that if he takes 1 tick, he's gonna lose 1 tick advantage that he would have had because of his HP being too low. Here's the pre-kit. Yep, get the timer. Wait. It's not gonna be a problem yet. Nobody's pressuring. Now we have to wait for the next circle. Same decision making. Look, so who can prep their med kit better? That is the question. Now it's important to know, whoever takes the portal, it's important to keep the Wraith alive only. If multiple people take the portal, you actually lose a tick of damage on the outside, which costs Wyvern. We see the damage come through, portal attempt 1, they're going for it. And now watch what on the back end of this, as it closes in, this is gonna be so tense. Who can get the pre-prep? The fast heal backpack debatably might actually be a setback.
Here they go.
They're going to go for it, buying as much time. 9XT is the only one who should stay alive here. He's going to go for the heal, go back through the portal, buy as much time as you possibly can. Iframe 1, go back through this portal for Ruski. There it is. Ruski somehow actually got the timer, even when Labs down below, from the moment 1, set up for that exact situation to happen, and Liquid just clutches it out.
And we talk about situations we haven't seen before in competitive Apex, and these moments we haven't seen play out with the very late game meta. Add that to the list for this weekend.
Yes, it's actually very, very pretty and beautiful for me, right? I'm sitting there going, I've thought about the, the numbers in my head. It calculates like this is how this should be approached, but it's really nice to see that when everything's on the line here, clearly everybody putting as much thought as possible. And I think more importantly, I did not think Liquid actually had the advantage to be able to close that out as confidently as they did. Just again, if you at round 1 make a play, and that looks like your in-game circle, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, just mastering that timing. I have not had a chance to see that played out, and I know you, as a fan of the game, and just through our conversations, love the fact that we actually got to see that opportunity, because keep in mind, at most final rings, when you have a severe elevation difference, there is a way for those 2 teams to find each other. In this example, right, you have team trapped bottom labs, they cannot portal, and these 2 moments have to happen in parallel on completely different elevations, and there's no chance for the 2 to battle it out.
And I would be super interested to see if somehow, the guys at the command center actually have both perspectives, so you can see the damage coming in and who times the med kit versus the portal versus the iframe Q back into the portal, because that has to be the play in some way, shape, or form. And then also, does Fast Heal Backpack have a huge influence on who walked away successful?
Right, and I can't wait to see, either at the studio, at the command center. I would love to see those 2 moments there as they play out one after the other, because like you said, it was a mental game and a math game for the numbers at the end.
And I think other narratives that we, kind of started here as we watch Group A unfold, Wyvern coming back in game number 3, clearly being a team that we absolutely need to fear. The fact that we got Liquid with a pretty successful round, and the fact they were able to get first for the first time and really be on a name that we talk about with the top 5 groups.
And let's talk about how huge that is for Liquid White, because they were sitting in 14th with 8 points.
Yeah, that's exactly one of those teams you were highlighting before. The 5 teams that sit 1 kill away, Liquid was one of them. So in theory, they maybe, as long as they killed enough and weren't relying on that placement points, which is pretty good, they would have been enough to break into that winner's bracket here later on today.
Another super unique finish here for the Apex history books, as we did see some fantastic bushwork from Mimu as he's able to stay alive. In the end, it didn't add any more points to the board, but it was still fun to watch as they were having trouble spotting him. A fantastic end of the game. It's going to be Liquid White that takes game number 3 and probably should secure their way through the group. But that's going to be it for us here on the desk for now. That concludes round number 1 for Group A. Let's go back over to the desk to see a little bit more of how that last one went down.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here back with Jamerson and Glitter. An interesting game 3, to say the least.
Yeah.
You see some bushwork, as Bravo coined it. Can we make that a thing? Bushwork is officially a skill that you have in Apex, apparently.
It was good. I didn't know that you actually had equipables at this point in the game. But yeah, it worked. I mean, sneak level 100. They were just looting right next to them the entire time. But, it could have been a number of factors, right? The ring was right there, so maybe it obscured their vision just a little bit. He was also inside of a tree. He's also magic. I don't know.
I feel like you're looking for reasons for why that was successful, but what it boils down to is that he is just kind of making a name for himself in like the troll department.
The ultimate rat.
Time.
Yeah.
Mimu, the ultimate troll, finishes with the magic punch in the finish in game 2. And of course, match number 3, he some bushwork again, staying hidden, staying sneaky. I think they end up in 3rd place as it ends up in a heal off though, something you don't see very often. Medkit action, a little bit of Wraith action, but ultimately the better medkit and the better heal off was TLW.
Yeah, Dreadnought was talking about it. You know, there was a gold backpack in play for Team Liquid White, and so regardless, the fact that Quasar didn't have that, it would have been TL taking that win, even if both of the teams did max out, you know, getting that heal off and also using the Wraith portal to try and delay for as long as possible. It was that gold backpack. It was going to be a huge deterrent anyhow. They were going to take that W.
Yeah, that's a good call out. But how about a turnaround and a finish there, both for Quasar, Generation Red, and Team Liquid White? They were kind of fringe teams, I believe, in standings. Weren't sure how they were going to finish. They both finished 1st and 2nd respectively, and they're expected to come out on top here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what's so good about games like Apex Legends is obviously they're teams we haven't gotten a chance to talk about yet, right? And match 1 and 2 were just, you know, nothing crazy happened, but then they were able to show that they're ready to hang with everybody in match 3, and it almost looked easy, honestly, at the end.
It was almost the same story that Wyvern had in game number 1. This is what Team Liquid did here in game number 3. They were just able to run the field and just had better positioning throughout those rotations. They were really playing the fringes of the rings, right, and coming in with it. Well. But in doing so, their focus fire along the way, taking out a lot of Fnatic, taking out a lot of people in their way. It looked very akin to what Wyvern were doing in game number 1.
That's a great call. Great early game, mid game, and finish, of course, for Team Liquid White, who, by the way, if you did not hear, very unfortunate, Mr. Wonderful on that team was not able to make it here. Mr. Wonderful's a different person. Wonderful's not able to make it here to the tournament due to unforeseen circumstances. So that Team Liquid White roster, which was just recently announced by the great Team Liquid organization, unfortunately not able to play with their full squad. Mad Ruski comes in, solid performance, gets a win, which is huge for 1 of 3 matches. Team Liquid White still looking strong.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ruski compete across multiple things, switch rivals all the time too.
Easily.
I mean, he's a guy that does grind out the game, grind out whatever game he plays, and so he was like a pretty natural slot in for this team because they play together all the time whenever they're doing randoms.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point. Of course, another team that performed consistently, perhaps consistent is their middle name, is I think you mentioned it in the pregame show, Fnatic NA. I mean, another top 6 finish, I think top 5 finish there, as I believe it was a Shiny?
It was Shiny, yeah.
Shiny who was able to stay alive.
At the very top of the stump.
Yeah, at the top of the stump, able to stay alive for
we got to see his reaction too. We were watching it at the same time. We were just like, yeah, he doesn't even look bothered at all because he knows exactly what he's trying to do. Just trying to rat.
Yeah, he was just trying to hold out for as long as possible and ensure maybe 1 or 2 more placement points if possible, but they put themselves in a really good position after those 3 matches to just be good to go through the winners bracket.
By the time that Spirit and Muffins had gone down, I think there was about 9 or 10 teams left, and by the time Shiny went down, I think it was around 5th or 4th, and so he did his job.
Exactly.
As that Wraith player, that's what you want to do. You have to abandon your team sometimes, and that's what he did. He got them extra placement points.
Yep. Well, one player performed consistently and great throughout as well is the King Troll himself, Mr. Calm under pressure. You saw the face cam while he was in that bush. He was just chilling. It was Mimu who had a really, really great series. Let's go ahead and throw it up to jump on the main stage with Mimu.
That's right, gentlemen. It was quite the effort over 3 matches for G2 Esports. Now, before we even get to those matches, I want to kind of take a further step back and really go through how this squad was able to be created. You and your teammate 0-0 teamed up with Snipedown under the Reciprocity banner for X Games. After the X Games concluded, you and your teammate decided to pick up Rete and then sign to G2 Esports. Making that decision, clearly paying off. How confident were you guys feeling picking him up as a 3rd coming in here for the Preseason Invitational?
I mean, we already had Rete before the X Games. We already played with him for a long time. So we teamed up with Snipedown for the event, and it was always our plan to go back to the original roster.
Clearly, signing to G2 is a huge step forward for you, being with an organization that has so much prestige in other game titles. Now, looking forward and having what we just happened in these last 3 matches, you guys were able to win match number 2 due to some cheeky plays by you. You ran out of ammo on the R301, and you were able to get the punch out. What was going through your head at that endgame?
I mean, a lot of the time I was like, I don't have light ammo. I only have a triple take and 301 without ammo, and I don't know, I just tried to make the best of it, and during the fight I ran out of ammo and I was like, I'm not taking out the triple take, I'm just punching.
Hey, the 1-2 haymaker certainly showed its value there. Now, game number 3, we called you one with nature as you found yourselves hiding into the bush and clearly keeping yourself alive for placement points. What was the mentality and what were those communications like because you were the only one left alive?
I mean, it was just in my head to stay alive until the last person, and I didn't realize that the last guy was down in the labs, so I was just waiting for them to find him, and then someone said that they're in the labs, and I just tried to pick one off and finish him, but unfortunately I couldn't do that.
Now, with the finish in games number 2 and 3, it is all but secured that you guys have made it on to the next round. There's a lot of competition. There were 20 teams in this lobby, which means there's 60 other teams you haven't even began to look at. How are you guys going to prepare for the next group?
I mean, we'll be here looking through all the matches and seeing the drop spots and checking how people play, and that's pretty much how we prepare.
You feel confident still?
Hell yeah.
There we go. You have it. You seen it. You heard it. None other than G2 Esports secure themselves a Game 2 victory, and Mimu with the 1-2 punch haymaker. Match number 3 is concluded. Let's throw it back over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say.
Thanks so much, Bill. Fallout here, joined back again with Jamerson and Glitter. And yeah, the 1-2 punch haymaker, quite the boxing performance for Mimu. But one thing I got to say, confirmed, Mimu is not a troll. Most serious man in the world after that interview, confirmed, 100%.
I mean, you got to be able to be that composed, right? If you're going to be able to stare your enemies in the eye while you're hiding within the bush.
I mean, you're not wrong. He's saving all of the smiles for the finals.
Your troll dar is still ticking here? You think he's still...
Oh, I think so. I think he's still got it in him.
He still got it. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's about Mimu and that category. Of course, the category of winning. Looking pretty solid, looking pretty sharp. They pick up a Game 2 win. A solid performance. I think they ended up top 6 in match number 3 as well. So you got to think, of course, G2 showing that they don't necessarily need that Eric Rona snipe down himself. But that's another interesting storyline is does that old Reciprocity banner roster in X Games need Snipe Down, or does Snipe Down need them? We'll see what comes to prove true here. But of course, Snipe Down and the Reciprocity roster, I believe in Group C or D, I can't remember exactly which one it is, but they'll be playing later in the day. Keep an eye out for that. One quick update for y'all that we have, and just as a heads up and a bit of a teaser, Group B matches are officially started and live. So we told you guys we're not going to miss any action. We, of course, have that live on the side stream right now, and we'll be jumping into that here after we get the final standings for you in Group A when we see how everything wrapped up. And now, with that said, Group A, there's some teams that are locked in. Wyvern's up there. G2's up there. We had those teams that were on the fringe. Complexity, a solid match 3 performance and a consistent top 10 finish. I believe in every single match, you got to think Complexity's going to go through.
Yeah, the thing is, we also saw that a lot of teams from the bottom 10 after the second matches ended were able to actually have a really good performance. Talking about Team Liquid, talking about Quasar. So they have propelled themselves forward. So we'll have to see what that displacement is like now that they've moved themselves up in the top half.
I'm also interested to see what the teams that do end up getting knocked down to losers bracket do here on out. Whether they're going to keep doing what they did in these first 3 matches and hope that maybe it works better in losers, or if they're going to change it up and kind of test the waters with some new play style or some more or less aggression, and hope that it pays off better.
Do you question consistency from a team like Wyvern, a team like HLS, who maybe performed well early on, or HSL, performed well early on match number 1, and then maybe not so much in match 2 and 3? Or do you think it was more your initial analysis, which is they're testing the waters here, they're treating these like scrims?
I mean, they were able to show what they're capable of easily once again in Game 3. So I think that there was either just some bad luck that came into play in Game 2 for them, or maybe they did try something new rotation-wise and it didn't end up panning out for them. Either way, I think that what they've demonstrated thus far in their first round of matches is going to be super indicative of how they're moving forward playstyle-wise.
I would actually have to completely agree with that, because it didn't look like they were really changing anything. The only thing that changed was how the circle worked and where they had to rotate towards. And so that second game was definitely not a good one for them, but it was because also the ring was on the opposite end of the map, all the way towards the northwest when they were coming from the southeast. And so I think, going into the next match, going into the next round of winners, that they're going to continue to do the same thing, right? We don't have that kind of same prep-up time leading up to our matches, where back at the X Games, you had 2 days of practice where teams were able to kind of feel each other out. Right now, it's just about playing your own game, playing to your own comfort zone.
Sometimes all it takes is that one game to pop off, and boy, did they put on a show and do exactly that. Was Wyvern a 16-kill game, 25-point game for Wyvern. But now let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and show you how all the teams fared here. The top 10, ladies and gentlemen, Complexity on the fringe, tied with Love Gaming at 15 points, but due to the tiebreaker, Complexity barely makes it through. So Jason Lake's at home happy right now as Complexity stays in the winner's bracket. And honestly, you got to think, whether you're first place or 10th, it's the same kind of consistent performance here that's going to bring you to winner's bracket round 2. What else stands out to you guys?
Yeah, right now it looks like, some of my, I guess, dark horse picks were Triumph and North, and they didn't actually perform as well as I had hoped them to. So Triumph sitting at 15th right now, and North sitting at 17th. So they definitely do have some thinking to do. Of course, they do have an entire day before the losers bracket start. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it to the top of the standings now as we see G2 Team Liquid White with a leap to second place, Wyvern in third place. That's your top 3. Glitter, you think we're going to see a consistent performance here in winners bracket round 2 from these teams?
I really hope so, because if they keep playing the way that they have been playing, it's going to make the games moving forward that much more interesting. There is the potential for the upcoming rounds to get a little bit more hectic the closer these players get to the final matches, and I'm hoping we get some good plays out of it.
I sure hope the same. Luminosity Gaming, another team that performs consistently well throughout. Top 10, top 7 performances in each match, I believe. So some great performances from the big orgs that you'd expect. Maybe not so much from teams like North that you'd expect to go big. What's interesting is Triumph was 8th or 9th place going into that match number 3. Alongside the likes of Quasar Generation Red, Team Liquid White. Ultimately, whoever steps up when it matters most in that match 3 comes out on top. And in this situation, it's QSR and TLW. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, those teams definitely needed to step it up in this third game, and they did. But the thing is, I am super impressed by what Quasar was doing basically all series long, taking fights against teams that, a lot would kind of guess are some of the best teams at this tournament. So taking the fight against Wyvern in game number 1, even though they lost that fight, it was still tight. They traded 3 for 2. And at that point, that could have been the end of Wyvern's run, right? That's where in game number 1, Wyvern were able to score 25 points. If it weren't for that game, they might not be here. They might be in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's a great point. And another interesting thing that we saw in that top 10, talk about diversity of teams and talent around the world. You see Quasar Generation Red from South America representing. They qualify through. HSL, of course, Krems & Co., Croatia, Sweden, and Finland. The 3 additional countries qualified through. I think we had over 5 countries in Europe. South America represented. Of course, the U.S. holding it strong as they are the reigning champs regionally right now after TSM wins in North America at the X Games. And so far, so good for regional play, and really every region representing well, Korea included in that mix.
I'm just happy that Wyvern did well.
So you continue. You're 3 for 3 now, by the way.
It was a razor's edge, though. If they had lost that fight against Quasar, it could have been a completely different story. But still, yeah, they were impressive. That game number 1 was so good to see from them.
And if that's something they can manage to repeat in the finals, I hope the other teams are ready.
That is true. Consistency is key, of course, in this format. You got to think 3 matches comes into play here a little bit. It's not 5, it's not 6. You can't have 1 or 2 bad games. You got to perform well throughout. How much do you think that played a factor here?
Honestly, we were worried about Fnatic NA's kind of consistency throughout this, right? Because tortoise in the hair, we were talking about it. Sometimes you do have to play a little bit faster, and it looks like they did pick it up just a little bit better, getting into positions where they're able to cut off people, making the rotations, and finding those eliminations. That's where a lot of their points were coming from. They were finding those mid-game eliminations along with the placements, even though they weren't placing, second and third all the time.
I'm still stuck on Spirit's team wipe.
Yeah.
With those snipes.
Yeah.
I was hoping we were going to see some shots like that coming out of some of the teams, and he did not disappoint.
Yeah, that's for sure. Spirit, the long-haired wonder coming from Atlanta, Georgia with a great performance. Great big shot to Spirit. Of course, playing alongside the brothers in Shiny and Muffins coming from Seattle. They make it through. That's Fnatic North America. Arguably the better of the 2 Fnatic squads. Only time will tell as we got Fnatic EU coming to play here in a little bit as well. Keep in mind, if one of your favorite teams is no longer in that top 10, didn't qualify to winners bracket round 2, guess what? We still have a losers bracket. This is the beauty of this brand new format here for the first time debuting at a Battle Royale tournament, a double elimination bracket. EA's competitive gaming team really outdid themselves here, that's for sure.
Now, I'm absolutely stoked for this because that does give time for the teams to go back, right? Lower bracket doesn't get played until tomorrow, and so they do have time to make adjustments and try and scout out what the other teams were doing. And so we'll see if they make any adjustments in the next 24 hours.
And that also plays into what you were saying earlier about some of the fights that teams were choosing to take. In BR, knowledge is power, right? Which is why Pathfinder's useful, because now you get to know the next ring. You know, the more information you have at your disposal, the better. And sometimes there potentially is a possibility that teams are taking fights they know might not be the best because they're in a comfortable enough position to do so in order to learn about the teams they will be fighting against moving forward.
Did we just hear one of the greatest one-liners of analysis of all? In BR, knowledge is power. Can someone frame that as a poster with a smiling face of my friend Glitter here? What's the face you're going to make in this poster? Can we get a solo shot of Glitter here? That's the face, by the way. Solo shot of Glitter if possible, because knowledge is power in BR. There you have it. Frame it.
It makes a great motivational poster.
It does.
The black border, everything, yeah.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely love that. Nice job there from Glitter with some good knowledge. But, of course, that was a great series of 3 matches. Let's go ahead and take a look at replays when we have a chance here and show you guys how the matches unfolded. A great performance and consistent performance. Ultimately, G2 in the #1 spot, looking probably like the most consistent team. We'll see if TSM can keep the same mold, but they get second place in silver medal at the X Games, first place here.
Yeah.
You called G2.
I mean, G2, they're a squad that we couldn't ignore, right? Especially after the performance that we had at X Games where 2 of the players were playing with Snipedown on reciprocity, but now they've got the full third, and you heard from Mimu himself that this was the plan all along. We were going to fill for now, we're going to play with Snipedown, but once we get back, we're full conquer mode once again, and that's what they did today here in our first matches.
So what you're saying is that you and I are doing pretty well so far.
Pretty good so far.
I'll take it.
I gotta say, I'm lucky. It makes my job easy to have these 2 on the desk, of course. But that's gonna be it for us. Jamerson, Glitter, great job as always, and thank you for breaking down each match. Guess what? We have a replay package of the action that we just saw, so we're gonna go to that and show you guys, in case you just tuned in match 3, how matches 1 and 2 also played down. And right after that, we're going right to our B stream. We're not letting any action be missed here on the broadcast. And there we go. We'll be back in just a little bit with some more action. Enjoy these replays.
Метки. Перед нами люди. Робот 58 синий. Робот 100. Без армора здесь робот. Его сейчас могут
их гнобят. С этого дома попали. Можем в этот дом.
Слева, близко, слева, у горы.
Спина. Заходи сюда, баррикадируйся, похуй. Уже нет опций.
It just sounded like it was a second later. 104, headshot.
Just keep playing this, rotate. People, sniper tower. Red armor, red HP.
We should go.
Still red. Reporting again, red.
Knocked.
Pathfinder crack.
Knocked another one. Just keep going, nie bijemy.
TP back, good. TP back.
Good.
I hit you low. I'm going up. Almost got. I threw a nade out. Knocked one.
Okay. Going up.
The other one's low. Sleeping low.
Right.
I'm coming back. I break down. I dropped.
Ooh, nice try.
Dude, this is the perfect zone for them. Wait, why are they TP glitching on this?
What the? Oh shit.
We will welcome you all along, players and viewers from Stream A here. Welcome to Group B. It's going to be Onset and Gaskin who'll be guiding you through the next game. Dan, just a little reiteration for everyone who's joining us on exactly what happened in our first game here in Group B, because 789, they were the big performers.
789 were able to take that game, and they were able to do it with a very big kill ratio as well. 14 kills as well as a victory to make sure they solidify themselves with 26 points from the first match, which is absolutely incredible, and in my opinion should really secure themselves a chance to get into winners bracket round 2 already. We saw a big performance from Maestro, who finished in 3rd. We saw an okay performance from MVP. I know they are one of the teams that a lot of people were looking at in this group. They were able to pick up some kills going into the game, but they rotated a little bit too late and they got caught out and they found themselves maybe finishing a little bit lower than expected.
Well, in second place, of course, were Sentinels as well. But the story, as we load into our second map now, the players are loading into the lobby and getting ready to drop back onto the Kings Canyon. 789, 14 kills, a huge performance, pretty much solidified their way through. Sentinels with that second place basically carrying on their form from X Games. And there's some questions to be asked of some of the teams we were looking at before. One of them, this team that we have on our screen right now, Sonics, Dan, need to get off to a hotter start. One of the first teams eliminated, and they were eliminated as well by the team who ended up in third place, and that was Maestro.
And they were so close with Sonics as well. They had a battle with Maestro just outside of the pit, and it was a 1v1 where, realistically, if he had taken a little bit of more cover, we might have seen him win that engagement. We might have seen him actually win that fight for his team. And it's these tiny margins that can make the difference from finishing in, what, 16th to maybe finishing all the way up into the top 5.
Crazy, crazy stuff then. Welcome to Group B, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us, this is the second game of 3. And of course, I think it'd be wrong to start off with any other point of view than the team who just took home the win in our first game. A dominating performance, 14 kills, and of course a championship banner, Team 789. Let's see where they're dropping.
It looks like they're heading towards water treatment as well, and hopefully it will be uncontested. In the previous match, we saw very little early engagements, and it seemed like everyone was able to loot fairly freely. We actually started with NRG last time, and they were able to spread themselves very far across the map, and it looks like the decision has been made to do the same from 789 here. They're not all dropping together actually in the water treatment building. They're making sure they can loot every single corner of this particular south area of the map.
We'll have to rotate across some POVs as well, some other teams, and see exactly where everyone else has dropped across the maps. Doesn't seem to be any action early on, Dan. It seems like this lobby, to be honest with you, are kind of setting their rotations and set where they are landing. Nobody deciding to get a little bit aggressive and try and get some early points on the board.
And something we're seeing here, and we also saw this in match number 1 as well, is MVP not dropping at the cage. And we think that's a big point, because something we were alluding to leading up to this event was the fact that MVP had been dropping cage a lot. And that was the same drop location as we see from TSM, the X Games winners. And yes, okay, they're not in this same group, but there was always that thing of, are they going to be dropping in the same location when they're eventually placed together? But instead, they shifted elsewhere. They didn't want to go for the cage drop. Maybe they felt like it was a little bit too predictable, or maybe just in scrims, they found that actually this is a better drop location for them.
Yeah, I think they like relay quite a lot as well. So sort of their secondary drop points, so to speak. I think originally they were kind of dropping on relay and then using, when they were being challenged there, then they decided to challenge cage, which is, you know, slightly risky and in the element of who could be potentially dropping here. But NRG again seems to have had a free rotation there through the bunker after landing just outside on the Golden Sands, but they want to be jumping on board on Quasar Generation Blue, and again, no challenge here on Market, nobody around them, and again, it's a very, very quiet start to this game, Dan. Everyone getting the loot that they would have wanted, and now open to those rotations that they would have practiced so many times.
Yeah, everyone making an early move, and they'll be trying to utilize Pathfinder's passive as well to get a better indication of where that circle's going to be. As soon as we see one of these players switch the map, yeah, you can see a northeast
good for MVP.
Side of this map. So already holding artillery is a pretty decent spot to be finishing, but I think this is going to end up somewhere around relay. So I think you're completely right. There's the Pathfinder passive, and you see the green circle showing where that next circle is going to be. So I think MVP are going to be rubbing their hands together here and saying, all right, we can turtle up if we want. Maybe we can just gatekeep people trying to get towards relay.
So we're going to see teams like Team 789. They're going to have a fair bit of ground to traverse, to be honest with you now, from where they drop to get across, which means that they might be in a situation where they will have to engage with a fair few teams on their way across Kings Canyon towards that final circle. And to be honest with you, the one thing is, if you're in this situation, maybe you've had a bit of a poor game and you're thinking, oh, we've got a long way to go here, our rotation's going to have to be late. You can get a little bit worried, but the fact that they've just had such a huge game to kick things off, I think they're going to be pretty confident in taking any engagements.
I think judging from match 1 as well, we saw the teams who did engage, that did find the fights, were the teams who actually placed highest as well. 789 with 14 kills, Sentinels who were able to find 7 kills, and Maestro who found 8 kills were numbers 1, 2, and 3. So big points for those 3 scorers.
We're seeing 2 teams who are getting very, very, very cuddly at the moment, and that is going to be MVP looking across the way to another team who are just set up there. And it looks like MVP were originally trying to be the aggressors. We saw a couple of thermite grenades going in to knock down the door, and now you're going to see NRG coming to join a party of their own. NRG getting aggressive there on ICG, and that's going to be kills on the board for NRG. Fantastic stuff from them. More's going to be down. First blood. But that's only going to be temporary, as Cooler now still set up, and they're going to be the team who are contesting MVP at the moment.
Yeah, and I think this is not really what you want. If you have been able to secure yourself an early place over here where you are thinking the circle is actually going to be finishing, you don't want to be taking these fights and wasting a lot of your shield cells, a lot of your med kits, because you're not going to have the ability to loot as successfully as the teams who are rotating in towards Relay. So really, you want to save a lot of this. So you have to do one of 2 things. You either say, we're taking this fight now, and we're getting aggressive, and we're taking that loot, or we are avoiding all fights whatsoever.
And there's a lot of teams who have hard rotated, to be honest with you, Dan. You're looking at the amount of teams we have here. We had MVP, we had Cooler, and now we have another team here looking to harass and put shots down onto MVP, who had landed Relay. And I think at the moment, MVP are kind of in a situation where they're like, where has everybody just come from? This is some hard rotation early on.
And this is what you see when you get the situation of a circle really showing signs of where it's going to finish. When it is showing over that water, there is so much influence that it has of where that circle pulls that players know and they can predict. It's very different to when we have a central circle. I think we saw about 50% of central circles at the X Games, but the rest were all very predictable. So we saw a lot of early rotations and a lot of engagements in that final circle area earlier rather than later. And it's just about surviving and avoiding those shots and maybe trying to set yourself up where you can look outward and actually take some shots at people that are going to be running in when that circle finally closes in a little bit later. And I say a little bit later, quite a lot later in the grand scheme of things. Still 20 squads left. We're still only in that first circle closing in.
We saw HRB there in a fantastic position themselves then, up on that high ground, and now you can see Samsung trying to get aggressive themselves. Samsung Morningstars trying to get themselves into a position. I'm not sure if they pinged that there was a potential team up there, but they're actually going to be zipping up, and that's going to be some shots zipping past the body there of Nitsa, but he just pops straight back out, takes the bow. Another player going to be taken down. The aggression is paying off here.
Yeah, EBC lose 2. However, they still have 1 remaining who's probably going to be trying to get away at this point. Still 20 squads left, so no one actually taken out. Very important now if you are that final remaining player from EBC that you just survive, and actually he's been able to get a teammate up, so there's now 2 of them, and they can actually take this high ground and rain down some fire. But Wetlands being another place where players seem to be setting up here, Mark. They seem to think that this could be a potential for where the circle is going to be heading towards as well.
Yeah, a lot of hard rotation early on here, and it's going to be a lot of longbow peeking, a lot of shields being cracked. The question is, who is going to be able to capitalize on that? Who is going to be able to potentially steal a couple of those kills away and put some points on the board? As we now go on board with 4 head, they were, last time we saw them in the last game, they kind of got trapped in market, but managed to make somewhat of a miraculous recovery, to be honest with you, to rotate out of that difficult position to get a decent placement in the lobby. Now we're seeing again, fairly good positioning from them. They've got a couple of buildings here just outside of Relay to really try and lock down. And this is a nice position to be, because they're going to be able to see any players who are rotating from the west side of the map, from the south side of the map, as they come past and try and get involved in the battles.
Also a lot of longbows available for players, and I think that's going to be important as we get to the late stages in Relay, because we are going to see people just peeking through little windows like this, little gaps, and you're not going to be able to do much damage if you've only got an R99 or maybe even an R301 unless you're really accurate. Whereas if you can catch people out with a longbow, especially when you've got the Skull Piercer like Bowser does here for EBC, you can just be able to push in and grab those shots that can really do some damage.
Yeah, Skull Piercer is really going to increase the damage onto those headshots, really can give you the opportunity to either get aggressive or finish off a kill. Now we see the triple take, another long distance weapon in the hands of one of the players there. Not the ideal weapon for this scenario. A lot of players obviously favoring that longbow with the damage that it does do. And now we're seeing, after some early hard rotation, the game really start to slow down a little bit here, Dan. Everyone's just waiting for that next circle to start moving. As we now see the guys on Quasar Generation Blue deciding to reposition here and get a little bit more aggressive themselves.
Yeah, there's always that risk of, all right, we do need to move. We might be safe right now, but if we don't move early, then we're going to be punished. So we have to make sure we have that early rotation. There's another engagement. Penta, again, who found themselves in great positions in match 1, have found themselves a couple more longbows as well and are able to be a real nuisance, taking out that Watson generator to make sure that no shields are going to be recharged just yet.
Yeah, the R301 in the hands here of Nesh as well, so he's going to be able to do some damage over distance as well. Not quite as great a weapon to be able to peek and drop shields as, of course, those longer range weapons as the longbow. But they do have the advantage here, Penta, as well, having used that Pathfinder passive ability to potentially find out where that final circle is. And now you're seeing the push coming in here from EBC, and they push beautifully well here. They will say, this is our building now. Thank you very much. It's time for you to leave.
Yeah, see you later, Samsung. They finished in 20th, and you saw the aggression. You saw they were able to just pinch that team there. A couple of players just going up above, and then the one player going down low, setting off the Watson trap, and then pushing in and utilizing that Peacekeeper. And the sheer amount of damage that Peacekeeper can do as well at close range is unreal. And now we're still seeing these teams who are just kind of sitting between Relay and Wetlands right in the center of the circle at the moment. Forehead are going to be more than happy to wait this one out, but they're in a building that has a lot of visibility. There are a lot of windows they can be shot from, so they do need to be very careful.
Especially with those white shields as well. There's not too much to be done as far as damage to be taken is concerned for those guys. And you can see at the moment they're trying to get some picks. If they could get a couple of picks on players pushing from the edge of the circle, it would be huge, but they haven't managed to do it. The players have managed to use that Wraith ability to push through, but it looks like they're coming under pressure themselves. We're doing so much damage here. Payne hitting so many shots with the longbow, with his shorter range weapon, but just can't get those knocks and can't get those finishes.
I think the fact that over half the kills were spread between 3 teams in the first match means that we're going to have very similar position placings from the rest of the teams, down from maybe 4th to 20th in terms of the amount of kills they were able to achieve, which means really places 4 to 10 are really up for grabs right now. So just one knock, just one elimination could be enough to split you from 11th to 10th later on after match number 3.
I mean, they managed to get the knock there on that player, but I don't think they've managed to solidify the kill. Player managed to kind of crawl towards his teammate, the Wraith, who had managed to use her Q to get into a safer position. So hopefully that res will come in. 19 squads still remaining here with 1 minute 53 left on the clock. Things are starting to get a little bit tasty here. Things are starting to get a little bit closer for comfort for a lot of these players.
Yeah, a lot of them have already worked their way into the circle, but there are a few stragglers still outside who are going to have to move with the red here. But actually, if you can take an engagement outside and maybe get a couple of bits of utility and maybe some shield batteries as well off of people, then you're going to be feeling all right about rotating in late, as long as you have enough cover where, to be honest, there are a lot of rocks available where actually you can find cover pushing in, but there's just so many teams left, you can be shot from every angle.
Well, speaking of pushing in, here comes the push here from EBC. You can see Banderstorm is overlooking his teammates who are pushing in with those R99s, trying to finish those kills. They have managed it. The Wraith is running for dear life and somehow manages to weave away and bob and dip and duck and somehow survive with about 5 HP left.
So important as well for Dream to try and stay alive, because I believe they finished 20th in the first match, so they have to make sure they get some sort of placement to give them a chance of progressing in this winner's bracket.
Well, Maestro have managed to improve their situation from the last time that we saw them. They were all sitting there on white shields, level 1 armor, but now they've managed to get those blue shields in place, which is certainly going to help their situation as we get towards those latter rounds. I just wanted to touch on MVP as well, as we see some of these wingman shots coming in. They were the ones who landed relay, they were the ones who had the circle, still alive, Dan, still fighting.
Yeah, MVP know that they're in a fantastic opportunity of winning this game. They will have to, of course, push out a little bit later if the circle moves slightly away from relay and towards wetlands.
Well, Sonics are in a little bit of a difficult position here. You can see they're kind of being pinched from both sides, plus there's a team above them on the tower who have fantastic high ground, so they have to move. You can see it from the top left hand side of your screen right now. When they do move, they're going to be in a position to potentially come under fire, but it looks like they've managed to sneak their way out just as the other team had to take a battle themselves.
Have to ensure that you can sneak out. I think sneaking is very important in Apex Legends, because if you are loud and noisy and you do get spotted, you don't just get seen by one team. That gunfire is noticed by about 10 who are just there waiting and hoping to pick you off to gain those extra points from eliminations.
Now we're going to see The game just start to slow down a little bit more as we see the ring closing in 20 seconds until we'll see that ring move in. As we see Wacko in a crazy shot there onto the player to drop him. Not sure if he got the confirmation on the kill though. As we see another player trying to push. Now we're seeing the carnage start to ensue, and Penta, they're starting to rack up some kills of their own.
Yeah, Penta doing so well with the SMGs here, and the Devotion with a turbocharger rips through the body shields. I mean, the Devotion, incredible. If you can find a turbocharger early game, you keep it just in case you find the Devotion.
So EBC then, again, in a position on the edge of the circle, trying to fight their way in. They're in a difficult position though. They do have some cover, but with that low ground, you get the feeling they're going to be looking to do a little bit of damage, maybe with this longbow, and then push up. Here goes Banderstorm in with that Havoc as we move over now to a couple of players who've got themselves into a pretty good position just outside of the circle here with some cover. It's going to be Quasar Generation Blue. Again, they are going to have to make a play when that circle moves.
And they've got a little bit of time to work with. A minute 30. They don't have to be too antsy. When you get to this position and the circle is closing and you can see there's still 15 squads left, if you try and push too early, you can be punished. Like, if you didn't make the decision to rotate as early as round 1, maybe even round 2, then you've just got to say, all right, we're playing the circle this game. We're going to try and pick people off that are running in earlier than us, and we go for a late rotation in and hope that we don't get spotted. We hope that maybe we're the last team people look at running into that circle.
And it's EBC who are the team who are looking to fight them here, Quasar Generation Blue. So those two teams going back and forth for position as they both have to move into the circle. And it looks like guys on Quasar Generation Blue here have decided to reposition, try and get some earlier positioning on the map and try and get towards those final circles, but the shots coming in here are going to back them right up.
It's just so terrifying. You start going towards the circle and suddenly doors open and people peek out of windows and they just rain down fire, and you come to that realization of, oh god, we actually can't push anywhere at this point. We need to try and utilize either Pathfinder's ult or Wraith's ult, otherwise we're really just going to struggle.
Here's a team that we haven't spoken too much about, and they're in a fantastic position towards this final circle as well. And that is going to be Herbania. They have the high ground looking over Relay, and if you look at where the circle is situated at the moment, Dan, they're in a fantastic position to close out a fantastic placement.
Yeah, I think a lot of players will know that this final circle has finished here before. We have seen that high ground can be very effective, so taking it early, extremely important. But you also have to be aware of teams that will be trying to attempt to take it off you before we get to that final circle. And wow, what a shot that was from Oryx as well. Just being able to pick off the flying Wraith through the air. Longbow accuracy, so important because it's so heavy at the moment in the meta. Great shots from Penta here and Oryx in particular. That Skull Piercer with the longbow doing some amazing damage.
He also has plenty of ammo to be working with as well, so he can just hold that position. And now it's Bowser's time to shine as he lands some longbow shots of his own. And now we're going to see the guys from EBC getting aggressive and looking to finish off these kills. Backs down, the baiting and switching coming in, but here comes the little peek from the window above. The door opens, it was like the world's worst trick or treat there.
And they're just trying to loot those boxes really quick as well, try and get some armor and hope there's something in there. Pop down that Watson ult just to recharge some shields, but they don't really have the time at the moment because everyone's darting into this circle.
Penta doing work again as far as the kill feed is concerned. Forehead get taken down by Penta. They had a great first game and they're looking to keep that momentum up in the second game as MVP are still holding strong.
Look at their positioning. They dropped Relay, they've predicted the circle absolutely perfectly, down to a T. They are central of circle number 6. I mean, this is amazing from them. Yes, okay, they're not going to have as much shields, maybe as much ammo as other teams, but they are already solidifying themselves maybe a top 5 placement unless they get pushed by a team like this, 789, who are very close to them. And they've already got the points secured from the previous game. I wonder whether they're thinking, all right, we want that building in there. We think then we might be able to use that to our advantage.
Certainly can put the pressure onto the team who have been holding it down ever since the start. Now we're going to see a player get aggressive. Peeks through the Peacekeeper. Didn't think he managed to actually hit those shots, and now we're going to see all the teams trying to collapse, rotating in. 9 squads left. MVP picking up some downs along the way, as well as a kill there onto the Kulash player.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you can get these revives as well, pick up your teammates so you can ensure that you're able to go into this next circle with as many healthy teammates as possible, because a 2v3 can be very difficult, and now everything unfolding just coming in towards Relay here.
789 again, picking up kills, picking up placements. They have been absolutely sublime so far in our first 2 games here of Group B. And another team who is still looking strong in this top position is HRB. You can see using that Wraith ability to portal down and potentially move towards that circle as it closes in.
However, their high ground becomes a little bit less towards this next circle. They have a little bit to work with and they can hide and duck, but they can now actually be very annoying to Team 789 as Penta get eliminated from the competition down to just 5 squads now. And this final circle is going to look very scary. Circle number 6 just closes in onto 7, and it means that actually it's still MVP don't actually have to move. They are in the perfect building. They can hide in one side of it.
Yeah, and 789 is still involved as well. And look at the focus fire coming in here from 789. They are communicating and they are executing to the highest level towards this end game. Fantastic stuff again from them as MVP are still in the position that they started this game off with, and they are still picking up kills along the way. This is a big points game here for MVP.
With only 4 squads left and another 55 seconds though for this circle to close in. This is now where usually you have a little bit of a lull where people just try and work out how they're actually going to push into this next circle and how they're going to coordinate perfectly. Are they going to be pincering? Are they going to utilize Wraith's ult? Are they going to go for a Pathfinder zipline perhaps? Or are they just going to have to go gung-ho and run straight at another team?
Gonna have to see how this one plays out. Raz now, he's actually trying to escape to get himself a body shield, which is a great play in that particular situation. But look at the fire he's coming over. He desperately needs to stay alive, relying on his teammates to keep him alive. And MVP, that teamwork is absolutely beautiful.
Krakow MVP have just picked their moment perfectly. They were hiding for so long, and they've said, okay, we're still in the circle. We can hear teams around us. We have the high ground at this point. Let's get up top. Let's get those Watson fences down. People are going to be hiding at this point because they're going to be dodging people at the other end of the high ground. So now we can start to lay down fire, pick up some kills as well as placement here.
Now we're going to see the rotation in, and there's going to be a team caught out there. Cooler are going to be stuck between a rock and a hot place. They are being burnt to the ground. Lag are going to be the last man standing here. MVP, though, comes in and takes the kills. NRG still in the battle here, Dan. They've managed to sneak their way through into a top 4 position.
We've not seen much of NRG, and you can see 4 kills for Dizzy as well. So just 2 of them surviving at the moment, but they're able to shield up, and they've got purple shields as well. So there is a massive chance for them to actually take this game if they can creep up and maybe pick off a kill against MVP, who have situated themselves so well throughout this circle.
Well, look at what Ace has got in the back pocket as well. He's got the Peacekeeper, he's got the R99, and he is looking to make a play as well. Mondo going to be watching those stairs as well. He closes the door, and there's a little peek there, which is going to drop the shields. And here go MVP. They decide they want to try and take down NRG, and they've rotated outside as well.
MVP saying, all right, if you want to take a couple of shots at us, we're going to actually back you down, and we're going to give you a little bit of a warning movement. As now circle number 7 closing in 1 minute and 10 seconds, and that means there will be no circle left to stand in, no safe zone whatsoever. So we will definitely see this game 1 in the next minute.
789 MVP. We've seen those two going head to head numerous times already in just the first 2 moments of this game, and now we're going to see that ult being set up down for that final circle.
Yeah, just dancing around as much as possible so that when you do go through that portal, it actually takes so much time to get you through to the other end of the portal that you can prioritize the situation where you're not taking damage from the circle. I mean, we see a lot of teams try and do it, and you really have to make sure you have an ult with Wraith if you want to go for that play in the later stages.
Cooler still have 1 player alive here. He's barely alive, to be honest with you, as far as HP is concerned, but he's still in this game, and if he can kind of avoid a battle here and let 789, NRG, and MVP go about their business, not only can he put up a couple of points here as far as kills are concerned, he could also get some placement points as we see MVP just getting aggressive again, laying down that portal, and now they might be able to actually teleport behind and put those shots in as they're forcing the movement.
Got 2 portals up. Both teams are now going to try and dance between these portals, try and survive as best as they can. Wraith's going to use their Q to ensure that they can avoid the damage as well. All carnage going to unfold here. It's just a survival game at this point. Lay down as much shots as possible.
789 then are going to be dropped down shields. They're in all sorts of problems, having to queue out of the position. Here comes the push here. NRG are going to be taken down by 789. The carnage is about to ensue. 789 still managed to stay alive. MVP not pushing this quite yet, Dan.
And you can see how quickly they push the man and they get the shots on the player who was just coming out of the portal there. And it's 789 yet again picking up the victory. Incredible positioning from them. Great tactical decisions as well. Yes, okay, MVP had the early circle, but 789 were able to position themselves where they forced MVP to move towards them so they could get those shots on that final player coming through the portal.
10 kills again here for 789. 2 first places in the first 2 games. A combined 24 kills. These guys are for real, Dan. These are championship contenders.
I mean, it's actually pretty terrifying when you look at those kind of statistics, and I think everyone watching on will be saying, all right, this 789 squad are someone that we need to be looking out for. But again, it was their shot calling ability, and of course we can't hear what they're saying, the in-game leader, but you can tell they're all on the same page. They're looking at the right angles. They're utilizing the ultimates in the right situations as well. Everything down to a T there from 789. A very well played game from MVP, I will say. It's a difficult game to play when you drop, you have the circle, because for a team like MVP who likes to be aggressive, I'm sure they were just itching to get out and take so many fights, and I think that's why when that opportunity was presented, they instantly jumped up top and started actually looking for a couple of kills.
NRG then with a decent placement in that game as well. We'll take a look at some of the replays from our second game here of Group B action, and this was one of those games, Dan, it seemed like with that particular circle that we had towards the end, a lot of teams were being caught on rotation, trying to push in. And we saw quite a lot of engagements across the duration of that particular game.
I mean, realistically, it was the weaponry decision that we saw from a lot of these teams that were able to help them in that late game. If you know that the circle is going to be in a situation like that around relay, you know there's going to be a lot of close quarter combat, so it's so important to have an R99. But also, when you know a circle has pushed that heavily towards one side of the map, there's going to be a lot of late rotations where people are going to be vulnerable from those longbow shots as well. So the longbow plus R99 was such a huge combination of weapons, but we also saw the devotion ripping through shields as well. I mean, some players are amazing when they're able to get a devotion with a turbocharger. However, if they're not able to get that devotion with turbocharger, we really see them struggle. But a couple of players actually picking that one up in this game.
789 again, just clutching up in these final moments. You'll see Mondo dropping, Ace dropping, 789 just cleaning house. And we're going to see the last player just popping through the portal, no shields whatsoever. And that is the easiest way to finish a game. 789, I mean, they're probably the least relevant numbers at the moment, to be honest with you. The most relevant ones are 2 games, 2 wins.
And really, they've done it in such dominating fashion. I mean, we've seen teams win before with maybe a few kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, but the fact they've been able to do it with that many kills, 14 and then 10, I mean, they've been able to secure 48 points just from 2 games. Is amazing. That would put them 2 points off the match point threshold if we were in the grand final right now, just to give you an indication of how good they've been playing. But Group B was one of these groups where there was a lot of questions around the teams. Are they going to be as good as potentially the groups A and C, where we see a lot of teams that came from X Games that are tried and tested that we've seen in so many of these pro lobbies? But 789 really are taking advantage of this, and I think they are a team that went under the radar a little bit in a lot of people's predictions as to who was going to be coming out of this group with ease.
Well, looking across some of the results we had from our first game as well, that's certainly going to boost a couple of placements up, but that's going to do it all from our second game right now. We're actually going to throw it back over to the guys on the desk on Stream A. Enjoy the action.
On set, thank you so much, brother. Fallout here, back with some new face. Just
Where?
face.
A new face.
Just
Where?
new face. A new face.
A new fantastic
Can't find him.
face. Thank you.
Maybe somewhere under the desk here. It's my man, Rain Day. How you doing,
What's
brother?
up, fellas? I'm doing great. Glad to be here, man. In Poland for the first time, at an Apex event for the first time. It happens to be the biggest one, so it's a good timing.
Good time to start, yeah.
Great
for
time.
Both of us, that's for sure. Of course.
Exactly.
Alongside Jamerson here, who's been on the desk killing with the analysis all day long. We also got some like matching jacket situation going on.
We're looking good.
It was not coordinated. I
Like
swear to
we
God.
coordinated or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Clearly this talent team's in synergy. But I know, Rain, you had a chance to watch a lot of that Group B match. Of course, match number 1 and match number 2. I think the one thing that stands out the most, Team 789, who, by the way, outperformed Wyvern in their first so far?
Well, what we looked at with this group, which is so interesting, is that there was a dynamic between, we didn't really know who was going to step up. Obviously, Energy was the team that everyone kind of had their eyes on. How was Izzy going to perform? How was Ace going to perform? But 7, 8, 9 ended up stealing the show. Talked about game 1. You guys didn't catch all of it, but Penta were in a beautiful spot on the top of Skulltown, trying to rotate in. And Sentinels, also a team we've been looking out for that had done very well, were in the only building left in that final circle. 7, 8, 9 not only pushed off Penta and took the high ground, they were able to go into Sentinels, win some 1v1s. Wow. You saw Exons doing it there. He did it before in game 1. So this is just an incredible performance from a team that's kind of showing us they are here to play.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's tough to do with that 7, 8, 9 squad against the Sentinels roster who played well at the X Games. Of course, we have Payne on that team who's been doing it for so long, so many different BRs. But walk me through the 7, 8, 9 roster. There might be some players on this team that not many people know. I know one in particular with those glistening blue eyes is in Desu with a great performance. And the blue hair. That's Desu.
Well, what's so cool about the secondary group right now with B is that we have pretty much 3 of the representatives that are girls playing in this competition in that group. So we have Dream It, which is the all-girls team as well. We have Forehead, which has Lens, streams for Dignitas and is playing for Forehead. And of course, we have Desu, who is representing so well for this team. And really, it's just about competition. Who's playing so great? You really can't tell. There's no difference. This 7, 8, 9 team is here to play. And honestly, the dynamic that they're presenting is great teamwork, but also positionally understanding when to approach fights, picking off third parties, or when they need to be patient. I've noticed that they just seem to know what they all need to do, and they're not trying to step on each other's toes.
I mean, leading up to this event, 7, 8, 9 was a team name that was constantly coming up in streams left and right. Because, you know, these players, they're hopping into each other's streams, they're talking to each other, and they're asking, you know, who do you think scary is? What do you think is going to be like the group of death? And a lot of teams thought maybe Group B, maybe Group C. And Group B is showing why. 7, 8, 9, relatively unknowns, but well-known amongst the community itself. And they are already proving themselves with 48 points across 2 games.
Oh, my gosh.
Unbelievable.
48 points. They dropped a 14-kill game. And was it first place?
It was first place.
In the first game.
And it's 2 first places now.
2 back-to-back first-place finishes.
Unreal.
And by the way, only 2 points away from that 50-point threshold, which, again, if you are just joining, the grand finals of this tournament has one of the most unique formats. I mean, the entire tournament is a unique format. Shout out to EA's competitive gaming team. But in that grand final, you have to reach a 50-point threshold and win the following game. Well, if they somehow broke that 50-point threshold, one more game away from winning in 3 games is kind of crazy. 48 points. This is the best team performance we've seen so far in our 2 matches.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I believe they had a better performance than Wyvern had on their game number 1, right? Where they got about 16 kills and then 9 points off of just placements alone. And so already 7, 8, 9 right out the gates, already taking the lead.
And one of the things that was interesting about that 7, 8, 9 win, which we're starting to notice, we all know the longbow meta is here to stay. That's going to be a part of this tournament no matter what. But Sentinels in that first fight actually was running a lot of R99 Peacekeeper. They had a very close range combat situation, but the work was being done by Exons in the longbow early on to set up so much poke that it put everyone in such a horrible position on their late rotation. So it seems like 7, 8, 9 are committing to giving somebody a longbow no matter what, even if they know they're going into a close range engagement. Not seeing a lot of switches after any mid-fight looting. They're really sticking with some flexibility there, and I think it's helping their team have a wide variety of ways to attack the fight.
The value of the longbow just can't be understated at this point, especially with the meta that we're playing in right now. Every single team basically running a composition where every single one has that low-profile passive at that point, where they take 5% extra damage. And that longbow, that 5% adds up really quickly. And so one good headshot, and at that point, that's a battery out, that's a med kit out, that's a lot of healing, and that's going to slow down your rotations like you had mentioned. That's a great point.
Totally.
You love to see the R99 and Peacekeeper combo still in there as well for some close quarters action. SMG shotgun still hanging in there. Peacekeeper kind of went away for a tiny little bit, and of course came back. Good to see the Peacekeeper as a former Gears of War player. I like to see some shotgun action. Oh yeah, I'm not going to lie, but a great performance from 7, 8, 9. The Russians coming over, all 3 players from Russia, and performing incredibly well. But let's talk a little about NRG, a team that came into this tournament. Talk of the tournament. We got some Dizzy fans in the chat, I'm sure. Good performance here in match number 2. I know you mentioned, Evan, that we didn't see a great performance in match 1. Talk to me about what we've seen from NRG so far.
I think NRG have been a little quiet, and I think that's something that understandable, considering the fact that they're coming into this with a lot of pressure and a lot of eyes. It's unavoidable to think that, you know, they're aware of how people are observing their play. So like we saw in round 1, everyone was saying, we're going to see some aggression? Are we going to see some total chill? Let's see what it is, the first game of Poland. I think we're seeing that from NRG maybe a little bit more extreme, where they're waiting it out, not trying to take too many risks and end up on the bad side of a trade. And so we're seeing them kind of fall into the wayside. Round 1 wasn't about them. It was 7-8-9. It was Sentinels. It was Penta. Round 2, much more as far as in their favor and kind of showcasing that they're here to play.
Yeah, definitely getting into position there. I mean, these are, two players on that team, some of the biggest streamers here in Apex, and so a lot of eyes, a lot of scrutiny on them, and that kind of pressure can weigh on you, but I'm glad to see that here in game number 2, they were able to tighten up and get a top 3 finish in this round, and especially put themselves into contention to move on, to play on later on in the day.
Yep, of course, Ace, arguably a top 3, top 5 player in the game, playing alongside Dizzy, who burst into fame. I mean, his story is unbelievable. I know his dad is here in Poland as well, cheering him on and representing. Big shout out to Dizzy and Father Dizzy as they're looking to...
Papa Dizzy.
Papa Dizzy, that's him in the chat. Papa Dizzy as they're looking for a great match number 3. Second place in match number 2. They secured themselves some kills. They're looking strong. Another team that we continue to talk about is MVP. Coming off a great Group A series, Wyvern performed from South Korea. Now MVP following suit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like MVP is having a little bit of a slower start because they didn't have the greatest game in game number 1. But here, game number 2, able to get it out into the final 3. Ends the final 3. And so it does bode well for them. Again, we weren't able to quite see exactly what their drops were, but MVP was a team that would really just try and ego on everyone during the scrims, right? They would try and contest at Repulsor, contest at Hydro, and make sure that, they made sure that everyone knew that this was our landing spot. But it has to come down to rotations. What was going on with MVP?
It's interesting because I think MVP have a little bit of the, it's weird, they're playing a little different than their usual. Like you mentioned, the aggro expected of them. Not what we've seen. This is really where they came alive towards the end. I think we're just seeing a little bit more of a cautiousness to begin this tournament. I expect more of that personality to come out day 2 or maybe in some of the later rounds, especially if they end up getting knocked to losers, which doesn't look likely now with the top 5 finish that we just saw. But overall, very solid performance. You can tell they've got it in them. I think everyone's still just holding their foot, not really going straight on the gas pedal yet. Don't want to hit 100 too fast.
Yeah, a couple other teams here in Group B that we got to see how they perform in match number 3. You got a team, obviously Energy, you want to see how they continue to perform. We got Penta, who I know you had some hype for as well. In addition to teams like Cooler, we'll see how Cooler can perform and if they can break that threshold. Sentinels, will they continue their dominance as well? But break down the Penta squad for me. You had them listed as a dark horse in this tournament, I believe.
Yeah, definitely one of the dark horse teams in this entire tournament for me because a lot of people, might not be familiar with Wacko and Roxay. But for me particularly, when I was looking at the roster, it was Nesh that I was looking at because he was a player that, I followed pretty closely in Overwatch. He had 2 World Cup he ended up being in the World Cup for Team Germany. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Twice as a representative for them. And he was just a really good, DPS player, especially in the hit scan. And in these games, even though there is bullet travel, right, he still has the aim and he has that deadliness. And so being able to pair a DPS player with some BR kind of pros who have that kind of history and being able to wrangle that in and kind of focus in that DPS, it does work out well.
It certainly does, and I think you have to understand too, being a competitor of just any game and having a breadth of knowledge in multiple titles you've competed in gives you a relative advantage in competing in a BR, especially because it can be so straightforward sometimes, but when you add things like you're just tactically positioning, working with other teammates in a bit of more of a squad formation, some of that prep is going to help them, and I think Penta are showing that they are experienced. They're a team to look out for. I'd actually expect them to make easily top 10, maybe top 5 over the next few games as well, as we saw here earlier, but they're a squad that I think you have to look out for.
Yeah, at this point, it's about closing it out, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
We're going into match number 3 now, and it looks like we do have a pretty clear favorite top 5.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting...
Top 1 for sure. I mean, that's cemented.
Top
48
1,
points already.
Top 1 for sure.
7, 8, 9, man.
Watching those matches, though, I was really surprised that the Sonics didn't get a little bit more action. They died 18th and they died 17th, and this is a highly interesting team. And I think you look at Wicked and you look at Sanct, these are guys that I would have been expecting to perform a little more, so I'm looking more for them in round 3.
Yep, that's for sure. So many teams in this Group B. Group A, Group B, a little bit lighter in the heavy competition. We're still waiting for the likes of TSM, Space Station, etc. to compete. A lot of people saying Group C and Group D are our groups of death. Well, they'll be matched up in Winners Bracket Round 2. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, though, by any means, because Group B is still underway. The action is at a peak. 7, 8, 9 undoubtedly securing themselves the number 1 spot right now. Can they continue their dominance? Group B stream coming up next in just a bit.
proudest moment would be just being able to compete with my teammates and just being here to win.
Hitting 3 Kraber no scopes in a row.
그러니까 혼자 3명 다 잡았을 때.
My proudest moment in Apex Legends was when I finally stopped falling off the ledges.
Being here at this tournament.
Getting signed to Fnatic.
Proudest moment is probably winning the first ever Twitch Rivals tournament for the game. Probably the proudest moment for me.
Proudest moment in Apex so far would probably be winning the TwitchCon EU tournament in Berlin, just because it was a massive prize pool and it was just really exciting playing on the big stage.
国内の大会で優勝したこと。
My proudest moment probably would be Nicewig hyping me up after I made a really good play in scrims. He called me the Muhammad Ali of Apex.
Probably getting signed to 100 Thieves.
Y un clutch, donde vos vas 1 contra 3 y te matas a todo el equipo, cuando las posibilidades son nulas prácticamente.
2 вторых места подряд на Apex Pro EU лиге.
Play safe and slow. I would just say play the game as much as you can, learn to love the game, and then you'll grow with it.
Find other people to play with. Definitely stay consistent, keep your head up and just keep grinding.
Just go for hot drop, take as many fights as you can.
Move and shoot at the same time.
My number 1 tip would be learn the game, learn the mechanics, learn the map, play to improve rather than play to win, and slowly you'll be getting a victory.
The number 1 tip I'd give to new players is to always use shield supplies before health supplies, just because you can pop them quicker. So.
I think it's any of the Sentinels guys, one of the 3.
Me?
I feel like there is no best player in the world. There's a lot of very skilled and talented players out there, and I don't feel like there will ever be a best, and that's just kind of how I see it, but there's a lot of good players out there.
The best Apex players in the world would be my 2 teammates, Sweet Dreams and Dropped.
韓国のセリですかね。
Well, that's tough. Maybe Retzi from Sentinels or Ace from Energy.
I think it's Aseo, maybe, or DC.
I don't know. It kind of bounces around a lot. I don't think one player is more outstanding than majority of them.
Me, of course. Of course. No question.
Y es complicado. Estamos jugando contra los mejores equipos del mundo y hay muchos jugadores que se destacan. Así que nombrar a uno sería menospreciar a los demás. Y...
Tras.
Well, I don't think it counts as a superhero ability, but not being able to rage would be pretty nice.
I feel like my superpower would be to control time.
Definitely flying.
I'd love to be able to read people's minds.
Time travel.
Teleportation.
Maybe flying, because it'd be fast and it'd be fun at the same time, so. Or maybe like cloaking, go invisible. That'd be kind of cool.
My superhero power would be to go invisible.
空を飛ぶことですかね。
I'd like to fly. Flying would be super cool. Just to see everything from above.
Smoothie.
Croissant and coffee. Drink coffee.
Well, in my case, I usually don't eat anything for breakfast.
I would say Apex Predator eats Gibraltars for breakfast.
Nothing. Definitely meat.
Hamburger.
Eggs.
We don't eat. We always get up past noon, and then we go straight to scrims, and hopefully eat after that.
Nothing. Don't eat breakfast really that much. Game on an empty stomach.
Bronze players.
そもそも朝の時間までは練習してるんで朝ごはんは食べてないですね。
Honestly, probably nothing. Most of us don't eat breakfast.
I personally don't eat breakfast, actually. I just like to wait until I am awake for a few hours before I eat, because I don't feel good if I eat breakfast right away. Scout Town, Market, Runoff, Airbase, Relay.
The runoff, repulsor, swamps, hydro, water treatment.
Yeah, Skull Town, Bunker, Airbase, Slums, Swamps.
Artillery, Gauntlet, Bunker Town, Pit, and Swamps.
Skull Town, Repulsor, Hydro Dam, Slums, and Airbase.
Scout Town, Market, Thunderdome, Relay, Wetland.
Absolutely. Containment, Pit, Airbase, Artillery, Lab, Gauntlet, Skull Town, Thunderdome. Keep going. Water treatment, Repulsor, Hydro Dam, Swamps, Slums, Bunker, the Cage, Market, Runoff. I think that's about all of them. Relay, Wetlands.
Skull Town, Airbase, Runoff, Slum Lakes, and Artillery.
Labs, Cage, Runoff, and Airbase.
Cage, Market, Skull Town, Artillery, Runoff.
Sí. Labs, Swamps, School, Thunder, y ahí me quedé, y Runoff.
Hello and welcome back to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational here. Fallout now, back with Jamerson and Glitter. We missed you, Glitter. Evan did a great job filling in, but we missed you here on desk.
I missed you guys too.
So much. You see a beautiful shot of that studio here on screen, as you guys see, as we are getting ready to kick off Group D, which is one of the two pools of death that we've been identifying. And you can just see the lineup of rosters on your screen right now with this beautiful stage. Echo Fox, a team that you see that, Glitter, I know you identified as a dark horse. Talk about this Echo Fox roster.
So Echo Fox actually has a bunch of players that have come from various previous BR titles and various teams within the BR genre as a whole. I have high hopes for them. I mean, they have some players that historically have been amazing. They've got Stormin on their team, and he's unstoppable sometimes. So I don't know. I think that they could, if they get it together for this game, they can actually pull something out that might surprise a lot of the teams that are going to be in the group with them.
I like that. We've been making bold statement after bold statement here on this analysis desk, and you've been doing a great job with accuracy in some of those bold statements, so we'll see if Echo Fox can make it out. Any teams, any dark horses in particular, or teams you're looking out for?
For dark horses in particular, I'm actually looking at Space Station. So they didn't have the best of performances. They didn't have the best of performances at X Games, but they're bringing in Bird, a consummate competitor. He's been in the competitive scene for a long time now. You know, he's moved on from Overwatch to Realm Royale, and now here he is in Apex Legends. You know, he's got the mentality where he just wants to learn the game and be able to teach the game too, right? If you're going to be able to like teach the game, you should be able to learn, right? So at that point, I think Bird does contribute to the team. He is going to be replacing Mopork, and I think he might just be that X factor that Space Station need to be able to do better in this competition.
Yeah, I like that Space Station call out. Of course, you look at the placements at X Games, they got dead last, literally 20th place. That's, of course, just a different roster.
There's only one way to go.
There's only one way to go,
yeah.
and it's skyrocketing, pun intended, all the way to the moon here. We'll see if that can happen. But I do like that call out. I think Bird's a great pickup for this squad, and had a chance to talk to Logically actually a little bit ago, and very impressed. I mean, 17 years old, comes from the Fortnite scene originally, switched to Apex immediately because he fell in love with the game, and now he's looking to make a name for himself here on the main stage. I'm excited to see what Space Station can do.
Yeah, but they have to go through TSM. How can we not talk about them? TSM taking first and pretty handily over at X Games, and you know, it's off the back of all three of the players. They all had their individual performances all throughout the day. Imperial Hal, Reps. I mean, we have to talk about that 1v1 that took place, remember, over at Bridges, where like Hal's blocking for him, Reps is like, I got this, and then it was nuts. It was nuts.
That was such a good reenactment of what happened for the
That's
fight.
exactly how it went down too. I got it, block me, and he blocked him. It was great, yeah.
Yeah, TSM, you can't ignore them, of course. First place, and that's one of the big things to look out for. Can they reclaim their throne as the #1 team? Can they stay on top of that mountain? Well, they have a target on their back. In Battle Royale, it's kind of scary to have.
I mean, absolutely, and I feel like they probably know that going in. It's not like it's a secret that they've done well or that they did well at X Games, that they've continued to do well in scrims. So I think that they know that there is the potential for some teams, specifically maybe some of the newer teams, to potentially be gunning straight for them, and I'm sure they're prepared for it.
I mean, you go all the way back to when Hal was still playing with T-Hump and Prodigy Aces. This was still a team that was very macro-oriented, and we saw that at X Games, and they've been doing it for many, many months now, and it didn't matter where their drop was, whether it was slums or artillery. Now moving over to the cage, they have a much more centralized location. We got to see them use that to great effect for great rotations, even when they had a bad economy.
Yeah, that's for sure. A couple other rosters I want to keep an eye out for. Of course, Team Kurt, which consists of Kurt, BCJ, and Zerg. I like the team name. Kurt's not selfish by any means. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to Kurt. And obviously Misfits. Misfits with top 6 placement. I know that was a solid performance at X Games. Do you expect them to do a little bit better here in the Preseason Invitational?
I do. I'm very excited to watch the Misfits play. I think that they have the potential to do some really, really impressive gameplay. They're really strong with their rotations. I want to see how they do with potentially these games specifically, because if there's anyone in their group that's going to decide to play the way maybe Wyvern was, they're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive.
I was expecting a lot more out of Misfits at X Games. Even though they did 6, which is a great finish for them, I felt like they could have been in top 5, especially with how during day 1, they did not get contested at all in their drops, and they had a really wide drop zone. And you have to be able to press that early game advantage into the mid game, into the late game, and they should have been a top 5 finisher.
Yeah, well, we keep talking about a lot of these massive organizations, great performances at X Games, etc. But really, in Group B, it was Team 789, a team not many people expected. They started getting some hype here within the last couple of weeks, but coming from Russia and 2 back-to-back wins, 48 points with Estezu helping lead the way. She's been playing phenomenal as well. So we might see another team like that. You saw Singularity on screen. Can it be Singularity? Can it be some of these lesser-known teams? One above all. We also have Selector representing Korea. So Japan. Yep, representing the Asian region. 5 teams coming from Asia. Will Selector perform and showcase Japan for the first time? I mean, really a lot of key stories here.
I mean, if we're going to try and find a parallel between Group B and Group D, I think the closest one would be Segelbert, right? 789, a lot of people talked about them. Segelbert was another team that a lot of everyone in the community was talking about and was hyping up, but I don't think anyone outside of the community really knew about them.
Yeah, and then they're also someone that will kind of tie into our discussion with Misfits. Because if we look at potential drop areas, there might be an issue there.
I like that.
I'm just
I like
saying.
the sound of that. That's
I like those hot drops. I love those hot drops.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Group C matchup. I know Space Station and Tempo Storm both land near each other. Sorry, not Space Station. FlyQuest and Tempo Storm in Group C both land near each other. So, of course, when Group C gets underway here in about an hour, you can expect that as well. But for Group D, that might be a little bit of an early matchup. We haven't seen a ton of early game fights. We've seen people respecting territories so far. You think that's going to change here in Group D?
I think one of the things that Jump actually pointed out when we were doing early prep for this was that Kick is one of the squads that actually will try and contest people and just hold W on them just to go for that early game pressure.
Yep.
And that they've drawn a lot of ire from the community because they play that style. You're not playing proper scrims. This isn't good practice. You know what?
Cheesy.
End of the day,
come on.
If you're getting those frags, that's good practice.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%, and it will apply here, especially if you're trying to make your move early in your limited amount of games.
Yeah, of course. Jump talking about Team Kick. Put that together. You got Jump Kick. It's some great stuff going on here.
But then team names back to Mimu.
Yeah, exactly. Between Team Kurt, of course Kick Esports going to be representing throughout. We've got some great team names and some good vocabulary and wordplay so far. But Group D action about to be underway. The likes of Echo Fox. One team we haven't talked about yet is Fnatic EU. Their counterparts on the North American side, who arguably are considered to be the better team, did perform with a 5th place finish in their first match. You think EU is going to do the same thing?
Yeah, this is crazy because we're not going to actually be able to see a Fnatic versus Fnatic kind of match up until grand finals or maybe in the lower bracket. But I think this squad of Dids, Nicola, and DCT, they do have the capabilities here. Again, it's a lot of competitors that have very deep backgrounds in FPS. Dids coming over from Overwatch. Nicola and DCT, they also have plenty of experience here. And I think from what I've seen, while I would like one kind of change up in the roster where Nicola goes into more of a fragging position, put him on a Pathfinder or a Wraith instead of putting him on the Watson, and I think this team can really shine. Nicola's movement, I've been watching his stream a lot, and he has been one of the proponents of doing a lot of wall jump movements, and that's very rarely seen because it does put yourself into a lot of tight positions, but it can be really useful if you're going to try and peek someone.
Yeah, animation's a little bit slow, so it could be high risk, high reward, but who knows, as individual skill continues to improve in Apex, one of the most individually talented games that requires that level of skill, we'll see that evolve. And again, Can't say it enough. This is just the preseason. We got some great things ahead of us, and we can definitely expect both the meta to change as well as individual performances. And speaking of individual performances, we've talked about a few players. You mentioned Fnatic EU, some individual standouts. Any other players stand out to you? Can't obviously ignore the TSM folks, Imperial Hal and Co. expect to be some of the best.
You want me? Can I take? You want me to go?
Yeah,
I mean, yes, obviously TSM, but this is also kind of piggybacking off of talking about Fnatic EU a little bit. But there's also the other Team Liquid team.
That's true.
In this
Blue.
bracket,
Yep.
and so I'd really like to see what they can do. I mean, and Flanker and Casper also have good BR background.
You love those BR background
There's
folks,
so
don't you?
many of them. That's the
Yeah.
problem, and it's a very small community, so everybody
It is.
kind of knows everyone, and everyone's been playing for a very long time. So I expect a lot out of them.
And honestly, after the performance at X Games, I think they could have also been one of those top 5 finishers if they had been able to close out in 1 or 2 more games. We saw, I believe it was Game 7 or Game 8 on the second day of X Games where they had, I think it was 5 or 6 eliminations on a row on the airbase wall. If they had been able to close that out, that could have just been what propelled them into top 5, and then of course into just discussion amongst some of the best teams in Apex.
Yeah, that's a great call out, of course. A lot of individual players, a lot of teams to look out for as well. You see Logically on Space Station right now, who I mentioned earlier, 17-year-old player coming from Fortnite, so different BR than your background, I know, in H1. But one of the best things about Apex, it's really an amalgamation of all of these players from different backgrounds, as we said in the pre-show. You have Apex players that come from Overwatch, come from H1, Fortnite, you name it. Everyone's kind of gathered and realized, man, this game is pretty good. Takes a lot. Let's make the switch over to Apex Legends. Let's commit to this game, because who did not fall in love with Apex Legends when it first came out and burst onto the scene back in the beginning of the year?
Yeah, I hit level 100 within like the first 5 days. I was grinding it out. It was just so much fun. Even though like there wasn't a ranked play back then, it was just so much fun just to play. And like, you know, at level 100 you find out you don't get any more loot boxes unless it's like levels and stuff like that, but it was still fine. It was just so much fun. It was something new, and it was kind of a nice marriage between a lot of the games that people were coming over from, right? You have Battle Royale, you've got class-based, and so you just kind of put them all together, and it just felt really good for a lot of players.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So you're probably really happy when Season 1 came out. You got to hit reset and have some fun there.
I was going to say that I couldn't agree any more with that. I feel like what Apex did really well is they took a bunch of what was good from a bunch of different games and then kind of improved upon it to create their version of what Apex Legends has
the
become.
simplified inventory system, right? Easy swapping between all of your equipment and like your attachments on your guns. It felt so good. Felt very intuitive. I mean, still feels very intuitive.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Yep, different legends to play as, but it's not obnoxious. It's not like one's OP and there's balancing issues. At the end of the day, most important thing is how you shoot. So if you come from Counter-Strike, you of course love Apex Legends for that reason. A lot to love with this title, that's for sure. And of course, when you have players like the ones we have seen on screen so far, that makes it gives even more to love, of course, as we're getting ready to kick off Winners Round 1 and Group D. If you are just tuning in so far, welcome, Fallout here, and I'll tell you right now, my favorite part about this tournament so far has been the new structure and format for this tournament. In case you missed it, for the first time ever, we have a double elimination bracket in a major BR tournament. That's right, winners bracket and losers bracket. The ability to bounce back from losers and make it to that championship final is real. All teams, all players make it back to Saturday, which probably feels good when you travel all the way to Poland, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for some of these players, especially the Europeans, it was only about like a 2-hour flight. But, you know, for everyone coming from NA, we did
Korea, Australia, South America.
The Australian flight must have been an absolute doozy at that point. I know, like, coming from LA to Australia, it was about a 15-hour, 16-hour flight, so I can't imagine doing that across the Atlantic.
Yeah, might be a little rough.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
So we have a lot of Australian representatives, too.
Yep.
And Alliance did well.
That's true. That's a great call out. Really, every region has been representing. You know, we saw in Group A a team from South America, a team from Korea, teams from Europe, and of course teams from North America all qualify through. So far, it's I'm sure we got some NA versus EU in the chat. Let us hear it. But it seems like it's pretty well dispersed here.
This might be one of the more diverse groups though, because we have 2 Japanese teams.
That's
I believe
true.
we have 2 Oceania teams. In excellence, and never mind, it might just be the one. But I mean, this is a very diverse roster of players and countries that are represented here.
Yeah, that's for sure. In this group, and obviously that's indicative of the entire tournament. Is it safe to say, I mean, we give TSM a lot of hype, but again, X Games was really a North American dominated tournament. Is it safe to say TSM is the best team in the world at this point, or do you think this tournament will tell?
That's a bold prediction if we were to make it.
If you're to make it, it is, yeah.
It's fairly pretty.
If TSM wins, though, you sound really smart, though. So
right.
I'm just saying, they haven't even played yet, so be careful.
It is fairly agreed upon amongst the community
that they are the best in the world.
TSM is, basically one of the best teams in the world with some of the best players in the world also. And so I think I would be comfortable saying that, yes.
Wow.
Oh, you are.
Yes.
He's my man Jamerson. I called him a politician earlier. He has officially redeemed himself. No longer a politician. Welcome back to esports, buddy.
This is the hill I die on.
Yeah.
Actually.
And they're on top of it. They're on top of it with you.
Then. I mean, we got HRO, right? We're talking about X Games a lot.
Yeah.
And Overpowered, actually, from C9, will be playing with Hill and RKN here. And so this is going to be Hill and RKN's first kind of introduction into the competitive scene for everyone who's a new viewer and like new into the community. So I'm pretty excited to see what HRO can do here.
No, absolutely. And I think, going back to TSM just for a second, I also think that we're not worried about TSM right now.
Yeah.
For these first kind of preliminary matches, I think what I'm interested to see is how, when everybody has made it through, the people that deserve to be in the finals, that have played well, that's where things might get shaken up a little bit.
Yeah, that's for sure. TSM is known to have that clutch factor, though, is probably arguably one of the most clutch teams in the game. You can't deny that based on how they played at X Games. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Of course, you could tweet using the hashtag Apex Invitational. Tweet at myself, at Fallout, Glitter Explosion here, and Jamerson. We'd love to hear your thoughts, maybe read some of them. Join in the discussion because there's 3 of us here, but we know you guys have a lot of great insight as well. I'll tell you right now, a lot of goodness to talk about. Team 789 in Group B, the team that no one expected to be undoubtedly sweeping that group. I'm sure you guys are watching. You probably have both streams open. Our side stream is showing the Group B match right now, and they've been really, really dominating. But will it be another unknown team, or will it be the greats in TSM or the likes of Fnatic EU? Time will tell. It looks like the match is ready to get set here. Bravo and Dreadnought are ready to call the action. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, thanks, Fallout. Bravo and Dread back here in the booth. And Dread, if our first series of the day was told us anything, I think we have a pretty exciting rest of the day coming up, and this one is going to be Group B. Excuse me, Group D.
Yeah, it's actually really exciting, especially because, as you heard the analysts talk about, and for anybody who's kept track of competitive Apex, this is our first glance at TSM.
Yeah.
If everybody agrees that so far this is the best team in the world, this is a very, very beginning point for them to really prove that here at the Invitational.
Right, I think you think about the stakes here, right? 500,000 on the line, 80 international teams, but really this is a question of here, and we're only in the preseason, which teams are absolutely part of the conversation of best in the world? TSM obviously needs a top performance here to maintain that conversation they've had so far.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel like, based off of the performance we got from group number A, Wyvern is a roster that's trying to put their name up for that, but still struggling to be able to close it out. Just a couple of things here and there being a bit of a misstep, but here it is. We're ready to get into match number 1 of Group B.
Let's go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the main stage. As we said, some top talent here in this game. We've talked a little bit about this group, Dread. We got TSM here. We've got Team Liquid Blue, T1, of course, Misfits as well.
Gen G, a lot of big names here coming across the board at T1, Space Station Gaming. This is a very stacked group, and we got to figure out who are going to be the 10 that move on to take on the winners of Group C later on.
Maybe you see Echo Fox coming in here and going to go ahead and start to move around. Looks like not too much action for them. We talked earlier about teams being comfortable about their drops. One great thing I heard from Fnatic NA last night as I was talking to Spirit is, he was saying, you know what, we know containment so well that if anyone else were to drop, we don't mind because of how well we know that drop. But I also want to find out exactly what's going on across the rest of the map. Now over to Blaze and Nate for that breakdown.
Nate? So, guys, we're looking here at the command center. So we just got our initial drops. Nate, anything over there? Because I know you got Team Kurt and you got TSM over there on your side.
Yeah, so we have the cage drop over for TSM coming down. And I got to say, one of the things that did catch me off guard a little bit, one of these teams, I think it might have been Gen G, actually went for a Bangalore in their
Oh, so we did get a Bangalore.
I think we do finally have a team that is not entirely Wraith, Watson, and Pathfinder. Okay. That kind of just caught me off guard. Anything crazy on your side?
Yeah, so, and also I want to say, so we got Team Kurt. They're going to be over there at Containment. Now, over here, we're going to be having Game Arena. These guys coming over there towards... they're going to be up top at Repulsor, and now coming over here down low. Everything's looking good so far. We're going to have one team over here at Farm. That's going to be Singularity, but so far nobody's messing with each other. Nobody's fighting early on. This is these guys' first game, so they want to play it safe. We usually don't see these teams get any interactions till around the third circle. That's what we saw in match number 1. We'll see if it happens in this series as well.
Thanks so much, guys. Back here now taking a look at Fnatic EU. this EU side, you got a nice mix of players here, both from the UK and Sweden.
Yeah, I think it's very important to note that competitive Apex for Fnatic EU, that's not the roster that for things like the X Games and things like that were representative. So when you're like, I've loved, Fnatic within competitive Apex, just understand that this is kind of the breakout moment here for the North American roster, and we'll see what they, the European rosters. We'll see what they do here as they are residing towards the labs. And can we just bring it back a skosh here, really quick, Bravo?
Let's do it.
Bangalore is on Kings Canyon.
That's what we're hearing. We're wondering, we're going to check in with Gen.G later. We're hearing, if I had to guess, could be Grim Reality. We do have a note that he has a few different mains, both one being Bang, one being Watson, one being Wraith. So we will check in here with Gen.G.
I would love to see Grim Reality's perspective individually, just because actually we struggle to identify if the Bangalore is actually going to be a part of this comp here yet.
Let's go this way.
But if so, this is, as we said, it's not like it's out of nowhere. Yeah, actually it's going to be Silk Thread.
All right, so not even. Interestingly, in the notes here, Silk Thread listed his mains as a path and a lifeline, but instead he is going to be here, and I think the Bangaloreans are going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be able to see this deviation and the fact that it's at a lack of a Watson. So let's talk about some of the advantages or maybe disadvantages that Gen.G now face. Straight up, you cannot post up in the late game circles nearly as successfully with a Bangalore as you could with the Watson. But you can aggress to mid and early game skirmishes and probably deter mid to early game skirmishes far better with this composition from Gen.G.
Also, keep in mind, loot is now going to be a big focus for them because they will have the pressure of needing cells and bats because they do not have the ability to heal in late game. Also, of course, not running a lifeline, so no ultimates are coming down there as well. So their loot scenario could get interesting if they don't find the right stuff on the map.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a great point that you bring up there. And my goodness, Flanker setting up the tone for Liquid here as they take themselves a crossroad quarrel. Really pretty there. But I think this is going to be really exciting. And the digital threat element for the Bangalorean team is going to be exciting here. Also, Nocturnal for that roster needs to find a way to upgrade a skosh there onto his armor. And here, for Akihabara, only have Sapoten alive.
Yeah, Akihabara here. Sapoten, he's their Wraith, of course. In between a rock and a hard place, and that's some early limbs there.
Talk about a very centered circle, too. Just got a quick glance there coming out from him, but the reason I raise that as a concern point is just basically for the closer it gets to the center, the less hiding points there are, and more importantly, more angles you can get flanked from. If you're a Lone Ranger, the last thing you want is a center circle, so bit of a grim tale here for him as well.
I did want to ask you, as we're still early days here, your thoughts just on general where this is heading in terms of, we've seen a few drops, we don't have all of that information, but just in terms of what we can expect, at least for these next few rotations for these teams.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I need to get a closer look on exactly where within our center circle, but I think it's pretty fair to say that it's going to be residing somewhere near the hillside or destroyed cascades as circle, which has some of the more interesting skirmish approaches, mainly when considering that left western versus eastern approach, which is something we talked about within our group number 8 skirmishes.
Oh, shots coming in here. Looks like could have an opportunity. Oh, and the knock actually comes down there. That's going to be Nocturnal.
This battery. This needs to get off, and actually will end up going off there. Here we see the other side, though, trying to pressure, getting it at 2 different angles. Nocturnal falling very, very low. Tries to get a third for an armor swap. That Thermite is actually going to hit him, setting him low. He needs the armor. He needs the heal, and he will be denied each and every one of those wishes.
We talk about the ability to, in the early game, choosing those battles, the ability to disengage, and it feels like that was a whole lot of effort for a terrible result at that stage in the game with where they caught themselves.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that I would highlight is just the desperation that the Thermite put it under. Remove the Thermite from that moment, and Nocturnal's not in nearly as bad of a spot. Right. That Thermite really, truly made it go, okay, I need to be able to find this kill, maybe to look to take this trade, but definitely ambitious for Nocturnal over that, again, that initiation here. So we do get a bit better glance, though, at the final circle, and I still think it's fair to say, based on what we get there, that it is going to be likely dead-centered a little bit to the northern end, and again, the destroyed cascades.
Absolutely. Now, here towards this hillside outpost, it's going to be posting up here as we check in with this Misfit. So I got a chance to talk to Lucido last night as well, and also, as I said, talking to Spirit. Spirit thinking this group is probably the most volatile one here, and certainly a difficult one. So we'll have to see how this nets out. Like we said, a lot of great talent here. We haven't checked in with TSM, but you know that if we can take any past results as an indication, there's a good chance we're going to see them in the late game quite a few times.
Yeah, and the Misfits, you know, one of the longest standing rosters that exists actually at the entirety of this tournament. And, you know, on the note of Lucido, definitely one of the more talkative and, you know, just approachable players. I can't help but feel like guys just very friendly. He's just, you know, I ran into him at breakfast, he's just like, what's up? I will tell you anything and everything of my opinions about Apex Legends, and I very much appreciated that there. Brightly young lad, but glancing over now here is going to be Virtus Pro. Look at the armor circumstance here, looking nice and purple.
Absolutely. Now here on the HRO side. 3 American players here.
Great positioning. They have themselves a really nice high ground advantage here. This is near unapproachable outside of a Pathfinder from the southern left-hand side there, where Overpowered is coming from, or where Hill is now glancing.
Also going to be pretty happy with how that 301 is sitting. Also Peacekeeper in the back pocket too. Wingman is going to give them a bit of range, no scope on that, but right now, like you said, in terms of positioning and the fact that they're fenced up, they're going to be calling this place home for a little bit.
Well, it's very important to note here that the Alternator doesn't have the Disruptor rounds and the Wingman doesn't have an extended mag. So this is actually a pretty bad loadout. And normally when you see this, you go, that's all right. But with those parameters being met, with an extended mag or a Disruptor round. So I would actually say, at least here, just for RNK's perspective, he definitely needs to find a way to get a knock and loot up on some of those bodies.
Checking in back with Fnatic EU here. Going to go ahead and find a jump tower to move around the map. And we also see now on the one above all side, like we said, their bottom here, Hillside Outpost, and they're going to have ability to move, and like we said, not in a rush to do so.
Meanwhile, Fnatic here, taking a glance towards that Sacred Forest. Where did all that little dust come from? My goodness, was that a slide by? Watson fence up, ping's going across the board. I think it's fair to assume somebody there here. Glancing at Misfits though, take a couple of trades, swaps back over that 301, not enough to connect to get the knock. But definitely pressured that player.
Yep. Moose, the in-game leader there. You see him, unsurprisingly, also the first to land those shots.
Notice the turbocharger. Going to really help out on this Havoc. The lack of bullet drop and energy actually makes this a very reasonable opportunity there for the Havoc player.
We do see Hub all the way kind of extending over to get a different angle as well, but decides to just circle back with the team. And a little bit slower pace from what we saw in our Group A, Dread.
It is a bit here, but the fact actually that we've watched 2 whole squads get removed is actually pretty surprising, I feel like. Though we did see less, I feel like, killing across the board, or excuse me, more killing across the board. The fact that the 2 whole squads have been eliminated, so more, I would say, clumped rotations here. We got Zerg with a really nice perspective and view over top of those member source containment.
Yeah, right now you see him, he can check bunker, he can check Hillside Outpost, he can check River Center.
Yeah.
Lots of angles for him, of course. These guys here, Team Kurt, the artists formerly known as T1, competing under the Team Kurt banner. And I think if we look at their performance at X Games, right, I think there was a lot of hopes for them. And I think, they have to look at that tournament as this now an opportunity to once again, like we said before the series, cement themselves as the conversation of who are the top teams here, right? In this tournament, we have 80.
Yeah.
And at the end of the weekend, right, that conversation about who is the top is going to be a lot clearer than the results we had coming out of X Games.
Depending on how dominant it is, honestly, I think most people look at that and say, there's going to be a couple of names. We go from 80 down to maybe 5, but if you do really perform well enough, I could argue maybe that's just as big as one, especially if it's that of TSM.
Yeah, now taking a look here. Here is Kick Esports Club, and just raining bullets down across the river. And as you see, not sure exactly which team that's trapped down there, but in a tough place, breaking some shields again.
Not able to shoot through that left-hand window.
We do bring up a good point, though, of course, especially if there's some rooftop gameplay, there's a lot of ways to pick at people in those shacks. If you have someone, for example, on the roof with a Peacekeeper, usually not a good day for you.
Notice how TSM is very controlling of this chokehold. I've seen this before once from TSM and Albro lately in this exact same situation. And now, last time the circle was a bit more advantageous for them, but they absolutely adore the control over this area of the map. And now out of the bounds, full scout. This is why Albro lately is one of the best, if not the best Pathfinder in the world.
Just in case you wanted to have any idea of what was going on at any point in the map, Albro lately has found that. Note though, they're running all whites here. So they're going to have, there's a reason they're playing this choke the way they are. They don't have an option to really get out and have the kind of luck on their side.
No, we need a bit more context on where this whole story has looked like for TSM, but I can't help but say that I'm a little concerned. It seems like they were willing to go with the high ground center focus and just get as much information as possible, focusing on the placements. That is the thought process for a majority of the teams here, but I would argue that they're a top roster that's skilled enough that they should be wanting to set the tone, much like we got out of some of our teams there in Group A.
Now looking at Sugobert, we did see a Havoc in play as well. Now they're going to start to make the move, but we're back on board with TSM here. Shots coming through, and they're in a world of trouble.
Albro lately in a really bad spot, able to find the grapple on the way out. We see the shots on the downside, trying to get the cover. Imperial Howe did break the blue armor. Going to be able to shield up thanks to that Watson generation. Albro lately dropped the Phoenix kit, 9 seconds out from that. So TSM at least hold on here after the start of that skirmish. The wingmen chipping away out from reps.
And now it looks like, a little bit of a quick settings change there for Arbalete as well. Now back to Hal, and like we said, they've got a lot of time here. They just need to play very careful on how they got out of this choke. We don't have intel on exactly who it is that's pinching them, but they need to play this carefully. And if there's one team that can play a situation like this in the early game carefully, it's probably TSM.
And if there's one guy who can make this his jungle gym, it's Albralele. And to be honest, that is the biggest reason that whoever's pushing this, I would say think twice, because that man may be enough to be able to outplay you all by himself with those grapples.
Yeah, but go ahead now, take a look at Team Selector. Like you said, we've seen Albralele just a few moments there, really able to find any grapple, both to scout and then also to disengage and now to re-scout. We've seen him he knows his way around that part of the map in that central choke.
You basically have to count down 15 seconds. Every time he grapples, if you don't count that, that is your window to deal with Albralele. If you do not, you can just go ahead and count out the next one there. Big trade coming through, loss of armor onto Hal, and you can see a bit concerned, even forcing out this iframe.
Yeah, like you said, not necessarily, didn't look like he was maybe in that much of trouble, but really can't be too safe. And you could even say that little moments like that are so indicative of TSM's playstyle. They don't, sure, a lot of teams might not have taken that risk and just try to get back, but the fact that he does, I think, says a lot about their team and their success.
And I would also argue it plays to their foresight. Hal drops the iframe in that situation because it removes any damage onto his HP. If he doesn't lose any HP, that's more syringes for the late game. They know they're on an econ game. It's a war of attrition for TSM, and they understand that. The question is, can they execute well enough to make this limited resources actually beneficial for them?
Going to heal up once again, and there's a lot of the same, just continuing to watch those same sightlines here. We do see a few knocks in the kill feed, so we'll keep an eye on those as well. Now back over here to Sinister Esports.
Taking a big trade there, finds the first knock, but pressure from up above. The grapple comes through, finds himself on a 1v1, but the Peacekeeper damage comes through. Easy cleanup shot there coming out from, I would believe it was going to be Seg there.
That is, again, Sinister is the one that falls. That'll be our third team eliminated so far. Now back over to the Fnatic EU team. They found themselves with a battle, and they're going to go ahead and try to get out. That's going to be Dids trying to stay alive. No, he will fall, and that is also Fnatic EU out of this match as well.
And here we see Gen G. Wow, already Silk Thread on that Bangalore. Tries to skirt by it, not far enough away to be able to get out of that pressure. Grim Reality, though, is able to heal up in the downtime, and Misfits on the backside. Cleaning up shop there, and I believe close it out, as that is going to be Silk Thread finished.
They do. That's a full wipe for Misfits, and a lot of composure as they do that as well. You see going to be an opportunity to maybe grab some more goods, but they're also finding some more pressure that's going down towards the south-southwest, and they're going to go ahead and chase that as that raid's going to queue out.
Wow, talk about a nice hit there with those double wingman on that slide through.
Now trying to find exactly, of course, charging in here. Easier said than done. Yep. And there it is. Look at that. Cool, calm, and collected from Help. Knew that the player was likely playing a little bit of door games there. Not going to stand for that. Thermite goes out. Easy elim there.
Yeah, he pretty much just looked at any classic and said, let me show you how it's done. A Thermite grenade, if well placed, can do the exact same thing there. I mean, that was just pretty. Best way to put it there. Nice opener from Albralele, gets the slide through, finds himself the first knock, but he has no HP. He peeks in the downtime, knowing that they're willing to reload. A moment of confidence, but maybe too much. Imperial Hal ends up going down.
It's just going to be Albralele here. Last player alive for TSM, as we talked about. One of the best teams here in the tournament, your X Games winner, and they are in a tough spot. But look at Storm in here. He starts the Phoenix kit, but going to wait. What's going to happen here?
Oh, no! No! Still ends up finding a third party, but now Albralele. Wait. Albralele knows he ended up going down. He's going to push for the res. And questionably, the bigger question here is the other target willing to push within this window. Do they even know? Oh my goodness. Because that was the final kill, they're not understanding that there was more within this crevice and actually decide against pushing. TSM is given a near miracle here in the center of the map.
It looked like it was the end of the road for TSM in their first game on the main stage in this tournament. But they will live potentially here to the late game as more shots coming in here from Misfits. And Moose and company going to need to get ready to move a little more central as this ring starts to close in.
Help, though, needs to be able to hit a lot of these shots if they're going to close this out, and he's taking too much there, forcing now his iframe. We look over towards Moose. Full HP. Holds his own here for a little bit.
Those shots come through, and now 12 squads left. And there's a whole, gonna look, Storm not taking too hard as they're going to fly in, but there's not a lot of cover towards these final hill strip.
No, it's going to be very, very difficult there, and taking that one tick, we'll see if it comes at a cost. Arcstar will be able to help out with some breathing room, maybe an opportunity to get some shields. Moose still pressuring in, throwing as much as he possibly can, ends up grappling back, but he needs to be able to shield up here, slides down, takes the pressure up from above, knows the backside of the rock's the only place that he can hide. He ends up getting knocked here. Help needs exactly that as he's struggling a bit. Lucido, the only one really with any composure and taking shots from down below. The G7 Scout, the one dishing him out.
We see not able to hit those shots on Lucido, and now he hits several, but does not get the knock just yet. The Virtus Pro side here trying to see if they can squeak those knocks out on these angles.
Great opener.
Now back over to the TSM side, and they are looking a lot healthier than the last time we checked in with them.
Better armor as well. Resources completely shifted in their favor after getting those kills. Or more so, maybe those kills handed to them.
Yes, leave it to TSM to fight out of the circumstances that we saw them in. And like you said, likely a misjudgment from the other side to not push in on that choke. Definitely a lack of information there helps them out in the end, and they will see top 10 here. What a surprise it would have been if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, absolutely devastating for their expectations and a lot of those fans at home. Reps, though, actually struggling here in this skirmish and one above all. And keep in mind that they are, well, above that of TSM. The high ground advantage very much in their favor. We've got ourselves 10 seconds out until round 5 closes, and TSM has to find a way to make a push in some way, shape, or form here, and you know they're going to be sharking right from above.
So the HRO going to be the one that takes down Sigilbert there on your screen, and they're getting ready to push in as well. Now here comes Hal. Going to be flying right in here and go right away into a center structure here in this very small shack at River Center. Some great shots from him as well. Back over to Aberlele.
Man, I can't believe TSM made it with almost no damage coming through. Aberlele now moving, joining up here onto the high ground. Shots go out, but that target is able to survive. No crack coming through. Cell dropped.
And look at how central they are. The fact that they are not taking damage here indicates how many battles are happening around them.
Yeah, they're very, very controlled, keeping as much cover as they can from both angles. Arcstar trying to stop the iframe coming out from now on that Wraith in the river. There, Arcstar connects. The pings go down. Do they push? Aberlele wastes no time.
You know he's going to fly in there, gets a nice piece here for kill, grapples right back up, and he's right back with the squad in the shack. Doesn't catch that grapple, but still going to be quite central. But here it is. Take a look at one above all, still being a pain in TSM's backside.
Yeah, the fireman really lighting a fire under TSM. They need to find a way to get control over this. The shielding and Phoenix is coming through, but now pressure, the flank coming out from the other side. Brands ends up going down, BNS is going down, Fireman ends up going down, and the oxygen here now removed from that squad, but TSM still thriving on top of their hut here.
And look at this, they know how much cover they have and also how much they don't have. The lack thereof, they know they need to play these angles on these roofs so well.
Look at the resource trade as well. They know that they need to get that spread across the board. Reps ends up struggling. Virtus Pro is looking so very good. They are ready to try and push this with the 5 squads remaining, but they cannot bite off more than they can chew. Otherwise, they will struggle versus the remaining 3. As we see the shots go through, it seems like TSM is now no longer with us as Virtus Pro clean up house.
And there they go. TSM looks like they will get a top 5, but that will be the end. Now back on board with Virtus Pro and setting up in, really, you don't think of this as the best place to have a little Watson ult in a late game, but they're going to have to call it home right now. They do have also that zip to a little more central and to that shack, which is going to be an option for them, not only for a little bit of zip dancing, but also just to get more central.
Yeah, and it should be noted here as we glance at Petty Boss that that is only a one-man representative of one of our squads here, and now Misfits, full 3 versus Virtus Pro. We've got the one representative. Where is squad 4? You know we will find out here as round 6 comes to a close.
Here we go now. Back on board Virtus Pro. All rolling purples, and they're going to be feeling good about that. But as we know, they're now going to fly in here, and they're going to get a little more central, and now maybe drop down. But shots coming from the back. I think that's the 4th team.
Yeah, sitting inside the house somewhere. And that's a lot of shots under Virtus Pro. Actually, enough to drop down Pei out of his armor. The Arcstar ends up connecting. Wraith ends up dropping. Misfits is clutching this out as they advance onward into the middle of the house. Swap out to the alternator. Not enough to confirm the knock, but Help struggling heavily here. Drops the battery. I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to be able to get that off, but Lucido buys himself a bit of time. Help gets the heal, and now 3 squads remain.
Yeah, that's going to be Moose finishing off Game Arena as well. Still, all the focus here on the roof of this shack. Look at that. There's going to be Team Kurt that falls now. 2 squads remaining.
Misfits, it's in such a good position. If they can get to the high ground, they've got the 2-man knock. They need the kill to push onto the Peacekeeper. It gets enough to get the 1 knock here. A 2 versus 2. Lucido and Help with the Peacekeeper battle. They're doing their best. They focus it in, and Misfits clutch it out.
Talk about composure to close out that game. It's not the biggest shack in the river, let me tell you.
It was by the end of it. It felt like every single member of the top 6 teams at some point knocked on that door.
I'm going to say that if those walls could tell tales, we'd hear from a lot of the top teams at this tournament. In the end, only 1 team remains. That's going to be Misfits. They close it out, like you said, Dread, in that 2v2. Lots of Peacekeepers in that battle, and that's what you expect to be brought to not only a late game, but especially a late game like that.
One thing I got to say after the end of that, Bravo, is that one roster very heavily stood out that has not had a very public performance before that point, and that is that of Virtus Pro.
Yep.
They looked clean with some of the decisions making. They looked phenomenal when it came to their shots. They were on point, the macro, the teamwork and coordination with the push onto the top of that house. Yes, it may not have been flawless and did not net them a win, but you can be confident that if they keep up that pace, there is no way they do not make themselves into our winner bracket.
Lucido and crew have to be feeling good about that. As I said, got a chance to talk to him last night, and he was relaxed, just talking about we're ready to play our game, and that's exactly what we saw them do in game number 1. A fantastic performance from them. Group D kicks off with quite a bang as well. Excited to hear what our analysts have to say. John, take it away for a review of game number 1.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back again with Jamerson and Glitter here. A great game 1 across the board. A few teams that we talked about, a few teams we kind of forgot to talk about, slipped under the rug there. Of course, it was Virtus Pro with a second place finish, but ultimately Misfits comes out on top.
I mean, you know, I said it. I called them out, and I guess they heard me because they had a performance there. You know, Glitter's over here just punching me every single time that Moose and Help and Lucido are just doing anything. I'm like, ow, I bruise easy.
I'm so excited for them. I wanted them to do well. This is exactly what they needed to do coming out strong in the first match. And I'm hyped.
I mean, that's exactly what I talked about, right? I said that they need to take their early advantage, right? If they get an uncontested drop the way that they did in the past, they need to be able to press this. And they had great positioning there, really especially in the mid and late game.
Yeah, of course. How can you not be excited? How can you not? I mean, maybe you can avoid punching him. Maybe avoid that.
I don't recall doing that. I don't think that's true.
She blacked out, honestly. She blacked out. That's how good the game was. But Misfits coming out on top. I know TSM with the top 4 finish as well. You can't obviously not talk about TSM based on where they're at right now and as it stands with their dominance. But all Misfits all day. Virtus Pro in second place. Team Kurt, though, in third place. Formerly T1. There were some words there. But yeah, Team Kurt playing well as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, making it to the top 3 for sure is going to help them out here in Group D. Group D very heavily contested, as we can see right now. A lot of teams coming out from the woodwork. VP had a great ending there. Pija also, like, really performing for the team.
Yeah, I think Team Kurt actually had a lot to prove coming out of X Games as well. I think they went into X Games with a lot of the other teams, themselves included, having really high expectations and then maybe not necessarily meeting them, and they just proved what they can do here.
Yeah, you see Misfits in their individual plays. Obviously, incredible plays throughout. Really, the entire game was the story of Misfits. A great start, great middle, and even better finish as they came out with the win here. Peacekeeper action, great movement as well as they clean dominated. There's the hype. Finally, I'm seeing some hype from some of these players. They're all so calm and collected.
I mean, at some point I thought, honestly, that TSM was in a lot of trouble. Remember when they were over at the respawn beacon inside the valley where 2 of them were down, Alberlele was the only one up, and you were wondering why Misfits weren't pushing them. There was an opportunity for Misfits to finish that off, but I think, you know, they let them get the res, and they should be able to get the kills, but they weren't actually. Somehow TSM survived longer than they should have. That was some pretty good Apex.
Yeah, I think that's why I was like, well, there was an opportunity there. It would have been very aggressive to go for that opportunity, and that doesn't necessarily fit in with Misfits' general playstyle. So I totally understand why they didn't go for it. I think it was just me being greedy and wanting more kills. But it paid off in the long run, right?
It definitely did, because you saw that when they were trying to gatekeep TSM, that they were actually still getting fired upon someone else from the low ground from Broken Cascades, and so that was the right choice for them. If they had overstepped their bounds, if they had tried to push into that valley, that might have been their death sentence. That might have not been the win for them.
Exactly.
Misfits getting off to a great start here. We actually have the standings updated and ready for you all as well. Misfits a team that has always played well, but not great. They haven't had a stellar performance yet, a top 2, top 1 finish that we're expecting out of them. So we'll take a look at the standings and show you guys how the action's breaking down in a moment as Misfits, who placed 6th place, I believe it was, at X Games, off to a great start here in first.
And this is the performance that they needed. This is the performance that I was expecting out of them at X Games. And so to come out right out of the gates here in the first match of Group D, this is boding fantastically well for them. I mean, they had a lot of eliminations, and we've seen what happens with teams that, you know, have a great first game.
Sorry, wait, hold on.
What?
Excuse me, what? Is that accurate?
Missed that
entirely? Is that true? There's no way.
That is the highest kill performance from any team so far, I believe. We know that Wyvern got 16, Team 789 got 14, 20 kills. They completely lockstep them. And wow, an amazing 32-point performance for Misfits.
I think that just clearly sends them into the next round here.
They can sleep if they want.
But I don't think you do. I think you have to make a statement at this point. Agreed. You keep this up. You keep up this pace.
Yeah, but look at the other teams in the bottom half there. Of course, TSM top 4. They're going to a little bit low on the kill count with 4. How can you get kills when Misfits took all of them with 20? That, by the way, that's a third of the lobby.
I'm dumbfounded. I literally don't even know what to say at this point. I just keep staring at the number.
In a high-level competitive Apex match, too, Glitter. That's insane. But you can look here from 11 through 20. Space Station repeating that 20th place curse that they perhaps have. I'm not trying to throw any shade. I got a lot of love for Space Station, but not the best drop, not the best start for them. We'll see if they can bounce back.
I'm trying to remember exactly who took them out. I did mention, or when I was watching the game in the back, that I saw exactly when they got taken out, but I don't remember by whom.
Yeah, it was early.
But yeah, I mean, it happens.
It
happens.
does.
Sometimes you got two more games. You got two more games,
Exactly.
so we'll see if they can bounce back from that. But honestly, I want to go back to Misfits at this point. Like, Misfits are doing like 32 points after the first round. That is not something that we have seen quite yet. And that's kind of absurd that they are able to do that. And they have the safety to play game number 2 and game number 3 a lot slower if they want to, but I don't think you do. I mean, if you're this hot right now, I think you have to keep it up.
Absolutely, because like I said, this is going back to what happened with Wyvern. They have a golden opportunity to try something that may be a little bit atypical for them with literally zero worry about where they currently are standing-wise.
Yeah, and honestly, like with the fact that, Misfits is one of those teams that do drop a bit more central also, this is a performance that they can repeat over and over again, similar to like what TSM would do because they drop cages, drop really central here.
Yeah, well, let's see how they did it. 20 kills, a third of the lobby. Misfits, who again has not had that stellar, outstanding performance yet. One of the longest signed teams, that Misfits organization getting involved early. But look at this, Team Liquid Blue with some beautiful, beautiful snipe shots there. Ultimately, Team Liquid Blue did get taken out, picked up a few. They're trying to repeat the success that their counterparts in Team Liquid White had in Group A, who I believe got top 4 within their group. Team Liquid Blue got taken out a little bit earlier, but after this, it was really all Misfits all day. Chances are they're actually fighting Misfits in this clip.
Yeah, Nocturnal right here, just trying his best to get the first so that he could get the armor swap off.
Yep.
Wasn't able to do it quite fast enough. That knockdown shield just allowing him to survive long enough. Singularity coming in.
You see the woo from the player, the Singularity. I love it.
know what I'm doing.
Meanwhile,
another team we can talk about. Yeah,
younger player.
When this fight is, you're getting like a shit ton of damage. I dropped.
Fnatic EU, a squad that we've talked about quite often. Fnatic North America with a great performance. They got 5th place in Group A. They placed top 4 at the X Games. Not able to finish and get a medal at X Games, but they still played incredibly well in that tournament, repeating their success. Let's see if the brothers in Fnatic EU can do the same. Not the best game one from them, though.
I mean, that was kind of dirty, though. If you saw what happened there, they had them wrangled up in a room by themselves. They have the door blocked, and they throw in thermites. That's how Space Station went down. But this was a lot of fighting going on. This is where I think Misfits pick up a bulk of their kills, where they're able to pick off Gen G, they're able to pick off Fnatic. They get one more kill over off by the respawn beat.
Let's listen to these comms real quick. Great communication from Misfits. It really was a Misfits show after that. Of course, TSM, the winningest team and the current Kings, with a 4th place finish. I think they were taken out by Misfits as well towards that endgame.
I think 2 of their players went down, and then down to Misfits, and then the last one went down to VP, I believe. Yeah.
You love to hear the comms, though, and the perspective of the players. The communication that goes into playing at this level is honestly almost as important as the individual skill and the individual plays. If you can't communicate at a top level, that's something you don't really see in traditional sports that you see in esports. Look at the crouching. Look at the movement that comes in here. Unfortunately, Virtus Pro Taylor ended up getting taken out by Misfits, and the reaction, of course, the hype, as Misfits coming out incredibly strong with a 20-kill game, a 32-point game. That's a record. It's a record so far.
I honestly don't know if anybody can beat that this weekend.
You think
I'll
so?
throw the challenge out to the rest of our
Group
players.
C is going on right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see if anybody can put up a higher number than that.
Yeah, it was a great performance, undoubtedly. And there was a lot of plays that were made, obviously, to hit that 20-kill point. But let's actually throw it over to our boys. We got Blaze and Nathanius with the action over at the command center. Gentlemen, what'd you see there?
Man, what's up, John? Nate, we saw in game number 1, Wyvern come out, drop 25 points, 13 kills to start this one off, and we said, hey, that is a great start. Nobody can beat it. And you get Misfits, they beat it by 7 kills. And I'm just going to say that they had a lot of help, okay? And that's what we're going to kick this one off with. Misfits, help from Misfits. He's going to start this clip off with 7 kills. So, Nate, take this one away.
It gets crazy. I mean, you're talking about crazy endgame circles, but the thing is, the players are all working together, playing around the sides. You got multiple teams coming at the end. Even in this final phase, not only are you still dealing with Team Kurt, but you've got Team VP up on the top side, making it rain down here. And really just the calmness coming out, help maintain a really good position. And you can't even try and push this inside zone because you know there's probably someone hiding in there, but you're not walking into that room. That's the reason why Watson's a big part of all these compositions. All you can do is try to play around the outside. But a big part of this comes down to landing the shots, but also the fact that the players are all kind of keeping this just enough separation from each other that they can cover each other at all times. And when you're able to force VP to drop down in this final fight, you get that 2v1 situation, and that's what's going to be able to give you all the space that you need. He can't deal with everybody getting in his face all at once, and that's how you pick up the dub. Really just maintaining their composure in an environment of chaos. You have one building. You can't go in the middle of it.
Really,
all
you
can
can't.
do
And
is
inside
dance
is all
around.
locked down by Watson traps as well.
You don't want to step inside that building.
You do not want to do that
That's bad news.
whatsoever. All right, guys, at the desk, take it back away.
Thanks so much, Blaze. And yeah, you want to avoid Watson traps. I think that's a general tip to win there. Of course, my man Nathanius, the brains of Apex, breaking it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, Watson traps, even though she has received that nerf, right? In the most recent patch, she has the low profile nerf, but also the nerf to her ultimate, where she can only have one interception pylon down at a time. And that is very valuable to have that down and be able to quickly put up fences, and you get to see how tightly teams are able to control it. But we also saw from Amber Laley's perspective that there's also the second level of that building that you can also try and control, and so that's also a thing that you have to kind of look out for.
Yeah, and what's interesting is despite that nerf to Watson, they still has the opportunity to pop an ultimate accelerant and get their ultimate back right away and replace that pylon. So you're still seeing Watson being used consistently at the top level in competitive play. Almost every team has to run that support Watson. But, of course, we saw some great plays from a variety of players and teams here in match number 1 of Group D. Group C, of course, is underway on the side stream. If you're missing that, make sure to keep both streams open and stay up to speed there. It's been good action. Yeah, that's for sure. Group B, if you guys did not hear, was domination. I mean, absolute domination for Team 789. Let's take a look at the player kills from the last match. Wow. Of course, top 3, all misfits all day, as you see on screen. Help, Moose, and Lucido all picking up 9, 6, and 5 kills respectively. Wow, what a performance.
And if you look at that, they're actually pretty even. So there wasn't one player who was doing the heavy lifting. That is just true teamwork.
No hard carry, necessarily. No hard carry. Everyone's they
don't need one. Yeah. They're all the hard carry.
That's pretty dangerous when you have 3 hard carries in one team, I'll tell you that much. Any game, any title. Anything stand out to you in particular here, Jamerson, in terms of the player cards here?
I mean, honestly, when you have stats like that where a team has a third of the lobby's kills, that's what stands out the most, and that's why you're seeing such low kill numbers coming out from everyone else. But honestly, it was just great positioning coming out from Misfits, where they were able to really take advantage of the fact that they were able to third-party and gatekeep just along that northeast side of the ring.
Yeah, and look at the damage done as well. Zerg sneaking into the top 3 there with 1,600 points of damage done. But I'll tell you right now, very rarely will I play a game where all 3 players will be out over 1,500 points. Right there, all 3 players doing absolute work, a total of about 5,000 points of damage just for one team. I mean, a complete dominant performance for Misfits.
Yeah, I mean, most of my games, whenever I'm playing, it's going to be like, I have 2K damage, but my teammate has 12
sure
kills.
You
I'm
do.
just like, what happened there? How do you have 12 kills with 500 damage? But, hey,
you're putting them to work. Speaking of hard carries here, Jamerson, I like that. I respect it. Who are you maining, by the way?
Pathfinder. Since day one.
I love it.
Actually, day 1 was a lot of Gibraltar before.
Gibraltar, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Bangalore, I was like,
tank main.
I'm secretly hoping that somebody pulls out a Gibraltar.
I've been hearing little whispers about Group C. Maybe there's going to be a Gibraltar.
Actually, everyone likes to say Gibraltar is one baby nerf or baby buff away from being very OP and very strong. We'll see if Gibraltar gets that buff. But haven't seen a Gibraltar yet. Not yet. Watson has been the consistent. Haven't seen many Bangalores either. Obviously, a lot of Pathfinder being used.
Yeah, what I'm surprised about is that we're not seeing a lot of Lifeline.
Yeah.
Lifeline. We saw a lot of double support compositions coming out. T1 was one running that throughout, I believe, the majority of X games, and they're not doing it here. And so
I think it's probably because it's not the best comp for the type of setup that we have here at this event. People, even if they're playing conservatively, they still generally have to have a comp that will allow them to be more aggressive when they need to be aggressive due to how few games they have to play.
But having that flex is super important, yeah.
That's a great point. Honestly, three matches, 3 opportunities to rack up your points, and of course the importance of kills in this format. There's no cap to the amount of kills that you can secure to earn points for your team, so you'll typically see teams run a little bit more of an aggressive style, and Lifeline obviously doesn't necessarily fit that mold. I like that breakdown there. But of course you see Pathfinder use, I like the quote earlier, knowledge is power when it comes to Battle Royale, and that knowledge has definitely been taken advantage of with Pathfinder's passive.
And one of the things is, after X Games, after everyone was using Pathfinder and we were really seeing a lot of the tight roping, jumping across the zip lines in the end game, it looks like a lot more teams are more aware of it now. We got to see it in that G2 game where we finished off at Slums, where G2 position, they see the Pathfinder zip line, they're instantly going to focus that down first because they don't want to leave that team to be able to get the win for free, right? And so a lot more teams are being cognizant of it now and making sure that they're aware and doing something about it.
But the only difference is that in X Games, nobody looked up.
Yeah.
And he had a good chunk of time up there by himself.
Yeah, that is for sure. We're looking like match number 2 is about to get underway here. Misfits with a great performance. A team we haven't talked much about is Succubus. I know you mentioned they have an opportunity to go big here. Didn't see a lot of them in match 1. You think we'll bounce back here in match number 2?
I mean, Succubus definitely turned heads, especially at Twitch Rivals where they were able to take first. And this is a team, a Spanish team, I believe, for the most part, with Crip and Matey and Star Wraith coming in that we didn't really get to talk about, but we do have to talk about them because, well, they're here at Poland. They're going to be at TwitchCon.
So the only difference, though, is that while they were successful for Twitch Rivals, it's a different point system, right? So maybe that catered to their playstyle a little bit better, and maybe this is throwing them for a loop. Who knows?
Yep, who knows indeed. But we could talk about it all day long. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the action as match number 2 is ready. That's it for myself, Glitter, and Jamerson here at the desk. Bravo and Dreadnought. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thanks so much, Fallout, and also, of course, Jamerson and Glitter for all the insight. We look at what we just saw from Misfits. They have 32 points on the board. The next closest in the group is 13.
Yeah, you could say it's pretty good. And so I'm going to put that into a scope of like, well, let's argue that right now Group D had to take on everybody else with the performance Misfits had in Game 1. Yeah. If that was a true statement, even the top of every other group, they're doing twice as good right now. If they play that in every single game, it is ridiculous, the bar that Misfits just set in that game.
All right, I think we saw Group B end in the 50s for first place. This was 32 points on the board after the first game.
Group A finished with peaking 30s, and they did it in 1.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Misfits showing they have what it takes here for game number 1. See if they do in game 2.
Yes, indeed. Match 2 of 3 for this Group D. About to jump into the gameplay right now, and that's going to apply a lot of pressure to the other teams in that race, essentially for second place if Misfits can have any sort of similar performances for these next 2.
Yeah, but that is the most important part about it, is if they can keep that up, because Misfits, in the past, when they have performed, they have been known to be a lethal squad. They have been known to be controlled, but we don't always get necessarily the same performance out from them every single game. So I think this is going to be a very big note for them and the success, and also where we get recovery elsewhere from some of our more expected teams.
Absolutely, and a bunker drop here for Misfits. Let's take a look to see exactly what they're able to find as a node. This is their stomping ground. We did see in scrim results that Misfits did like to head bunker, typically maybe on the other side as well, but this is kind of their ground. They look to be safe here, so I want to know from the command center what we see across the rest of the map.
That's right, we're taking a look at all of the other jobs. Of course, as you guys just pointed out, we did get to see Misfits go to my home to visit in the bunker. Good times. Sadly, no gas traps. But looking at everybody else, we had TSM hitting up the cage again, as well as Team Kurt starting things off at Thunderdome. What's happening over
so
your
I got
side?
Space Station Gaming over here at the Hill Outpost, and then we got Singularity at Airbase. Now, Space Station Gaming, they didn't have a good start. I want to say they were the first team out on the last match. We'll see if landing down here will be able to help them out just a little bit more. Everybody's playing it safe. Misfits, they have set the bar, and now the rest of these teams know that they need to perform going into game number 3. So everybody playing it safe thus far. Guys, take it back away.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nate, as we go here back to TSM, and also in a familiar place for them. Of course, we saw them drop Cage, and certainly their most consistent drop through X Games, Scrims, and now also here in Poland.
Virtus Pro, though, here with the Thunderdome, it very much impressed me. I already said that once before, but I'm excited to see what they have for Game 2. They already have pretty good loot sitting across the board. Maybe weaponry has something to be desired, but in terms of the armor, which is probably the biggest first focus for a majority of this squad, they are satisfied. Golden sitting onto 1 with, I believe, it's going to be purple. Only got that upgrade for 1 more party.
Now, taking a look here. Virtus Pros, they're going to be scoping out, seeing where they can get. As we talk about some of the other teams in this group, of course, we talked about Team Kurt, still looking to see exactly what they can do. Of course, we know that they were part of the conversation in a big way at X Games.
Yeah, very much so. Kurt, I mean, the whole T1 roster was very impressive on their ability to recover, much like we talked about when we talked about TSM.
Absolutely. Now also Team Liquid Blue, team we're looking out here. Lots of BR experience across this team. We also know Nocturnal is that shot caller. Expect him to be really calling the shots here. When we talked to them, they were saying that really, a lot of teams have a hybrid shot caller role. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the success of that, given your experience with so many titles and also as a shot caller yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, when a team tells me it's kind of both of us, maybe this guy a little bit too, I'm a little bit less confident than when I talk to a Team Liquid Blue and they are like, yeah, Nocturnal's our shot caller, IGL, no doubt.
Multiple sources of information is an absolute must, but there has to be an all-in caller, somebody who says this is the call in this moment that leads to a, if it is failed to be followed, that is considered a misplay, right? Considering whether or not the call is good or bad, that's for the VOD. That's later to figure out. But definitely making sure that rotations and some of the focus fire are done onto the right target. More importantly, pressure at the exact same moment is literally make or break for a majority of these teams here. So I would like to see, for any of those teams that do say maybe the comms are a bit muddled, I would argue probably their success will bear that same fate.
So now, over here to Space Station Gaming, a team we did see at the X Games, but of course, disappointing finish for them. They did finish in last place in this tournament, so an opportunity here for redemption at the Preseason Invitational, and maybe some action here that they're finding down here at Swamps.
All of them quickly taking the portal out, not wanting to deal with whatever may sit on the other side of that.
And you and I have talked a lot about getting out of Swamps, and that the fact that it is, sometimes you can kind of waltz right out, but if there's any sort of resistance in that central part of the map, if you're trying to head dead west, can be very difficult. Oftentimes you need to take a more north or south path out of this area of the map.
Yeah, but based on the actions alone, we haven't seen the map in a long while. It seems like the circle would be indicating in their favor.
Yep.
You would not be posting up with a Watson this soon into the game if you didn't have confidence that the final circle will in fact be here. If that is going to be the case, one thing I will want to bring up early is pre-prepping your zip line to get as many as possible because of so many trees and kind of cheeky plays you can have around that, as TSM have found their way over towards the Swamps. I think it's fair to assess if TSM decided to make the rotation, this is where she's probably going to be.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we think about how early we are in this game, the fact that we are already seeing so much conversion and flying down here to lock down this area of the map, like we said, we've seen a lot of late game Swamp plays, right? It's divided into these, you get some very difficult battles divided into these separate shacks with teams just looking for any advantage they can find. But what an interesting early game to see teams already setting up all the way here. And of course, you can't blame them. You look at where this ring is, very good chance it's going to fall right onto the Swamps.
Yeah, I got a small glimpse of one of the maps, and I think it's very, it's enough to say this is going to be on the Swamps area. As we see, it's a little bit south of the glance that we get from Kick Esports Club, but they're pressuring up here. Find themselves a Watson generation, but this team is going to be no longer with us there, as GTS is going to be our first squad out of game number 2.
19 teams remaining back onto the side of Misfits. Your game 1 winners, if you're just joining us, a huge game from Misfits in game number 1 of Group D. 32 points on the board. Next closest was 13, so in the table, they're sitting pretty, but you can bet they're not going to let the foot off the gas. They have a little bit of a cushion, going to give them even more comfort here.
Yeah, there are 2 Swamp circles that actually have an ending here. Actually, there might even be a third in total, but Misfits is positioning over one of those. It's one that we actually saw at the X Games. It was the Fnatic victory through a zipline, was this exact same positioning that we get here from the Misfits. And so basically what I'm trying to highlight is some of that pre-prepping, again, of that zip, I think could be the make or break, but also how much foresight, again, we get out of the roster who had the most dominant opening here so far at the Preseason Invitational.
Interesting situation here for Singularity. You saw them trapped, not sure if they wanted to go into labs, and now also taking some shots from the back. They thought about zipping out, and this is probably why, because there's a team top nesting grounds trying to land those shots.
Oh my.
Ooh. Will that nade hit?
It will, but I don't think that came out from Kurt. I think that came out from somebody else. BCJ is actually the one dishing out those shots.
And we'll get the knock there. We'll see if they go ahead and push. Quite a high ground advantage, and they'd have to move down low if they do want to get full wipe here. Taking a look at,
are you thirsty?
Survivors so far.
Team Kurt is.
I'm pretty thirsty.
I can tell you that much, man. They're ready. Vessel's open. Time to go ahead and get yourself a drink. Get that thing quenched. It seems like Zerg was looking to confirm it. They do have a lot of damage onto the target as he dropped down below, questioning if he made his transition towards labs, but that would have been a pretty slow crawl, and now actually Zerg backs out.
Back on board here with Kick. Distant shots coming in.
Not able to connect any there, but it's not too problematic yet. Everybody trying to make their transition here in towards that Swamps.
Ooh, broken there on 104 with that long bow, but it looks like the team will scurry away. However, they're under pressure as well. It's actually going to be the excellent side.
Yeah, beautiful.
Looks like they have more than one opponent to worry about.
Yeah, and Dodge has a lot more than just about anything to worry about there. Only 1 HP remains as he slides back. A couple of cells dropped in a syringe as well. He did end up canceling his first medkit attempt. That is not going to be a problem, but it very much could have been based on where some of those shots trickled in over from the Swamp. Kick's perspective now transitioning. They're trying to see if they can find anybody. Again, we did see that team move and advance onward in front of them for some time, and you can see another here on the side of that Swamp circle.
Kick, by the way, one of the teams on the bubble after game 1, but so few points on the board for anyone else, to be honest. Everyone but 3 teams is in single digits in the standings right now. So if we've said that this is, of course, anyone's series after that, simply the delta between first and second makes that so clear that it's almost a wipe. And now this is all about games 2 and 3 for the rest of the table.
Nice finding any amount of loot that's actually profitable this late into the game, considering the rotations. How many players have actually made their transition through this exact same avenue? Seems like they sniffed a bit out there, a little bit more towards that southwestern end. A couple of pings going out, but Game Arena well established here in a swamp home. Are you a Shrek if you buy a house on the swamp? Like, is that what you call yourself? You're just Team Shrek?
I would say we have several Team Shreks if that's the case.
Yeah.
And they also got in early when the real estate was pretty cheap.
Can I be Fiona? That's all I want to know.
You could be my Fiona any day, Dread.
Thank you there, Bravo.
Back over here to the Game Arena side, and like we said, going to be a lot of window gameplay here, and as we see these swamp rings ending so commonly, it's really about trying to get that damage, and then eventually these teams will not leave until they absolutely have to, whether through ring damage or someone else trying to claim that real estate, which is pretty darn valuable, and it's only going to get more valuable.
Yeah, the increase of the real estate here on the swamp ends is going to definitely escalate as we move farther and farther down the rounds. Misfits choosing one of the early homes over the swamps with control over what is a very popular end circle opportunity. I will say, based on what we saw, again, from glimpses at the map, I'm not confident that they are on the absolute end, but definitely very, very close.
Still 19 squads left in this, and Misfits, one of the teams that has set up here for some of that early real estate.
All right, so we have everybody in the houses. We know that this is going to be a problem, but the question is going to be when. Clearly, that's only once we get the force past the major wall to choke everybody in a little bit closer towards these corridors. The one actual problem, if this doesn't end on the swamp side and actually kisses a bit over, is there's a high ground area. If you look on the minimap, that little ledge sitting next to each of these members on the left-hand side, that has a high ground walkway through it. That can dictate every post-swamp team transition back from this if it does not end exactly in one of these homes.
Right. We also haven't checked into TSM in a while. We know that they were also posted up quite early. They made sure to get in and join the party as fast as they could.
There is the high ground I'm talking about right here. Yep. This is the transition coming out from Sinisters, and they can now control so much of the transitions if they keep maneuvering onward. There's about 2 to 3 different chokes. There's a longer stretch sitting a little bit there, about 240 onto the compass there. If you're really wanting to figure out how to up your game, definitely a place you want to be if you're in swamps.
Of course, expect them to Watson up here, and they're going to have, of course, a zip opportunity, and they're going to need to choose that rooftop pretty carefully, but expect them to sit tight here, Watson up, maybe get a few picks as people come in, and they'll zip when they need to.
As we see TSM maybe choosing the superior selection compared to that of the early rotating teams, as they definitely still have it. Misfits has lost their home with this last round circle. It's not too concerning quite yet, but we'll see if it becomes a problem whenever we get our timer moving down. I'm very concerned, though, about that high ground positioning. Anybody who's able to maintain a lot of that threat is going to stop teams like that from the Hydro Dam transition. It's very crippling for this roster here with Segelbert, excuse me, if anybody maintains that ground.
Absolutely. Coming in from the south here in this Hydro Dam area is going to be very difficult, like you said. They're going to have to more so choose these kind of routes. They're going to have to come in to the southern point of swamps and make that a swamps battle, avoid that high ground as best as possible.
Yeah, like in a dream scenario, you can just like launch out past the swamps and like ride a Leviathan around, because otherwise you're going to have to run through so many people that it's the end of the road here.
And back over to Labs, we actually still see Team Kurt posting up in a spot we haven't really seen held on the main stage so far, and also with quite a few sight lines all the way across. But going to sit tight until they need to move. Actually, maybe not, as that ping goes down. You could see Team Kurt moving on. We'll keep an eye on them. But now back to Echo Fox with some shots coming in. And we're starting to see for the first time in a while, the houses are actually exchanging some bullets here.
Nobody gaining a massive upper hand here.
Yeah,
notice how Stormin and Nitro both not using any of those cells, just capitalizing on the Watson ultimate.
So Segelbert actually opts to go low here. They don't go straight to swamps. They just drop just to the right of Hydro Dam, and now going to go ahead and use a portal to get in, but it might not be the best result for him.
And it's actually not going to be able to break around that line of sight, so if that target was actually shooting of them, each one is going to be in their scope. The longbow could hit now if it's going to around that rock grapple to be able to disengage from that. And sure, no damage comes through. Nitro did eat one shot, but it's not too problematic considering how, you know, they ended up opting into the low road, but it didn't look too good.
Yeah, and a surprising buyer's market there for them on Western Swamps, as they're able to just get right in a fully furnished home.
Nice arc star attempt. They should be able to push it. That ends up connecting. They land one over to the right side, which is why you see the scan there. Another thermite going to stop the advance outside of this home. R99 opens up, gets the break. Silk Thread still has the armor.
Yep, still here. Silk Thread out of Bangalore. We were talking about last game. Not a great result for them in the last one, but flies in with the Peacekeeper as well. Will get that knock.
He needs to
trying to finish here.
He has to armor swap. The shot's coming through that door. He needs to be able to get on top of it. He peeks over top of it. Peacekeeper has to line up, but he had the reload animation.
Unlucky there. We thought we were going to see quite a miracle. Like you said, armor swap not coming in. And in the end, will go down. 18 squads left. And all that excitement, it's only one that drops. Now taking a look at Echo Fox here. Once again towards the southern side.
Echo Fox looks like they're in a good position, but Stormman has already received some pressure from the backside of things, looking on the northern end of the swamps. But more importantly, they are not in the circle in that squad that we just witnessed, that fight in there. They have no major way to get an immediate push or find what I'm going to call an advantage over that transition in.
Now we're back on board with the Team Kurt side, and they actually have not left this top labs area, really taking their time. And essentially it looks like at this point, trying to pick up some knocks and some limbs here on the way over, and a great shot there. Coming out of Zerg, he's able to get the limb as well. Sitting up here on the high ground.
My day is what Zerg said as he looked at that poster, and my goodness, was it made here. It's not over though, the action still continuing to unfold here in the Swamp's house. Fireman sitting with almost no HP, Brands goes down. Fireman, the last man to stand, no HP, can he heal up?
Let's see if he can get outside right now. Probably going to try to sit on the outside of this wall and start popping some heals. But now on the Sinister Esports side, he's looking to try to get this finished, gets that limb, and now certainly that heal has come in.
Oh my gosh, the EVA shot's being able to chip away, and as well, Fireman actually not even the one who gets the knock. It's very important to note that Fireman has a target to his left-hand side that actually, I believe, confirmed that. Unless he ended up getting the kill, I don't think that was the case, but nobody threatening him whatsoever. Doesn't matter. All right, all the loot in the world.
An easy road for him, maybe not one he expected, as he had, as players would call, 1 HP and very low shields. Now so go ahead back over here to the 90 side on kick.
Yeah, very, very struggling opener here. Watson ultimate got to be thrown down to be able to help out here. They do have the zone a little bit into their... No, I lied. Looking at the minimap, they don't even have the opportunity to positionally have an advantage. Oh my, Kurt getting knocked. The Thermite actually going to be brought back. Reloads instead. Worried about that Watson generator. Good call there. Thermite comes through, but it comes at the cost of 90 there, getting knocked by a beautiful longbow shot by BCJ. BCJ's pushing.
Look at this, and they're going to get it as well. That's going to be Zerg down.
BCJ pushed. He ended up getting the Peacekeeper knocked. Now it's a one-on-one between him and Matrix. He takes the trade. It's not enough to be able to break the armor. He could swap there as he gets the thirst through, but we know there is a Pathfinder waiting with a Pathfinder, or excuse me, with a Peacekeeper, I believe. There it is. Great job by the cleanup coming out from Matrix.
Look at that. You can see the excitement, the intensity on his face. He's going to be happy about that 1v1. That will be Team Kurt that falls now back over to the Echo Fox side. We see Clem here in that Peacekeeper battle. I'm going to try to win this here. He's got some help as well.
Yeah, they do have the... Oh, man, this is a very concerning spot, especially with those disruptors if they end up shooting through here. They do not have the circle onto the side, but they've got a bit here that they can hold off. As we hear a grenade go off, confirming one of the last remainers, the last of the remaining rosters, 13 in total in this lobby, as this circle gets smaller and smaller.
We did see some trouble there for TSM in the kill feed as well. We'll keep an eye on exactly what they're up to. But like you said, team's going to have to slowly come in from that west. And, you know, when we looked at that route that Team Kurt had, like, they took a lot of time at labs, and in the end found themselves in a battle and a choke that they probably did not want to get into.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Getting shot at.
Look at this angle.
No way. Nice use there. Yeah, 2 opportunities to be able to escape. And this is why that wall I was talking about I was so concerned with, because there's 2 directions they can move around. They're basically just protecting both entrance and exit. Oh, but I say that kick actually getting pressured now, has to nope out very, very quick. Uses the Phoenix kit and even tap heals it. Thermite's gonna finish him before it goes off. What a great grenade!
And now look, Naji's gonna fly in. He's the only one alive here for his team. Also going to go for this revive, maybe a double revive as he is applying some good pressure there. Now over to Team Liquid Blue as they'll take down Excellence. 12 squads remain.
Just going to transition to the middle of the swamps. Ends up using this on the zip line. One of the better opportunities to use that just so you don't get the free shot over if there's a sniper waiting. Down in the low ground though, Casper trying to take his own route. He realizes that may be a mistake, tries to grapple up. People inside the house though. Cell canceled the first time. Gets it off here. It doesn't seem like inside the house is going to pressure him too soon, but he moves on the other side into the line of sight, and it costs him his life.
And this is a dangerous place, of course. Everyone's checking every single window in Swamps as Nocturnal tries to finish it. No, that will be Team Liquid Blue eliminated there. Now 8 squads remaining as we switch over to Echo Fox. Only Zeki and Storm alive.
And Echo Fox has made it out of the house into the low ground and still find themselves alive. It is actually insane how long they've been able to hold on. The grenade comes through. It's not going to be able to close out the lifespan of Clem. A res opportunity may be available only after this battery goes off. I don't think he has the opportunity to stick this right then, right there. And EP with the high ground.
I was going to say, during the break, you called it out. You said Virtus Pro is a team that you expect to place top 5 in this group after seeing what they did in game number 1.
Yeah, they were very, very clean, and I think that they are going to continue on an upward trend through the rest of this tournament here. Nice couple of openers there. P2020 maybe able to finish the job. Sapaten going to go down. Noth already doing it for them.
It's going to be the Akihabara side on the receiving end of that knock there. 6 squads still left, and this is going to get pretty crazy pretty fast, Red.
So I think the biggest thing I want to highlight before it hits that moment here, Bravo, is that the high ground advantage sitting in favor of Virtus Pro. Nothing really going against them. The biggest thing to also look at is the zipline opportunities. There are a lot at this circle to be able to use for a zipline cheese opportunity. Right. So be keeping track and making sure you're looking up.
Absolutely now. Of course, that zip is up. So opportunity to get wherever they need to here in a moment. Back on board with PJ.
T-minus 10 seconds and counting for round 6 to close in, and likely at least 2 of our squads going to struggle. Virtus Pro just winging all the shots out, and honestly, it's very important to note that Taylor actually has 55 ammo in the magazine.
Yep, and that is Hal that goes down there as we see 5 squads left. And now back over to the Stormit side here for Echo Fox. Take some time to heal, and there's going to be a lot of fighting from the low ground here with 4 squads left.
And that's Misfits actually getting cleaned up there from that last Peacekeeper shot. Lucido is out here. Fox, the 2-man band with Stormin healing up. We know Virtus Pro has a high ground, but we actually don't know where the other squads are so far here. Clem turns around the corner, finds himself at Space Station Gaming. There's got to be one other alive, as that is not a knockdown shield.
Let's see if they can find it here. Might actually be up top now, roaming around with the Peacekeeper now still. As we see, Stormin does go down, so now it's all about Clem. Little armor swap.
He could look for an armor pull if he would like to in that type of situation, but he's going to opt out of it. Maybe cost him in a bit here. Virtus Pro still looking very, very profitable on this upper hand here, just checking each crevice within that roof to make sure nobody getting any free shots.
Just like you said, looking for that team shot, and look at that. There's a little bit of elimination there, and now we're back on the Succubus side. We haven't been on board with them in quite a while, but they are sitting pretty.
They're sitting right below Virtus Pro. So now we know that Fox is already going to be struggling onto the low ground down. And man, this is basically how do we get Succubus to kind of enchant Virtus Pro down from that top floor. Take a nice trade opportunity there, but if they get one like that, they need to make sure they all in it if they make this choice. And even then, it feels like it's very, very risky.
And it's also a tough route up. Those, you know, every single edge of this rooftop is Watson fence. So to come up there, we saw some great disruptor shots there from down low, but they're going to need to make sure that they have a route up, and just getting that knock is not going to win the game for them.
And look how beautifully placed that zip line actually is within the circle. It goes nearly perfectly 90 degrees upward. The thing is absolutely ridiculous, which what that means is just basically the longest time to be able to exist on it without taking too much damage in that final circle. Basically at this point, again, it feels like it has come down to who can stop the members of Virtus Pro on that high ground.
And we do have Space Station here as a solo, as we saw. It's going to be logically with all that pressure. On the other side, though, Succubus all running blues.
It's very important to note that Succubus can't get too distracted to where they actually place 3rd over 2nd. That's enough points that you would be pretty upset to let a 1-man band actually place in that 2nd placement position. We'll see if they do so here.
Great shots there from Taylor from that disruptor alternator now over to Noth. You see PJ now dropping a medkit. It looks like they're getting ready for this push as they do fly in here. Ring is coming in, and they go in. Now frag grenade out for Noth as well. Thermite is out as well into the queue. We'll see if they can stay alive here. Now Succubus 1 does fall. That's Crypt back through the portal, up through the zip. Now 2 squads left here in the 1v1. Yes, indeed. And it's going to be Noth of Virtus Pro who closes it out for the win.
That was a beautiful finish from Virtus Pro. Each member had their own mission on that final circle to make sure there was no way you lose. One, go up through the zip. The other is going to be the Wraith, who drops down to make sure she wins the trade in the HP as beneficially as possible through the grenade and then dropping the iframe. The rest of the targets making sure they clean up and survive if they can, and the whole while you know you've got yourself a high ground guy juggling up on the zip.
It is a fantastic finish and one full of composure. In the break, like I said, Dread, you called it. Virtus Pro is the team you're watching, and they win the next game. I don't know what you know that I don't, but you called it.
Virtus Pro does things that make a lot of sense, is the best way to put it. And normally when you got a team that does a lot of things that make a lot of sense, shots don't line up. But Virtus Pro is this just culmination of two moments of greatness between those elements.
Yes, and also I think you pointed out perfectly, that was no clearer than in that late game. A lot more composure than we even saw from a lot of final rings at X Games. You need to make sure that each player is worrying about something different, not simply flying into the ring, which is what we saw even in the final rings at X Games. Another fantastic game 2 here for this group. Let's go ahead and head over to the studio. Over to you, Fallout, to break out that last one.
A lot to talk about, that's for sure. What a finish right there. And usually we talk about team performances. Usually we talk about team finishes. But in my eyes, Noth from Virtus Pro with hero plays, looking near perfect, dropping from top roof, getting great shots in and great damage in, immediately jumps, takes out the thermite, lands the thermite center circle. I mean, beautiful plays from Noth.
And that's why you want to have that high ground position, right? Because you have that option. We saw that VP, honestly, having that high ground, it worked out for them because they didn't have to worry about what their exit strategy was. They can jump out from the high ground from any position.
And that's what we were talking about while we were watching that game right there in the end. You and I had some back and forth about it. It was perfect where they were. They let all of the solos down below kind of take those fights. It wasn't anything they had to worry about, and then they could just clean up everything there right at the end.
Yeah, another team that performed, Space Station Gaming, who you see on screen, a great Game 2 performance after calling them out for 20th place in match number 1. Boy, they responded. You see Logically surviving there. He was on screen kind of coaching up the teams. You like to see some leadership out of the 17-year-old.
And we got to see that, because of that Swamps ending there, that there were a lot of third parties, a lot of people just sniping from long lines, sight lines. So we'll get to see what the final kill tally is, but that is going to be a huge difference maker. This could propel them from 20th up to, in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely needed a good performance there. At least top 3. You need to put up some kills to be back in that top 10 fringe, especially after a 0-point game in game number 1. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the action here. This was the play we referenced. And let's check into the team comms here. I want to hear how it broke down for them. People are speaking a different language, though, so maybe not. I think they're from Sweden. I believe Noth was the one who made huge plays. The drop reference, and look at the damage done here. At least 150 damage right there. Immediately switches from frags to thermite, by the way. Didn't even recognize that nuance. Pops his Q, and then next thing you know, great plays from Noth staying alive.
Honestly, that play from Noth, that's specifically why we're seeing that, during the X Games, that Wraith had a 100% pick rate. She is too strong in the late game to not pick up because of something like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I've seen Wraith played throughout the entirety of this tournament as well. Any surprises here in team comps that you haven't seen so far? Pretty standard for Wraith, for Watson, etc.
Didn't one team not take Wraith?
I heard Tale of Bangalore, but I don't think it lasted too long.
Yeah, I think people were trying to change it up a little bit and then maybe decided it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, of course, the Wraith combo is too strong, working too well. And let's see what every team that played Wraith ended up as, which is every single team for the most part. Of course, Virtus Pro. Wow. Oh my gosh. By the way, they got second and then they got first. So 2 great placements from them. They get 12th in the last game. First in the last game, 12 points, 13 kills, a 25-point game alone in match number 2. This isn't the overall standings, by the way. This is just the previous match, as we see Succubus with a good performance as well. Space Station, despite getting, it's showing 7th there. I thought they were top 3. But 2 kills to Space Station's aim, so 9 points total. They're bouncing back as well.
Yeah, they got the 3rd place finish, so they got the 7
points.
Okay,
there.
But I mean, it's what a reversal of fortunes, right? Because we had the 32-point game coming out beforehand from Misfits, and now they didn't even break double digits on this one. And honestly, still, because of that first game, they are still sitting pretty.
They're in a great spot.
I mean, they also still finished top 10. They came in at 6th. TSM still came in at 7th. I think we're seeing a massive reversal of what we had originally thought was going to go down in this group.
Yeah, that's true. Virtus Pro being the team that's looked the best so far overall, if you had to say between the 2 games. Misfits, another team looking great. TSM, you'd put them in the top 5, top 6 fringe of how they're performing right now. Would you say you expected that coming in, or thoughts on TSM's performance?
I think, honestly, it just came down to these rings. Having this Swamp ending here makes it very difficult for any team, and it becomes a huge gamble at that point, right? Swamps, it can go to anybody at all, and that's what we got to see. A lot of teams were able to make make that rotate in, but we're seeing the very heavy funnel coming out. We saw a lot of fights there at the north side where I believe Gen G went down there. Space Station lost like 2 of their members over there. Like, it was a huge scramble to try and make it through that choke point, and not too many teams did.
And it's always kind of, a little bit of a crapshoot there when you're kind of like, I don't know which team's going to take it down. But we did see Echo Fox kind of pick up their gameplay after that first game. They really struggled in the first game, and then they ended up in 3rd place in that final ring with everybody else. So
and that's going to propel them to 7th place overall. Yeah, well said there. Space Station sneaking into the top 8 after being in 20th place after the first match. So a great bounce-back performance from them. Of course, Misfits still leading the way, but look at that. We're tied for 1st place here. Of course, these guys are competitive. They want to end up number 1. Misfits winning with the tiebreaker thanks to the sheer amount of kills that they have. But a team that we talked about, you actually highlighted as a dark horse, Succubus in 3rd.
Yeah, Succubus, I mean, it was definitely a team that we had to look out for. They had a good performance at Twitch Rivals that are going to be making their way to TwitchCon EU. But this is also a team that, once they started competing together, they were really grinding out in the scrims. And so they weren't taking anything lightly at all. And they are full bore on this train for Apex Competitive.
Yeah, of course. They're looking very, very strong. 2 teams I saw on the 2nd page there, 10th through 20th. Team Liquid.
I knew you were going to say it. I knew you were going to do it.
And Fnatic EU, both on the fringe right now. So not even close to over yet, but we got to see great performances from them in match 3 if they want to make it to winners bracket round 2.
I'm a little bit bummed that that's where they are on the standings right now, but we still have one more game. For anybody has the same opportunity to pull out a game like Misfits and Wyvern have so far. So one massive game like that can easily propel one of the French teams up into the top 10.
I mean, this is definitely do or die territory, but because of how concentrated that the elimination points were amongst the 2 top teams in Misfits and Virtus Pro, that actually leaves our middle of the pack anywhere between 5th and 10th open up to be able to just be overtaken by anyone in this lobby right now. I mean, we saw SSG with about 9 points propelled themselves into the top 8.
That's a great point, actually. So that almost like 5th through 15th means they're all going to be pretty evenly distributed thanks to how many points that we saw from Virtus Pro and Misfits to start. So a great point here. That leaves us up and sets us up for a wild match number 3 opportunity here. Space Station might be feeling okay, top 7 right now, but they got to perform. Meanwhile, the door's wide open for Team Liquid Blue and Fnatic EU.
I'd be super happy if they can kind of bring it out in the final game and get themselves back up in that top 10.
Oh, that'd be great. We're setting ourselves up for a great story here. We saw Zerg with the triple take putting in work. Awesome to see a sniper use that is not the longbow here at the Preseason Invitational. We've seen some G7 Scout use. We've seen a decent amount of triple take right there. But Zerg as an individual is one of the points leaders, at least top 5 in points, I believe, as he's been, damage done, as he's been really, really putting in work. So big shout out to Zerg.
He's just a phenomenal young talent, right? It's a reason why that at 14 years of age, he was actually scouted out for Overwatch contenders. And if age weren't a restriction, he might have seen a lot more play. But, back then he was 14 years old. He's 16 years old now, just old enough to be able to compete here.
Yeah, Zerg, what a story that he's had since 13, being kind of scouted. And you love to see young talent coming up. It's reasons that older people like us do not fare very well in esports anymore.
Whoa, don't
you
let
still
me
do.
in.
I can't throw you in there.
Me in with you
are
one of us now. I'm sorry. We're going to bed soon, by the way.
Yeah. I've been calling Grandpa Jamerson all weekend, by the way, because he didn't know how to retweet on Instagram, which you can't do, by the way.
Oh, well, this is a true story.
Gram,
How do you re-gram on Instagram?
I've got the lingo down, though, right? They're called grams?
No. Definitely not. But Succubus right there, one that we just saw is very, very interesting, and we'll see if the Command Center will break it down here in just a moment. But a couple missed shots from the wingman right there, so I want to go ahead. We'll see if they're going to break down that play or others. Let's go ahead and throw it over to my man Guy Blaze and Nathanius over at the Command Center. What's up, guys?
Thank you, Fallout. Yeah, man, that was a crazy game. Once we kind of saw that where that hill was going to end in swamps, it really was like Shrek's village, and it was a bunch of duplexes. You had teams fortified inside of Watson. You had teams on top of the buildings as well, so it got really chaotic. So we saw a few key plays, and Nate's going to be able to break one down for you guys on above all breaking into this building and winning this engagement.
Yeah, we had quite a bit of chaos, over in the swamp. And we'll definitely get to the finale at Shrek's house in a second. But just some really great stuff. Wanted to point out Brands. These guys got into a big fight over at this house. And just to control the gameplay, coming around, just great job. Goes with the double arc star, waits the opportunity, sees the tag, and he's going to be able to jump on top of this, which sets his team up in a really nice spot as they're going to be able to clean up. And then, of course, we see the next 2 enemies, of course, are going to be coming in. But now it's in that 2 versus 3 situation. Yep. So Brands is going to be up here to take the brunt of that force. And he's going to get knocked real quick, but what he does is he creates the opportunity for Fireman and his teammate BNS to be able to get the cleanup on top of this. It's a big trade out. There's a whole lot of and houses in this area where all the action is going down, but he's going to, at the very least, be able to push that team forward just a little bit more. He's going to be able to come out, get the loot, and keep the game going.
And look, it's 18 teams remaining, and we're getting these engagements happening at the Swamps. Now,
very late. This wasn't early, by the way.
Now, let's hop on over to the last clip so we can kind of replay those last and final moments for you guys, because we talked about early on about Space Station Gaming, where they were last in the first game, and now they managed to make it to top 3. Logically, actually was under this house. He ended up putting some Watson traps around that Wraith portal, and he pre-tossed the incinerator, he pre-tossed the thermite, and I almost thought that he was going to actually be able to get both those teams as soon as they came out of that portal. But as we're going to see, Virtus Pro comes out on top.
It just gets absolutely nuts because you're playing around with the roof of this building in a late game situation, of course, being able to take advantage. This right here, this is what makes a pro a pro. You're looking for these opportunities. You say, okay, well, just because we're a floor above you doesn't mean that there's not a way for us to still shoot down. And getting the initial engage here for VP as that final circle is going to squeeze everybody together. You can either try to do the weird thing, go for the out heel or shoot through the cracks, or you can jump down, get crazy aggressive in your face, throw that grenade, use the void run to keep yourself, get every little bit of an advantage that you possibly can. And I mean, great plays like that are why we're seeing VP crush it today.
Exactly. And as you see, the boys come out on top with the victory. Now I'm going to toss it over back to you guys at the desk, and we're going to see going into match number 3, which are going to be our final 10 teams to move on.
Blaze, Nathanius, thank you so much, guys. Great breakdown there. Finally, we see some use of the targets, the pause, the slow-mo, awesome stuff over at the command center with the telestrator. Greatness as always. And I actually missed that shot that we saw from Taylor through the cracks on the roof. I mean, the amount of damage that they were able to do early to Succubus, which set them up for late game, end game success to close it out, really made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why they had to bail out of that house so quickly anyhow, because the ring was coming in, and taking 1 tick of damage was basically death at that point.
No, once it's that far into the game, it's not worth that 1 tick of damage, because that could be one shot. If you can maybe save yourself from having to take it and just get out a little bit faster and be able to put more damage into your enemy, it might be your saving grace.
Yeah, we were joking. Pathfinder walking out that door looking like a bot. The bot that he is actually getting completely destroyed by Noth. Not much you can do there, though, as you guys said. One exit. They know where you are. They're putting shots on you from above. So to Succubus's defense, I know we saw the replay. There's a couple missed shots with the wingman, but ultimately really well played by Virtus Pro. The question is, game number 3 is about to be underway. Do you guys think we're going to see continued success from VP?
Oh, I definitely think so at this point. I mean, they have not done anything that makes us question it at this point.
That's fair. They're also kind of riding on a high, so as far as like the mental side of things goes, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's for sure. We all know confidence is key. We all know momentum is key in esports, especially in a game like Apex. So when you have that much momentum right now, I can't see them being stopped or even close to it. At this point, teams are fighting for who did the best within their group. We know that Team 789 came out of nowhere, the Russian sensations, with a phenomenal performance, which, by the way, we talked about the championship final and the format for the championship finals. If you're just tuning in, first off, welcome. But in the championship final, something we've never seen before, you have to reach a 50-point threshold. Once you reach that 50-point threshold, you're eligible to win the game and win the tournament, actually, win the championship, if you win the next game. If you don't win that next game, the championship continues. So we could see a 15-match sprint marathon. But I bring that up because Team 789 in Group B got 50 points in 3 games.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, I've watched a lot of like Titanfall 2 speed running. I didn't know that you could actually speed run here in Apex Legends, but I mean, they're taking that whole entire like Octane motto here, and they're just going full board. This is fantastic.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I can't wait to see how the action is going to break down in round number 2 of the Winners Bracket, which, by the way, we're live with Winners Bracket round 2 tonight as well, so don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn, especially if you're in the States on the East Coast. You got all night ahead of you. However, we do have the match ready and underway. It's our 3rd match of this series. Group D has performed and put on a show, mostly Misfits and Virtus Pro. However, as my good friend here said, the door is wide open for any team here. Fnatic EU, will it be Team Liquid bouncing back, or can Space Station hold on to their spot? Bravo and Dreadnought are ready to call the action. 2 of the best in the business. Take it away, boys.
Fallout, thanks so much here. And like you said, Misfits and Virtus Pro, they're sitting tied at 38. The rest of the table looks pretty different.
Yeah, it's very separated beyond that point. And, as I was talking about earlier, because it's a point of there's only so many points available, and by earning some, you're already denying that of others. There are a lot of teams that have an opportunity. Basically, looking at the numbers, anybody sitting from about 4th or 5th downward has the opportunity to find themselves still within our top 10 and maybe survive our winner's bracket.
That's right, everything to play for. Hint match number 3, we wouldn't have it any other way. 21-point delta between Misfits and Virtus Pro and the 3rd place Succubus. Jared, you and I are talking about these results now, certainly not necessarily as the points have fallen as we're dropping in here with Virtus Pro, once again, finding a comfortable place here at Thunderdome.
Yeah, this is where they were last time, right? This is the go-to for Virtus Pro, and I can't help but feel like if you're in the winners group C and D, you want to find a way to cripple Virtus Pro momentum at Thunderdome might be the place to start building some noise.
Absolutely. Now, looks like they're going to be sitting pretty in terms of no company at the Thunderdome, but also want to check in with other teams across the board as well. Blaze and Nathanius, what are you guys seeing?
Hey, thanks, Brav. So now we know the standard meta, Pathfinder, Wraith, Watson, but now we got 3 new characters in this game. We're going to have a Lifeline on the side of Selector. We're going to be having an Octane for Excellence, and we're going to be having that Bangalore brought back out for Gen G as well. And so we'll see how they get used in this in competitive play, but I'm happy we get to see some more characters. Now, Nate, what about some of our other teams? Where we're going to see Kurt and TSM landing?
All right, well, we got Kurt. They're dropping a bit towards the containment, so not exactly the same spots, but TSM, they've gone back over towards Cage. Not a huge surprise to see that. Misfits, they've been liking those bunker drops a lot, hitting up Bunker Town. So as far as trying to keep track of our top teams in this game, they have to change it up too much here.
Exactly, and I think we're going to see Virtus Pro over there at Thunderdome as well. So that's going to be it for us. Guys, take it away and get us back into the action.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nathanius. One thing we both heard there, Dread, was that there's an Octane in play. I think we both have the same question.
I don't believe it until I see it, number one. And the question is, who did you drop in replacement of the Octane? Do you risk, you don't risk Wraith. That is out of the question considering these final circles and win condition opportunities. So you go with the Watson, which is a majority of the bunker. I would argue it's likely the Pathfinder to have the gap closing and lethality, but I still feel like that is optimistic here.
Yeah, and it was the Excellent side that does have that Octane. We'll check in with them in a moment, but they are currently sitting in 18th with 3 points. So obviously looking for a Hail Mary, fly in, super aggro, but I think you're right. The addition of the Octane is much less questionable than the omission of whichever legend they've gone with.
Yeah, and also with the Lifeline composition too, having the Lifeline and a Watson together is actually very, very useful towards those later stages. You lose a little bit when it comes to some of the mobility, obviously some of the utility, but generally speaking, the Lifeline replacement is something that I wouldn't be surprised if we see trickle in a little bit more as the preseason invitational kind of matures throughout this weekend.
Absolutely. Now the Selector side you see on screen here, they're going to be sitting in 19th place with only 2 points on the board. But now back over to Excellence here, who at High Desert has found some interesting battles so early on. Here as we check in with Gen G, and let's see exactly where Gen G is sitting on the table right now. As we take a look, they're in 14th with 5, and you'll hear us say it throughout the game. Essentially, as you alluded to, Dread, anyone below that 4th place spot has a fighting chance to see themselves through to the winner's bracket. But checking in now with Gen G at treatment.
White armor across the board. Positioning would argue that they think this is a water treatment circle already. Yep. They're already so low on a majority of the resources that they should be at least questioning if they want to venture out to some of those baby towns on the outskirts of it, some of those compounds, and look for a bit more loot. But we'll see if it comes back to bite Gen G. Oh yeah, we take a glance at our very first look here, at least for us, onto the circle, and it very much is going to be that water treatment.
And we have seen some fantastic treatment final rings. Keep in mind also, Game 12 X Games, treatment final battle, and of course that's going to be one that generally is going to be real elevation heavy, lots of rooftop play involved. We're going to be keeping an eye on that, and if this is anything like the last game, but just because of the certainty of that final ring, we could see teams getting to treatment a lot earlier than, say, other rings in the game.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because, yeah, everything about this circle is very little deviation, and even if, let's say, by a wild hair you got it wrong, you were only off by, at most, like, I would say 50 meters. Right. It's not that devastating. The only part that it could come back to haunt you is, like, if you put so much investment into some of the door manipulation, mainly about things like Watson or a, lack thereof Caustic, but those are some of those characters that you very much could maybe question if that guessing wrong would be too problematic.
Here with the Space Station Gaming side, they're in 8th place with 9 points. Certainly an opportunity to advance here, but not at all secured, as keep in mind only 2 points away from being in 14th place. Now going back over here.
Nice headshot.
Getting a chance with Akihabara.
Really great.
Going to have to pull back.
Use of that thermite too, but he's actually going to eat some of that damage himself. He's not the only one, as Watson ends up getting knocked. The iframe will keep him up a bit longer, but well, it looked like it very close to profitable initiation here. Turns real sour real quick as Kurt finds himself the thirst.
Now back on here, you see they did lose Zerg early. We didn't have a visual on exactly how he went down, but like we talked about, early game, lots of opportunities to bring him back here as they're going to go ahead and swing over to this vantage point over the river.
Some of the loot coming up from one above all, Fireman. He's all right when it comes to some of the loadout. Maybe a little, well, now that I say that, that's a golden alternator, I believe there. We didn't get to see the full name, but, and if that is a true statement, yeah, that's a big victory here for one above all, one of the best golden you can probably find in the game.
Taking a look here, of course, Watchtower South. A lot of action there that's going to be happening as teams do make their way down to treatment. And we haven't seen yet, Dread, that more than one team is starting to set up at treatment. We did see Gen G already up top treatment, but we don't yet know if the likes of Misfits versus Pro have made their way there yet.
Well, let's go ahead and ask ourselves a little bit of why, right? Like, let's just say I, right now, am this team we're taking a glance at, or basically any other one, and you're like, let's approach water treatment. Ask yourself how much distance you have to travel where Gen G is just going to be free-raining shots. Right. It's impossible. The elevation deviation is too limited over that area to really be able to traverse it. So what you do is you try and establish on those outer compounds I was kind of highlighting a little bit before. Yeah. I also think that there is an opportunity to, like, the only concern is just the high ground there for Gen G, because there's opportunities to be able to take on that outskirt compound and then still push in for that final circle.
Now jump over Misfits here, and they're actually going to fly away from market towns all the way up to some top bones, get comfortable there, and this is, like you said, this is probably a better place for them to sit for the time being. Great vantage points, great sight lines, try to get a few picks. 99 with the longbow there, trying to knock this team here off of that bit of Skull Town.
Wow, that Octane is tempting with so much idea. The reason why that's so risky is because whenever you grab your hands into the pop-up, the animation, once you force that animation, there is no way to change your trajectory, much like a zip line unless you jump off of it. So basically you're asking, would you like a free headshot? And luckily, the answer was no here today.
Now back with Virtus Pro, we're finding out exactly where they are, and this is the settlement town we talked about. Dread, you and I kind of call this like water treatment extended here. This is kind of a compound that you can't really think of water treatment without also talking about this little compound.
Yeah, because if you're ever in water treatment and you're doing anything on the western side of the map, you walk through this. And it's, again, because this has such a weird kind of layout through water treatment, again, through such open area with that weird, like I'm going to call it acid water that kind of exists there. It looks like Caustic's bathtub, I guess.
Not a good thought.
No, yeah, especially put some clothes on Caustic. That's a bad imagery there. But anyways, it's so hard to be able to deal with so much around the water treatment that you need to be able to control this kind of outer compound.
Yeah, and Kick Esports, you saw that a little bit hesitant as they went down bottom bones, wanted to make sure that no one was still posted up at Thunderdome, as they're now once again going to start to head even further east. And looks like they are going to be safe in doing so. I didn't see any action at Thunderhound, but now also checking out, here we see now one above all at Watchtower. They're going to have to make their move very soon.
This is like a run to the hills Hail Mary moment here for this squad, because they have so many people looking at them that I just don't see. Yeah.
Shot sitting there with a longbow, but not a lot here. Of course, lots of foliage.
I don't know what else to say other than good luck, because you have so many people pressuring you at so many different angles, and you decided to be the first one to make the move. Succubus just unleashing shots from above.
See, looks like none of those nades hitting just yet, but like you said, that is not a good situation. Down low, 17 squads left here. Still on board with Succubus now, and Crip up here. Like we said, player hailing from Spain. Watched a fair bit of his stream. Very vocal in-game leader here.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised Succubus didn't decide to push, but I can't help but feel like that's because they're concerned some of those shots coming over from treatment. It's only a round 2 circle, so they can stay out in the circle without being too crippling quite yet. By no means is that target on the outside, if they do end up surviving, if they go a different route, completely out of the game, as long as those healing resources are there.
Now checking back in with Gen G, and it's a very similar situation. All running all whites, they haven't left. They're still sitting top treatment, which we know, if you don't get the loot to go your way, it's a common strategy, and they're already at treatment, so not surprised that they've done.
But I do want to raise the point that they only have 5 points. They're in 15th. Gen G, if they want to win this, they have to have an amazing placement because they're playing so passively. But BCJ unpassive there with the grapple back. Kurt actually having a really bad time there on the low ground. BCJ is not successful either. Drops with a triple take, and he's going to need a quadruple because that was a big old whiff. And it comes at the cost of the lives here of Team Kurt.
Team Kurt, there they go down. They were in 6th with 12, so really they're going to have to sit back now and try to see what happens, though. But first, we got to go into the action here with Sinister Esports as they're trying to stay alive here at Bottom River as well.
Great grapple there and the easy cleanup knock. Space Station Gaming losing themselves a slick. The door jam, punch 1, punch 2, finish him off.
Should come in there as we're now back on boards with Lacido. Let's see exactly now that portal's going to help them get back to the ring, and yes, indeed, the knock comes in right away.
Doesn't end up going for the thirst there, ends up reloading the 301. Two-time bruiser on this, good distance and initiation opportunity. Clean up from the rest of Misfits here, questioning if there's any good loot. Not gonna find too much. Nice scope though, at least, maybe for that Peacekeeper. Seems like the rest of the team ended up picking it up. And back here with Gen G, still focusing on the top of this water treatment. So look at the circle though, Bravo. What was a very foretold decision is not accurate. It's the compound on the outskirts that I was talking about. And normally I wouldn't say that's too problematic, except for the fact that their positioning is so low on the scoreboard. There's so many kills that have already been given up at this point, and now they have a very risky rotation. The only thing they have going for them, high ground.
Yes, with white armor as well. They're going to have to make that push. And it is going to be a very particular and special set of plays that will get them into the top 10 here. As we see the survivors on your screen, we got Virtus Pro, TSM, Team Liquid Blue. As you see, still so many teams remaining, 14 squads in total. You see 2 down for Akihabara. And now moving over back to Virtus Pro.
I like the rotation opportunity for 1 above all. It'll be very different compared to everybody else that we saw, and actually so much so that if nobody really shows too much interest into them right now, I say that as the Watson traps hit, so probably going to show a bit more interest as it goes forward, but they actually have a pretty tricky transition that if everybody else is so worried about water treatment and water treatment village that nobody's really going to be taking a glance at where they are approaching. But we'll figure out if that's going to be the case. Sinister, though, also making a bit of a different approach here towards more Golden Sand-esque.
Taking their time, and like you said, there's a reason that these teams have taken so long to get to treatment. And it's even going to be a little bit of a different route as they're not going to central treatment. They're going to have to traverse that area and go towards that market town. That time is coming soon, but we haven't seen teams pushing just yet. Actually, it's going to be TSM who's also up top treatment.
Gen G, we got some friends here to join the party. Albrelele.
This is the white armor party is what it is.
Yeah, it truly is. TSM must have been in, like, I'm guessing below them. Look at that arc star coming out from Hal. Forces the iframe. This is going to be a more cautious one. Likely not going to see a reinitiation, at least out of Hal, until that comes back up. Albrelele, though, now going to join the rest of the team. Gen G huddled up here on the backside of this pillar.
Medkit goes in there for dummy. Also going to pop a cell here.
So now watch where this next servo moves, Bravo, because it's actually very crippling to everybody on the outwards. This high ground is going to be between two of these major pillars. Gen G is posted around one, the other sitting above where TSM is. The broken glass, though, has pressure from people down below. Yep. So Gen G sits good for now, but I can't but feel like TSM is going to all in push them and then just absolutely dictate the back half of these circles.
And Fnatic EU has joined the treatment party as well, as they will portal in now and occupying the space. Whoa! As we go over here, that's going to be a nice shot there from Moose of the Misfit side, and they are set up here. And like we said, they don't want to make their way across this open ground. What they don't know is that there's such a battle happening in treatment that, to be honest, this ground is maybe a bit more open than you'd expect, but with 13 squads remaining, you can't assume that at this point.
And because of the unorthodox rotations out of Sinister and 1 above all, they actually are very accurate to not have that confidence. It's a moment where I think it'd be fair to assume water treatment is probably going to be a problem. Yeah. But on this backside of here with these rotations through, I don't think that's as confident. Now Fnatic joining the rest of the ranks here of TSM and that of Gen G.
And here's the question. They brought some blue armor to a white armor party.
I mean, hello? We could have called each other at least first. Yeah. Fnatic, that's rude.
First of all, how dare you? Second of all, they are sitting pretty here. They're going to shield up a bit, but if we still see TSM and Gen G with that white armor, they should be able to make a pretty strong move here as we check back in with HRO for a moment. And also Kick still on the way outside of water treatment. They're not too far from that compound. We'll have to see if any pressure comes there. Otherwise, they may be able to time a push in pretty well on this back cliff. Matrix will follow, and it looks like that could be trouble for the kick side. Yes, indeed, kick will go down. 13 squads left, but more pressure coming from the west as well.
I mean, it's like lemmings at that point. If you decide to take that rotation out there and you are staring down the barrel of HRO, there is no opportunity out of there. You can appreciate the attempt, but good understanding of the map here and some of the cheekier plays. HRO shuts it down and sets themselves here almost to our top 10 teams.
And Sinister Esports now has claimed one of the buildings on this northwest compound of treatment. Lots of shots, of course, coming in as you'd expect. And once again, just like Fnatic and A of old, they are relying on very small generators for cover up on the top of this roof.
You see them peeking over to the right, questioning for HRO. Back to Fnatic.
The new kings of the castle.
Yeah, it turns out if you bring the different color armor, you actually just take over. If I bring purple, it's now mine. Who has purple?
It's true. You're not welcome, but you will get control of it, and that's exactly what they've done. We will check in once again now back on board with Virtus Pro, though. Peacekeeper out here for Taylor. He will get the knock right there on now. They're not coming around. Great shots with the 99 as well. We'll see what PJ can do here. Going to pop a bat. Now back over to Taylor here. Does get that elim, and that will be Sinister Gaming. They will go down as well. Virtus Pro still looking strong here, Dre.
Yeah, very big win. Look at the kit on that sniper, the longbow available now for Virtus Pro. Why that's important is look how many people are sitting on the high ground. If they're going to approach this, they need longbow chip shots. They have to find a way to wheel it down. Look at HRO taking it all in. They are ready to try and get the push, but now they're taking the longbow shots from Virtus Pro. They're going to be met with Fnatic. 69 gets a good old crack there. And amazingly, HRO survive that push.
Yes, indeed. Now taking a look as they do join the treatment party with purple armor, just as you had asked for. Now take a look at that. It's going to be Fnatic EU is eliminated. They will go down at the bottom western side of treatment. Now 8 squads left, and now back on board with TSM and Abraleli, still rolling all white, but still in the game.
No longer are they rolling with the white party here. After that, reaping the rewards. Reps finds himself with a nice purple. Hal, though, still sitting onto the white, takes his first initiation. Watson posted up everywhere, and look at this, all in the name of TSM. Arcstar will be able to help them just zone off for a bit. Abraleli gets the Phoenix, and things look great here for TSM.
That's a digital threat disruptor ult as well, but Hal's busting out. That's going to help if the team is pushing in. Look at that push together. They're going to get that knock. Reps will get the finishers. 2 more there, though. Look at this. Abraleli with the Peacekeeper. Finishes 1, and it's also going to be Hal who gets that finish as well. Reps with the triple take from the hip, and now here back over to the, as we'll take a look exactly whose POV we're going to jump to next. Take a look at that death screen there. Good. And now back over to Gen G, who's found themselves a gold armor, but otherwise still white armor, still up top treatment, and amazing series of events here to once again claim this high ground to the western side.
But TSM has traded up. If you look back at the armor problem, what was white is now purple. This is their kingdom. They have the entire lower ground very heavily controlled. And Gen G, if they don't have the resources, they have to clutch so much out here. The only thing going for them is, in fact, that high ground. As we see 5 squads remain, a couple down below. Nice triple take shots here. This is going to be easy work. See if he gets the forward. Nice armor swap there is actually going to make this very difficult to rid of that Watson, but the generator, not long for this world.
Not at all. That does get taken down. Nades are going to go out as well. And Gen G, despite their start here in terms of loot, still up top. Like you said, they've got some problems below, but right now they've made it here into the top 5, which is important for them because, as a reminder, they were sitting in 14th with 5 points.
So let's highlight the fact that we have Virtus Pro into the high ground, TSM to the mid, and Virtus Pro here on the outskirts. If Virtus Pro is going to win this game, they have to all in Gen G up above and then consider TSM below without TSM showing interest. The biggest thing is Virtus Pro has to be quick and succinct with their decision-making from this point on, and more importantly, lethal and fast with those kills. Otherwise, they are going to suffer, and I can't help but feel like the high ground, as you see them make the rotation, is the only way to make it happen.
And Gen G not focusing on that player on the half-height cover there, and they do let them squirrel away into bottom treatment. Some more resistance, though, from the west as well. This is the type of angle that's so difficult for the team in the low ground, but because of how much pressure there also is, and like you said, third-party opportunities, these battles are a lot less straightforward.
Yeah, I wonder, I would like to see them get some trying to kind of transition with the Wraith portal, and then one person take it as a bait, the other two go the opposite direction, because I don't think if they move as a 3-man caravan that they're going to have very good odds on their side. 15 seconds until they are going to be forced to move and clash with the Titans of TSM sitting in this water treatment.
Yeah, but you can bet
Taylor already taking enough shots, not knocked though, he survives.
And this thermite could cause trouble. We'll see if that hits. No ticks though. So this is trouble here for VP. We'll have to see if there's going to be movement within this treatment facility itself, but this is definitely Virtus Pro needing to move in now. And take a look at this here, as we do see a drop from VP as they have now made their way into treatment, like you said, with a portal.
And he actually dodges the grenade, taking this portal out, but it's going to take a lot of damage. You see him taking as much as he can. Takes the zip up.
Does he get up?
Is not available. He gets into the circle, though, and he's actually going to not be knocked. Battery ends up getting popped up, but he still needs to heal. Keep in mind, 5 teams remain, and only one person here of VP, but they all are so distracted with one another as we see Segelbert here, considering where TSM is still going to be.
And Noah Limbs there during that entire engagement there. We do see Abilele with a knock as well on Nitra.
Virtus Pro still has that one-man lone ranger up above. We know that TSM's sharking here above Segelbert. Nice right there. He breaks the armor. That's enough to be able to push if you would like to do so, but he didn't take the stairs right away, so he cannot move.
Look at this TSM now on the second level. Wants thing up. Now still no eliminations from that battle. And like we said, this was going to be the elevation battle that we expected here at Treatment. Once again, a 3-level battle and teams separated in both the inside and the outside of this building.
Segelbert no longer in this game here. Dummy unable to pick up any armor though quite yet. You know he wants to see if he could drop down, pick up an armor, grapple right back up, cost his team nothing. See if he gets a little bit too hasty here or maybe eager towards some of those loot boxes because boy do they look pretty.
Trying to exchange some shots, and you can bet that, and really this is going to come down to these teams needing to move in about 40 seconds.
Again, we still have one member of Virtus Pro hiding on the backside of Gen G on this top roofs. And the fact that Gen G has not been more curious is actually a big setback because that would be a very easy, not only 1 kill point, but also 1 for your advancement up into that 4th place position. You see the self-tracing here. Everybody understands that we have 20 seconds until this game is going to come to a close. The question is do everybody get so distracted that somehow just one Lone Ranger survives?
We'll have to see here. As that, of course, going to run that all the way on that self-trace. 100% is down. That's going to be a long and wild tunnel. Waiting here for it to tick down. And shots are starting to be exchanged. And now back on board with TSM, still in this second level. Of course, any team challenging from the top is aware that they could be on the receiving end of a team shot. And here we go with the close.
Yeah, already we see VP North actually taken out, so 4 squads remain. The Arcstars going down into the center circle as everybody taking the high ground there. They're doing their best to try and keep themselves alive. Grim Reality with the iframe can't take the portal back here as he is going to zone right in. Dummy is alive and actually controlling his own. Can he make his way back to the portal? He took the wrong side. He survives with 1 HP. 3 squads remain. He takes the 1 versus 1 with the wingman. He has to reload, but the melee knocks him out, and it's actually enough to keep him up. Now 2 people left. Keep in mind that knockdown shield, I believe. Oh no, yes, there it is.
There it is,
from
yes!
above is it. And TSM ended up clutching it there. Imperial Hal holding his own.
Yes, indeed, holding it down there in the end with the EVA 8 and able to lock that down. Like we said, that was going to be anything but a straightforward ending in terms of how that went. Surprising, to be honest, given the size of that ring and the final events with 5 teams remaining, that we even went down to a 1v1, but it was largely just because of that self-res.
Yeah, I think the best way to look at it is when self-reses get involved on those final circles and it's only a 1 versus 1. Basically, it's like you can try and stall out on the outside, but it's how much chance do you really have to win there? And I think that's why you see the target dropping and you're like, oh, it's just a self-res shield, no opportunity. Right. Clean play there for TSM, and more importantly, how understanding that. You saw zero fear. He was like, no, it's good. We got this.
Absolutely holding that ground there. And as we look, TSM, they were already sitting in 4th with 14 points, but going to be very happy there as that will set them, of course, not just further into the winner's bracket, but also in terms of points and even team morale, they'll be feeling pretty good.
On the notes of points, though, and something that I would love, I'm sure we'll hear from the analyst desk a little bit later on, is the story of Gen G. For their positioning, not when I say that, I do not mean in terms of the actual water treatment, but on the leaderboards, then considering that sort of play, it just felt like it was risking so much here for their possibility to stay in our winner's bracket.
The big question, of course, is where Gen G will finish. You have to think in terms of placing and the few kills that did come in for them that they could be sitting pretty. As a reminder, Gen G was in 14th with 5, but it was so close towards the bottom of the table. So we'll get that update later. Of course, not just standings, but plenty more winner's bracket action to come this evening. But we got to break down that whole series. I want to throw it over to Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter on the desk.
Bravo, thank you so much. Absolutely, we have to break down that whole series because, man, especially in that Game 3, a lot to talk about. And I'm glad that Dreadnought brought it up. He read my mind. I mean, Gen G right there prayed to the Apex gods and got their prayers answered as they drop water treatment. Ring ends up closing it. You called it, Jamerson, off the rip that the circle was going to end up at water treatment, and it did. They remained high ground, and you thought it was really their game to lose, and they lost.
I mean, Dreadnought also mentioned that there was an opportunity for the ring to start going a bit more towards the northwest, which is why we saw VP take their positioning in that town to northwest of water treatment. But luckily, somehow, it's still hugged towards the east side, and we got to see that, Gen.G's patience worked out for them, especially with this finish.
Look at that. TSM, first place, 12 points for that placement, 17 kills, which is close to that Misfits record. I believe they are in second place now for kill records per game here. Anything stand out in particular to you, Glitter?
No, but this is the type of game that I think people were expecting out of TSM. They had a little bit of a rocky start there with match 1 and 2, but this is the type of level of play that they are more than capable of not only having for one match, but being consistent across the board.
And this is their comfort zone. For every team that has been scrimming for these matches and for the months leading up to this is one of those finishes that you just absolutely have to know how to play. When you get a water treatment ending like that, you know that you have to control the building. One of the smartest things that TSM did was that they gave up the roof. They gave up the roof, and they allowed Gen.G to stay up there. Fnatic EU decided that was their power position. They took it, and Fnatic EU ended up getting punched off of that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Not only that, but they were able to pick up so many kills on rotations because they gave up roof. They settled for second floor. So many windows, so many opportunities to get good shots in. You saw Albert Ludley do exactly that. He's not going to miss when he has a sniper in his hands. And they're able to pick up, I think, at least half of their kills towards that end game.
Absolutely, and it gave them the perfect cover to do so. They weren't even worried. They were just running around the inside of the building, picking off the teams as they were rotating off of the outside edge of the circle, and it just made it so much easier for them.
There you have it. As a result of the 3-match series, it is Virtus Pro, of course, in first. TSM sneaks into second, continuing their dominance. But look at the lower half. Team Kurt barely skirts by. HRO right behind them, but Space Station Gaming, they do it. Wow, what a performance here.
Take a look at the discrepancy between the third and fourth place between Misfits and Succubus. 41 points to 17. That's a 24-point discrepancy between the top 3 and the top, rest.
And that's exactly what I was just going to point out as well, but that also shows how close teams can within, even just a 3-game span, because you were talking about what happened in Group B as well. All of those teams are well within that 50-point threshold.
13 points for Team Liquid there, or I think it might be Game Arena. Yeah. And that put them basically on the bubble. I believe our 10th place team got into 10th place with 14 points.
Yeah, crazy. They're right there, so close yet so far. So Team Liquid not able to match their counterparts, Team Liquid White, who did place top 4 and made it to winners bracket round 2. They'll be going to the losers bracket. I was on the edge of my seat waiting for those standings because as you called out last time, Jamerson, we knew that first, second, and third, TSM was pretty much locked in. A lot of those teams were, but after that top 3, top 2, it was a wide open territory, and we really saw a lot of crazy, crazy jumps from some teams. And speaking of jumping, let's go ahead and throw it over to my man, Jump on the main stage. He's locked and loaded for an interview.
Thanks a lot, Fallout. I am joined here by reps. Of course, we had an opportunity to talk quite a bit at the X Games, and I want to start with that. You were able to acquire yourselves a gold medal and have been heralded as the #1 team in the world because of the experience that you have. Do you feel that that's added pressure to you coming into a tournament now with $500,000 on the line?
I think it does add a bit of pressure because everybody's expecting us, to do really well every single game, and clearly the first 2 games we struggled. We got caught out. We had bad positioning in general in the first 2 games, and the third game really it came back together a little bit better, but yeah.
Now, talking about those first 2 games, something that we have seen from you guys is some of those slow starts, but the strategy, the mentality, something that Hal told me at the X Games was the entire strategy of TSM revolves around adapt or die. And that adaptation over the 3 games has had it. What are these communications like when you find yourselves not having as stellar of a game and you want to improve coming into the next one?
So every time we mess up, we try to figure out what went wrong. We figure out what went wrong, and then we figure out what we need to do to fix it. And a lot of the time, you'll hear in our streams that we're arguing, and people think we hate each other, we're yelling at each other, but we need to get our point across to each other, and sometimes it takes some tough love,
Now, you guys, with that win and the 17 kills, have put you second in the group, which means that now you will be advancing into the next stage of the winners bracket. I asked this question earlier to Mimu, and I kind of want to express the same one here. You've seen 19 teams. There's a whole nother slew that you're going to see in the next set. Do you feel that your strategy is going to change because you have new teams that you're going up against?
I don't think our strategy is going to change. I mean, of course, we're going to adapt where we're going in the game. If we see like certain teams that we know land certain places, we're going to, try to play around that. But other than that, we're still going to focus on getting prime positioning and, yeah.
Final question revolves around some of your opponents. Everyone comes in this and sees the TSM logo and immediately they want to find a way to one-up you because of the experience and the success that you had at X Games. Is there a team here that you feel is your biggest threat that you're going to make sure to have to try to outdo as this tournament progresses?
We're not really trying to like single any teams out. We're really just trying to focus on ourselves right now and play the best we can. And if we can play like we played in that third game tomorrow and the finals or whatever, if we make it there, we're gonna do really well. Hopefully we can iron out the mistakes we had in the first 2 games.
All right, well, you heard it here first. None other than TSM reps, as well as his teammates Albert Lely and Imperial Hal. I think they have what it takes. It was a number 2 finish in the groups, but now more games are yet to be played. But to break things down and to get us set up for where we're headed next, back to the analyst desk.
Thanks so much, Jump. And wow, I got to say, a great interview, and there's a lot to dissect from that. Jump did a great job getting information out of him. But reps, very well spoken, very composed on the main stage. And obviously, clearly, he's doing some reps in the gym as well because my man's looking brawling. But a couple of the things that he said out there that I found fascinating. I mean, they placed second. They played incredibly well, but he almost just took that interview like they got 9th place and barely snuck by. I mean, the level and the standard that he holds himself and his team to is something I really haven't seen a lot of in esports.
I mean, when you're already being held at that standard, you kind of have to hold it above yourself at that point, right? You have to make sure that you're on top of it. You cannot let yourselves rest on your laurels, and I love that they're not.
I mean, to be fair, that's also kind of just part of their personality. Even if they hadn't done well at X Games, they would be trying that much harder to make sure that they're doing well here in Poland. So I'm not surprised that that's how he's handling the situation. They also know that there are still a lot of games that they have to get through in order to make it to the finals. So it's not like they won. This is just the first step of many, and I think that they're mentally preparing themselves for that.
Yeah, not like they won, and he's acting like they didn't win. Stays humble as well. If we make it there, he says, to the grand finals, well, if they perform the way they have, something tells me they will make it there. Very great interview and well-spoken from Reps. Gained a lot of respect. If you like humility in esports, you're a fan of Reps, because let me tell you, that was one of the most humble interviews I think I've seen. But taking a look at some replays from our series, 3 matches, of course, and that's why he talks about the importance of performing. He was disappointed with game 1 and 2 and his performance there, because really 3 matches is not a ton. You can't slip up in more than 1 match, and TSM obviously didn't slip up in any of those matches, but in his eyes they did.
But really, it comes down to when they get that kind of comfort end zone, where it's like it's their home. They've played it so many times in scrims. If you have a water treatment ending, you basically have to bet on TSM at that point. We saw them take, I believe, 2nd up against Fnatic the last time there was a water treatment ending at X Games. I believe it was Game 12, the final game of that tournament.
Here you see here the TSM doing such a great job rotating as a team. You brought it up earlier, Jamerson, how they were okay giving away high ground, holding mid ground. But look how good a job they dominated, not only the mid ground, but also low ground, immediately rotating, dropping as a team, getting right back up to 2nd level as soon as they wipe those kills. I mean, across the board, great gameplay here from TSM.
And touching on Gen G a little bit right there, we've got a couple clips from them coming in as well. They were most definitely on that bubble. If they didn't have this 3rd game be a good game for them, it was not guaranteed that they were making it into our top 10.
And I love that Grim was able to laugh at himself there, getting punched out of the ring by Imperial Hal, but he still took it lightly because he knew at that point they were secured in. And, it's great to see that Gen G are able to bounce back. They haven't had the greatest of performance across the last few tournaments.
Here's the clip from Imperial Hal's perspective, and again, a punch into the storm and someone dies after that. That was a crazy finish there, of course. We saw Grim miss a couple wingman shots. That's probably why he's laughing at himself. He could have secured that against Imperial Hal. Instead, Imperial Hal, who is known to be one of the clutchest players in Apex, comes out on top. TSM leaps their way into 2nd place, really looking strong going into winners bracket round 2. And remember, it's Group D. Group D will play against Group C in winners bracket round 2, who is also known as a pool of death. So really, I was talking to some individuals who thought that really winners bracket round 2 is almost going to be as good as the championship final with how much talent is there. However, we're not going to get too far ahead of ourselves. We still got a lot of action to break down. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius at the command center.
Thank you so much, John. And we're going to wrap up that match number 3. Exciting games all day. And we're going to be progressing on to winners round 2. But let's officially put that stamp and wrap up that last match. Me and Nate's going to have one clip for you guys that we're about to start playing. And we're going to kind of highlight Virtus Pro a little bit. Then we're going to back up and we're going to watch the ending of that game and see how that unfolded as well. So, Nate, you can start this clip and tell us what we're watching.
Well, we just had some really good control of the zone and the circle coming in over here as we're going to be watching VP holding down from the building. We see one of the enemy teams coming by, but things are going to get a little bit awkward. They're going to see that Pathfinder trying to close the door on him, but immediately coming out the top, Taylor landing the air shot with the Peacekeeper, makes the quick slide to the side, and just wanted to call that out. Just the fast-paced momentum these guys have been able to bring, absolutely working beautifully together as a team. Really, I just wanted to pull that up so we could look at the beautiful shot that he made, because that was awesome.
All right, now on this one, we're going to start heading to the last minute of the game. And now we had Virtus Pro, TSM, Seg. They managed to make it towards the end game as well. It was a few stragglers around this building, but we're about to start to see the circle closing in. You're going to see Virtus Pro. They're on the roof. They're on the roof. They're hanging out up there, and they're sitting pretty. But now the circle is coming in, and we're about to see what happens.
Everybody has to come together. We see him coming down, and as you guys are watching, things got a little bit awkward because a bit of it came down to the reload in that final moment as he drops down, and we can see TSM looking up. But this is my favorite moment, right? Because he's coming in here, he gets the Peacekeeper shot.
And he's like, hold up, wait, what's happening? He's reloading. He's trying to get the melee, and he knocks him back to the storm.
That is an unfortunate way to go down, Blaze. You're going for the reload. Instinctively, you're going to take a step back. But what actually ends up happening is you make a fool of yourself. And it's not
actually fat fingered and it kind of tapped the end and messed up the clip a little bit, but play it right there from your side so we can go back and let the fans see it one more time, because you're going to see the drop come down, more shots popping off.
And you've got such a small amount of space to work with in this situation too.
Boom, knocked him back right there.
Beautiful.
And this is what I wanted to do, because this was definitely a facepalm moment there. You want to get those last shots in. You want to get the reload, but play it one more time, because here he was still on alert. He was like, all right, where's the last guy? Where is he at? Didn't know what was happening, looking all over for him, thinking somebody else is going to pounce on him, but then he just realizes that, hold up, wait a minute, that is game point, baby. And you're going to see Virtus Pro get it done once again for us.
Yeah, just absolutely just great chaos control. It's one of the big things about Apex. You have to keep your head on a swivel, especially with the way that these guys have been playing these circles. Everything gets so tight. Everything gets so close together at the end. And really great crisis management. You got people dropping down on the ceiling from you on the side of a large compound like that. You have such a small amount of space to work with. Things can fall apart really quickly.
It really shows who has the most composure in those late game situations, guys. But that's going to be it for me and Nate here at the Command Center. Back to you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And indeed, who has the most composure? We all know TSM is pretty much on top in that category, as you saw right there in that late game, and with that replay and with that face palm. It was all great.
Was it a face palm or a 5-finger slap to the face?
One of the two, man. Either way. The thing just wants to get on that telestrator is what I'm sensing. He's been itching to get over there, man. My analyst here, we need you on this desk, buddy. We definitely do. It's been a pleasure working alongside these two. Of course, Fallout here, joined with Jamerson and Glitter. TSM with a second-place finish, a team that started really strong, but didn't really have a huge performance in matches 2 and 3, was Misfits. Talk to me about how Misfits performed here.
Well, we'll jump into it. However, generally, they did well. They were able to finish, top 10 again. They were, was it top 10?
Third total, yeah.
Overall they were third, yeah. But even in this game, they were still consistent. They got the placement points that they needed to ensure that they stayed in that top 3 position. There was an unfortunate occurrence, and I could be wrong, but I'm like 99% positive that I saw the kill feed pop up, and I think Lucido fell off the map. We didn't exactly get to see how it happened, but I kind of like a little bit more insight on that from him. I'm going to have to find him after this so I can see exactly how it went down.
I mean, there was a lot going on, right? They were fighting out on that outer ledge on the south side of the map. HRO was there, Misfits were there, a lot of people were there. And then there are some ledges where you just don't know if it's actually in or not. And like once you step down, you start slowly sliding off.
Let's be honest, we've all been there. All right, no one can judge because of the dominant performance they had in match number 1. We've all fallen off the map at one point. Maybe not in the middle of a $500,000 tournament. Well, probably because we haven't had a chance to play in a $500,000 tournament. I'm just saying. But whether keep an eye at the top right of your screen so we can confirm or deny if he did fall off the map here. But still, Misfits, great performance. You know, we talked about it. Their ability to go huge. A little fist bump there. But their ability to go huge in Game 1 really propelled them. Question for Misfits is, can they have that miraculous finish? Can they keep up the consistency? Which we saw from teams like Virtus Pro and TSM, but Misfits really was just a Game 1 dominating performance. You didn't see it as much in matches 2 and 3.
Yeah, super excited to see what happens once we get into the winners matches here. I mean, we're seeing a lot of highlights throughout the entirety of the match for Group D, and I believe this came from the second game, these highlights right now.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for Fnatic EU, who got taken out in this game, and I believe ended up being on the fringe. They did not qualify or place top 10 if I remember correctly. So Fnatic EU missing the qualification to winners bracket round 2 just barely. But again, if you're just tuning in, one of my favorite things about this tournament, for the first time ever in Battle Royale, a double elimination bracket, the bottom 10 teams per group, and there's 4 groups of 20 teams, have a chance to bounce back in the losers bracket and work their way back to the championship final. It's brilliant.
And here we're seeing more TSM again. They had a slow start, right? It was a little bit slow for them, but they were able to close it out, and that's what we're expecting of champions. And so we'll see, you know, going into the next games, will the circle favor their kinds of endings where they have been able to play it out hundreds of times before?
But isn't the mark of a true champion being able to kind of adapt to those circles you may be less familiar with and still coming out successful at the end of it all?
The mark of a champion is just winning when you can win. At this point, you take the wins where you can and then just move on to the next round.
Yeah, and that was a great finish right there. Virtus Pro coming out second as Misfits finished that out, but still, great performance from Noth, MVP. Of course, it was Game 2. You see it from Misfits' perspective. Look at the movement.
No, this is Game 1, actually.
This is Game 1.
Yeah, Game 1.
2, they bounced back, sorry. Game 1, and then Game 2, what I was going to reference was Misfits, of course, comes out on top. Look at the high five, the hype right here from Misfits in game number 1 as they felt good, and that, of course, secured them really a qualification early. Highest kill game we've had so far from any team is Misfits with 20.
Yeah, again, the bar getting set higher and higher, and it's only day 1. We're not even done with the day yet.
Yeah, we're just getting started, which is crazy to think about, based on how intense the match has been so far, how much fun it has been to watch, and this is day 1, this is Friday. Beautiful shots here. And good job leading shots. Oh my gosh, great shots. Is that Zergi? Nope, that was
BCJ, yeah.
BCJ. Beautiful shots. Loving the sniper use. We've seen a decently even distribution between Longbow, Scout, and Triple Take. Of course, Longbow in the lion's share of the 3, but great to see the sniper in play. A lot of Peacekeeper action. Alternator R99 been in use as well. You see right here with the Alternator. I'll start with the R99.
Yeah, with the amount of poking and like the distances that teams are fighting from, you absolutely have to have some sort of sniper and take a look at those triple take shots with the precision choke, and along with, of course, the buff that came in for the triple take, right? The projectile is now wider, so it's easier to hit.
I am a huge fan of the triple take.
Especially when you get that thing with a full attachments, man, it could be dangerous sets for sure. You saw some great scout usage there, and of course, my favorite, Peacekeeper. One thing I've noticed a few times now with a few players leveraging the wingman. Right here's a perfect example. Oh my gosh, is take your time with your shots. You know, a mentor of mine in esports, his name was Castle Keep, told me once using a shotgun in a different game. Be stingy with your bullets. Use those bullets wisely and only shoot if you feel like you know you're going to connect. I feel like that couldn't be more true with the wingman. You take your time to line up the shot versus just spamming it. That could have made the difference in a couple of times right there. Succubus for 1, as well as I believe it was Genji or whoever was in game number 3 against TSM.
Yeah, that was Grim, I believe.
Grim,
here.
Yeah.
Excellent ending by Noth here from Virtus Pro. I mean, using that Wraith once again, 100% pick rate you are not going to see here. She's going to be played in every single match just because her kit, it is strong in every single stage of the game.
I love hearing the team comms and the audio from these teams as they celebrate, because, man, you got to feel hype after coming on top of the win here on LAN for $500,000. It must be a great feeling. Now we're back into game number 3, where we saw the action heat up, and we saw really Genji's game to lose. And some way, somehow, TSM comes out on top. They itch their way out by maintaining mid-ground. We'll see that, of course, at the end of the game. But Gen G dropped water treatment, maintained control. They knew the ring was going to end up there. They had a good feeling and was not able to finish it out.
I mean, once we saw Fnatic EU get up onto that high ground, we saw why having the high ground can sometimes be a liability.
Well, I mean, typically, someone's at least going to take it for water treatment. One team's going to be up there just because of the sheer visibility, right? And you're really safe. It's a lot harder for somebody to shoot up than it is for somebody to shoot down on you, right? So I wasn't surprised by the teams taking it. I think at first we didn't even realize TSM had rotated down. That was what the smart play was. They had set themselves up after that for victory from there on out.
Yeah, they had Gen G on the other side of the roofs from them, and of course we saw HRO coming in with the zip line, and so it was going to be a contested area. And it's an area where, like you had mentioned, it is complete visibility, 360 vulnerability at that point. And so TSM dropping into the second story there was one of the biggest plays for them.
You see Grim reality, that wingman clip I referenced, missing a couple shots there. Of course, easier said than done.
And that was the bigger play, by the way.
Yep.
The haymaker right into the ring.
Haymaker. By the way, 2 times we've seen Melees connect for wins here at the tournament already, which is insane. Has to set some sort of record. And this is the perspective of Imperial Hal. Look at him just going off. I mean, takes out the Pathfinder, who's dipping and dodging and ducking through his shots, and then boom! Punch to the face here for the dub, and he comes out with the win. Nice job by TSM Imperial Hal there, as TSM does it again with a win. They end up in second place in this one, and let me tell you, a great performance from them. But don't go anywhere, because guess what? We have the B stream. Not want to miss.
Closing out the day's action today, Mark Hatcher on set and Dan Gaskin going to be doing the job of driving you through the action. We've got one more group to round up Dan Gaskin. We've had 3 groups of action. It's been a fantastic day. But as I say, we've got one more group to close things out, and that is, of course, Group C.
Yeah, we are going to finish off the winners bracket round 1, and then later on we get winners bracket round 2 as well, which we've already seen the conclusion of 3 of these groups. This is going to be the 4th group concluded. And Group C has been a group that everyone's been talking about as one of those potential groups of death, because we have several teams, if not more, that competed at the X Games, that have had a lot of eyes on them, that do have a lot of expectations on their shoulders. But then we've also got a couple of these teams that have maybe reformed, that weren't able to have their full roster at X Games, and it's going to be how they actually are able to go down here. And I mean, just seeing these guys, I don't know what this is, but we've seen several teams doing this animation.
I think one of the things I'm looking forward to most is finally getting these teams underway and into game, because these teams, these 20 teams who have been waiting all day, they have been waiting all day, is my point. They've been waiting all day watching all of these other groups go down, seeing all these incredible plays, all these players popping off. Now it's their time, Dan. Let's talk about some of the teams that we have involved in Group C. Who are the standouts for you? Who have you got your eyes on?
I mean, let's start with FlyQuest then. And the reason why I want to start with FlyQuest is because Monsoon has recently joined them. He was a substitute for Tempo Storm way back at X Games, and he is one of the most individually skilled players that we have at this tournament, especially when it comes to sniping and using the longbow, etc., or the Kraber. I think that this is a fantastic chance for him to demonstrate what he's got with that FlyQuest team. However, there's a little bit of history with him and some of the boys on the Fire Squad as well. Urban and Burt, they used to team together, all 3 of them, and it was unclear of why they split, and they were a really solid roster. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a grudge match here, a little bit of history there. Maybe they'll be searching for each other on Kings Canyon.
And of course, we have Tempo Storm in this group as well. So if you wanted a sort of 3-way connection between some players and a little bit of history there is that history lesson for you. And some other teams that we had involved with X Games as well are in this group that maybe didn't have the finishes they would have particularly wanted.
Yes, CLG in particular. I mean, I believe they finished around 17th place at X Games, and that's not what they would have been expecting as the death stare comes through on the camera. Just to go back to Tempo Storm. So yes, they had Monsoon because Decop wasn't able to attend the event. I believe he had some sort of visa issues. However, like a lot of other rosters, when their third was split from them, they opted not to go for the decision of keeping that roster from X Games to this Invitational. Instead, they went back to the original roster that they've had so much practice with, because actually quite a few teams in this group have been around on since the very beginning of Apex Legends, right from the release. They have been a solid 3, and chemistry is absolutely everything in a game like this.
I have to agree with you. I think chemistry, we've seen it so many times already today in those clutch moments, in those team fights, in those final circles. You have to be on the same page as your teammates if you want to clutch up and take home those wins and pick up those points for eliminations as well. But one player that I want to talk about a little bit as well is the Apex Predator from X Games as well. Of course, we have Reciprocity being represented now in this group. Snipedown was that player, and I think they're going to be looking to implement a very similar play style that they had at X Games, even though this roster has had 2 changes in it.
Yeah, Reciprocity, they like to play close quarter combat. They like to utilize Snipedown's ability to perform very well with SMGs and with the Peacekeeper. Whether that's because he's a controller player or not, it doesn't matter. He's so good when he gets up in your face, so you really have to utilize that ability. And also, his history of FPS titles. He's so good at communicating with his team when he wants to push, when he wants to flank. So to have that IGL ability is going to be a massive thing from Reciprocity. But is he going to be able to perform as well as he did at X Games now that he has changed roster, now that he wasn't able to stick with the guys he teamed with over in X Games? So this is going to be a big ask of Reciprocity, whether they can actually see the same kind of achievements from the previous tournament.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on Frex and Grego as well, the 2 teammates on Reciprocity, and also the composition of their lineups. You know, today it's been very infrequent we've seen any deviation, away from that Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith combination of Legends in-game, but Reciprocity, they do like that Lifeline. They like having him as an option.
Yeah, we've seen them in scrims actually running Lifeline instead of Pathfinder, which is crazy if you ask me, because Pathfinder is so good for traversing the map. However, they felt that with their early game engagements and with their task of just constantly chasing after kills, they like to have the utility of both Lifeline and Watson for getting up in the face and having both that health regeneration and shield generation available.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting into this final group today. Group C. We've been waiting for you all day, and it's an absolute pleasure to finally have you with us. We're going to start off actually from the point of view of another team who we did see at X Games, Atletico. Haven't talked about them yet, Dan, as we are loading into the game. They, again, had one of those finishes which was a little bit disappointing for many, but again, an opportunity to bounce back like many teams that we've already seen so far today.
16th at X Games for Atletico.
Nicewig has just summed up what's happened, by the way.
You see the frustration from Nicewig, and I guess that's a perfect time for us to have a chat about CLG and Nicewig himself. I mean, one of the biggest streamers in Apex Legends, a very big personality. I think you're either a fan of him or you're not. You either watch his stream to love him or you watch his stream to hate him. And then he gets a lot of viewers, so I don't think he minds whether you love him or hate him. But I think CLG, they will be expected to do a lot better than they did at the X Games. They really struggled. They have changed their drop location from what I've seen in scrims, and I won't say it just yet, just in case any of these players are having a little listen. But
I mean, I've got to be honest, I couldn't hear Nicewig, and I can pretty much see him from where I'm sat at the moment, so you should be pretty safe. But
maybe we've got better headsets, though. That's something you've also got to take into consideration. His teammates, though, I mean, No Cocoa Puffs has been an in-game leader. He has been the shot caller for quite some time, as well as using the backup shot calling of Nicewigs. And I think we've really seen CLG progress quite well since No Cocoa Puffs has taken that in-game leader role.
So we are, again, just on a little bit of a delay here as we wait to get into the lobby. We were so close, Dan. We were so close to seeing Group C finally kick off here. But let's talk about what we've seen so far today, because there has been surprises, to be honest with you, as far as day one has been concerned. There's been some consistency, like we just saw in Group D as well. No surprise to see TSM at the top of the up near the top of the leaderboards. But talking about some of the earlier groups we saw, Dan, real surprises in some of the big performances that we saw coming in. For the example, the team 789. What a performance they put in the first group of the day. Back-to-back wins.
Team 789 with back-to-back wins, as well as an incredible amount of kills. 14 kills in their first match, 10 in their second match. And then we saw Misfits in that previous group as well, pulling out a 20-kill game in their first match. I mean, being able to do that on this stage with the caliber of players that are around is incredible. Whether you're going to be able to do it when we get to the later lobbies in the winners bracket finals and even that grand final, that's going to be something else, because to be honest, if you can get that amount of kills in a grand final, you really should be winning this tournament.
I think we have seen a little bit of separation as well between the 10 teams who have been going into the winners bracket and the 10 teams who we have seen falling down to the lower side of the bracket at the moment. And one thing that's been consistent for me is not only the eliminations we've been able to see, but the rotations from some of these top 10 teams. They've been able to get into fantastic positions early on within the circle, and then they haven't had that pressure on them to move across open ground, to traverse, Kings Canyon, exposing themselves to some of those teams that are, set up and watsoned up inside some buildings. That early rotation has been so vital to those good placements and also the eliminations towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I've loved the variety we've had in finishing circles throughout all three groups so far, to be honest. We've had a couple of central circles, which are more difficult to predict, and you really have to use Pathfinder's passive to make sure that you actually know where that final circle is roughly going to be. And then we've seen some circles that have been leaning towards the edge of the map, and those are a little bit easier to predict. We even saw, for example, Team MVP, who were hotly talked about prior to this tournament as being one of the most aggressive teams. They dropped up in relay, and the circle landed right on relay, so they just stayed put, and they didn't go for kills, they didn't go for the aggression, they were very sensible. And I think that's very important, that even if you're known as one of the aggressive teams, you're still more than happy to play for that more passive and sensible style when it's presented to you.
And what were your thoughts on MVP today? Because they were one of the teams who were talked a lot about. We've sort of harped on today about their RPing game and how much they grind the game and how much expectation maybe not only was one upon them as a team from us as analysts and commentators, but also from some of the other pro teams and some of the other pro players who've been talking about them. What was your feeling on how they will be? How happy do you feel they would be with their first day's performance?
I think they'll be incredibly happy. They were expected to drop somewhere else, and I think in a lot of the pro lobbies that they were competing in, they were, I don't want to say trolling other teams, but they were almost dropping on other teams just to say, look guys, you're not going to always get these locations for free. We're more than happy to 50-50 contest you in these scrims, because actually we want some early engagements. We want to test out how good we are in these scenarios, and they didn't necessarily drop where some people were thinking they would until their third match, where they went for the cage and they actually took that early engagement and they won. Their rotations were good, their positioning was great, their utilization of ultimate abilities was perfect at the right times, but I'd be expecting that for the majority of teams here, to be honest. But I think MVP is a team we have to keep our eye on. They were able to progress as one of the top 10 teams from that group, so we will see them in winners bracket round 2. But I think they lived up to their expectations, maybe not the aggressive team we were expecting to see, but certainly a very decent performance.
And another team that I want to kind of quickly discuss just while we're again waiting for this lobby to get underway to bring you the final action from Group C of the day is a team that I kind of have some question marks about moving forward, and that is, of course, NRG. NRG kind of managed to find their way through into the winners bracket, but it wasn't a comfortable ride for them. And looking back at X Games, there was a few questions coming out of that tournament where they didn't perform to the high expectations that a lot of their fans were expecting, and a lot of the hype that was surrounding this roster was expecting. They've come in today, they've got the job done. However, they didn't seem to be as dominant with their performances as the likes of some of the teams that we were talking about just a moment ago.
Yeah, they didn't necessarily practice particularly successfully going into X Games. They almost just relied on their ability to stomp public lobbies and thought they would be able to approach the X Games in that way. It wasn't the case. They were being dropped on, they were being griefed, and it really didn't work out for them. They also streamed a lot, so people had a vague idea of where they were going to be dropping and how they would rotate, and I think they were punished because of that. However, coming into this tournament, they streamed a lot less, they practiced a lot harder, they were in a lot more pro lobbies, and I think it paid off. They didn't look dominant, they weren't getting tons of kills, but they were getting the job done. They were rotating well, they were positioning themselves for that final circle, they were playing for that placement, and they were picking up kills along the way. They progressed, they get into the winners bracket round 2, and I think that is job done from winners bracket round 1. You don't have to be at your best. As long as you can get into that top 10, that's all that matters. There's no advantage from finishing from 1st to 10th. Top 10, you're through.
And the one thing that we should talk about as well is we were kind of a lot of discussion between players, between talent, between everyone who's been involved in the competitive settings here is that 50-point threshold as we head towards that grand final. We've now seen that could be broken in just a couple of games, and we could be on match point before you know it. But speaking of matches, Dan, speaking of making a point, it's time to start making some points because it looks like the lobby is ready. It looks like the players are getting set, and it looks like we will get get Group C finally underway.
I actually heard a cheer from all of the players that are sat out.
You're just as happy as I am. You're just as happy as I am.
Because they are finally going to get this game underway. It has been a little bit of time for this particular group, and that does play a lot on your mentality, in my personal opinion. As a competitor myself back in the day, I know that when I actually get into a game that I've been waiting so long for, that might change my aggressive stance, my passive stance. I might just want to get into fights. I might want to avoid fights. So we'll see if that does have any effect and takes its toll on any of the teams.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the lights have dimmed. The players are ready. And it is time for Group C to get underway. Again, we are going to start this one off with Atletico, one of those teams that we did get to watch the point of view of during the X Games. Not the greatest of finishes there. Let's see where they drop off and let's see how they get on.
Yeah, biggest question is, are you going to get the drop for free? The community in general, a lot of these pros, they like to have their own location. They like to loot freely and then get into battles a little bit later. But we have noticed some of these more unknown teams come in and they stir the pot a little bit. They say, hey, you're not going to have that location for free. Instead, we're going to contest you. We're more than happy to take the 50-50 because we'll be more heavily looted because of it, and we'll get kills. And there are two teams heading straight towards market. Atletico are going to take that outside section, but there was a team who headed straight into market as well. So maybe an early engagement here.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see. It's actually going to be Lazarus who have managed to find their way inside of market. And as you said, Dan, Atletico will be taking the outside compound and moving just outside of that towards Crossroads potentially here. So we could see an early engagement between two teams here, which is always what we want to see. A little bit of a aggravation to kick things off here at Group C.
It's a big decision for Atletico. Is do we try and take this fight? Do we approach market, or do we just get away? It is match number 1 of our group. Should we just go for placement rather than try and take an aggressive stance here and potentially be punished for it? They may have no indication of which team it was that's dropped into market. If they do, and they realize there's a caustic in there for Lazarus, maybe this is a bad idea. You don't want to push into market when you know there's a caustic who's going to be laying down all of those gas traps, and you are not going to have fun trying to push in because of those.
It's going to be interesting to see how effective that caustic pick will be. And there's a lot of talk of the less caustics that are in a lobby, the more effective that caustic can become. So interesting to see that pick of Legend there coming in early, and it could work out for them. First game, try it out.
As well as Gibraltar featuring for the first time. The first time, I believe, in the tournament we're seeing Gibraltar as well. I mean, there are a lot of people who say that Gibraltar is a big, influential, aggressive Legend, and it doesn't sound right because Gibraltar is typically a tanky kind of Legend, but his shield allows you to push into situations that maybe you wouldn't be able to with your typical Legend composition. So we'll see how they utilize that and whether they are going to go for aggressive standpoints.
It looks like Atletico here are looking to rotate pretty early, and we just saw just a glimpse there for a second of where that circle seems to be located. It is going to be in the northwest of Kings Canyon, so look towards maybe Runoff Air Base as being one of those potential final circles.
Yeah, and that could be good news for Tempo Storm if they have dropped Runoff. I know Tempo Storm during pro scrims have been known to drop there as well, and for a similar situation that we've seen, maybe they are going to be able to just hold down and Watson up and just wait for everyone to join them.
I mean, usually I love talking about technical things. I love getting into the real nuances, the hardcore elements of this, but can we just take 2 seconds here while the teams are kind of finding their way around the map to talk about Super Kicker's logo?
Wow, that's very...
Best logo, hands down, hands down. All right, I'm done now, carry on.
However, cropped very badly, might I add.
Makes it better.
There's just a little white section between the arm and the head that I'm not very impressed by. Aside from that, I love it. But they have also found themselves over here at Runoff, which is where you want to be, because you can see that circle is heavily focused towards there. We are very much expecting it to favor that Runoff area. But also, we've got FlyQuest over here as well. Here's the man that we were talking about, Monsoon. He is a monster when you put certain weapons in his hands.
I think he'll be able to get the job done with any weapon that you put in his hands. Certainly one of the most talented players as far as picking up kills and being aggressive and finishing off anyone that dares to challenge him on the map. And now you can see the rotation coming in from Atletico towards Oasis as well. So might be looking to either rotate here through the pit, but it seems like they're having a fairly easy time moving across the Oasis here to potentially get up to that little compound. It's such a tight little choke point that you have to go through to reach the Oasis there. So it's going to be interesting to see as that circle collapses on towards Runoff here, if they'll be able to have that uncontested little stroll through the sands.
And here is Tempo Storm as well, and you can see, yep, they're situated pretty well for this final circle. The teams that realistically are going to struggle are those that landed southeast of the map. I know Reciprocity are known for dropping repulsor kind of area, so maybe they're going to have to rotate early. Maybe actually they'll get a decent amount of loot with those rotations, probably through cave. So we'll see if they can get over into a decent position to try and contest this early circle.
You can see there's a little bit of fire coming in from the skies here, and it's Rogue who are trying to be aggressive here and rotate again in towards Runoff. So many teams at the moment are confined within this small space on the map, and oh my word, Sweet Dreams there was almost put to sleep from a shot as he tried to lay down that portal for his teammates to maybe get into a more aggressive position, on the map. And speaking of great positions on the map, Dan, this is a good place to be here for the guys on Tempo Storm. And that triple take is deadly from distance, especially now that it's got that slightly wider range on those projectiles. Much easier to tag opponents moving through those open grounds.
Yeah, you can grief so badly with the triple take, but you can see the position they've put themselves in now, where they are banking on that circle, finishing around there. There's so much open space in front of them that they have free will to just snipe at everyone, grief at anyone, maybe pick up some kills. But if that circle does kind of differ elsewhere, if it goes west or east, then maybe they might have to move a little bit later, but I'm sure they will be prepared for that either way.
I think the one thing that they do have on their side as far as their positioning is concerned for that potential final circle now is everyone else is going to have to move through towards them. They're going to have that high ground unless the circle does move in slightly more towards Runoff, maybe, you know, in towards the central area of that instead of the outside area. But they're in a great position if they can pick off a couple of 3Ps, maybe get some armor on their side. They really have positioned themselves well at the start of this game.
Yeah, now we take a look at Gamers Origin, who also have managed to worm their way through so many teams now, like all 20 still alive, and the majority of them have kind of set up shop in this place in Runoff. So that's going to be pretty tricky for them to move anywhere else. It's kind of like you banked on this position now, and you have to Watson up, and you have to hope the circle moves there. But you can stay put for quite some time. Round one hasn't even finished closing yet, so you have got to be very patient, and you've got to have that ability to watch and wait, not get overly aggressive, and really utilize the weaponry that you found early on, because you might not have been able to loot as heavily as you would have liked.
And now we're going to see the guys on Halakline Gaming here trying to make some rotations themselves. Do have plenty of meds to work with, and with the ring only doing a slight bit of damage to that health, they're not going to have too many problems, obviously rotating in. But the interesting thing for me is we always look at the composition of a lobby and how players and teams are choosing to play it. What I'm seeing so far is a lot of teams are looking to rotate early. And as those circles change down, I think we could see quite a lot of engagements as those teams come together.
Yeah, and as you learn where other teams are dropping as well and what their tendencies are for rotations, that's going to make you change how you rotate, because you might want to avoid certain teams, or you might want to gatekeep certain teams. If you know, for example, a team is going to be pushing through caves constantly, you might want to hold it as our first team is taken out of the game, and it is going to be Fierce who actually are the ones who put them to the knife.
And what a way to start things off. Jazz there from Fierce has got a Mastiff in the back pocket as well, so anyone wants to get up close and personal with him, well, it's not going to be the most friendly of encounters that you ever come across.
And now just, here's the Click Boys. Paradox is going to be using this scout to try and grief as well. You can see they're on the outer edge of the circle, so you'd imagine that it's probably not going to close into their position, but for now they can try and just play for maybe a top 10 placement. But even so, we've seen maybe 16, 15 teams be in maybe round 5, even close to round 6 at times, depending on where that circle finishes and how much cover is available.
It's kind of one way to compare it when we get down to those final rings. We get so many players in such tight contention with each other. Everyone's holding their breath, and it's a case of who's got the biggest lungs, who can hold on to that position for the longest before they have to get involved in those battles. And it's going to be interesting positioning here from Windstrike team as well, using that pipe in towards Runoff to kind of Watson off, and all these entry points now, they can quite happily sit here for 5 or 10 minutes. If they get that Watson hole up, like I was going to say, anyone that sees them, throws those grenades in there, are going to have absolutely no success in flushing them out.
Yeah, the sewer rats at the moment just kind of hiding and waiting. Windstrike are a team that maybe have gone under a lot of people's radars despite their ability at the X Games where they finished 5th. They are a team that, sorry, they didn't play X Games, but they're a team who have been competing since the very start of Play Apex, ever since it was released. Russian side who definitely will have that chemistry. My mistake, I was reading my notes, it was Tempo Storm who finished 5th.
And that's going to be Fierce trying to put some pressure onto CLG here, and there is going to be players just caught off guard there. I think he was actually down, so this should be an easy elimination, and it does come in. Fierce putting the pain onto CLG, and just reminding them, maybe some flashbacks towards X Games here. They are not going to have it easy, CLG, if they want to get some top placements.
Yeah, and Fierce just using the Wraith portal there, but it actually allows the other team to push and get aggressive on them, so you've got to be very careful now and watch this portal. Try and use that battery, try and stay alive, because when you know that your teammates are down, you just have to either go for the decision of, right, I'm staying alive and I'm going for placement.
And another thing is, of course, when you are using that Wraith portal to escape with so many teams in close proximity with each other, even this early on in the game, we're only on ring number 2 right now, people are going to have eyes on that portal exit. So even though you might think, oh, I'm escaping to a safe area, in this kind of tight scenario, you're never going to be safe.
Well, Click do get away with 2 out of 3 of their roster, so it's not the end of the world, as well as all these other teams now that have managed to work their way across and find themselves in runoff have all taken a building each, and it's going to come down to, are any of them going to be brave enough to try and take any sort of fight here, or are we just going to see an ultimate standoff and wait until the teams they're approaching from the edge of this circle, who start to get involved, who start to throw a couple of grenades perhaps?
Now you are going to see things start to slow down. Teams making their way towards that end circle. Now we're going to jump on board with Atletico here, and you can see they're positioned quite nicely at the moment. They're in the pit, and I think they're just waiting for that ring to close in before they can choose their exit route, essentially, towards runoff or towards Slum Lakes. Just waiting here. You can see as soon as that little circle clicks, they're going to have to make that decision. You can see now Slums is going to be pretty much out of the equation. It is going to be potentially a runoff finish here. So now they're going to have to either rotate to the front of runoff, or we've seen so many teams being posted up, or they could try a rotation here through Slums and, try and attack this from a different angle. But you can see here, there's already a team here, Halo Client Gaming. It looks like they've taken up a little bit of real estate themselves.
You can see the in-game communication from them as well, just pinging different areas on the map as to say, right, we could go here, there's high ground here, maybe we need to rotate through, maybe we can stay. And these are all the decisions that the in-game leader is going to have to be considering. It's a great shot there coming out from Taxi, and it is going to be onto the side of SK there, and there's just plenty of room for movement around this particular area, but you've just got to be very careful, because if you push willy-nilly in Slums, you are going to be caught out by a team potentially hiding around a corner.
And the difficulty here for all of the teams who are involved in this battle for rotation, essentially, is they've got 1 minute 19, and that clock is ticking until they're going to be forced out of these positions now by that ring closing in on them. So it looks like they're all trying to engage in a battle, try and clear their way through. That means we will see some teams potentially dropping.
I'm excited to see Gibraltar in the end game as well, actually. I mean, yes, you're going to be a big target because he has a big hitbox, but you've got to remember there is the damage difference. He takes 15% less damage than the other legends who are at neutral. So maybe that might come into hand, especially with his little shield as well, if he's being shot from the front. So I personally think Gibraltar could be a great addition to the meta of Apex Legends. He just needs a slight tweak, and we might see him used a little bit more, because I think his ultimate ability and his shield are just such huge impacts to the late game.
Now we're going to see some Click Esports here in a little bit of a tough spot. Reloading. Kanga here kind of just holding on with his teammate. Both with no shields, very, very low health as well. Pittsburgh Knights, a team that we didn't talk too much about in the build-up to this, Dan. Certainly a team to watch as these matches progress as well through Group C. They seem to be positioned quite nicely. You can see already inside that next ring as well. And they don't have to do too much in this situation. You can hear a lot of shots going off in the surrounding areas. They're just kind of just looking for peaks here, as it is going to be Bryn who is going to be taken down. Kanga's going to be the last man who's trying to survive at the moment for the guys on Click Esports, but in this kind of scenario, you're kind of hoping that the attention gets drawn away from you. Maybe you can just play for those placements.
And look how much open space he has to traverse through here as well. It's just every single team has spotted him, and they're trying to get that knock, trying to get that elimination, because as a reminder, each elimination does secure you 1 point, as well as the placements as well. And now you can see the advantage of positioning yourselves in one of these buildings and be able to watch on as all of these players start to try and desperately get into the circle.
You can see a grenade's going to be going in there. It's going to force Six to back down here for the Pittsburgh Knight, but him and his teammate with some beautiful long-range shots there to pick up the elimination, as that player was trying to scarper his way across the open land to get towards that circle. And it is going to be Gamers Origin here trying to kind of peek in, and Fierce as well, trying to peek into the circle, see what kind of openings there are in front of them to maybe try and get a little bit of real estate themselves. Still 19 squads left, somehow or other, and you've just seen that circle move. That is going to make things very interesting.
Yeah, it's not going to be 19 for very long because that is a horrible ending circle. So much of the circle is just actually enclosed on by that giant hillside there, but now we actually get an engagement here. Sora able to pick up a kill over onto PK, and now the Kick guys, they're going to have to try and do something about it. But Pittsburgh Knights, you can see, just trying to survive. It is going to be turns, and I think when you're in that situation where you know you have to survive, it's always going to be slightly nerve-wracking.
You can see this little rotation as well, but let's go smart use of the Wraith portal here to avoid the damage, to scarp around the outside and hopefully find themselves in position to rotate late in towards that circle. This could be a huge rotation here from Atletico.
Unfortunately, as soon as they went through that portal, they were shot and they were greeted on the other side. So they quickly changed their mind and they say, okay, we can't go that way. We're going to have to exit. So even though the pit setup was very good in the previous circle, now they're going to be watched on both exits. So they're going to have to take a fight on one of the sides. And it looks like they're going to try and take it out towards High Desert, rather than going around for that full rotation they tried previously with the Wraith portal.
Jump on board with a team that we haven't seen too much of so far, and that is going to be Alistar. The X here with that wingman in hand. His teammate with the Pathfinder as well is going to have that gold armor as well, so in a good position here towards the end of the game. The only problem is they have to make a play towards a building here to try and find some cover, and you can see the distance they have to cover here down with just 17 seconds left.
And you can see how many teams as well have been reduced to maybe 2, even 1 players in their roster, so just having 3 at the moment is going to be absolutely vital as this round 4 circle starts to enclose on everyone else. And really, if you've positioned yourself already in one of those buildings, there's only one building that is ever so slightly in this circle, and whoever is in there is going to be in a fantastic chance just to rain down fire here and pick up some big kills.
Yeah, this is where you got to look at the inventory of the players as well, what guns they've got in their possession, because things are going to get tight and things are going to get tasty as we see another battle going down here. This time it's inside runoff where so many of these teams have been contained for the majority of this game. Here comes FlyQuest now, Zach moving in. He's got the Eva 8 as well, landing those shots but can't quite finish those players below him.
Yeah, this is the building that I was talking about that is in the circle. It was Reciprocity. They got taken down in around 16th place as well, so we didn't see much of them in the game, but actually they're not placing maybe as high as we might have expected as we move over to Saw, who now they're getting aggressive, utilizing this R99 and Wingman. They want to pick up these kills. They want to get inside this building.
We went from 19 squads down to 13 in the click of a finger. Look at the shots now falling from above. It's FlyQuest who seem to have that high ground and the ability to rain down the pain onto their opponents, and they're doing a great job at it so far.
Yeah, FlyQuest have been there since the very start of the game as well, so they've been waiting for this engagement. They will still have, you'd think, a couple of grenades to use as well, and maybe they're saving them for that final kill, and you can see just trying to take out that ultimate ability from Watson as well to try and stop any shields being recharged. And of course, if you can take out that ult, you can then use grenades, because the ult does block any sort of ordnance from raining down.
Atletico have managed to rotate late in this game, but they've stayed within the game. That's the important thing for them. Even with low armor, even with not the greatest loadouts, I mean, you got the RE45 here, we've got the G7 Scout in their hands. Not exactly what you put on your Christmas list. However, they are staying in the game here, and they have managed to secure a top 10 placement already.
And still top 10 places currently, 10 squads residing in this circle, and the circle is getting smaller and smaller. You're really going to have to now start using your brain. Your IGL is going to need to communicate with your Pathfinder, with your Wraith. Where do we need to portal? Are we saving our portal for the end game? Do we need to use the portal now just to get into the top 5? Can we get any high ground here, or is there anywhere we can hold? Because looking at that final circle, there's so much open space.
There's so much open space, and high ground is going to be the name of the game here. You can see at the moment, Helicline Gaming and the Wraith are trying to formulate a way to get anywhere near that circle. Unfortunately, they're just really struggling at the moment. Shots are going down all around them. Brent Royale now with the wingman trying to take a few players down. His teammates are doing a great job trying to grapple in himself, and all of a sudden, it's become the Royal Rumble here. Who's going to be thrown over the top rope?
This is what Battle Royales are made for. Just this massive contestant right at the end of the game. And you've got low ground, you've got high ground, but you've got such little objects you can hide behind, and you have to utilize them, because otherwise you're going to find yourself in a very sticky situation.
Rogue are in a fantastic position here. They seem to have the ultimate high ground in this particular ridiculous situation. They have plenty of shield cells to work with as well, and now they're going to be getting aggressive. Now they're going to be looking for eliminations, as we now have only 4 squads left.
Look how they just pinched him as well. They sussed out, they sniffed out there was going to be one player just like a weasel trying to worm his way and trying to escape, but they ensured they managed to get that extra placement and get an extra kill as well. But now as we get to these late stages, knockdown shields are going to be important. Do you have that golden knockdown shield? Do you have that golden backpack maybe for a quick shield battery recharge? Or are you just going to have to take every single fight that you come across at this point?
2 purple armors, 1 blue armor in the hands of Rogue here. Digital Threat is going to be able to see through the fire and the flames that do potentially pop up towards the end of this game. 3 squads remaining here. Rogue is one of those squads, and they are in a prime position here as they have the complete and utter heart of the circle, and they have everything they could possibly want.
Yeah, they definitely have another team who's on the other side of this wall, and it's going to be Gamers Origin as well, and you can see they're portaling up just so they can try and get underneath them for when this final circle comes in, and there's still another team somewhere. I'm thinking it's probably going to be a solo player who's maybe just lurking around and hiding. There he is. It's Zach from FlyQuest.
Oh,
actually,
3 of them.
the entirety of FlyQuest somehow are down in this pit, in between the 2 teams, and they still haven't been spotted.
Rogue now, all with purple armor. There's a couple on the floor as well, so they could potentially swap out those shields and make those exchanges for those elongated fights should these 2 teams push in. But here, now comes the push from FlyQuest. They're going to be taken down, gets caught in the ring. Lou goes up, flying through the air with the grapple, tries to land some no-scopes. Not going to happen. 3 squads remaining. Rogue still in control.
Rogue are just laying down fire. They had all the high ground, and they get the victory because of it. They had purple shields. They had gold knockdown shields. They had everything, as well as the ammo, as well as the aim. And the boys who have been a team for so long, throughout several iterations of any Battle Royale, show that they are here to play at this Invitational.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff there from Rogue. Huskers dropped, and sweet dreams. That is a sweet way to close out the first game here of Group C. 12 kills to go to boot as well. And when you're in that final circle, when you have that high ground, oh boy, is it a good feeling.
I mean, they positioned themselves so successfully throughout the entirety of that game, and really, when you see that tiny circle on the map, you have to look for every possible advantage as you can. These players will have memorized the map down to every detail. They will know where every single stone is, every single rock, every grain of sand that they could potentially hide behind to get an advantage, and Rogue did just that, really utilizing the wall to hide behind it. Very impressed by how FlyQuest managed to survive so long down in that ditch between 2 teams and get a 3rd place there.
Yeah, they were forced to make that move towards the end, but as you say, placement points, they'll be quite happy with that. Picked up some kills along the way as well to add to that points tally, but I mean, Rogue, we barely mentioned them for some reason. I'm thinking about that right now in the build-up to this group, but certainly one of the favorites coming into this tournament, a lot of hype behind them, and, you know, X Games had a fairly decent performance as well, but that, for me, is the kind of convincing performance you want to put in a Game 1 to just remind everybody, not only in your own lobby, and all of the other groups that we've seen so far today, that you are here to compete and you are here to call yourself a champion.
Yeah, as I said, Rogue, they've been a squad for quite some time now. One of the longest standing squads that we've seen in Battle Royales, actually. And 7th at X Games, I believe. They won TwitchCon Europe as well, but they did struggle since then. As a team, they have this weird dynamic as well. I don't know if it still stands, but for a while, they kind of had a 50-50 shot calling ability between Sweet and Dropped. And it was just like, who is actually going to be making those calls? And are you going to be in a situation where 2 players are trying to call? Is that going to be detrimental to how you approach the late game? Because if you're not on the same page, then you are going to find yourself in a tricky situation at times.
Well, if you are joining us from Stream A, unfortunately, it's time for us to say goodbye. We're going to continue, of course, with Group C here, but we'll say goodbye right now as we leave you and we love you, as there will be some more games continuing on the A stream. But, I mean, Dan, let's take a second now to talk about B. Let's talk about Group C, excuse me. As we do now say goodbye, so I should say, to our viewers from Stream A. Let's talk about that first game, because we had a lot of interesting rotations, in my opinion. We had a lot of early rotations, but we also had a lot of interesting routes being taken, particularly by Atletico, to find their way into that late game, into a top 10.
Onset Gaskin, thank you so much, gentlemen. Very well casted in game number 1. And after the dust has settled, it is Rogue who ends up on top. First place with 12 kills. They're looking nice and pretty. I believe that's 24 points for them, right?
That's a lot of points for them, and it was well positioned coming out from them, moving over all the way from Skulltown, making their way over to Runoff, and that was just huge, taking that building.
And they were smart enough to make sure that they let those last two teams kind of put enough damage into each other that when they rotated in on FlyQuest and Gamers Origin, it was just an easy cleanup from there.
Yeah, intelligent play to sit there and wait, let that fight play out. I love what I'm seeing there. I want to ask you a little bit about FlyQuest, though, because we saw FlyQuest in the worst possible position. First off, Monsoon is the nicest human being in the world. I'm just going to preface by saying that.
You're not wrong.
He's been awesome to meet. Not related to the game, but related to the game. Horrible position. Unfortunately, stuck in between two teams. They get sandwiched. Not really much they can do there.
I don't really know that was even 100% their fault. That was a bad end zone.
Once Gamers Origin ended their Wraith portal right there inside that pit, it was basically game over for both of them. Rogue had it. They had the high ground. You knew that Gamers Origin and FlyQuest were going to fight, and all you have to do is third party at that point.
I mean, it worked out really, really well for them. They put themselves in a good position moving forward into the next two matches. So, like a few of the other teams have done thus far, all they have to do is be consistent from here on out.
Yeah, of course. Rogue, FlyQuest, and Gamers Origin all in a pretty good spot here. If you say, honestly, one thing that I was surprised about that game when you think about the holistic view, 19 teams still alive in the third or fourth ring. I mean, I was back in the green room thinking, oh, we still got 15 minutes here. Game's just starting. Wait a minute, it's the third or fourth ring. What is going on here? Talk to me about that. Not much action here in game number 1.
I mean, these were some stats that we have been looking into, right? At X Games, we noted that by the end of the second circle, at least 7 people would be dead. You'd have about 18 squads remaining, but here it has slowed down a lot all across the board from every one of our groups, where it's about the third ring where you have finally a squad completely eliminated.
Which almost seems completely counterintuitive because you had more time and more games to play through at X Games, so you would think those early and moving into mid-game fights / kills wouldn't have necessarily happened as frequently or in as large of an amount as they did compared to these games. These games are, you know, there's less of them.
It's a short format, yeah.
How simple it is, you know? And people are playing safer. And I don't know if that's perhaps a result of what had happened at X Games, and maybe they're trying to learn and tweak from those mistakes, if you will, or if it's just how the overall gameplay theme is kind of, you know, progressed from there.
I think it's important to note that we do have 60 teams that don't have that same kind of experience from the X Games, so they might be a little bit more timid, a little bit more tepid in the water, where they just don't want to put themselves out there and be the first team out.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of them played online, maybe TwitchCon Europe, maybe some Australia, Asia tournaments as well. But I got to say, on a related note, one thing I've absolutely loved about how this has played out is the late game. Yes, there's a lot of teams left, but late game just plays so nice in Apex. I mean, I've casted a lot of other BRs, I've watched and played a lot of other BRs. I mean, the Apex Legends, Ring 4, Ring 5, Ring 3, some of the best late game play. You're guaranteed, you're bound to see action, and not many stalemates, which is great.
And I think that's where we can actually build off the fact that the early game is so slow that in the late game it really picks up, and that's why it is going to be so valuable to try and make it to the top 5, because we're seeing that amongst the teams that are finishing within the top 3, they're getting double digits in eliminations.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I think it's as by design too, because you think about Apex versus other games. 60 people on the map versus 100 and a lot of other BRs, and that means less opportunity for early game fights. You drop 100 people on a map, of course there's going to be early game fights. There's not enough places to land, so I like that by intention, by design, and I really do enjoy, as said, how late game, mid game plays out in Apex. But looking here, you see on screen right now, we're getting ready to kick off winners bracket round 2, and I'll tell you right now, we just saw Complexity on screen, who barely inched by. I am excited for Group A and Group B. The best of each group will be going head to head.
You know, we were looking at some of the standings before, and we didn't get a chance to really watch too much of Group B the first time around, but I did make a note that MVP did do well and finish top 3, make sure they solidified their spot in the top 10.
I wonder who predicted that, Lauren. Was it you, maybe?
I don't know. I don't remember.
100 game. I'm going to say, I've been impressed.
I mean, I also said that my dark horse was going to be Penta, and they ended up second in the group.
Listen, simply put, we have the best analyst desk in the game right now. I mean, honestly, it's been awesome. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. You see MVP on screen right now, who Glitter predicted to do very well in Group B. They ended up placing top 3. Wyvern placed top 3. Another prediction you had in our pregame show. You guys have been absolutely crushing it, but I got to say, that sets us up for a great game 2, or winners bracket round 2. And speaking of which, on your screen right now, member of Team 789, those glistening eyes, it is the one S. Winners bracket round 1 performance, because that alone is a monologue I could deliver. I mean, I'll let you guys take it though.
You had a full monologue? I
have
kind of
it
want to
ready
hear
if you
it.
guys-
Yeah,
No, I'm
is
just
it
kidding.
like a villain mod? Like, oh yeah, Wyvern got 16 kills. Well, you know, they were right behind them with 14 eliminations and getting the W.
And if you look at their overall point total, they blew everybody else out of the water. Like, that's
Dominated.
insanity.
I mean, undoubtedly the best performance of any team in the tournament so far in winners bracket round 1. No, not TSM, not Misfits, not Rogue so far. It's Team 789. I mean, they had 50 points, which, by the way, if you're just tuning in, we have a new format in the championship finals, which I love. First team to reach a 50-point threshold then has to win the next game to win the championship finals. So we might be here 12 games. Well, Team 789, it only took 3 games for them to reach that 50-point threshold. And they didn't have a chance to win Game 4 because there was no Game 4, but they won Game 1 and 2.
Yeah, the important thing to note is that they are one of 2 teams so far in competitive Apex that have won back-to-back matches. Sentinels did that during the X Games during the second day, and now here we have 789 having that kind of same repeat performance. And if they can do this all throughout the tournament, they might be the front runners.
But the real question is, can they do it throughout the rest
All
of
right,
the
you pessimist. I'm trying to build some heroes here. And meanwhile, no, I'm just kidding. That's a good point. I mean, we have to see consistency out of them.
Yeah.
We saw it in winners round 1, so I love that. I love that point right there. Can they do it in winners round 2? Competition's getting better. You got the best 10 teams from Group A you have to play against.
Well, they had a little bit of cooldown time. You know, is that good? Is it bad? Is it going to throw them off, or is it going to help them? I'm not sure.
No, she's got laser eyes. Have you seen? Literally, she's going to obliterate her opponents as Desu in round 2. I'm calling it. We'll see if that consistency does come through. But to your point, Jamerson, I love what you just kind of dropped right there. Can Team 789 continue? And they really are unarguably the best performing team so far. If they do continue, we'll see a winners bracket round 3 matchup, potentially, of TSM, the best team in the world, arguably right now. North Americans, actually, particularly against the Russians. It's like the space race all over again, but this time, and it's in Apex Legends. I'm just saying, we're getting set up here nicely.
I feel like with all of the top 3-ish teams in every single bracket that we've seen so far, both points-wise and just how their games played out, if all of those same top 3 teams are able to kind of make it through in this next round of winners, we are going to see some crazy games later on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's Friday. I can't believe it's Friday. I can't believe this is a preseason invitational. You know, there's like 30 plus countries here. What's going on? It's been amazing. I mean, big shout out to EA and EA's competitive gaming division. It's been unbelievable to see. First off, the format of this tournament, the change up, a winner's bracket, a loser's bracket, a double elimination tournament, the stories we've had, the players, the regions represented. I mean, every single region participating has made it to winner's bracket round 2, I believe, right? South America, North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Did Australia do it?
Yeah,
Alliance.
so, yeah.
Alliance.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, God, 5 regions, all win. I mean, that's just insane. I could not have written a better story.
Thing is that, like, we had a lot of our dark horse picks, but even then, some teams came out of the woodwork to actually make it here into the winners round 2, and I think that's a very important thing to note.
And I think it's a good illustration of how much good competition there is in the other regions. I think that was maybe a question at the beginning of the event because we haven't really had a chance to see them play at LAN yet, and they're all showing up.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. The diversity has been amazing, of course, across region. And we haven't belabored this point because I think it's a little ridiculous when you belabor this point. But we've had 5 female players participating as well. One thing I absolutely love to see is, no, they're not doing an all-female tournament. It's not female players playing against female players. A lot of these women are competing against the best of the best, which is something we haven't seen in esports really across a variety of titles, which is its own problem. Amazing to see them in their own right, in their own discussion. And, of course, I think Desu was the only one to qualify to winners bracket round 2. But, of course, we had a couple teams still kicking. Team Forehead.
Yeah,
I mean, we still
have the losers bracket, and I love that format that we're actually going to give you guys a second opportunity to make sure that you stay alive in this tournament. Some of the best narratives within esports has been that comeback from the lower bracket.
Exactly.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Honestly, my favorite tournament that I participated in of all time, I had to win 12 straight rounds in the losers bracket to make it to the championship final, which I lost. It's the most depressing moment of my life.
Okay.
True story. I beat Blaze in that tournament. He's to my right. I did beat him in that tournament. He's looking
calling
over
you
here.
out.
It happened.
He almost were. What?
He from his head so quick. So quick. It was insane. But good times, of course, back then. But that losers bracket run is one of the best stories I think that exists in esports. You don't see that in a lot of traditional sports, right? Back in the day, I think March Madness and NCAA basketball used to have a double elim. Doesn't anymore. You don't see it in really many tennis tournaments, US Open or any of the Grand Slams. I love that double elim story, and guess what? We get to tell that double elim story here in Apex Legends. Beautiful, beautiful display. On screen right now, you see, I believe, is that Team Liquid? Can't tell which roster that is, but I did want to jump into Team Liquid real quick, who I think it was wonderful on that squad. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, could not make it to this tournament. They pick up a last-minute third, as a streamer, I believe, a very popular streamer, and still qualified to round 2.
To be fair, Ruski has a ton of experience.
Yeah.
You know, so.
True.
That I don't think that, you know, that was ever an issue or a concern. He kind of came prepared. He knew what to do, and clearly it worked out because they ended up doing very well for their group.
Yeah, he performed particularly very well individually, which is great to see. So I don't think it was the fact that he
came out with 34 points.
Insane. And top 4 finish, I think, in their group as well. So not the fact that he's a streamer, but more the fact that you don't have the chemistry, you don't have scrim practice, and they're still playing as well as they are.
You know, that was something that I feel like we've spoken about a couple times. There's quite a few rosters that have had last-minute changes, even up to like a few days before the event, a few hours for some before
Team
the event.
Secret, I think Yusuf on Team
Exactly.
His flight got canceled or something just hours before he had to fly out.
And a lot of these teams are really having to make those last-minute adaptations, and I don't think it's hindering them as much as I would have initially thought.
That's true. I mean, is that an Apex thing, a BR thing? Because typically in a lot of other titles, you would see that make a difference, but it's just awesome to see the individual skill really play a factor, and really a team, as long as you have that core 2, can continue to perform.
I think one of the biggest factors is that like this community is pretty tight-knit, right? And not all the time is your squad going to be ready to game. And so like if you're the one that woke up early, you're going to be able to find someone else and, play like basically a pickup game with them. And so they are ready to come in with these flexes, with these substitutions.
And speaking of wake up early, we heard the interview with Shiny earlier. I wake up at 12 o'clock and then the life,
I don't know what that's like.
3 hours.
Eat breakfast and then I start scrimming. Blaze is like, he's our audience. He's laughing at our jokes here. Thank you, Blaze.
Thank you. Someone is at least.
Someone's laughing.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I'm looking at you. No, I'm just kidding. It's been a lot of fun. Sorry, guys, for the delays here as we're just getting kicked off and ready to go with winners bracket round 2. It's groups A and B. Doing our best here to keep the energy high. As boy, let me tell you, the gameplay has sufficed. We just got to match the level of gameplay because the gameplay's been great.
I think it's also that we're all watching here. Nobody can see this, but we're all getting so hyped that by the time we get back up here, we're like, oh my, that was an intense game. And I'm drained just from being a spectator.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't lost our voices yet. And still day one, we're yelling at the top of our lungs at this point, but we're still somehow alive.
You might be bruised.
Yeah,
I'm about to say, true story, she punched him. True story, she punched him at one point because she got so excited. She doesn't remember because she blacked out. But we're getting too excited here at the analyst desk. I hope you guys are enjoying the action so far, but that's it for us. We're talking way too much. We want to send it over to our casters to get this thing underway. Bravo, Dreadnought, take it away.
Thanks so much, Fallout, down here in the booth, Dread. We've had an amazing day one so far, and it's only going to get better as the teams continue to separate here, A and B now in our first winners final.
Yeah, and it's so exciting to really get past into our winners bracket, right? Because now we've already defined, okay, we believe these to be a little bit better than the entirety here. Right. We've separated into 40, and this is where we're truly going to start seeing who are some of those best teams. We've had a lot of posturing on who we think can, but these are great moments to start setting.
I know you've got some top picks. We're going to dive into them as we get into the game, but got to also say Complexity, a team that made it in by 1 point on a tiebreaker. So some of them have narrowly made it here, but regardless, they've made it to round 2 of the winners bracket. This is match number 1 of 3, and we are starting off with NRG.
A big name here who ended up making it, I believe, placing 5th or 6th it is there within Group B. So clearly NRG making it to our winners bracket, but maybe not in the fashion that a lot of fans at home or even they would like. They are a very, very respected, incredible team, and you know that they want to establish dominance here. Dizzy, I can't help but feel like he wants nothing but first place here.
And I think NRG and anyone who's watched any bit of Dizzy or professional Apex knows that we have NRG, I think everyone does, in our box of this is a team that has a lot to prove, right? We know that they're part of the conversation, but as we also take a look here, start getting into drop into pit, but we do also have some information coming in from the command center about some more drops across the map. Blaze and Nate, over to you.
Hey, Brav, what's up? Now, we're going to be taking a look at a few of these teams on their opening drops. This is winners round 2. So we did look at the characters, the teams. They don't want to risk anything early on. They want to see what all these other teams are bringing out. So far, we're going to be having Fnatic go to their normal place over there at Containment. Luminosity going to Airbase, and Team 7-9 going to Water Treatment. Nate, you see anything interesting on your side?
Yeah, nothing super crazy.
Yeah, something super crazy over there.
Yeah, nothing super crazy going on. We got G2, going up over towards the Skull Town. And we got that west side circle, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out over at Water Treatment. We got Team Wyvern watching some of the South Korean players like we've been talking about. But as you were saying, nothing crazy in the compositions either. It's all Pathfinder, Wraith, coupled, of course, with that Watson for the defense in the late game.
All right, guys, that's going to be it from us. Brav, Drea, take it away once again.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Plays and Thanius now here. Looking at Na'Vi as they're setting up on these little compound just to the west of Market. We'll see exactly what they can pull out of there. But, Dread, lots of things to check in on. The first one I want to ask you, thoughts on where we could be headed as these rings start to close.
All right, so based on what we got when it came to the information there on the northern circle, it looks like it's hinting definitely above that of Airbase, rounding out a little bit to the east, more so of Runoff. So something around Oasis, Southern Pit is likely where I think it's going to be, but only on round one. We can't hold that as absolute, right? And I think, for instance, we saw that come to light in Group D with Gen G being a bit off of the mark. But right now, that is clearly going to be the focus, and we'll figure out where between those two it is as we get on later in the rings.
That's right. We just saw Na'Vi on screen for you and I, Dread, our first time seeing Group B teams here on main stage. A lot of them, of course, teams that we are going to have our eyes on. One of them, certainly no exception. That's going to be 7, 8, and 9, who, as you heard the Desk say, back-to-back wins in their Group B, which, and as the Desk said, just like, we've only seen a few teams do that in professional Apex, and they're sitting pretty here, and we're expecting big things from them in this Winners too.
Yeah, this is the, as Jamerson already had said, this is the second formal case that we have ever gotten of a back-to-back win coming out from a team and the top form of competitive Apex. And one thing that I would say is the other team that did it was Sentinels going into X Games, and the rumor and conversation piece around Sentinels was this team is the lethal mechanical freak shows. You need to run away from them. They're going to be a problem. So the fact that 7, 8, 9 can do this in a already more stacked tournament as fast as they have, I feel like they have a lot of potential as one of our, honestly, I'm willing to say right now, I feel like if they can match that tone at all, they're very likely to be one of our top 10 teams.
Absolutely. Checking in now with Wyvern at Cage, but you make a great point. And also, we've heard several teams talk about Sentinels being the most mechanically talented. Not only have we seen that to be the case, but also several teams saying, you heard in even the videos we heard earlier from teams saying that these guys are some of the best players who play the game. Heard Snipe down on Reciprocity saying that he thinks they are head-to-head the single best team in the game. So you make a great point about 7, 8, 9 choosing quite a lobby to have a series like that.
Yeah, and also another roster that I've been very pleasantly surprised with here at this event has got to be the last one we just glanced at there. Wyvern, they had a very good opener for Group A, but I think it's very important that they maintain the success they did in first game 1 there if they're going to really make it out of this bracket. But, ooh, look at this. NRG having a real bad time as they try and push this house. Dizzy tried to get the flank there, but already losing Asu is a struggle.
Absolutely, of course, the talent we know about. Also, speaking of mechanically gifted players, Ace, one of them does hit the shot. No, and he will get knocked there. As you see, Na'Vi will get that knock on Diz, and it's going to be up to Moore to sit on a cliff, shield up, and have to assess the situation, how he wants to push out.
So there's two choices left for Moore. It's do you go for the double banner or the single banner play, because one banner has been picked up. That is a very convenient situation here, but Dizzy is the only one left. We've got 85 seconds before he has to make the play towards that. If you're on the other side, you just wait out that 85 seconds if you really want to make sure that NRG is off of this server.
Absolutely. Now Moore trying to time this, as you see. Does have a portal back as well, the back run off, and we'll have to check him back with that. I'd love to know what's going on back there. But now here we are with Sentinels. He's got a Disruptor and a Digital Threat ult and going to fly. Let's see where they take this jump tower to. Looks like they have their eyes here on airbase.
Yeah, we see also the Pathfinder reveal, highlighting that it's a little bit more towards the airbase over the closure of this, so very likely, again, still going to be this circle for our final one. If it is going to be over the exact of the airbase, I always highlight this when talking about it. It's on that northern section that is the connector to runway, which is just out to the right-hand side from the perspective we get here. Is very, very crucial to dominate that high ground if you want to make any amount of play on those final circles.
Yep, so LG here opting to, essentially running 2 whites and a blue, opting to go for the land grab here. Now on by the Ruski of Team Liquid White, and he will get finished there. Take a look at exactly where that you see he gets knocked, and that will be him down for now here. We'll have to see exactly where those extra teammates are.
And we did get confirmation with that Pathfinder circle that it is likely going to be that airbase, and I'm very concerned. Already good posturing coming out from Maestro. They sit in the exact perfect transition post-runway into that airbase decision-making. We see maybe trying to make their way into that runoff here as Complexity transitioning out from Slums. They also can sniff out that the circle is likely going to be problematic if they can't find their way in and get some control over this territory.
Absolutely. Now going to Watson up here, and not, I'd say, a part of the map that we often see anyone setting up this early, but really due to the fact that they're anticipating not too much pressure perhaps from that slum flank and slowly making their way into runoff now. Is taking a look here at HSL. As a reminder, taking a look at exactly where they finished in their group as well. They finished right around that 6th place mark.
Viewing with Sentinels here. Retzi able to get the cleanup. We did see Retzi taking a couple of shots from behind, but the rest of the team, Zombs, finds them, just pinches them into the house. And this is very well done by Sentinels by already crippling one of these members, and then they can just kind of choke them out, chip away slowly but surely, and eventually get these kills. Free couple of points and also win the low ground positioning over what's going to be a problem, again, on these final circles.
Right, and they're also in an area here of airbase that's so tucked down that the chances of any pressure coming in over the top is so unlikely at this stage. So a safe place to really, like you said, grab a few extra points.
This zip is exactly what I was talking about for the high ground concern. This is it. This is the home. This is your village. This is what you control. And Sentinels is already established over this. Already, I have to say that this game, it's not at the point where it's their game to lose, but it is very, very concerning if you were any other team in this lobby. That fact that they have good gear, good shielding, good armor across the board, longbows to be able to chip out, and positional with Watson already set up.
Right, and a network of zip lines to boot here to really get, if they want to fly down off of airbase to disengage, it's going to eliminate there, and I believe we are going to see the EBC side as our first team that is wiped. They will go down, and it's going to be the Ringer squad that is able to pick that first one up. Back to that point there at airbase, they can disengage low, they can fly over across to those actual eastern walls of airbase to get that high ground for anyone who's pushing towards the west. Lots of options for them, and you can bet they're even gonna put up some more zips for some more disengage or even high ground opportunities.
And you know, I hate to keep kind of, you know, pushing this point, but to even push it farther than that, you literally can just run off to airbase, or run off and then flank around airbase as well, as long as the circle isn't about round 6. It actually has the most options available, and I will always suggest that which has the most options available is the best play. It's the most forgiving. A Wraith here finding our way through this portal though as we transition over to Luminosity. Nice cleanup there with a nice 2 shot. Somebody get a peek on the left-hand side, actually take the portal opt out, but a nice easy point pick up here for at least them.
Chipsy timing that perfectly. The help eventually came, but he had all the time to pick up those extra shots as well. And now they're finding themselves in a pretty tricky spot here as we talk about this open ground being really dangerous, and they're going to need to fly up to those back buildings and run off.
But it's not easy. Look at this. We already have somebody on the other side of runoff really zoning him out, and that grenade coming through is a big deal there. JP2 ends up getting knocked crank. Very little HP here. He's going to try and escape, but I can't help but feel like it is not going to really be that easy. Likely going to be a very easy pickup now for HRB. Urbania, and he really needs that.
Absolutely. Now I have to find out exactly where that LG player ran off to as you take a look. Still has not been wiped. So now here, HRB finding shots. I want to see exactly who that's coming in from.
No way. He actually gets out after picking up the banner, tries to drop the Watson trap, so if they go through, it's going to be difficult. He swaps out the armor too. Clean play. Oh my, and the banner has been picked up. What a saving play here coming out from Chicken CEO, and he's not done yet. He's found himself a kill. Wraith, I-framed away. He's going to go to the high ground. He will. Decides against it, looks back here, says maybe some armor on top of this I want. Notice how he moves the crate into a place where he can't be shot. Clever play.
And that's finally Chipsy going down there, as you see. 18 squads left here. Crank's still alive, though.
The one thing I'm looking at right now, Bravo, and when I say looking at, I think more mentally than I am physically, is 789. If Sentinels is the mechanical legends that have already done well here to hold the high ground in this position, the one who is shown to maybe raise the bar on this lobby, 789, where did they sit? As they look very well geared here. How did they take down that of Sentinels?
And if you're just joining us here, Team 789 did finish Group B with 56 points to their name. Sentinels, who we're talking about, 29. So it's quite a delta between those two teams. But like you said, we're here in Winners 2. It's a brand new series, and it's going to be a battle between those two squads. Also should mention, of course, we have a fantastic matchup with two South Korean squads meeting here from A and B.
Yeah, with MVP and Wyvern.
That's right.
Wyvern, very impressive. Again, we didn't get too good of a glance at MVP because we weren't, in fact, not commentating the B group. Shout out to Onset and Gaskin. 789 find their positioning over to airbase. Complexity did manage to make their way from that side slums up to the high ground here of Lease at runoff, which is a great start to what is going to be the trek that they have to make here.
And now here's Wyvern trying to push all the way into High Desert. They're going to be finding some battles, and looks like having to heal up as well.
As long as they aren't getting pressured too heavily, things are going to be all right. The final circle has closed off what is going to be this kind of side village that Wyvern has established over. And Sentinels is, you know, I talked about how there could be some deviation. At this point, there is no question. Sentinels have the end game positioning. They have everything that's going to matter. And it's very, very important to note that that also creates 3 tiers of elevation. A lot of different houses. This is going to be one of the more chaotic circles, I'm willing to call even now, that we've probably seen here so far, at least on our stream, Bravo.
Absolutely. Now here comes the portal coming out. It's going to be out of Raz, who's going to try to push his team over here and traverse. Like we said, I mean, things like zips, I actually say much more your Wraith ults are what's going to get you across places like Golden Sands, Oasis, where it's going to be so difficult and so many eyes. Still 16 squads left. It's so risky to push across these open deserts.
Yeah, it is. And that's the difference between the Zip and the Wraith opportunity, right? And the only a little bit difference when it comes to some of the cooldowns. But it's nice to make sure that you know you have a temporary close that your opponent can't get rid of, or at least track you down through, you know?
Absolutely. Now checking on the Gambit. Did finish 4th in their group.
Had a pretty good performance, honestly. Pleasant surprise, I feel like.
And dealt not the best of hands, and we saw them able to make it to at the very least mid-game, generally running all white armor.
Yeah, they definitely showed the heart and hustle here that some of the other teams maybe not. Look at this on the backside of the stairwell. Na'Vi with a pretty clever hiding place for now. Making their way. Actually, this is really well placed. So notice how they just moved essentially out of line of sight to where nobody in theory could see them. That being said, the blue trail is going to be a pretty easy reveal, but a very cheeky opportunity to kind of choose which side they want to be on of this portal before the next circle.
And really setting up here on kind of the back of these runways of airbase pretty early. With 16 squads left, and they're kind of claiming this fork of those runways. And like you said, it's a pretty good place to sit back, but not really an opportunity likely for them to push out of this if they get some certain knocks. Certainly playing for positioning right now.
Yeah, I think the way that I would look at it is I think their actual endgame rotation is going to be very, very difficult, and this is actually a dire moment for 789 as they did transition to that lowest tier positioning over this final circle, trying to get that res. No doorway, but good cover here. And things look at least all right. They're going to heal up. But basically, what I think they have an opportunity for Na'Vi. They can chip away and look for knocks, but when it comes to the final circle, they're the ones who have to make the rotation, and that is not good for them. But because everybody's so worried about the circle focus, I actually think they have the best opportunity to use that triple take to just steal kill after kill. And to be honest, with 15 squads remaining, those kills are worth far more than placement is at this point, because we are still in the 0 realm as we glance back here with Sentinels.
Taking a look here. Two players remaining here, and they've started to take, some opponents have started to take that eastern airbase wall that we talked about. Sentinels does not want to give that up because they do lose that area. Of course, it's going to be difficult for them to not have that left angle.
Ringers trying to advance their way onto the airbase. Great rotation of shots there, forcing out that iframe. Back half of the magazine doesn't fare the same success as at least the first half did, but that crack of the armor and pressure should give an opportunity for Ringers to move up if they have any intent to do so. To be honest, Bravo, if that's the plan, you're already 5 seconds too late, and I think this is a pretty big concern point for them. They're going to make it up the wall. The question is, what do they do after the healing comes back? They have to win a trade twice, whereas before they would have had to win it once, and look at this.
Yep, Zip gets denied. All 3 players poking out here, but it's some good shots on the other side. That's going to be coming from Lyric with the longbow, trying to help his team up, but certainly will not be able to go right up that Zip.
To be honest, this rotation at this point is near impossible, I feel like, for the Ringers, so much so that they should consider maybe a bit more towards that southern wall on the left-hand side of the screen, but Teenage didn't make his way up there, taking the Zip juggle, but he's the only one who has. Crust follows it as well. Will Lyric be able to make that transition as he is a bit out?
He is, we're going to have to certainly try to get a longbow angle, but as we know, from that part of the desert into here, that eastern artillery wall, and yes, Lyric does get there, and luckily for his team's sake, no engagements that he was late to.
Gambit here, taking a glance at them. We talked about the heart and the hustle the last one, and they're just showing it once more, trying to get that res, with some of the trouble. Backside of the stairway that we're complimenting earlier for Na'Vi, and this is a perfectly placed zipline. The fact that they have that early, it's the biggest distance to be able to get to the high ground at the same level, the final area that I've been always so concerned with, without risking any positioning other than that. So already showing some predictive plays here from Complexity. Na'Vi making their way back from the farthest reaches here of airbase, and I feel like they're just going to be able to keep poking and prodding here with this triple take wingman.
And that's the answer to my question, is how were they going to push off of this runway fork? And there it is. You see that portal out. and going to be a very risky play for anyone to decide to take that. So right now it gives them the opportunity to continue prodding and poking. And if they get the right knock with that longbow, maybe someone is able to port, finish, get back, things like that is going to help them to continue to put points on the board as we check back in with Gambit here in a battle. Shots coming in. Plenty of teammates around, though, so they should be sitting here safe.
Yeah, and they're in a really tough position inside of this house. Pressure from two sides, and it's going to be Wyvern, actually. Selly's the first to drop. Parker, the last man standing. One more shot comes through, and that is an easy knock here on the side of Gambit, cleaning up that house, and that was very well done. We saw, again, how hard that situation was, and the fact that they held their own is a very good sign for them going forward.
Also got to appreciate Gambit's decision to disengage immediately at a full squad there with great armor. No reason to force those.
And we know the final circle is actually out in Sentinel's positioning, so this has been something that we have seen recently where it's not always that high ground positioning, but it can make that transfer out to this long dog. Sentinels took the risk, Na'Vi took the risk to go out, whereas Na'Vi went for the high ground, which is much more standard and very common as a final circle here. So at the end of the day, we were wondering, what does Na'Vi do? And the answer is just keep defending your spot, because right now it is their end game.
11 squads still left as things descend here on airbase. And like you said, specifically that fourth that was picked on. Now here comes the push, though. Sentinels is dropping all over, but somehow we see Retzi get that knock on Gabe. Now trying to stay alive, he's also going to pop a bat.
He's going to pop the bat and actually cancel the first set. We see shots coming from behind. They're going to drop as well, and that's Complexity with a bunch of Watson traps. Zombs completes the shields, moves out, and he finds Mirko. That's going to be an easy knock there. Still two members, or at least one of Complexity was alive, as you see the completion there. All of Complexity out of here. We are now at your Game 1 top 10.
That is Complexity pushing a 3v2 on the rooftops there, and we just saw some fantastic play to deny that. In the end, it's Sentinels that actually get the knocks from that high ground that they're still at.
And look at this, Gambit. They were struggling before, but now with the loot that they got off of Wyvern, they are sitting pretty. They make the advance in, and now follow up on that of Sentinels, get the wipe, and now they are in a grand position to be able to make something happen as long as Na'Vi does not pop too many shots there at those members. Ringers now make their transition in from the high ground. This is going to be a Hail Mary here for these teams. 10 seconds, and it is completing this closing.
What a Peacekeeper shot there, and a Q there from Ringers just trying to stay alive, and everything is condensing. You're going to fly down this runway fork.
Crust is unable to make it out as well, and the Ringers end up going down. 7-8-9 have one man to stand. 6 teams up. Na'Vi still defending their positioning. Impulse ends up losing his armor, now sits 1 HP away. Will he be able to heal up? High ground approach. Very good call here. Able to deter that zip line. Just go ahead and poke it prod. Phoenix kit completes. Na'Vi is dominating.
3 squads left. This is probably right on the bottom of these stairs if we had to guess. Yes, indeed. That's where the triple take sites will be for Claws. And look at Na'Vi sitting pretty. Plenty of armor. I'm going to even pop a bat to hold that control as well. Everything just happening on the opposite side of the wall as we check in with Penta. Still 3 squads remaining.
Managed to get that res, as long as no grenade comes in while the heal opportunity. Notice how Wraith hadn't healed right away. I think they had to get a med kit swap. She does end up using that battery down on the ground here from Nash.
Going to see exactly where that 3rd squad is right now. Na'Vi engaging.
It's got to be a Lone Ranger.
Has to be, given the amount of... Oh, no, it is not.
No way. They low ground zipped. There's an area down below the airbase section that you can actually zip to that is not technically out of bounds, as you notice.
Oh, my word.
And MVP is showing why they are titled MVP.
This is incredible. I think it's safe to say that Penta nor Na'Vi know that MVP is down there on that low ground.
I think that may be a fair assessment, especially because we have like the God's Eye view and we haven't seen him once here. Na'Vi still taking a glance. Take a couple of shots. Impulse forced to use that iframe. Lose a lot of his shielding, but it's not too problematic yet. They have to get pushed for it to be a problem. Circle now closing.
And they're still good here right on top of this ship. So they don't need to panic. Let the action come to them here. They're going to be forced out of here.
But when this completes, expect MVP to push and flank from behind. Maybe actually biting off. They did it too soon. MVP actually transitions up a little bit too quickly and now demands the eye of Na'Vi. They get the easy wipe. There is going to be the self-res. And it's easy does it by Na'Vi.
And you have to wonder what Na'Vi is thinking as MVP comes flying in. They see them for the first time in the game. And you called it perfectly, Dread. MVP going early there and actually zipping straight to not even the current circle center, but the center of that runway fork at airbase. And that is not the result I think you or I expected there at the end. Na'Vi, they posted up shop. They held that down, and in the end, it pays off for them. They take game number 1 of our winners bracket round 2.
And honestly, I feel like it's very well earned, right? I think that 2 teams showed heavy amount of consideration to the back end of the game between Sentinel's transition to the high ground and here of Na'Vi to move outward. One of the two had to be correct, but that still doesn't mean that execution wasn't demanded, right? Na'Vi did a very good job pressuring outward and defending the majority of that airbase into their favor, because they were there as early as round 2, and never once were you like, is somebody going to take this little ship? Because it was just all theirs.
It absolutely was. Would love to hear the team comms from MVP at the end there to see exactly. I wouldn't understand, let me tell you, the Korean, but I'd love to hear just the energy on the team, the decision to go, all that stuff, and also team comms from Na'Vi. Hopefully we'll see that later. But we're going to learn more about that match number 1. Let's throw it over to the analysis desk. Fallout, what you got?
What's up, Rob? Thank you so much, guys, for the great commentary, as always, and a great first match for Na'Vi, who didn't really perform up to their standards. I think they were Group B, correct, in winners bracket round 1, bouncing back in a very strong way. There's a lot to talk about there, though. Of course, Team 789, 6th place. We didn't see how many kills they had, so we'll await the stats to get that update. So they continue to perform consistently. G2, very consistent. The 4th, 5th place finish for them as well. Let's talk about these top 3 teams. We, of course, saw MVP, Na'Vi, and Co. in that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was just the land spot, right? MVP was just waiting for it, and it did work out for them, but it could have been just a little bit better if they had waited another 2-3 seconds to use that zip line.
With that specific end zone, typically the team that makes it to the ship first, that little ship there on the end, they're going to be in the best position for where it's going to finish, and Na'Vi held it. They had it. MVP had a chance to potentially push them off of it. They just went a little too soon, like Wade mentioned.
Yeah, and here's the push we saw on screen. Unfortunate for them, they ended up getting 3rd place, but they could have been so well positioned to win that game, or at least secure 2nd place. That's 3 points they lost out on. But I have to ask you guys, MVP in your eyes, genius or cheesy? Was that a little too much cheese for you that you like to see with that spot?
I feel like because of airbase, because of the way airbase
Obviously, we know
works
they made
out.
a mistake, by the way, in leaving early. But is that genius or cheese in your eyes?
I would say genius and cheesy.
Both.
It doesn't have to be, mutually exclusive. But Glitter, pointed out absolutely that you want to hold position on. Look, as soon as you see an airbase ending, holding a position on either the north or the south airstrip. And seeing as how it was on the north airstrip, there was nowhere else to try and contest that. And with every other team fighting, as we saw, complexities, Sentinels, along with Gambit fighting for that north wall, it becomes too hectic and it's way too difficult to try and defend. And so they decide, well, here's a position no one's going to try and attack, and this is where we're going to be safe.
Yeah, and they were safe for quite some time there. If they would have stayed a little bit longer, who knows what could have happened. Very interesting stuff. The Koreans busting out some strats, some spots that we maybe didn't know about, but just got word that standings are ready, so we asked about it. Let's take a look and see. Big shout to production on the quick standings turnaround, as you see on screen. Navi, not a natty. We're not talking
getting some
college.
natty light out.
Yeah, exactly. We're not talking college indecencies. Na'Vi with 12 points from placement, first place, 11 kills. They net 23 points. Penta, who you predicted as a dark horse and continues to perform, they have 17 points thanks to a second place finish, I believe. 8 kills. Wow.
Yeah. Those 8 kills really did come out for them, but also that timing from MVP, right? It could have been the difference between them being right there in 4th or being in 3rd. They could have honestly propelled themselves forward with just the proper timing.
I was looking at their points. I was trying to figure out the disparity there. I think the kills actually played a pretty big role too in the overall difference between 3rd and 4th specifically.
Yep.
Yeah.
May have missed it, but we do know, I think it was Na'Vi with 11 kills, so they got the fair share of it. About 20% of the kills, 15% of the kills or so goes to Na'Vi. Very well done from them. And the rest of the distribution of kills, perhaps pretty even across those teams.
And if you looked at the bottom of the points for that first round, there were actually 3 teams at the bottom. It was EBC and Liquid White, both who came at 2nd in their groups with 0 all the way down at the bottom.
Interesting. I'm glad you bring that up. It's a team I wanted to chat through here. Of course, EBC placed in 2nd in Group B. Team Liquid White placing 2nd in Group A. And real quick, we never really talked about this. EBC who is really what we all were wondering. And honestly, that's no disrespect to their name. They performed and they showed up. I'll tell you right now, a Liquipedia search showed a gradient purple and blue logo. I didn't never seen it before. A Bing search, yes, I said Bing, showed a Facebook page with 200 likes of a different EBC organization. Haven't heard much about these guys, but they've shown up. They've performed, and big shout to Bowser, MT, and Banterstorm from the UK. Bowser coming from the US, really showing up in their Group B matchup. Let's take a look at these replays now. Obviously not the game one that they would have wanted, but EBC did show up in their winners bracket round 1 match. Luminosity, another team we didn't talk a lot about, but they stayed consistent and placed top 7, I believe, in winners bracket round 1. We're able to make it to the end here.
Yeah, even Urbania was a team that we didn't really mention when we were talking about the initial groups, but they were able to move on. They're having a pretty decent performance so far right here. Gambit was a team that we got to see a lot of. Remember in that Slums ending where they were able to sign, was able to get that double Thermite, full team kill onto Fnatic.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful Thermite from Sign we see on screen right now. Shielding up. Gambit ended up making it pretty far, I believe, in this one. And then, of course, Sentinel. 2 people alive right here. Everyone knows Retzi, quite the personality, doing what he can, but I think ultimately did get taken out in this fight.
Yeah, and this is why it's so difficult to try and hold the walls here. I mean, we saw it at the X Games. The same thing happened to Liquid when they were trying to hold the eastern wall. There were so many zip lines. It's a 360 field of view vulnerability for any team that tries to hold it, and that's exactly what happens.
And here's MVP. We saw them earlier in the cheeky spot. They actually decided to take that zip line and got punished here. Where they were in the ring, right? I mean, they were in a good position just to chill, if I remember correctly.
They could have. It was really close. But honestly, Na'Vi just clutching it out, being able to get that res onto Claws, bring him in, make sure they have the full 3-man squad to try and hold it down there on the North Airstrip.
Yeah. Of course, another team that performed first place in their own right in their pool was G2. Of course, G2 playing in the past under that reciprocity banner was sniped down at X Games. They got second place there, first place in their winners bracket round 1, but this is winners bracket round 2. It's a whole different ball game. We can talk all we want over here at the analyst desk, but we got some people over here at the command center that can break down the action even better. Blaze, Nathanius, take it away, gentlemen.
Yeah. But hold up, first, John, I heard you talking about me earlier. What was you saying? What game did you beat me in? When did you beat me?
I was talking about back in MLG Anaheim, 2009, the losers bracket run. It happened.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
It happened.
All right. Don't worry, I let that one slide. He did beat me, folks, but I got top 8 that event, so I wasn't worried too much about it.
Back when the VODs were on floppy disks?
Yeah, top 8 felt so special back then, okay? But guys, Zordon and Alpha 5 here at the Command Center, about to break down winners round 2, match number 1. And we're going to have our first clip coming up. It's going to be a play made by Gambit, and we're going to watch our final moments as well. Nate, break it down for us.
I just like this. Some good, clean play, right? We're talking about big engagements. He had a little bit of the highlight, but love the usage of the grenade. And what he's trying to do is basically create a no-go zone, right? You're forcing the opponent to move into a position where you can actually get those shots in. You're not going to be taking the shots back. And he takes the aggressive stance to drop down. He knows his teammate has his back. They're able to get the flank on the Alliance players, comes down, and even with the Watson traps in the middle of that, congesting the position, dealing with the circle closing in, able to get in on top of the opponent, and just really well done, really well taken care of fight. And I love seeing good, clean Apex play like that.
You definitely do love to see that, and especially we saw a lot of teams set up at airbase. There was a lot of teams that got fortified there earlier, everybody on top of each other, and we're going to start to play our final moment now. And you see the boys of Na'Vi hanging out the back, and we was listening to Brav and Dread talk about this, and they were like, hey, they're in a pretty bad position. I was looking at them, I'm like, yo, they're at the back of the plane. They're open to be attacked from multiple different sides. Is this going to work out for them? And we're going to start to see these plays actually do work out for them. They are set up. They got their fences up as well, and everybody have to come to them towards the back end of the plane. And now we're going to start to see, we're going to speed this up just a little bit here, and you're going to start to see in the background a sniper. He is waiting for his targets, the height advantage. These players over here had got a great setup as well.
Yeah, I mean, the position here is really good, but the opportunity kind of creates itself as MVP came up, and they want to try to put on the pressure. We were talking about that position. They're talking about giving it up. Did they come up too soon? Because it's not even just the aggro from Na'Vi that they're going to be drawing up here, but as MVP goes up, they get the first knock on Penta. Penta actually downs all of them, and it turns into this crazy situation where they actually end up opening the door for Na'Vi to get the third party on Penta, and then MVP, well, they're already knocked down, and at that point, it's an easy cleanup.
I know they were so happy when they realized that circle was coming back to them and they didn't have to use that Wraith portal to get up out of there. But that's going to be it for us now at the Command Center. We're excited to watch game number 2. So, John, let's get it set up.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You guys have been absolutely killing it with the Command Center analysis. I mean, awesome post-game insight. We got some replay. We got Chef Blaze in the kitchen. We got Nathanius, who knows pretty much everything, right alongside him. It's been a lot of fun.
I mean, we had Master Chef over here serving up the heat.
Wow, that was great. You got the Blaze pun. Fantastic stuff. Hey. 10 out of 10. I'm impressed. Game number 2 is getting ready to come underway here. And winners bracket round 2. If you're just joining us, as we've mentioned throughout the broadcast, we got to mention it again. The new format here of this tournament, Battle Royale, and for the very first time, a double elimination bracket. So when you hear me say winners bracket round 2 and you're like, wait, what? It's a BR game? Yeah, that's right. EA's competitive gaming organization found an amazing format that creates that losers bracket Cinderella story opportunity. The way it works, of course, we had 4 groups, 20 teams per group. The top 10 in each respective group match, of course 20 teams in the game, went on to winners bracket. The bottom 10 still have a chance to fight in the losers bracket. We, of course, are watching the best of the best so far. And I just got word, actually. My man Jump is on stage and ready for an interview to break down game number 1. Bill, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Fallout. That's right. I've got Silk Thread from Gen G. Now, you aren't playing right now. You will be playing a little bit later, but I kind of wanted to take an opportunity to get some insight on the growth of Gen G from the X Games here. There was a lot of expectations of you and your team, and it's safe to say that it was a lackluster performance. What sort of methods were you guys going through to make sure that you could exceed the way that you guys have thus far in the tournament today?
For sure. Leading up to X Games, we kind of felt really unprepared. So going into the tournament, we ourselves knew that it was going to be, it was going to be an uphill battle for us. So we decided to take that experience as a learning experience. And after that, we grinded really hard. We got a coach. I think our biggest problem at X Games is all of us are not really from Battle Royale backgrounds. So a lot of these players who have Battle Royale experience for multiple hours, we were kind of new to that scene. So once we got a coach who helped us with our knowledge, helped build our fundamentals. I think a lot of holes that we had in our team were just from inconsistencies and not being able to practice consistently. And so leading up to this tournament, we've been practicing consistently. We got our fundamentals down, so we're feeling a lot more confident. And since we're all from pretty much Overwatch as a background, we're able to have our own unique playstyle as well.
Now, something that we like to talk about on the broadcast a lot, which I think is extremely important to illuminate here, is the fact that there are 31 countries represented, truly an international tournament. Seeing teams that you have played against, seeing teams that you have never even heard of compete here on the stage, what's it like having that kind of cross-culture of play style really find itself here in Kings Canyon?
For sure, it's completely different. Going back to talking about the X Games, you knew you knew the teams that were competing, so you knew their play styles. And here, it's kind of more like you have to play to your best of your own abilities and being adaptable on the fly, which I think is an advantage for us, actually. So it's definitely super cool to see an international tournament like this with so many countries and so many different teams. It's just really unique, and I'm thrilled to be here.
Awesome. Silkthread, thank you so much. Gen G Esports, they will be playing up in the best of 3 after this. Now, we are getting ourselves ready to get back into Kings Canyon, so we're not ziplining over to the analyst desk. I think our frat boy Fallout has had enough time there. We're going to kick it back over to our casters and get things going. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, Jump, thanks so much. After that, Game 1 results are in here. Navi sitting up top, Penta in second, and Gambit Esports, who you and I were talking about just now during a break, looking pretty good there once again with the hand that they were dealt in third.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, revisit the mid-game of that. From Gambit's perspective, 2 people are down, you have 1 person alive, and you're about to walk in a house full of Wyvern. Yeah. And they actually walk away from that skirmish, full purple geared, full looted, and then an opportunity to take an endgame. It was just miracles, and it was all by their own doing rather than being kind of handed to them.
Right, absolutely. Now this winners bracket round 2, also only going to be 3 games as players are loading in right now. So once again, the pressure is on. If we look at the bottom of the table here, there's a lot of teams that we talk a lot about who are down there, right? You've got not only Complexity, TL White, but also NRG.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the main focal points, right? We originally got the tale of how successful NRG could be, and then we've seen some of the lobbies whenever we get some more competitive players, they don't always thrive. And I felt like this was a make or break, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah. That being said, that's only 1 game, right? They have more than ample opportunity to recover.
Absolutely, especially because it's once again a situation where, taking a look at the bubble, it's really, you could say 5th and lower. It's only all the way, 5th place is 8 points.
Yeah.
3 teams have 0 points at the bottom. So once again, these 2 games, anyone can get through. They need to brush that off. Teams like Navi and Penta are going to be happy, Gambit as well. But the bottom of the table just needs to focus on these next 2 games because anyone can still get through.
Yeah, and with that, though, I would like to see NRG focus on making sure they get an aggressive start. We saw their drop actually conveniently in the last game, and they actually split from pit and kind of took a slow play. I think that it's now their turn that they really need to be able to turn it up.
Absolutely now, and now taking a look at Navi here off the break. Go ahead and get ready. Looks like might not be jumping into the action just yet, so we'll talk a little bit more about the teams that we have here on the stage, Dread. And it looks like, take a look, looks like players not jumping in just yet. We'll jump on board with them in just a moment. But if we take a look here as well, 789, a team that we had our eye on, and for good reason based on their performances in their early Group B matches like we talked about. If you're just joining us, Team 789 able to get back-to-back wins on the board in their lobbies, and not an easy lobby to do so. going to be keeping an eye on them. They're in 10th right now with only 3 points.
Yeah, and the 3 points is, I can't help but feel like with a disappointment when you have such a great opener within Group B. I would look at that, and I think we would have to really visit where was their drop, where did that pressure come in before you can say, is this a major disappointment or not? But very clearly, whatever ended up happening in Game 1 has to change if they want to be very confident, because I can't but feel like a lot of people did not look at, especially the name Penta, but definitely that of I feel like Na'Vi, and go, this is confidently going to be, the tone setters for our winners bracket.
Absolutely. As we look at also a team we haven't mentioned towards the bottom of the table, that's going to be Complexity. A team that's going to be looking to perform here. If we look at also an 18th place for them at the X Games, a disappointing finish. However, a lot of talent on that side. So Complexity, a team we'll be watching through these last 2 games of our winners round 2 as well.
Yeah, definitely a likable group of guys. Very, very outspoken here as MVP. I'm going to say this is a true heartbreaking moment here for them.
I think so. They knew the camera was on them. Not only the camera, but also the in-game cameras. We saw them up to some fantastic antics, and I think the MVP guys already making quite a nice sizable fan base for them. Now, of course, people talk about the number of RP. These guys have crazy numbers on RP, and I think coming in here, we talked about it earlier, the question was how will they play on LAN?
Yeah.
And they've answered that. They're coming in really strong, even some fantastic creative late game. Yeah. So I personally, I know you as well, looking forward to seeing more from MVP.
Yeah, and again, with my background going against the South Korean region, just basically in general, there's one rule, is like, did you give them time to practice on your server? And if the answer was yes, you can say you're going to have a bad time. That they usually have the ability to learn and dissect games so fast and improve as a group of individuals that I'm super excited to watch that continue throughout not only this tournament, but the entirety of Apex.
Absolutely. Talking about a lot of eyes on them as well. And Ross is that shot caller on MVP, so looking forward to seeing more of them. Hopefully, of course, I bet they wish they could have that last game back and that final ring. We'll never know what could have been if they had gotten a different zip or maybe a different timing there, but they're going to have 2 more matches in this winners round 2 to prove that they belong here, but got some good points on the board there as well.
With a kind of upward trend, one team that really surprised me based on the perspective that we did get in the last series. Yeah, hello? Well, you can tell the Sentinels team synergy is...
No pound.
Okay, and that's just rude. My goodness here. But I was going to say, the one that pleasantly surprised me is the Ringers, let alone by the name, kind of hinting at the idea that they may be a younger and more youthful roster, but the fact that their positioning sitting outside of airspace did not seem like it would do that well. They didn't control the majority of the early game, but they still find themselves, I believe, landing at 6th after our first game. So I really want to see, was that kind of a fluke moment from them, or are they actually here to stay?
Of course, also NRG's luck there with 0 or lack thereof on the board doesn't help. Of course, you saw they lost Ace early. We talked about how mechanically talented he is. Going to look for more from the NRG side, as are all NRG fans.
And actually, in that skirmish that you're talking about right there, it's been criticism I've had of this roster in the past, and it's one that came to light again in that series, is they're amazing individually. And they're even great as a team. But the one thing that I think I see NRG do more consistently than I'd like to see is that they don't create 2 pressure points at the exact same time, right? If door A and door B lead to pinching a guy in between, the odds of door A opening 0.25 seconds before B seems more common than uncommon. And that leads to those moments of, even though they have that skill, one guy's getting knocked at a moment where he shouldn't have because one step out in a different direction and the cover fire isn't there from the rest of the squad.
Right, I think it goes also with the theme, right? These guys are so individually talented. We need to see things like play calling and timing, making sure that those are coming in now. And once again, now dropping in and starting things off here with Na'Vi, as we do have a south to north drop.
Relay with the hot zone. We'll see who ends up netting the benefit out of that, as we see Na'Vi at least maybe considering it here.
As we take a look, and we did see Na'Vi mainly with that airbase drop, not just last game, but also in scrim results as well.
My goodness, can you talk about a start to your winner's bracket? If you win game 1 in the fashion that Na'Vi did, and then you drop into the hot zone uncontested game 2?
That's what it looks like here, as we did see some free look and even more, and certainly no pressure on, so they're going to fly right in and have all the goods to themselves as they begin to loot up.
If that was NRG who did a pit drop again, it'll be really interesting to see if they try the transition over to the other side to be able to deal with Na'Vi and some of the benefits they find there in runoff.
Absolutely. Now we're going to go ahead and see or take a look at EBC, but we want to see where the rest of the teams are across the board as well. Blaze and Nathanius, what are you guys seeing?
Hey guys, so some things that we are seeing, a few notable teams. You guys kind of mentioned where Na'Vi was landing on that end of the map. I know we see Luminosity, they're going to be going back towards Airbase. Fnatic, their usual. We're going to have 789 back over at Water Treatment, but they were talking on the desk about Team Liquid White and EBC getting second in their games. Where did they land over there, Nate?
Well, we got Team Liquid White ended up over towards Slums. We were talking about EBC. And
EBC is going to be over there on 12.
Yeah, so they've ended up over by Artillery, looks like, or Water Treatment. It's hard to see from this. It's a little bit small here, but big buildings.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be Artillery over there on that side of the map. So everybody is keeping their spacing. It's winners round 2. They're trying to progress on and get towards those finals and get it moving. Okay, so that's going to be it for me and Nate. You guys take it away.
All right. Thanks so much, Blaze and Nathanius. Now back over to Fnatic NA. Back home where we usually expect them to be here
I'm good to leave.
at Containment.
Okay.
Also looks like we're listening here with Fnatic NA. We'll hear their team comms here off the opening.
Maybe not. One thing that we did hear for the small glimpse that we did get was them saying that they are ready to rotate, right? Which I can't help but feel like is probably a sentence they say pretty often in the early game.
Right.
Knowing that they are one of the rosters that has some of those deeper rotations. We see the Pathfinder reveal in that southern section looking a little bit more towards that Thunderdome Skull Town when it comes to our final circle. So we'll see, you know, whether or not we get to hear their perspective or not if Fnatic makes that transition and what that looks like for them.
It's worth.
And here we go. We'll go ahead and listen in. But now switching over instead to Sentinels here, they're going to jump tower and find a new part of the map. In talking to Fnatic over the past few days since they've been in town, they talk about such confidence in that containment drop, but also the ability when they want to really branch out, just because they know the timing and those routes so well. If they'll come down to Connector, they'll be up here and even towards Hillside Outpost, towards the destroyed Cascade South. So really able to branch out, grab everything they can, and then, as you heard, ready to rotate together.
A lot of avenues to be able to make that transition down, but somebody who already maybe has made that is going to be Sentinels. And look at that circle. The Pathfinder reveal, based on the positioning that we are just south of Skulltown, and notice how it's leaning towards that west side, it's pretty fair to assume that that is likely to be a Thunderdome circle then at this point in time. And man, talk about a long bow Kraber battle. This is one of the greatest areas to be able to see long distance trading because of those cages that you can get pinned up there. And also, can't forget about those Leviathan bones.
Absolutely. You have to wonder. Red Sea leaving Zombs hanging before the game. Hopefully it doesn't impact the mid-game too much. Going to grab a little bit of high ground here for a little bit of scouting, but now over to Alliance.
Yeah, Gauntlet is also something that we may want to consider towards that, and I can't help but feel like it's going to be interesting to know for teams that typically, you know, even drop into those zones, of which we've connected with, I believe it was Complexity who made the transition over towards that Thunderdome, where they decide to hold up, because personally, I feel like Thunderdome is one of the more difficult, in even that of Gauntlet, to hold with an early rotation. It seems like it's actually better to maybe just skirmish on the outsides, things like Skulltown, hold those Leviathan, and then make your transition towards those final couple of battles.
Complexity, we've seen them here before, actually. We've seen them rotate through Artillery. Last time it was a little bit more of a precarious situation, if you recall, in some of those first rounds as they were trying to head south through Artillery Tunnel and met some interesting chokes right about here, actually, and plenty of Watson fences, as you'd expect, as they were being pushed from the ring from the rear. But now, lots of viewpoints here towards Watchtower, destroyed Cascades, as well as Containment, and they can make those choices. But now, over to Fnatic, who's found themselves here a battle as well.
Skull cracks.
We talked about the rotation here.
You guys on the wall,
Hearing some of the comms here. We'll just go and take, while we got their perspective, just hear what they have to say.
I'm in. I'm knocked.
Portal out.
He's trying to finish me. Careful, they're posturing.
What's that on the portal?
Dead. He's walking in.
They're coming in, different team.
And right there you see Unlucky, and you could tell, even I think Dread both of us, by the comms, that once we really jumped in with them to hear those team comms, you could tell in the sound of their voice that they knew that it was grim circumstances here. Not a lot of intensity as those shots came in. Eventually Spirit is able to portal, but shots from the distance will wipe them. They will go down. Fnatic NA eliminated.
Yeah, you could tell that whatever was in that room was not something they expected, at least the cadence at which it kind of unleashed that damage. It was just a bit irrecoverable there for Shiny and the boys. But here we go. That glance over, actually transition over to Maestro Gaming. roster that we haven't got too big of a glance at here. You and I missed them on Group B, but we did see them in Group A only a few moments and really nothing to write home about, to be honest.
That's right now. 2 points on the board for them. They're sitting in 13th, but as we said, and as is often the case after these first games, the bottom of the table, really anything up for grabs there, and you can almost take those points and call it a wash, given how much variance you can have in games 2 and 3 across both placement and kills.
Maestro just holding their own there. Now moving over to NRG. We got to see them now holding what is going to be the most northwestern corner of Skulltown. Finding somebody holding down this little hut over on the side. Something we did see NRG already hinting at was maybe a wall jump opportunity, kind of pursue that earlier. We'll see if that's something they keep in the back of their pocket here if they end up pushing.
More engaging there with the flat line, but now switching back over to Complexity. Pushing through, like we said. Tough result for them in that last game, currently seated in 17th.
One thing they do have going for Complexity was a lot of armor. It looked like resources were very, very good. Meanwhile, for Ringers, find their way out of that circle, but I'm not confident that they're going to be just fine quite yet. As you see, Crust, I believe, being pressured. Actually, wasn't Crust, but the rest of the team making their transition over. HSL. We got Freshy taking some shots. That is the other person looking at the squad is actually NRG. NRG know they got a lot of damage there. We'll see if they push.
You could tell by the look at Moore, they were ready to move if they needed to. And yes, indeed, they're coming up the stairs here, so we'll stay with Freshy. Spitfire's out, watching both doors, and there's the timing that you talked about there with NRG just a little bit off on the push inside the doorway upstairs as well as the staircase.
Yeah, and anybody who's watching the VOD of NRG at this tournament, I can't help but feel like Dizzy has got to reapproach how he enters those buildings. Every single time he's grappling the window and making a transition out, that's the first time we had somebody instantly peek to see if he does it. If he keeps doing that, you will walk into a Peacekeeper shot eventually. It's a very... I mean, it's a big tell coming up from NRG as they try and pursue into this house. And look at this. They actually, the fight turns around. Maestro Gaming join the ranks and punish NRG.
Yes, indeed, you see Ace knocked. Moore goes down, and Dizzy has to grapple all the way out. Luckily, he's able to slide then here into this building. He's going to pop meds and shields and try to have, we'll stick on board with here with Dizzy to see how he's going to fight out of this.
The fact that Ace has not been thirsted yet is a silver lining here, but you don't know if somebody's waiting above him, just ready to cut the throat if necessary.
I was going to say, a little suspicious, and you know, of course, Ace going to be spinning that cam and maybe has indicated that it is safe. Looks like that is the case, and they will get the revive on Ace. So now 2 players here, going to drop some meds presumably, and shields to get Ace back into fighting shape. And now back over to LG, who's looking a lot more comfortable.
Here on the corner of air base with that high ground we became pretty comfortable with over that last round. LG trying to push the same building. It seems like near where we saw Fnatic having struggles earlier. JP2 actually struggling when it comes to the shielding. Crank eating a full arc star there. Wingman shot's not going to line up for JP2, and it may be a big problem there as Chipsy makes the transition up. Good close out on the back half of that. The second set, not going to land up, and Crank actually suffers as that's a longbow from above. Chipsy tries to get the pursuit, but he knows the longbow is going to be there. He arc stars. He has no grapple. He pushes out. He has to get the reload.
And that's going to be it for them.
Yeah. No opportunity to get that self-res. Reptar doing his best to try and kill somebody so he can pick up any armor, pick up any gear for free. There goes the punch, and that was going to be the knockdown, so making sure to get that out first.
Yes, indeed. Thought for a second he might be able to turn 2 against Complexity, but in that end, Complexity keeps their composure. They will stay alive as well. Checking in with Team Liquid White. They're running 2 white right now as they head to Skulltown, and they're going to want to find a little bit more armor if they want to have some chance in these Skulltown engagements.
Here we see not only in the positioning, but look at the Pathfinder circle reveal from the perspective we get here. It is going to be a gauntlet circle, Bravo.
I was going to say, Gauntlet, of course, is an area we didn't even see at X Games now, and kind of on our short list of areas that we're real curious about here in Poland.
Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting elements when it comes to it as a final circle, different elevation, different jump pads. Well, we can keep track of that here as we see the push over. Noted, going to go ahead and peek, see somebody in the corner, misses the first shot, purple armor on that target, and actually pressure coming from behind as well. And the next actually pushes in. The Wraith comes out of the iframe, not as clean of shots as maybe wanted, but not going to matter there. They get the kill on the Wacko, and Penta ends up being out of here.
Penta, of course, your second place team right now. 17 points on the board for them, but they will have an early exit. Checking back in with Alliance, and not much has changed on their side.
There's a couple of rotation opportunities here for Alliance to make their transition in, but if they are going to go on a wider side, they have to be able to deal with these targets we're looking at. Yeah, I'm going to act like I didn't see that. I guess it was an attempt to be able to open up the door, but when the door opens the wrong way, bit awkward there. Eating a lot of tick damage coming out from that thermite grenade.
Absolutely, and they're going to be in no rush to push into anything they don't need to. They've got a little bit of time as well now on board here with the side of Urbanium. And this is going to be interesting. I haven't seen, of course, I don't even know what, we might have missed some stuff on the other stage, but we haven't seen that Gauntlet Final Ring and how it plays out with teams of this caliber and a lobby like this, Drake.
Yeah, no, we haven't. It's very, I can say this much. Oh, my, I'm going to say it's pretty chaotic. Cali going to get really easily clocked there by Selly. Selly, one of the players that a lot of rumors been going around about his name as possibly being one of the best players in the world. And I think moments like that definitely confirm our suspicions.
Sully connecting again, and of course they can engage from here, but they're not going to want to spend too much time here, pick up these kills, loot a bit, and move out from here away from this low ground beneath Dragon Bones.
Golden Stabilizer there for anybody on that roster that maybe needs that still remaining for the alternator and things of the like. It's kind of hard to gauge. Depending on how many kills you get, really changes how much loot you end up having and how problematic that can be later on. And with how many we got there from Wyvern, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Dizzy fighting back, though, over what was a struggling early game here as he lined up a nice couple of sets onto that wingman. Res attempt coming through. Not going to be committed to completely there because the Arcstar. And look at this, more.
Actually going to get finished, and Ace is in trouble as well.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Ace can pop that bat bottom left, but man, we've seen some unlucky circumstances for Ace so far. We haven't really gotten to watch much of his point of view, and as he's going for that res, it looks like somehow is able to disengage in time, so he will stay up, but now we're back over to Alliance.
Yeah, that was wild with that shift in perspective there, and so many hit the attempt of res on more. I was like, wait, did he come back to life and then immediately get the shot in? Alliance, though, still only have white armor there on Vifes, and that's not something they want to really keep as a true statement for much longer.
Great shots there, though.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get a bit more than just one break onto, or one crack onto that armor, though, if they're going to make this transition. It is not easy to move out that far and towards that high ground, pretty much only a way over that if they want to make an advance onward. But the Skull Town Circle closing in, not going to make it as interesting as they would like. And here we see the Gauntlet holdout.
Still 15 squads left, and if you've watched a lot of professional Apex, you know that that number is not startling at all, despite the fact that we are getting tight here and things are closing in here on the western side of the map. Back over to Maestro, who has Watsoned up, but now shielded up as well. So we do see that Wyvern goes ahead and goes to top. Bones, they're going to hold this down until they need to move as well. But the way that Selly's been shooting, maybe even pick up some kills of some stragglers that are making their way across.
You see them just dancing here with Alliance with the low ground perspective. Keep in mind that the positional advantage here exists on the side of Alliance. So everybody trying to dance up there on the high ground eventually has to make their move down, and it's not going to be able to keep that posturing for much longer. We sit 115, and we've had, honestly, a rather slow opener here over those last couple of rounds. Not too many kills considering how dense it's gotten, but that will break at this 1 minute mark, and honestly, probably one of the more lethal rounds we have seen as it gets started here with Maestro Gaming. Jumps off with no armor. A bunch of confidence being displayed there. Otter not going to get pressured, at least not yet, but you got to wonder if they question that decision-making as they make the drop down. First knock goes on to Garpy. Hell struggling a bit here. Makes his way back. Looks like he'll be able to heal up here. Very lucky opportunities here for Maestro as the portal going to be able to help him back here, so there's going to be an easy res after that.
See Dizzy still going on there, just picked up that kill leader title, so Energy still staying alive. And credit, of course, to Dizzy to be able to disengage just a few minutes ago, able to grapple out, keep his team in this one, now in the kill leader. And really, you have to think this is their winner's bracket run in this game. They need to have a performance here, and then at least something of a performance in game number 3. Otherwise, they will be sent to losers right now. They're sitting on 0 points.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely a must-have within this game to have that success. Good trade opportunity from Ninex there to be able to get the close out. They confirmed the kill onto the Wraith, giving Noted an opportunity maybe to trade up in that armor department as he resides there still in the Blue Avenue. Walking straight into the Watson traps. Not going to be a problem here, at least quite yet, but keep in mind, Noted actually taking some shots from a different angle here. Oryx, wait a minute. He walked straight through those traps as well. Interesting choice. back here with Dizzy, trying to join up with Asu. Pressure out.
Right now, working together. You see, just along the other side, they will also get that elim now. Maybe try to peek portal, and no. Will get Noxon now over to Ace.
Takes the portal out. He's going to go ahead and use his iframe. He makes it all the way to the gauntlet. Here we transition over to Gambit, who find themselves a couple of people trying to make that Skull Town scuttle. Easy cleanup there as EBC end up losing one member. Sunset and Friends maybe going up to try and confirm some of that kill and get that armor, but they find 2 more tangos, 3 more tangos. That's a whole new squad, and Gambit is taking just that as we find one knock on Artico. Sunset's the left man standing. Peacekeeper's going to split the damage, and he peeks over, finds himself one knock onto Mirko, but it is all right. Complexity holds strong here as Reptar survives. Gabe ends up getting the res onto Mirko, and things are fine.
And that will be Gambit eliminated there. Once again, if we take a look at exactly where they sit, they're in 3rd. So we'll pick up a few points, but of course we're going to keep an eye on them in their game number 3. But now 7 squads remaining, and Kesar Red still here in the back of Gauntlet. We haven't seen them move, and no reason to do so. Checking back in with Complexity, they're armored back up and ready to make that push.
That was a very big victory in that battle for Complexity. It removed a lot of the concerns that they have, and you already see them making the transition considering the high ground that they're going to need to move into the circle. Talking about inside the circle right now, Quasar Generation Red is holding their own, but the iframe now forced here out of the Wraith. Will she be able to heal in this downtime, or are they pressuring up that staircase? So he ends up moving back, double cell. Will end up going off, and G2 does not advance, so at least Quasar hold on a skosh longer here.
G2 has taken over that corner that we saw Quasar Red popping into time and time again. All gold and purple here on the side of G2. They've got plenty of cover as well. And not really going to be forced here. I think they've got a lot of angles where they can challenge up into Gauntlet, but now checking back in with MVP.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind Complexity is actually just sitting right on the side here of MVP, and unlike MVP, they have all 3 members, or maybe MVP's on the backside of Complexity if they made an early transition in. We'll find out. He does take the peek, and a longbow shot is going to be a nice greeting around that corner. Double Thermite will stop the advance. Battery goes down with that fast heal backpack, trying to zone off here in the circle, now glancing towards the center. The Gauntlet now pushing outward. See how many shots can land here for Raz, because he needs about anything he can as Mondo taking way too much damage. Here comes out the portal, not going to be available for this final circle, and actually finding him on the backside of so many people. He's going to loop it around and make it a bad spot, but then he runs into 2 members here. Actually lands all the R99, lands the wingman shots, but he has to get the reload. Pressures around, Battery bounces around, he gets fit off, turns around back with the wingman and establishes dominance on his territory, but the golden armor is going to be too much. Battery number 2 needs to go off.
Look at this now, holding it out. Now the pressure's going to be coming in from around. Can he get the kills? We'll see if he can finish here. Oh my gosh, he split the focus and broke the armor. He needs another heal, but he doesn't have any remaining. The medkit is going to go off. They give him the distance. No! They close out the gap, and MVP go down, but talk about some effort. I mean, if we talk about teams that are difficult to wipe, difficult to finish, that is a textbook example of staying alive in what was a 1v3 for a moment, became a 1v2, popping 2 bats that he had no business doing, and is able to stay alive with a little bit of hopping around there, and the smallest cover I've ever seen in the form of a rock. Amazing work there from MVP, and like we said, they're sitting in 4th right now. That'll give them some more points as well, and we're going to be seeing more from them this tournament.
Disruptors round here for Gabe is Mon. Mirko and everybody looking like they're good, but look at this G2. They understand that they're sitting on that high ground. They want that positioning for this final circle. Double Arcstar and 2-man push. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take this thing.
Peacekeeper comes out late there, does hit for 66. Now going to Watson up as well, but lots of shots coming in from the rooftop, so has to disengage.
Battery, though, for Rhett will end up going off here. 0-0 sitting just fine, but Complexity actually the one struggling there. Looks like they took a bit of damage there from what's going to be the Thermite. Nobody healing up completely to actually taking a lot of risky positioning here.
And of course, question is also where is his 3rd squad and how many members are remaining as well.
Across the street in the house. That is almost a guarantee as you see those shots going down. That's, 7, 8, 9 hiding in the only other area that they possibly can. The high ground, though, of that home that we saw for Complexity, that is the most forgiving positioning in this circle.
Absolutely. Now 7, 8, 9 sitting good in terms of armor, however, like you said, they are looking up with quite a challenge ahead of them, and they have one way out if they don't want to take ring damage. And look at one heck of a zip is up there for Complexity as well, which they'll be able to zip dance on if it comes down to it, expect at least one player to be up there if results hold.
Notice how 2 members of Complexity are sitting on the right-hand side, though. If they make a misplay and hit E on the wrong zip line, it'll actually send them into the circle and be the beginning of the end. Wraith is the only person who can make it out of that situation. I know we're talking about a misplay before it happens, but it seems very, very likely if they end up getting in this frantic section. Now 1 minute 20 remaining over round 7, and it's likely the beginning of the end of this game.
7-9, of course, the team that we talked about with back-to-back wins are constantly checking that back door as well. Looks like they're thinking about trying to make a move out there, if possible as well. And here they go.
First peek, Mirko ends up going back here for the cells. We know 789 sitting right below them. He's just got to land 1 longbow shot and look for the push on the backside of this house. Likely only going to be 1, 2. I don't believe it's all 3. We haven't taken a perspective on who is on that other side. Only 789 down below. It's okay. G2 3-man squad, so it is full 3v3v3 here. 0-0. Not having full shields at least quite yet, but the Watson generator will be able to help out with this.
Yep, Red trying to get some pop shots there, getting any damage that they can. 789 still just trying to play these angles. Not a lot of room, of course, or any for them to puck out that back door, and they have 1 doorway and 1 option.
Complexity has to find a way to get enough damage to where G2, or they need to hide so that G2 looks at 789, because right now it is a very difficult position as G2, they're kind of holding their own on the opposite side. You see the tracing here of the portal, going to be set, as always, as we've seen a lot of these teams do, towards that center circle and just maximize as much time as they can. Gabe is on, heals up all the way. Mirko trying to get some shots, but nothing going to land here quite yet. There it is.
Here begins the zip. Going to start zip dancing. 2 players on Complexity are going to be zip dancing down, and we'll see Gabe is going to be the one who battles it. Instead, Reptar and Mirko are the ones up top.
He misclicked, though, and actually took too much damage, and he lands into a double grenade. Complexity, he's got the self-res. He's the only one left here, but look at moving in from the circle. That's going to be G2 as they make their way in, but Mirko still alive, but for not much longer as the damage comes through in G2. 0-0 closes it out from the backside of that little house.
Complexity threw down the zip. We saw they decided to put 2 players up on it. In the end, the drop not properly timed. Not enough team damage there, perhaps even coordination as well. And G2, we said mid-game they were looking good. I think they slow played when they needed to, and in the end, they get the result.
Yeah, that's such an interesting moment. And one of those things that I've constantly tried to keep track of over the back end of circles, right, is if we know the high ground should be the best play, when and why does a high ground not win? And it seems that the answer usually is because everyone understands high ground's the win condition, or supposed to be. No one looks at those ground floors more often than not in those situations, and I almost would have liked to see an opportunity where maybe Complexity tries to bait more of a skirmish towards those lower levels or find a way to incentivize those, because it's so hard to close that out if G2's just doing their own thing.
It is, and also if you think about just the POV that we had with Complexity, while they're up top and 2 players dancing on the zip, very hard for those players, especially with kind of as you're switching back and forth, it's hard to then start to team shoot as you're both dancing on the zip, and in the end we saw that they weren't able to do it there. They get a good result as well, though, and of course that's big for Complexity because they were in 19th with only 1 point. We're going to hear more about those results, but to get a recap of that game as well as where we are in the standings, let's go back over to the analysis desk with Fallout.
Thank you so much, Bravo. And this is great timing on this ticker you see at the bottom of your screen that says, this is why, and these teams are showing why this is the best strategical battle royale. I never knew you could zip off the airbase early, nearly off the map. GG's, boys. Couldn't agree more, whoever tweeted that out. And thank you for participating in some Twitter discussion. Of course, hashtag Apex Invitational, because wow, really, these teams today, these players have displayed and shown why Apex Legends is one of the most exciting esports titles out there right now. Boy, it's been fun to watch.
I mean, you have some of the best players in these lobbies right now, and especially for players that really like to try to kind of theory craft and like find all these random spots. In particular, if you want to take a look at Quasar Red, Exco, right? He is filling in for them, I believe, for this event. So even though they are a South American team, Exco is, I believe, Canadian. He's filling in for them. He's one of those players that likes to find those spots. So if anyone was going to show us something like that, I thought it was going to be him, but it was MVP instead. And it's great to see that, you know, there's a lot of unexplored parts of the map that many of us don't even know about.
Yeah, of course. Big shot to Quasar Generation, South America representing. G2 here was in a pretty rough spot and somehow still came out with the win. I don't even know what happened. It's just an explosion on screen. Finally, things calm down. Cleanup crew comes through, and 0-0 picks up the easy dub at the end there.
Yeah, so the important part about that is when you do have those end games, the Wraith is going to be the most important player there. She's the one that you want to stack your nades upon, and then she throws them in. She uses her Q from outside of the ring and makes her way in. She dodges the damage from the ring. She dodges the damage from her own nade, and that's why he was able to stay alive and cleaned it up.
Well, Jamerson, you said, I can't wait to see the standings. I need to see these standings. Please pull up the standings. And guess what? Production delivers with standings within seconds here. You guys see the previous match standings, at least, as they're calculating the match standings of their series. G2 Esports, though, doing what they do best. Another win, another consistent performance. I don't think G2 is placed outside of top 5 or top 6 in any of their 5 games that they've played so far this tournament. Really, they've been playing out of their minds. Complexity in second place with an 18-point finish. Big shot to Gabe and team there, doing really, really well.
I'm actually really happy that they were able to have a good game there so they can show everybody that they are very, very capable of doing the exact same thing that a lot of our top teams have been doing. I've been waiting for it to come out of them. I knew that they had it there. I'm really happy for them.
Yep. Fnatic NA, you see on screen right there. Not the best performance in match number 2 here. They're going to need a great match number 3 to be able to secure themselves a top 10 finish here. And on that note, we already have the overall standings ready to go. Let's take a look and see what the overall standings look like on screen here. It is none other than G2 themselves leading the way over Navi, then Gambit Esports, still holding on to the top 3 finish. MVP right behind them. By the way, that play from Raz, I mean, he died, but still, what was that? Insane gameplay from him. We'll break that down in a moment. Complexity Gaming right behind them in 5th place. You see Penta in the race as well. Ringers, former 100 Thieves, and Energy Esports. So if you're a fan of Dizzy & Co., one of the most entertaining teams, Ace, one of the best players in the game, they're holding on by a string right now in 10th place.
Yeah, right now we did have, in our other groups, a pretty big divergence within the points, but it looks like here in the bottom half, 6th through 10th, it's pretty close. So even though, the bottom 11 or bottom 10 right now are still kind of out there, they do have a chance with this third game. It looks like it's going really back and forth between a lot of these teams.
I'm actually surprised at how close it is in just the 2 games. And we see teams that performed very, very strongly in their first round of games, and they're struggling now. Yeah. Like, why?
Now, we had a great game number 1, but G2 is the consistent factor here.
That's true. One team in particular that did really well first series, first winners bracket, not too well as Wyvern, actually.
I know. I saw that.
I think 16th place, and they're letting MVP show that they're perhaps the best team in South Korea. We'll see if that stands true, unless Selly & Co. can turn things around. Raz & Co. will continue to dominate. Highlights here showing how Complexity somehow survived this fight, by the way. Wait, what?
Look at Reptar's health.
Can you believe that? This is the same game that they play second. An unbelievable job by Reptar to stay alive with no health and to get his team a second place finish. What a turnaround.
Yeah, that stabilization was great. I mean, we saw a little bit of a play coming out there. But this was where just moments beforehand, Wyvern got knocked out, and we're seeing why. There were so many teams that were just kind of bottlenecked into this area because of the way the circle was working, pulling people closer and closer to the south side.
Raz, and then hit the port away. What? Raz survived that fight somehow. His wingman is one of the best wingmans I've ever seen. Reminds me of Dizzy in early OP wingman days. Raz still making it look OP, looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, this is the Gambit versus Complexity fight too, where Gambit, they kind of got third-partied on, right? But it looked like Complexity was also just trying to run up on the other team, but somehow it comes down to this 1v1. The Peacekeeper, it connects for Gabe.
Look at this. Raz again, hitting nothing. That guy was knocked, I think. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I didn't see that person was knocked. I quickly realized that he was knocked. Not as impressive as they made it sound, but Raz does hit bullets, that's for sure.
Watch this.
Gabe, who of course saved their team alongside Reptar in that last wipe. It looks like it was very, very close a couple times for Complexity to die. And this is the Raz play. Look at these shots he's putting in. Look at the damage he's putting in.
Dove into them so hard.
So one of the important things there is that they were all stacked up on top of each other, and if you shoot into your own teammate, well, the bullet doesn't go through. So he was actually just taking a 1v1, honestly, in quick 3 successions at that point.
Yeah, smart plays from Raz. I thought he was going to pull off the miracle, but he literally just did at least 500 damage in this sequence. Somehow gets the shield battery off, somehow gets the second shield battery. Unfortunately, doesn't have the same fortune with the med kit, eventually gets taken out. But what was that performance from Raz? Beautiful play.
I mean, to be fair, he was alone. His teammates had already been knocked, and he kind of didn't really have a choice other than to try and force a better position for himself or just take the fight.
I'm dead. We got
it looks like right there maybe a mistaken revive comes through instead of the 1v1 opportunity. It is ultimately G2 that's going to come out on top. And again, a very, very good job by G2. Consistent performances throughout. A couple great plays in that matchup. I hope, oh man. The thought of Blaze and Nathanius with an emoji sticker machine and a telestrator breaking down the Raz thought. We'll see if that happens. Blaze, Nathanius, you guys are there at the command center, right?
Oh yeah, thought of Fallout talking us up like this,
right?
You know, you guys
love the premium gas.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's the first time for me working with a lot of you guys, and it's been an absolute blast. But Blaze,
yes,
we were talking about it. Let's give the people what they want. Let's go through some of the highlights. What do you got for me here?
So I'm going to have a clip from Complexity. During this entire matchup, these guys were playing phenomenal, getting a few kills off the board, and now they're going to find themselves in a difficult situation once again. We're going to play this clip now and get into it. And so you're going to see right here, going to be on board with Mirko, and he was playing so phenomenal throughout this matchup, but now he's going to find himself in a difficult spot. He got the Pathfinder trying to reposition himself on him, but I want to get a freeze frame around here so you guys can see, because the Pathfinder is going to come into the frame last minute up here. So now with his teammate going down, he has a 1v3 situation in this moment briefly. So let's go ahead, play the clip. You're going to start to see he's going to get an instant knock, but now he's going to have the presence of mind to get that knock with the longbow. And let's just back it up one more time, because he's going to get the knock. Longbow comes out, connects with it, and connects with the last shot, but he does go down, but he's all good. You know why? Because his teammate comes over the top and going to be able to get the knock, clean up the kill. So you see, once again, Cole being able to survive that one. Now we're going to move on over towards our final moment.
Yeah, we were looking at this. We had some really awesome stuff happening. Of course, thought that this was probably one of the coolest engagements that we had come down. Of course, these guys were talking about it. You're getting yourself to an absolutely crazy situation. We're looking at the Korean players here from MVP getting into one of the nastiest 1vx situations that you could be in. And he didn't come out on top here, but just the presence of mind, the control to be able to swing around. He's got multiple opponents in his face. He's landing those beautiful shots. He's getting those knocks. And just the way that he's able to swing around, gets the shield battery off, and he's playing these beautiful positions. And all at the same time, keeping in mind that even though it's going to be hard for him to take down multiple enemies on his own, he still wants to get that thirst in, because he knows every single kill counts, whether or not you win the game. And really just absolutely amazing endurance and tenacity to stay in this, drag it out to the point that he was able to do so. And that's just the kind of high-quality gaming that we love to see here in Apex Legends. Really, you can just see all the heart coming out. He does try to get that heal off at the end, as the boys said on the desk, and Lauren as well.
He went for it. He tried to get it, lost that gunfight.
So close.
Yeah, in the end. But in the end of that matchup, it came down. It was 7-8-9. It was G2, and then it was Cole. But in the end, it was G2 with the better positioning to get the win out. Cole, 7-8-9, they get points on the board. But we're about to hop into match number 3, and we're going to see what these guys can do. So Brav and Dread, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Back here and ready for this match number 3. It's going to be the final one in our winners bracket round 2. And as a reminder, top 10 teams are going to continue on in the winners bracket. Of course, we're going to see more from the bottom 10 as well. And it's not going to be, as we know, anytime we get into the depths of a loser's bracket, there's going to be a lot of talent there. And that could be the case here as well, as we're going to look to see the likes of Liquid White, LG, Complexity, where they'll net out, of course, NRG as well.
Yeah, and the teams like NRG, I think, are the ones I got the biggest focus on when it comes to whatever results they have here, sitting on post game number 2, because again, game number 1 was not sitting that good. But I will say one roster I can't help but feel like maybe didn't give enough credit to at first glance is the one on your screen, G2. Yes, they had a good performance when looking at them in in group number A, or I guess group letter A, but then also in the fact that they have come out here with good positioning, good placements overall, both in game number 1 and 2, in what is a very, very stacked roster. And I think that's a pretty big benchmark here for them.
It is, and it's a team you and I talked a lot about. I think we talked about with the entire talent group, is just that, this is a question here. We saw them play second at the X Games, and they knew they were coming back to their teammate Rhett, right? Going in with Snipe Down, that was agreed upon before that event. So them choosing to go back with their teammate Rhett, right? They have the whole squad, and now they're performing here as well, is a big question of what were the X factors on that team? Who was making all the magic? Snipe Down was shot calling there.
Yeah.
And now I believe we have Mimu shot calling for them, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
And that exactly is what I wanted to talk about. I'm glad you said that, because not only from a shot calling perspective, who walked away with Apex Predator? Snipe down.
Snipe down.
So
right.
he is not only the leader, he is the executioner as well. And so the fact that this roster is still looking equally as good is very, very telling.
It is telling about not only their skill level individually, but also their teamwork. And bringing Rhett back into this roster, I think we had a question going in of how will this team perform. As we're dropping in now to game number 3, and we're going to go ahead and jump in. Match 3 of 3 for our winners bracket round 2. And we're starting things off here with G2. And the question, just to wrap that thought, Dred, was, how is this team going to be in terms of synergy, composition, strategy? And so far, they're looking strong.
And the question for a lot of these other squads are, if you haven't found yourself in our top 10, how do you adjust to make that happen here? As we've already highlighted some of the teams that we very much feel as if they have struggled in the opener, and this is the last opportunity. This is game number 3 here of that upper bracket.
Absolutely. All sights, of course, on Skull Town for them. Want to see here with a little bit of free look if there's anyone who might be contesting that. Right now, not seeing any resistance so far.
Pretty little rainbow as everybody spreads out to their own locations onto the map. And look at that, Pathfinder with a nice early pickup opportunity onto the reveal here for G2. So already considering the Mac out. Oh my goodness. We already know that it's likely going to be onto their favor as well.
Yes, indeed. And to see where more teams are dropping across the map, let's go back to the command center. Blaze and Nathanius, what are you guys seeing?
All right, so now we know it is the 10th place team is going to be G2. So we're going to figure out where they're landing, and the 2 teams behind them is going to be Herbania and Sentinels. So where's G2 landed at over there, Nate?
All right, well, we've got G2 over in Skull Town, a bit of a longer drop to get there, and Sentinels went all the way off that drop straight to the Thunderdome, so they wanted to stick to that position. It's a longer drop for them, but we have an idea where they are. We're going to be following them closely.
And then we had Herbania go towards the pit as well. So we're going to see Herbania and G2 and Sentinels all try to fight to make sure they get in that top 10, but don't worry, it's some other teams out there who can come out, get in that top 5, get those wins, and also break in as well. So, hey, we're going to throw it back to you guys on the desk. Brav, Dred, take it away.
Thanks, Blaze. Thanks, Nathanius, as we take a look here at the Liquid White side at Slums.
Slums has a lot of loot available, and so it's really just how much they end up walking away from that section of the map, though. Na'Vi just a little bit to the south of what we just witnessed there, struggling a bit more as Impulse managed to get the res up, but Claw's clearly showing that he took a bit of a swipe from somebody else's Claw.
And that's going to be Maestro going down here with one of our earliest limbs in these past few. We saw a little bit more of aggressive and I'd say action-heavy openings here in our first rounds of the tournament. Not terribly surprising, Dred, that here we are in our winners round 2. And I'd say overall we're seeing a little bit of slower starts with team looking to find that comfort, looking to find that loot, and then fight it out.
And that's a very big win, though, for Na'Vi, and the fact that they're able to take an early skirmish and not struggle, right? We've been theory crafting about when a team sets the tone, how do you find a way to be able to cripple them? And Na'Vi is one of those teams in the opener here of our winners bracket that has done that. So can't help but wonder, I'm going to be very interested to go back, watch the VOD, hear some of those comms, and be like, is this the go-to strategy from some of these teams? And did Na'Vi just look at them and say, we're the better team, you're going to have to deal with it?
Absolutely. And we're talking to the Fnatic guys last night, and they say statistically teams that get dropped on, very rarely do you see them do well in the late game. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Now looking over at Gambit here at Cage.
Artico looking for a bit more when it comes to his Armor Avenue. Longbow and 99 in the hands of Sign. Some of the pretty much staples when considering both long and close range. Nice stock there to pick up onto the sniper. Stock is a attachment specific. It's great for all weapons. All attachments are dope. Clearly they improve the weapon, so why not? But I would argue, I personally think a sniper stock is one of the most underrated attachments from a lot of casual and kind of mid-skill level players on how you can trade so much better with any sniper because you don't have to wait for the ADS time frame. And that basically means every initiation is so much more likely that you hit your shots.
Now here, LG once again. We've seen them in all sorts of situations here and now over on the open side of the map. A little bit of engagements here and trying to find also maybe pick off a respawn. And they might fly in here if they think they can push this advantage, and yes, they will.
Luminosity actually very smart there. They saw two people take the balloon, waited for the third to try, so the other two are massively out of position, then engage on the third straggler, if you will. They did not get enough shots, though, to really make it too problematic here as we take a zip, as they're going to try and hunt these boys down, whoever ended up making the transition out. And there you see off to your left-hand side, the team they originally snipped out. 64 in this, in the backpack here of Chipsy on this 301, so likely needs to move in here if he wants to make anything happen. 789 though, dealing with some problems on the back end as they take a portal back, sitting south of Skull Town.
And it was a great opening from 789 in terms of their day. However, we have not seen them with too many points on the board. A good game 1 and a late performance in game 2. Not a lot of kills on the board, though. So now checking out what NRG is up to.
A team that has a lot that they need to do here in game number 3 based on performances of 1 and 2 if they are not going to go to our losers bracket. Right here, at least from the perspective we have on Dizzy, no kills acquired, and understandable. By no means is it that easy to be able to demand that, but I do think that their transitions need to be very kill-oriented if they're going to have a recovery point.
Agreed. If I think there's any time that NRG needs to really step up and decide what kind of tournament they have, you could say that it's right here to stay in that winner's bracket, head in tomorrow on top, still have an ability to drop a series if they need.
Yeah, and I think the biggest reason why I think this is actually one of the more important moments for that is, yeah, you can argue they go to the loser's bracket and still make their way through the tournament, but the fatigue, both on a physical and mental level, that you have to play through that loser's bracket going into tomorrow means not only more games of you, more demand on a mental front, trying to balance out all the different teams, mentalities, rotations. It's near impossible. It doesn't make your day just a couple series worse. It feels like just a colossally more dour.
Absolutely, and could not be more true at a tournament like this where you have 80 of the best teams in the world coming from all different regions, and you know that loser's bracket is going to be tight. Just because it's called the loser's bracket doesn't mean there's not going to be some serious talent in that pool by tomorrow.
Yeah, very much so. And so we'll see if NRG find a way to gain that cadence, because it's important to note that it's like, even if NRG's Wing at everybody's faces, it's not like they're necessarily going to be handed anything on a silver platter. But Gambit Gaming now, taking a transition over to them. They are still just kind of skirting around the southern aspect of the map. Looks like they found somebody here maybe looting some of these supply ships, or excuse me, supply crates.
By the way, speaking of complexity from an overall standings standpoint, they do move into 5th there with 19 points after that performance from the last one. G2 on top with 29 points. Gambit in 2nd with 23. They're tied with Na'Vi, MVP in 4th.
And something that's super wild to note that you brought up at the beginning of this broadcast here, or at least this series, is the fact that Complexity made it in 10th in a tiebreaker.
Right.
They debatably don't even deserve to be here and now place themselves after 2 games at 5th place. Talk about a turn of events here for that squad.
Absolutely stepping it up. And also Zip is out here for the Ringers. We've been checking out what they've been up to. These guys sit in 7th place right now with 15 points. So they need to have a solid enough performance here, and they cannot risk a late departure from this match number 3.
American squad, after they descend, make a transition over. They're just sitting on the right-hand side of the backside of this wall that we get now with Alliance. Bedoli sitting well kitted when it comes to the armor front. Triple take alternator still in the hand of Vice. With the extended mag, makes a nice 7-shot opportunity. Pretty effective at some of these ranges that we can expect within the circle. Circle still closing in a bit more towards that. It's Skulltown Thunderdome. To be honest, circle-wise, we're sitting at near identical of what we got over our last game.
Absolutely now, and Ringers finding a little bit of damage coming in. We were just on board with Alliance. If there's a team that needs to have a big game 3, it is them. They're in 17th with 4 points. Nothing but a very late finish, or at least a wildly high elimination-heavy finish would get them through. Back on board with this Alliance side. Going to have a little bit of positioning here. We talked about this area in a previous game here, Dreadnought, this compound just outside of treatment. And you saw Alliance as they moved across that open ground that we referenced. They wanted to make sure that there was absolutely no one looking down with longbows, wingman triple takes down on that area. They were able to get over here to this settlement, but now checking in with Na'Vi right now in 3rd place in the group.
3rd place in the group, but also struggling to be able to keep everybody alive, as we saw Claus was no longer with them. Crank as well here as we tune in the Luminosity. Seems like he was on the back half of a couple of bullets, but we got the generator coming out from Watson. We'll be able to shield up. No cost when it comes to the resources, as you see them questioning, how do we approach these cages in Thunderdome? When somebody postures up, if they've got a nice longbow, nice scope, it's a real tough time to find a way to penetrate that.
I gotta say, interesting. Not always do you see a team Watsoning up on that ridge, because there's a lot of those high walls between Skulltown and Thunderdome that they're kind of they don't really have, I would say, a positional advantage. There's a lot of ways that a team could push them from that side. You don't often see someone Watson fencing there, so you have to imagine that they know that they're pretty exposed from the back, even though they're fenced up.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those opportunities to be, like, you know, you aren't really going to be able to dominate the control, but at least you're trying to capitalize some bit on your kit, right, as long as you aren't burning your cooldowns too frequently there. But just make them best with what you got. And to be honest, they don't have a lot to their name, at least there. Alliance making a very wide skirt on out. And once again, we tune into Raz with a very clever bunny hop heal. Comes in with the Phoenix kit, goes off, and he's going to be just fine in a couple of seconds.
Raz, of course, the player that you saw last game with that incredible highlight reel, essentially in a 1v3 with amazing plays with that wingman, like we said, staying alive much longer than he had any reason to. Now flying right in.
But he pushes without Raz. Keep in mind, Raz just completed the heal. He's slower than everybody to be able to join in, along with Mondo. Mondo did make his way through. They get to the high ground, get the reveal over the targets inside. And look at this, Akka actually taking too much damage, losing the armor, but they're too worried about the targets up above. The Peacekeeper comes through, and MVP bait one target on the roof. Everybody falls for it so very quickly, going, look at our one target, and MVP says nah, but they are not done. More reside in the home as the Peacekeeper now on the flank. Raz is the only man to defend out. He throws the Arc Star. And where does he go here? As you know, there's got to be more behind that.
Fantastic pusher. And now actually get taken down from the distance. We'll have to see kill feed. And that was going to be more from NRG, who with a longbow was able to take him down. And it was a great push from MVP, but potentially opened them up to a few too many third-party opportunities.
And man, MVP, though they have shown many moments of absolutely great skill, it just feels like one lapse of judgment on something, or maybe overlooking, not considering, and things all of a sudden turn against them very quickly.
They're going to end that one, Dread, with 0 placement points. We did see at least 3 kills come in. I'm not sure if you remember any others that came in. They're seated right now in 4th with 21 points. So depending on how this lobby goes, this could net out pretty interesting with the teams that we have left.
Yeah, they do not have enough insurance for that to be 100%. We found ourselves into our next section, right on the winning half here of the winner's bracket.
So they're going to have to sit back in their booth and spectate right here to see exactly what their fate is in terms of dropping to losers or staying in winners for their matches tomorrow. Now back on board with Luminosity and also checking in with Penta here.
The settlement circle is so interesting as well here, as Penta's already positioned rather well with inside that. Look at that, Wacko throwing down a couple of damage there and actually got enough to be able to get the kill. We will look for a shielding opportunity here. See how much of Wacko actually ends up burning. A full Phoenix kit, interesting choice.
Certainly had cover on both sides, it looked like. Maybe not needing to rush, but decides to pop the Phoenix, perhaps an abundance of caution. 16 squads still left here.
Swaglope no longer with that roster here. Shiny and the boys of Fnatic North America not having the same positioning that we normally talk about when it comes to them with those rotations defending outward, and they really haven't at all for the majority of this lobby, specifically in the winner's bracket. We're really curious to see how they find a way to be able to descend in towards that settlement where we already have seen some well-established teams looking to defend outward, and it's not like they've been struggling in the gear either. That's one very big difference here from this lobby than maybe some of the rest.
Absolutely. Fnatic NA right now sitting in 14th with only 5 points, and we can just consider them at the bottom of the pack, essentially needing a solid performance here in game number 3. Goes without saying, but it also goes for just about the bottom half of the table.
Here we see the Ringers sitting very much on the outskirts here, about as close to the edge of the map as you possibly can, trying to check that little rock skirmish that we saw earlier with water treatment transitions coming out from some of our other teams. But they are able to heal up in this downtime. It's not going to be a very defensible position for them, as Gambit is the one kind of holding them against that rock.
It's a good break there. Looks like just going to go ahead and communicate that. Maybe toss some thermites out, but not push just yet. Now checking in with Sentinels here. Up top and out back, certainly with this high ground. And they're going to hold this. Probably pop a shield here as well.
Recharging my shield.
Zom still sits there, gets a peek. Look at this immediate call to go there. They're just going to all in, I believe, on the backside of that wall and try to get some pressure. And look at this. We take a glance back with the Sentinels. They did find themselves a victor. And we talked about the Sentinels being one of those shift teams, the ones that press W, get up in your face in moments like that.
Oh my word. Just before the portal, Crust hits with the longbow for 116 and now 130 as well. On the other side, that's going to be Lyric of Ringers. So some fantastic long-range longbow combat coming in. And Ringers now setting up a zip as well to try to fly right in.
You thought that you were in the ones dictating this fight, Sentinels. Ringers have something else to say about it, and they even push with confidence up to that high ground, but maybe a bit too much to counter grapple over. He hits the Watson trap. Now we see Teenage try to join in, but he nopes out right away.
Nope was the word I was going to use. Ringers just decides nope. Neither player able to engage on the rooftop. Not ready for that Sentinels resistance, and now Teenage and Lyric need to fight this as a 2v3.
This is such a beautiful initiation, because then Grenade is enough to shift the momentum in favor of that of Sentinels. Finally, with Crust end up dropping down, Lyric not able to land some of those longbows. And wow, what a matchup here between Sentinels and Ringers in this battle.
Absolutely. If those shots had hit, we could see a different set of circumstances, but whenever we have these big hills down, big rings down here, those outer edges of those cliffs, so important to be able to traverse back and forth, also come all the way back to cover, know that no one else is going to be pushing here with Luminosity Gaming. Chipsy has been down, but now JP2 and Crank trying to work together here just in this rock crevice.
Yeah, and they're nearly resourceless. You can tell that they have very little healing available, going to be very dependent on that Watson ultimate. You can't wonder Xenox here if he was hoping he didn't hit that shift, as the second he pulled away, a peek came through.
Taking any extra angle he can get, hopping up and down off this antenna just to see a little bit more if he can. Does not see a sight line, but got to give credit to Sentinel. Zoms is in trouble, though, so Xenox and crew are going to want to go ahead and check this. But here's look at this complexity push as they push further south towards Thunderdome.
Yeah, the winners of last game here looking very good, trekking into game number 3. Mirko, though, taking a bit of shots. And not going to be the only one. There's Gabe Isman also falling low. Double battery will be able to restore the balance. But look, this is going to be a push coming out from Thunderdome. The swap over the weapon is not going to be enough, but Keller ends up dropping with Mirko getting that cover fire. 2 men stand for both teams, and Mirko tries to get the thirst, and it comes at a cost of a lot of his shield.
Yes, right there. You saw that purple knockdown come up. It's not going to be easy, and potentially gets himself in trouble, but flies up and does get the finish there on Keller as well. Now going to need to pop a cell and tries to get down, but it's Callie who is on the push. He should be able to finish. Yes, indeed. He will get that and pick it up now and should be able to get the thirst as well.
Yeah, the grapple was very, very bold there, and it would have worked out if you had an opportunity to armor swap, but he didn't due to the pressure coming out from Callie. And Callie doesn't leave him alive much longer, but more here for NRG, a team that's been struggling through game number 1 and 2. 2 members down, Dizzy the last man standing, and he is full running away here.
And gets caught on the banner. He probably would have been far and away there. And how many times have we seen this just today alone? Dizzy is able to stay alive, and he's able to pop the bat, but it's removed immediately. Now just trying to dance around this truck, staying alive. Let's see if he can pick it up. No, he will be down, and that will be NRG eliminated at the 12 mark. We'll have to see what that means for them. They were sitting at 10th with 8, and that could be the end of their winners bracket run. Only the final standings will tell, but that certainly could be the case.
And we saw how focused their 7, 8, and 9 was. Their positioning over this center circle. They have all 3 members ready, positioned well, and they are ready to try and close out this game and make sure that they do not even get close, even sniff that loser's bracket, because they were so great with the opening of Group B, and they think that they're one of the best here. The nice trade when it came to the ringers here and some of the shots, forcing out this battery.
Yep, Lyric and Ringer still fighting from that same spot, trying to exchange longbow shots. You can see a lot of just peek shooting, pop shotting, trying to get some damage, and in the end, not really a high percentage hit rate with those teams really just trying to hit, and as soon as one does, just dropping right back and not trying to force anything.
A question we've got to start keeping track of as these circles close in is how many Wraiths have grenades and how many do they actually have? Because we know that is a very likely going to be kind of the make or break for a lot of these teams. Also look at that next circle. The high ground does exist over that major structure and compound as the headshot comes in from Sumsat, but whoever maintains that in theory should be able to get that upper hand outside of a bit of distracting. With 10 Tawads remaining, I think it's possible that there will be more than enough distractions.
Sign trying to land those shots. Does have Sunset over there, as you see, with the portal able to do a little bit of scouting and maybe some damage to fly back. Just get enough damage to help work together and try to pick up that knock and push an advantage. But now checking in also with HSL Esports.
Rama not actually getting any shielding. You got to be wondering, is he waiting for an ultimate opportunity to get the generator out? Yeah, it seems like that's the case there as he gets a little bit closer. Shielding coming through.
Sentinels here still up on the rooftop. We've seen them with the high ground just about all game, even when challenged, able to hold it down as well, as Freshy's finding himself in a little bit of a battle. Grenades and wingman shots coming in.
Haven't seen this glance in a hot while. Fnatic actually make their transition in towards the circle, and they're looking pretty good when it comes to that shielding. Maybe stuck in this little home, though, as once they peeked around, dropping the shields on Muffin and Shiny, both dropping the battery, will be able to restore balance there. Zoms and Friend Sentinels looking for the high ground. They want to be able to control this before they make their drop down inward. 9 squads with us as they peek over the wall, create 2 points of pressure. That's easy knock 1, but it comes at a counter knock. There's the... Wow, we see actually the Pathfinder stepped out of the circle, took enough damage, but Retzi armor swap over, gets the res, and Sentinels keep 2 members alive.
Look at Fnatic NA now. Looks like then that is really going to be here. As you see, that should be them. Yes, Fnatic NA is wiped. As we take a look exactly where they will sit, we'll have to find out in the final standings. They were at 14th. Good chance that they might be able to sneak in with that points on the board. It's going to come down really to how many kills they're able to get that game. But now, on the action at hand. We're back to G2.
Gambit might regret not getting that knockdown shield over to that Wraith later when they make it to this final circle, because that's one of the last remaining tools that you can have to make sure that you have the greatest survivability opportunity. Zombs having a bit of catty-wampus grapple out of that one, but got to be back here in another 7.
And Sentinels has not lost this ground. They've been challenged at least twice that we've seen on screen and able to hold it down each time.
5 squads now remaining. See one sitting on the other side of that fence. Sentinels with still a very good position here. We got 10 seconds, Bravo, before this circle is going to close. Retzi trying to weaken, chip away before they get the advance, but this is really where a lot of the action here is going to break down.
Absolutely. Buck on board once again. It's a familiar situation for 789. We've seen them here with this low ground, fully Watsoned up, fenced up, ulted up, and ready to push out from that low ground, but not going to be easily done. Curious about, didn't catch how many kills they had on the board as well. And now look at this big damage coming in for Gambit as they have to watch their heels on the edge of the ring.
Yeah, but as long as nobody pressures them immediately, oh my goodness, the fact that Sign's willing to risk some of this position with the double arc star, he broke some of the shields. It was 76, but it's going to demand some attention over that wall. And right now they're kind of hidden on the backside of the wall. 7, 8, 9 though, with the low ground right below Sentinels, looking like they're holding their own, holding down that fort.
And we see it so often in the late game. And look at that, just steps in for a second and gets 2 ticks. Can be careful now. Penta is going to be flying up, and they're going to make this push. We'll see if they can close this out. They're going to be able to get that 1 knock. There's 1 more on the rooftop. Let's see if they can finish on the Wraith as well. Yes, 4 squads left as they're now going to hold this high ground here. Penta with a fantastic push.
Penta with the push, and at the same time, because that damage was taken outside the wall, they had no opportunity to counter push or get that third party. So that was actually a miracle moment there. But 7, 8, 9 still alive in the low ground due to that pressure on the upper half. And here we see, due to the skirmish, Gambit trying to get the res on this outside, but so much damage taken from the circle every time they try and climb these walls.
Just like that, and not taking any damage there. You saw lots of yellow on screen, but not taking any ring damage, and they don't have much room to move at all. 789 still running the low ground. Now finally they get out, and they're going to pop up as well. That's going to be a nope as well from Zanaya, and 789 does not want to try to push into that 1v3, but did get a lot of scouting information about what that rooftop looks like.
Somebody's got to pre-prep some kind of grenade for when this final circle closes in, or getting arc star pressure towards Penta. Otherwise, I feel like this high ground's going to be enough unless somehow they get distracted by Gambit on these outskirts. Then 789, if they strike from behind, they will have enough tools to be able to close this out, as we see the self-trace here from 789, understanding that this is going to be very, very tense. 18 seconds till what is the closure of our winner's bracket here, A and B.
And even able to slide out the back door just to make sure that that exit is clear, and they do have information there, and also a self-trace on the other side as well. Rat will shield up, and G2 looking here on the bottom ground as well. Back to Penta, who has claimed that high ground.
Circle closing, Gambit on the outskirts. The focus here for Penta seems to be onto them, and 789 is being left alone. 789 now taking the shots down on that low ground, trying to get rid of them. And look at that, they are lighting up their Gambit as they try and make the transition in, but Sentinels onto the high ground is just trying to hold their own here.
G2 out, G2 gets eliminated, and thank goodness here on the RNGs, if you will, because Penta is still up top in that top ring and enclosed down here, but we also have on the inside of 789, they are directly below them on that first level.
The portal is too far out to be able to make the full play, and look at this, Penta actually goes in for it. He's going to eat the portal though, then eat the circle again because it's outside the zone. They baited him into it there, and it's not going to be enough. Now they try to make it happen. Nest drops down, he whiffs the shot, and that is going to be enough. 7, 8, 9 closes out a very clutch finish.
Amazing work from them, and that low ground strat, you've been talking about it a lot on day 1 so far, Dread. And they not just finish, but they stay alive with all 3, forcing Penta off the roof, well into the ring, and of course smiles for their side. And that's another win we add to the tally box for 789 here in day number 1.
And you may be wondering, when you go back to that portal from 789, you're like, why didn't they push that a little bit closer towards the center circle? Like, there was other positioning that normally we've seen other teams do. They left it at the door. If you take it at the door and the circle goes in, the exit was also in the circle. So there was no pushing capability, period. There is no way around that. There is no watch me remove this portal play available. That was very cheeky from 789.
Yes, indeed. And although it looked grim for them as they were tucked into the smallest of quarters and relying on any bits of geometry in there to get shield popping cells, things like that, they end up winning this match as well. They steal that from Penta, who did have the high ground. And let's contextualize this a bit. Of course, the desk is going to look at the full standings, but Dread, as we start to guess, 789 was in 8th with 14. We can be sure that they're going to be through. Penta was in 6th with 19. We can be sure they're going to be through as well.
NRG resided at 10th place, right at the threshold to be able to remain in the winner's bracket. And the fact, I'm not confident based off of what we got from them that was enough to remain among that echelon.
No, me neither. We're going to find out all those results and much more with the analysis desk. Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter break down that last series for us.
Thank you, Rob, and please excuse me. This is a public service announcement. Any esports organizations looking to enter competitive Apex, we got a squad by the name of Team 789 who has come out of nowhere in this tournament and dominated the most wins of any team so far with 3. They're above G2, who I believe has 2. Talk to me about this performance. Team 789, the Russians playing out of their minds.
I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show that, there was a lot of whispers in the pro scene about this 789 squad, and you had to look out for them, and they are definitely making a statement here on day number 1.
I mean, they almost make it look easy at this point. I had mentioned earlier there was a potential for them to either succeed or fail pretty dramatically in either direction. They were going to prove that they can take their massive points from the first round and do it all over again in the first, winners round 2, and they did it.
And when you're talking about making it look easy, did you see that flavor shot that we had when we went to the camps, to the player camps? And, Zania and Estesu, they're just like, yep, we got this, hand slaps, there we go. It was easy for them. And they're still calm, cool, and collected. They just win.
That's what I'm saying.
Every other team just popping off, right? Yeah.
Like insane. I mean, obviously, probably the easiest win you'll ever get of the day right there, because the circles close right on them. Being low ground, being secured, they have obviously Watson shields included as well. However, that doesn't take away from the other wins that they have. That doesn't take away from the fact that they've won the most amount of games than anyone. And that doesn't take away from the fact that, oh wait, that's isn't the overall standings. I thought they'd somehow leap into first. Never mind, I got really excited here.
Well, we don't know yet.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet, yeah.
Only I say. 18 points, a great performance. 6 kills for them. Another first place finish. Gambit Esports right behind them with another 7 points. But look at the amount of kills that they got. Gambit looking incredibly strong. Penta making their leap as well.
And yeah, this is really basically showing why it's so important to survive into the late game. If you make it into that top 5, you are guaranteed a lot of frags, and that's where the bulk of points are coming for most of these teams.
Yep, interestingly enough, MVP, not the best performance, though it should be enough to sneak by. Fnatic and AA, however, they get at least, I think it was about 7 or 8 more points. A few more points as well for Fnatic and AA. Will that be enough to sneak them into top 10? I don't know. I don't think so.
And that's a crazy conversation to have, right? Especially when we're looking at Fnatic and AA. They did so well at X Games. They were doing so well earlier on in the day, and now they might actually be knocked down to the lower bracket. We're still waiting for the final tabulations.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see, and I'm at the edge of my seat that I'm not sitting down in. That's how on the edge I am about what's going to happen here. And of course, here we go. We got the final standings. Team 789 in 4th place, but it is Gambit Esports who comes out on top. I hear some cheers from the crowd here as it's a 10-point advantage in lead over G2 Esports, who continues their consistency. Penta right behind them, Navi, MVP, Complexity, Sentinels, Ringers, and barely on the fringe, NRG Esports sneaks by. What a top 10. And right behind them, heartbreaking if you're a Fnatic.
Oh, look at the score for Fnatic.
10 points for and Urbania.
Wow.
10 points apiece.
2 points.
Did NRG have 10 as well?
2 points were the difference basically right there between actually making it into the grand finals, or excuse me, the winners finals or not. And take a look, Quasar, Fnatic, and Urbania, all of them at 10 points.
Wow. Was NRG at 10 or was NRG at 11,
NRG was at 12.
They were at 12.
Okay. They were at 12.
If it was a 4-way tie for 10th place, I would literally have walked out of the venue. Honestly, that would have been insane. Instead, it was a 3-point tie, so I can stay where I'm at. It's good.
I'm sad.
Yeah. Who are you sad for? All 3 of them?
Fnatic.
Time out. No one knows this, but in the pre-show, she was like, I don't know if Fnatic's going to perform the same way. Now you love them.
No, that doesn't mean I don't like them. It means that I wanted to make sure that they changed their play style so that they could be successful here. And they did so well in the first matchup.
That is very true, which they really did. They played a lot more aggressive. I got a lot of love for my boys on Fnatic. Had a chance to get to know. It's fortunate for them. They get knocked down to the losers bracket. But guess what? Not over yet. And what a story EBC was, who you saw on your screen. They got 2nd place, yes. EBC, a team you haven't heard of, got 2nd place behind 789. It would be unfortunate for them. Bowser and co. cannot secure a top 10 finish. They get knocked down into the losers bracket. Do I remember correctly that MVP did qualify?
They did, yes.
They did, yeah. Koreans continue. Wyvern, however, not.
Wyvern still have a second chance. Even though we feel a little bit sad for all these teams that didn't win today, they're going to have another opportunity tomorrow. So we see more of them tomorrow.
Yeah, a team with a great performance was Complexity, especially in Game 2, as they got 2nd place there. Reptar was the one that went huge for them. and keeping them alive in that game too, which ended up getting them that second place. Unfortunately, did not have the same success here in game number 3. However, didn't matter. They still qualified.
Yeah, as long as you move on, that's the important part. And honestly, the addition of Mirko onto that squad, it looks like it has helped them out.
Yeah, look at Sentinels here on screen. They get taken out in that scenario, but they also did qualify through as well. Gambit on screen right now with the number 1 performance. Sunset, Artico, and Co. doing a great job securing that one.
Penta, my dark horse pick.
Dark horse pick.
My
they
dark
keep
horse
rolling.
pick. Yeah, there we go.
They keep rolling, that's for sure. Penta's looking strong, and unfortunate for them at the end game there. Not much they can do as he's going to get taken out really quick.
Yeah, I mean, that was just very smart Wraith Portal positioning coming out for them, blocking that door with the Wraith Portal.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, the IQ from Team 789 and the matching T-shirts, I like those as well. Those are pretty cool.
One thing I do want to point out about Complexity is that they were at the bottom of their group after the first round. They barely squeaked by in 10th place, and then after this second round, they're able to actually bump themselves up right to the high middle portion of the pack. So it just goes to show that the skill level is just so close across the board for all these players that it's really going to boil down to decision making and a couple small variables that are existing on the map, like the rings that people are used to or not.
And basically, who's hot and who's not at that point.
Yeah, one team that's showing a very good mix of skill, decision-making, etc. Team 789, and again, not to belabor a point by any means, but they continue with a female player dominating the game here. Let's go ahead and throw it over to jump on the main stage with Team 789.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Yes, that's right. I'm joined here with Team 789, specifically Zanya. Now, you came into this as an underdog in a lot of ways. Not many teams talked about you. We didn't really talk about you, yet you guys showed up. What's it like being able to come here to Krakow and actually be able to perform as well as you have so far?
Никто от вас не ожидал, что вы так хорошо сыграете. И какое это чувство? Приехать, никто о вас не знал, никто о вас не говорил. Какое это чувство приехать и начать выигрывать?
Мне очень...
Man of little words. That's all that matters. All right, let's skip to the next question then. You won 2 games out of your group and then won the last game in this group. Do you feel that winning this much puts a target on your back?
Вы выиграли 2 карты в первом раунде и забрали одну в этой. Добавляет ли это какое-то давление на ваше следующее выступление?
Нет, никакого давления. Мы без давления пришли сюда, без какого-либо волнения, и сейчас играем свою игру.
We just play our game. We feel no pressure. We just came here and we just play.
Final question. I won't keep you too long. Because of your 4th place finish in this set of games, you now have essentially all day tomorrow to watch and to prepare. What sort of things is your team going to do to make sure you're ready for the end of day tomorrow?
У вас есть много времени, чтобы подготовиться на завтра, и как будете использовать это время?
Мы разберем наши реплеи, посмотрим, как другие люди играют, посмотрим наши ошибки и подготовимся.
We will watch our games, we will try to fix our mistakes, and we of course will look for the games of the other teams.
All right, well, Team 789 certainly is vying for number 1 as they have been successful throughout the course of day number 1. But to break down some of the other exciting plays and things that we saw in that last match, I'm going to throw it over to none other than Blaze and Nathanius in the command center.
Thank you very much, Jump. Nate, what a great game that was there. We talked a little bit about beforehand coming into that one, how well Sentinels in 789 had to play. They were sitting on that 11 and 12 spot going into that last match. But we saw they came out and they got it done, finishing in that top 4. And we saw 789 winning. But before we get to those ending moments, we're going to hop into a play right before with MVP.
Yeah, I thought this play was super cool. One of the moments that we got to see. Great showcase of teamwork and a little bit of Battle Royale shenanigans, to say the least. So it starts off, it's as normal as it could seem, right? He's going to pop up, gets the zip line over, takes a little bit of a scrap, but the team is on the top side. He doesn't want to engage without him. They're going to take that zip line up, pops the shield, but this is my favorite moment, okay? You're coming over here. You've got the team locked in. That's right, Blaze. That's right. Your teammates, they're sitting up top. And you, my friend, you, the player, become the bait. And what we see next is magical because while our boy up here is about to get lit up, his teammates have his back from that high ground. They're going to be able to come down with those peacekeepers. You know, those shields, those fences, they're fantastic, Blaze, but not when you're not there to actually make use of them.
You come out in that open area, and we saw MVP had them set up and ready. Now, let's take a look at our final moment there towards the end of the map where we saw the brawl between Penta, G2, and 789 there. Towards the end of this matchup, we saw the Wraith Portal being placed at the door. That was so smart with the squad because that stopped the enemy team from getting in there to 789, and they had such a great position. Everybody had to come to them towards the end, and they got it done.
Yeah, just making beautiful use of the positioning, and in the scrappy situation where it really counted, that's where they were able to get it done. And at the competitive level this high up, the way that they said it, in the interviews, was perfect. Just playing the game, just showed up, doing
and he
what
said
we can.
they're not scared of nobody. They're coming in here to play their game, okay? They don't have any other expectations, but just trusting in their teammates and coming in and getting that job done.
Yeah, and it paid off in spades for him as that final engagement was forced. It was just all the teleporting and swerving around in the world ain't going to save you in that situation. As a beautiful, beautiful end of that round, and so awesome to hear from this team and see what they can make happen. That's the whole point of this event. That is literally the entire point of a preseason event, is we are warming up not just for the big teams, the names that you know, but the names that you don't know.
Exactly, and we're seeing those dark horses come out, teams like Penta and HSL getting it done here today on day one. But we got one more round of Winners 2 coming up. That's going to be it for us from now. We're going to throw it back on over to the desk.
Oh, what?
Hey,
Thank you so much, Blaze. Back here live at the desk. Fallout here, joined alongside Jamerson with some Mr. Smiles here. I like that.
All right. It's been a long day.
Indeed, it has. Glitter as well. And just to add to the long day, I have a joke. Glitter Explosion. Why did you're a gamer, right? You play on PC or Mac?
PC.
Why did Windows 8 skip and go straight to Windows 10?
Really? I see where this is going. I'm not going to ruin your punchline, though.
No, I want you to answer it. Genuinely. I want you to answer it.
Is this because 789?
Because 789, and ladies and gentlemen, 789 is out on fire in here today. Great performance from them. Awesome interview from the man himself
He's
on
out.
stage. He walked off. I made him walk off the desk. Mission accomplished. I finally got rid of Jamerson. We can go home now. We're good.
I'm going over there to Nathanius and Blaze where they appreciate me and don't
make funny jokes.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the one and only. It's been a long day. I had to get it out. I'm sorry. I've been waiting for like 5 hours to do that. But you got to say, an amazing performance from them. The Russians doing it big. Awesome interview on stage as well. And, of course, we'll see what they can do in the winners bracket final. Amazing that they made it to the winners bracket final. I mean, wow.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have, obviously coming up next soon, we're going to have the winners from C and D in winners bracket round 2. So again, I teased it earlier. I'm going to bring it up again. Perhaps we'll see the battle of NA versus EU. The TSM going up against 789. Did you ever think 789 would be the team putting Europe on the map?
I mean, the thing is, it's not just against 789. You've got G2 in there.
I know there's more teams.
There are so many teams coming into this.
Arguably the best team in NA right now is...
TSM.
Our best team, as of the standings currently, is...
I honestly don't know at this point.
He's not going to cave
He's
on
not
that
going to
one.
cave.
No,
but
no,
as the tournament says, I'm just saying, they're playing incredibly well.
They are.
Hard to deny.
It's incredible, and this is basically what the format is supposed to do. This double elimination. The cream is supposed to rise to the top.
And it has.
It has, but I feel like it has with teams that we didn't see coming.
Yeah.
Which is the weirdest part.
The best part.
It is the best part because it's making for some really amazing end zones. It's making for some really good team fights that we didn't think were going to happen. And it's making for really great underdog stories that we get to follow the entire time.
Yeah, it's been. We have not been short of any stories here. It is so well said. And I like what Bill was alluding to on stage. Because I think there's an awesome opportunity now for 789 teams that qualified. Of course, Gambit, G2. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, sleep in tomorrow. Take your time because you have a lot of losers bracket matches before you have to play again. Awesome position to be in, and let's see how those teams got there. Of course, at least half of them, which is the winning teams from Group A and Group B. Let's take a look at the replays from that one. A great performance here from 789 Gambit, who of course took first place. I know we keep talking about them, but across the board, a great showing.
I mean, honestly, we know that in a lot of these shooter games, across the board, PUBG, when you go into like Counter-Strike, that Russians really show up. They love their games. They're really good at it.
You're not wrong, honestly. There's just some regions that historically are really good at either a specific genre game or just video games in general. And that's why I was so excited for this. Like I said earlier, like we're bringing in regions that we haven't had a chance to play with yet.
Yeah,
and I was hoping that something like this would happen.
Also, within about the last 3 or 4 years, Korea has really come to the forefront of FPS too. Be it Overwatch, be it PUBG, be it any FPS title. Honestly, at this point, they're really starting to make a name for themselves, and they have done it early here in Apex.
Yeah, we've had a lot of teams making names for themselves so far. Well, guess what? We got 10 more that are about to qualify to the winners bracket finals. I'm excited for that one. Before we jump into our last match of the night, is winners bracket round 2, Group C. Group C, we got the likes of TSM. So many teams that are going to be competing in this one. I am very excited for that. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we come back, our last match of the night, it's winners bracket round 2.
Are they in the room below us?
Yeah, they're in there.
They're lit as fuck. They all have like white armors.
On me. You back up a little bit. He's going back to port. They're split. Fight it now. I'll push another port then, yeah? Dog spawn. Nice. Show me. Push me. Just fall back to me. Go to chest.
There are people fighting that's out here.
There's people across over here. Over. 방금.
국 깔아줄 수 있어 여기?
근데 여기는 있는데? 여기 집어 먹자 일단. Да, все нормально. Yeah, take. Knock. At the battery. Side. Coming. What's below you? Yeah.
Break, 76 red. Press low.
I'm dropping. 1 HP, nice.
I'm changing armor.
우리 들어가야 돼.
와서 기절. 들어가자. 여기 이쪽에 다 있다.
오케이.
Good shit, man. They will play. Nice, second play. Very good. You're good. I need help. I'm low. I need help on the backside.
Okay, we're coming. I'm down.
Broke armor down.
2v2. 2v1. Behind it.
Broke armor. He's one. Just fight him.
I'm pretty.
본주빌드.
왔으네 4번 거?
아니 나이스. 4번 거야 왔어?
Right here. Broke. Watson low. To you. That's a different team. Tapping and lid. Nice. I'm healing
Right
up
low.
side.
Right low.
Excellent, just run. Goes there.
Nice, we're chilling here. We're big chilling here.
T push it up. Not yet. Pathfinder almost cracked.
Cracked Watson again?
Watson like one side. I got a Q. I have Q.
Crack, path down.
Yep, nice. One side. I'm queuing right now. Hold on.
Pop me back. It's all you guys.
He's one. Got him. Nice. Just give me. Purple.
Yeah, I'm behind. There's another team.
No, it's the same.
No, he's... Pop me back.
Ready. Rain coming in.
Right behind us. What? Watch this player.
Watch it. Put wires on it.
Okay.
Bro, what?
Pathfinder crack. Watson.
self-res! Maybe.
I got knocked out of zone. We're all self-res.
What? Push him out, push him out, push him out!
I'm dead. We got second.
It's alright, good job.
Ne puskee meitä. Mä joudun ottaa kohdaton. Mä etin vaan arkkeita. Mä etin vaan naasteja. Tuo kaikki mun naasteja. Osu. Mitäs? Siinä on kultainen ressi olla. Tai sit joku... Petko!
I hit one on the roof, I think.
Get it, 68, push out roof.
Fuck me, it's up top.
Might try and move us a little bit. They're fighting a bit. One of them went down.
They're still on the ship.
On the roof.
Party this.
I'm climbing the roof right now.
Dead.
Nice.
I'm moving up to this rock. Moving up to this rock.
Okay.
I can probably get 3 shots. Can you come with me there?
He's at the
Path crack. I need you to shoot him. He's one.
Got one down.
Res me. They should push.
Finish. I'm resing. Yep, I gotta fall off. I'm gonna portal into the building.
Oh! Copying Phoenix. So I'm dead.
You have to go to the stairs. Oh, nice.
Я вижу.
Подошел.
Здорово!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we have 80 teams competing for $500,000. It's been an amazing day of action so far. We, of course, have seen 10 teams so far qualify for the winners bracket final. Some great stories, some great storylines. Coming up next on the main stage, the players are getting ready. The players are getting set. It's going to take some time to get them on the main stage. It's the winners, the 10 teams from Groups C and Groups D. But, of course, you saw the action of Group D. It was a great match and a great series. You saw some of the action of Group C. Let's go ahead and show you guys the entirety of the action from Group C. It's the replay and rebroadcast of the Group C match that you guys missed on stream. We'll be back in a bit.
Looks like where the party is here for Rogue.
And you can see one of the members as well just watching out the back of the dropship, just saying, all right, this is where these teams are dropping, basically, and they can maybe even counting how many teams have left that dropship, because they can get a good indication with this particular flight path of whether they're going to be alone at Skulltown nice and early. If you are alone, and if everyone else is quite spread out and they're not anywhere near you, you can really separate and take the whole of Skulltown and then meet in the middle.
And looking at the point of view there of Rogue as well, I think there was 3 different teams who were kind of drifting their way towards market there. We saw 2 landing in fairly close proximity in the first game, but 3, I mean, there might be some action going down in the market.
I'm sure it looks like heaven to a lot of you players who are used to playing a lot of Apex at home, but actually here is that early contesting in market, and it's going to be Lazarus who are taking this early fight, and great knock there. Nice to get an alternator early in the game.
And now we're going to see another player in front of it there. The alternator's doing damage. We're going to see the push in from the caustic as well. Can they finish this kill? Atletico somehow managed to stay alive in this situation. Bullet L, I mean, he put his sneakers on. He managed to get out of dodge very, very quickly. And it looks like his teammates will be falling, and Hey Katie with the Mozambique. I think that might be the first Mozambique kill we've seen so far in the tournament. Manages to put some points on the board here.
Well, that's 2 down though for Lazarus, and Postkill only has a slither of health left to work with. He is the caustic though, so he can turtle up a little bit. There is another shield on the floor that he can utilize if he does get in this fight. But 2 of Atletico have a 2v1 now. They need to push on, and they need to take advantage of this man advantage.
Yeah, Hey Kate is going to kind of be the player who's going to be looking to do the damage, because that's the player who has health, that's the player who has shields in this situation. Teammate Bullet L is going to find shields as well. So now you can see Postkill trying to play this one slowly. Maybe just try and get some eyes on where those players are, do some damage, and look to finish off those kills. He's got that hot 99 as well, so he's in a perfect position to melt some shields.
Just he doesn't have any health.
He's got no health.
All he has is
it's a lie.
shields.
1 HP.
So he has got around 51 health at the moment. So if he gets tagged in the face by anything, he's going to go down. Decent shots from him. It's enough to push the one player away. He's going to have to utilize his caustic traps. But finally, the shots come in. The pincer was great from Atletico, and they did enough here in Market. Very terrifying when you have to take an early game fight this early in the tournament, but at least it's Atletico who come out victorious.
Yeah, Atletico do win that one. We were talking about their rotations last time, but they win the team fight, and now they will have the run of the market. They can do exactly what they want as we take a look across the super kicker now, and where they're going to be dropping. It looks like they're going to be chilling around the slums.
Gibraltar still being used as well. They are more than happy with this composition, it would seem. And for Lazarus, I mean, it's very difficult when they were able to successfully take Market in opening match and they weren't contested early on by Atletico. Atletico dropped outside of Market previous, but it seemed like Atletico said, actually, we don't feel like our loot was good enough in match number 1. So instead, we're going to take you toe-to-toe in Market. We're confident in our ability, and it paid off because of that. And they should get, in theory, better loot because of that aggression.
And this is what happens when you win game number 1 as well. You drop Skull Town and nobody else fancies it. It's as simple as that. Sweet Dreams with the purple armor dropped, and Huskers with the blue as well. So they're going to have plenty of HP to play with when they do make those rotations. And I mean, look at the weaponry as well. The R99 and the Havoc. If anyone walks around the corners and finds themselves a wild Huskers, well, they're not going to be too long for this world.
I mean, the entirety of Skull Town is a massive
it's a huge area.
Heaven if you're able to get it on your own. So for Rogue to be that brave to say, look, this is our drop spot. If any of you want to drop with us, be our guests. And I'm sure that they would drop differently if they did see another team flying towards it, and they'd maybe drop closer together. But because no one contested it, they were able to drop on each side, loot the entirety of it, and you can see how it's worked out for them in terms of shields. But another team who's been able to shield up very well here in Bunker Town is Tempo. A purple shield and 2 blue shields. I'd be more than happy with that after my initial loot sequence.
Yeah, kind of hoping one of the players is just going to give us a little bit of an indication maybe of where that circle is going. You can see now CLG are going to be moving towards, sorry, not CLG, excuse me, Click Esports. I saw the CLQ. It was enough to confuse me as I'm not the smartest man in the world, but they're going to be rotating towards Cage here and now using passive ability of Pathfinder to try and locate where that circle is going to be moving. If we could pop back actually, just so that we can try and catch a little glimmer in the minimap of where that circle might be. That'll be absolutely huge for us to determine where these teams are trying to rotate. But at the moment, we're going to stay on board with Pittsburgh Knight. Lots of high ground here. Watson fences up. And lots of ranged weapon on their side as well.
This is a very popular spot for a lot of teams. They really like to just Watson fence up and utilize that high ground and really just hold that position and lay down fire, especially if you've got long-range weapons like the longbow. And they are just going to be griefing everyone. And so we did see Click earlier move towards Cage. And now Halo Klein Gaming, they're going to be right on the outskirts of Cage as well. So they potentially could be griefed here, and yes, they've spotted them. There is going to be a little bit of a shindig here at Cage. Are they going to be confident enough to take it, or are they just going to get out of here?
It seems at the moment, from what I can see, it might be another fairly central finishing circle. Just judging where the players are located at the moment by the Cage, and from the rotations that we're seeing in the edge of the circle that we can see here, we can kind of just see the back end of the Leviathan above the river. That's really difficult to say, by the way. I invite anyone at home to try and say that themselves. So now we're going to see the battle on the rotation here. Smart positioning here, but they're going to have to drop down, otherwise there's out of bounds.
Yeah, it looks like
going to do some problems.
Looks like the circle is going to be very central, actually. You can see the edges on Bunker. At the moment, the edges are on Cage as well. So those Leviathans are just going to be about in the circle with Bunker there as well. Maybe ending somewhere towards that Bunker Town again that we saw earlier on in this tournament. Or maybe somewhere down towards Mid-River, Caves kind of area if you're lucky. But maybe right in the center of Canyon. That is an area we have seen it end quite often, which is just near the head of the southern Leviathan. And that is a good place to hold if you can get there early, but a horrible place to push if you are getting into the circle late.
Yeah, lots of different elevations that can be going on that final circle, so we're going to have to see what teams are repositioning themselves to take advantage of that different elevation that can be offered by the geometry. They're going to jump aboard with Halo Klein Gaming. They're going to be forced to rotate here, not taking too much damage from the Storm, but you can see they're trying to take a little bit of a longer rotation here, and you can also kind of feel that hopefully they've got a little bit of heals here as they are going to pull in the respawn of their teammates to put themselves up to a full complement of players. Not too far to travel, you would hope, and now they're going to have to try and find an escape route for that teammate respawning.
And I would say this is one of the biggest lessons for a more casual player of Apex Legends, is not being scared to go back into that red circle to bring back teammates, because the risk of bringing back teammates within the circle, especially in a lobby like this full of some of the best players in the world, is absolutely massive. So it's very intelligent of them to actually say, look, we've got the health, we've got the ability to replenish that health, let's just make sure we get all three back on board.
Yeah, if you're respawning, inside of that red circle with so many teams still left alive, 19 players, the best in the world, you are essentially dropping with a sparkly dress on, with loads of arrows around you, neon arrows saying, hey guys, I have absolutely no shields, please help yourself to the freest kill in the world.
I'm a 3-point, come and get me. Atletico now have positioned themselves in this kind of area around mid-river towards mid-bunker town as well. And now HLC are going to be able to push back into this circle after they've picked them up. And one of the things you're going to notice, well, a lot of these teams, they hold positions that have the ability where Pathfinder can actually use his passive and use that tower to scan where that next hill is going to be, where the next circle is going to be. And they hold that position so they can use it several times. It's not a one-use thing. As soon as that next circle comes in and the next round begins, you can use it again.
So we did momentarily, I believe it was FlyQuest there, who were hunkered up inside the bunker. Just kind of watching the action pass them by, looking to see what teams are going to be pushing. A perfect position from them at the moment to try and time potentially a rotation, not only out the front, but you can see on the minimap there still the option to rotate maybe towards the south of the map, around the bunker area, and re-engage from that different angle. So lots of options here. It is FlyQuest who are holding down the bunker to kind of play with, as we do see a little bit of a cheeky peek come in. The shield just being dropped momentarily.
Again, longbows, triple takes is going to be very important in this kind of particular circle, with a lot of people hiding in buildings with those tiny cracks in the window where you can pick them off and where you can just grief and take away ever so slightly the amount of shields, just to be really annoying and to be a nuisance as everything calms down and slows down. And until that round 2 circle starts to enclose, which is going to be now, we're not seeing too much movement, but I'm sure there are a few teams who are still on the edge of that circle who are going to have to find their way in. Again, a lot of those teams who loot on the real outskirts of the map, like Repulsor, for example, they're going to have to push quite far across this map.
Yeah, we were talking how we feel it's quite a central map. It could not be more of a central circle, excuse me, by the looks of that. I think it's pretty much equidistant north, south, east, and west. So lots of action going to be going down here around the caves area. Maybe around the market area as well. Lots of different types of elevation as we now see Rogue, who was so dominant in that first game, trying to pin this player down and trying to take him down before he hits the portal. And immediately there, Rogue repositioning themselves, and Sweet Dreams hitting some sweet shots of his own.
Yeah, really good communication from Rogue there, just to make sure they're focusing the correct player, not tracking Wraith, who was running and of course can use their Q to go invisible. Instead, looking for the more vulnerable players at the back, as now Rogue are going to find themselves getting a little bit chunked by this circle.
I do love what I just saw there from Rogue, though. They pushed on that damage almost immediately that was done originally by Sweet Dreams, picked out that elimination. So good play there from Rogue. Get that point on the board, go back into the red. Again, don't be too afraid of it, but one thing you could be afraid of is opening the door and finding some Watson fences and a little Watson staring you right in the eyeballs.
Yeah, that's one of those moments when you just have that little scare jump as you walk into market, because yes, you've got to expect everyone around the corner, but usually it's not someone putting up a fence there and then. And you can see that circle is going ever so slightly south now in this particular central area, so towards that mid-river. There is going to be a little bit of it in Canyon as well, and towards Caves too. So a couple of those teams that were towards Bunker are going to have to start moving sooner rather than later, otherwise they might find themselves getting chunked for a little bit of damage from the red.
Still 19 teams remaining in this game. You can see Rogue again controlling the top of market here, having the elevation over anyone who tries to move around this area. You can see the elevation around now. They're looking down on pretty much absolutely everyone that will be rotating around the area, trying to land some shots themselves. It's just interesting to see if there is anyone still underneath them in market. I think there was that team that we just momentarily jumped off, and it was indeed Halo Client Gaming, who might be in a position here to maybe cause the guys from Rogue a little bit of a problem, but they also got to be aware that Rogue seem to be aware of that potential issue. They are aware themselves. Some little peak shots coming in, but they also have those Watson fences up, so the only way to access the top of the market here.
I would imagine though, Halo Klein, they're going to be reluctant to push anyone at this point because they're going to want to go for placement because there's still 19 squads left, and regardless of who's above them, it's a risk to take that fight. So I don't know if we're going to see them actually go for that. I think they'll probably just wait, say, look, we're in the circle, we can be patient. We just have to hope that this team above us either comes to us or they just disappear and run away.
And I wonder here if Rogue are going to get aggressive on this team in market as well. We did see how good they were in those team fights towards the end of that first game as they picked up that huge win. Or is it a case of maybe just watching this cut off of anyone rotating in late? Or maybe they're going to look to rotate themselves through the caves here and take some close range battles.
It's looking like it's going to finish somewhere in the center of caves, to be honest. So they do have the option of going all the way around, and that's why they're going to use the portal now from Wraith. And this is something that players do so often at the highest level as well. Really taking advantage of every single ability that each legend has and using them to their absolute best. And being able to not take damage from the red by using that portal has allowed them now to get a safer rotation rather than pushing directly into caves from market.
So Halo Klein going to be holding down market at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to be aware that Rogue have decided to rotate. FlyQ once again holding down things at the moment, still in contention, 19 squads remaining of course, but they seem to be coming under quite a lot of pressure here, and it's around the crossroads area that we're seeing these battles go down. Grenade going to be going in here, the instant is going to burn that player. And it's Justice Esports who are trying to get some points on the board themselves, as we are seeing some beautiful shots come in as Rogue now on that rotation have decided to get aggressive and try and pick up some kills of their own.
This is a rotation that perhaps this team didn't really expect. They probably thought they were safe because of that red behind them, but this is good stuff from Rogue. However, one player has dropped. He's been eliminated as well, and it's dropped who does drop.
Yeah, then you can see the Peacekeeper just absolutely chunking him as well. So Sweet Dreams is forced to retreat here towards his teammates. Now we're going to see Halo Klein Gaming maybe decide to push out finally from market and try and rotate their way towards that circle, but it's actually going to be FlyQuest here who have relocated. They're going to be running around the inside of market here, and now they're going to be locating themselves through the caves as finally Halo Klein Gaming make their move.
It was Rogue going up against Reciprocity as well. Both Grego and Snipedown got taken out, and actually the entirety of Reciprocity might have gone down in 19th there if I'm not mistaken. One team definitely got eliminated, and it could well have been one of Reciprocity, so that would be an awful finish for them. And they didn't have the best of finish in the previous game as well, which would require a massive match 3. Of course, we'll get confirmation as soon as we can, as at the moment we are going to see Alistair here just trying to post up, trying to defend this area, but they still have to make moves in the next 55 seconds.
Yeah, they've kind of got an interesting decision to make here. They took their time to make a rotation, but you look at the mini-map here at the top left, so many tiny choke points, essentially only 2 ways to get to this next circle for a lot of these teams who are the wrong side, who are the south side of the caves. So they're going to have to make some plays, and we are going to see some battles as now we see the guys on Super Kicker getting involved in the action, longbow in hand, and we got that wingman as well trying to ping some shields.
It's like a really terrifying form of Gladiators, and if you've not seen the game show Gladiators, then you probably won't get this analogy whatsoever. However, as soon as you get past one team and one fence, suddenly there's another team waiting around the corner with another fence. Watson just provides so much defensive ability, and it's why she's an integral part of so many compositions, unless you super kick and you'd rather have Gibraltar.
Super Kicker now, they're going to have to use every single thing in their inventory to try and get themselves out of this situation. They find themselves pinned a little bit here. They're going to have to unleash some of those fly kicks that we do see in the logo. Maybe that's a little bit of a foreshadowing there on what they were going to do to try and get out. But here we are going to see the battle towards the caves. And it's going to be Justice Esports now, and it's going to be Halo Klein Gaming again now being forced to rotate. We're going to see every single rock seems to have someone's name and number on it, and as they do try and rotate through that tight choke point, they are going to be falling, and it's going to be CLQ who are going to be going down. It's going to be JST who are dropping down some players, and I think that might have been all 3 players who have dropped now for HLC.
18 squads is about to come a lot less, I can tell you that, as so many corners are covered at this point. We do see Windstrike trying to defend their position, and they are just going to be able to just rain down down fire on so many players pushing in on this circle now.
Yeah, there should be easy finishes here, and there's going to be a gold knockdown shield, and we know how huge they are towards that end game. Winstrike, they held this choke point for so long. They were so disciplined because they knew so many teams were going to have to rotate towards them.
And they are poised perfectly for this next circle as well. Look how close it is to them, and look at the circle that we're going to have. There is going to be a slight amount of high ground available, and it's Winstrike who are going to have that ability. They were checking every single nook and cranny behind them as well to ensure no one can come from behind us, and they really have the potential to win this game.
And let's talk about some of the macro things that just happened there and the micro things. Yes, they have the high ground in that situation. Yes, the circle is going to favor them, but having just won that battle as well, they also have those death boxes right next to them within the circle. If they need to swap shields in a close range battle, they might have that potential to do that in that battle.
You can also opt to just drop your shield, pick up that shield in that death box, and then just drop them everywhere and say, look, we now have this pit of shields we can just dip in and out of if we need to. So maybe that's something we might see from this team. But of course, if you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to maybe someone race portaling behind you and taking some of those shields off you as well. So being aware of what shields are in what boxes is going to be very important, as we now see that Gibraltar ult coming really in handy. Sorry, Gibraltar's Q, his shield coming in real handy. And now, late game, Gibraltar's actual ultimate, those missiles, they could do a lot of damage, providing you can get rid of Watson's ultimate ability, which usually stops any sort of ordnance drops.
So we have seen a few teams drop, like we said. Now we're going to see the push coming in as we jump over to Atletico, who are bunkered up right in the middle of the current circle. They will have to move, but there's going to be some fairly easy picks, you would think, here as he pushes in, but no, one player does go down here. SK Vic picks up one there on a Nagano 1998 player. Peacekeeper shots coming in left, right, and center here, and somehow SK are staying in it. Nash now trying to push in himself. Is he going to fall victim to the storm? He somehow manages to get out of dodge, but surely only just for a matter of time.
Manages to find himself the tiniest little hole, but unfortunately he's taken out. And I don't think maybe Superkick realized that, yes, okay, they used Gibraltar's shield. They gave safe passage to a couple of teams there who said, look, there's a shield we can utilize here. We can push through this and gain some cover from on-firing teams.
Taking a look across now. Some of the teams that we do have left. Gamers Origin, again, a great performance from them in this game, and they managed to get a cheeky res off there in that situation. They are a little bit in a tight spot as far as getting towards that final circle is concerned, and we only have 4 squads now left as we are approaching these final circles. Huge opportunity for big points here as we look across. Team Fire, one of the teams now involved.
Yeah, but and Lax just trying to work together as the remaining 2, and then you see Saw IPN, he is a solo here, so we've got a 1, a 2, and we know we've got a 3 definitely in Winstrike available as well, and then a 2 here for Gamers Origin. So it's Winstrike who have that advantage of 3 members going into this final section and this final fight, and they have the high ground as well.
Should be everything they could possibly want as far as having the ability to close out what would be a big points victory for them in this game number 2 of Group C. Purple shields across the board.
10 seconds. The ring is
ult ready to be used as well.
Well,
301, Peacekeeper.
He's got that ult out just in case any grenades come flying around the corner, because he can just instantly plop it down and just try and say, no, you're not going to grenade any of us.
I also like the fact that they're not peeking in this particular point as well. They are almost waiting for players to have to move in. As soon as those battles go down, that's where they're going to jump out. That's where they become the Viper. They're going to pounce. They're going to look to finish those kills and win this game. Here we go.
We've got dances on the zip line. We've got shots firing from every single direction at the moment, but the Peacekeeper, the R99s, they're going to be so important in this final battle.
We're going to watch Rob Beam here jumping in as well. He's got a Peacekeeper, he's got an R301. Surely this is going to be the game here, going to Winstrike. They down a couple of players. There's the last player in front of them. The Peacekeeper comes in, and Winstrike do manage to close out game number 2.
And we saw them prior to the game turning around and pointing at their jersey, and I think we should see it again from Winstrike.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back after game 2 right there of Group C. And you guys see some good performances from a variety of teams there in Group C. Of course, that was a rebroadcast as we're giving our players some time to get ready here on the main stage. Also, shout out to Danielle. We got to make sure you guys don't have to go back and watch that VOD on YouTube. We're giving it to you live. You're not missing a match here in this tournament. Fallout joined alongside Jamerson, and we got Rain Day back on the desk, who crushed it earlier in analysis. It's good to have you back, my friend.
Yeah, good to be back. Obviously, I'm watching a lot of these games. There's so much action going
going on that, you know, my job is to keep track of it. So you guys can take a little bit of a break, eat some food, and then we can also get the info to the audience.
I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you
Yes.
so much, man. You've been honestly killing it in terms of analysis, but you obviously had a chance to watch the Group C matches. Without any spoilers here for those who didn't see it, break down Game 2 for me. I know we saw Windstrike, Fire, Rogue, Games Origin do really, really well.
Yeah, Windstrike was really the team that dominated that. Obviously, you guys are early scuttle between Athletico and Lazarus, and I think the key there is that there's a fight for resources early on. And some of these teams, as the rounds get a little bit later, start trying to encroach on different areas. And if it doesn't work, sometimes they're stubborn enough to try again. And that obviously sets a tone for some tough rotations or just looking for loot that's not there. Windstrike actually got themselves in a beautiful position in the middle of caves where the circle ended up being. And we've seen that be pretty much a huge determinant as to whether a team is going to be successful. So if you can get into that circle early, get a deep rotate, they basically were able to set themselves up for the win just off of that.
Yeah, of course, another team that looked very strong. Fire, bouncing back and looking strong. Had a chance to meet someone wooed. We had a woo in the crowd here. Had a chance to meet the boys from Fire. A lot of respect for those players as individuals. Looking very, very good in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, Fire was a team that was constantly a threat. I think in game 1 as well, they were a threat to Rogue, but Rogue just had the better end of the positioning. Coming from Skull, it was a little trickier than that third game that you all saw where they can go from Skull to Thunderdome and just sit there for half the game. But Fire was definitely putting up a good spot. They were really more of a hindrance towards FlyQuest as well, and you have that background of World's Best Gaming, those two, Urban and Bert, coming away from that FlyQuest team, which, you know, split in a way we're not quite sure yet, but they know that there's still that dynamic between both of those teams and a little bit personal as well. But they were definitely contested, just didn't quite put the performances like Gamers Origin, Windstrike, and of course Rogue did.
Yeah, definitely. Before X Games, you know, they did play together, like you had mentioned. World's Best Gaming, White, I believe, was the squad. There was Urban, Monsoon, and Burton. They had been playing together for a really long time, especially in the Apex Pro Court, and then they got the split up. And so this was an interesting matchup to see FlyQuest taking on Team Fire.
Yeah.
That's an interesting storyline.
A little personal, close to home.
Yeah, it is a little personal, of course. Some of you guys maybe caught the action on the side stream. A lot of you didn't, so no spoilers here. This is a no spoiler chat. I'm calling you out, Twitch trolls out there, everyone watching. But one team in particular that didn't really show up big in Game 2 needs to have a big Game 3 performance. Will they do it? It's Reciprocity.
Reciprocity is a team that obviously has a lot of eyes on them. When you look at Snipedown trying to come off of not playing with Mimu anymore and the boys from the X Games, he's got a lot to prove. And of course, I think Grego is helping him a lot. One of the only, if not the only lifeline pick, he's using the longbow extremely well. He's pressuring third parties nicely, staying safe, and using it defensively, which, you know, if you're new to Apex or if you're just joining in, that lifeline care package doesn't just bring you goodies, it can sometimes stop the bad things from getting to you as well. So that's one of the things that we've seen them use really nicely. Game 3 is a great showcase of them finally picking up a little bit of steam.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest adjustments for that squad, for Reciprocity, is, of course, like you had mentioned, bringing in 2 of the former Cloud9 players. But this is a drastic different role for them because before Cloud9, they were dropping water treatment, but now they're taking the heat of Snipedown. They're going for that repulsor drop, and that's a huge shift in kind of tone for both Grego and Frex, and of course, making that transition on over, going back to the lifeline. That is a much different role.
And I'm not sure where we are in the segment, but before we do, the real key for this group as well was Gamers Origin, a team that had so much synergy, so much consistency. They placed number 2, they placed number 3. I don't know if we're revealing the final game's results, but it's pretty good. Let's just say it that way. There's somebody that you cannot ignore, and so they've made themselves relevant each and every game, and I think that's going to be what determines the winner here. Can you make yourself relevant, not game 1, not game 2, but game 3 and 4, and finally find yourself in the top end of the bracket?
Yeah, what's kind of great about this scenario now is we have a chance to obviously take a look at the teams in Group C to see who completes the other 10 teams. We saw Group D earlier, and guess what? Group C and Group D are getting ready on main stage to be competing. Our apologies for those that want to just jump into the action on main stage. I know a lot of y'all want to watch Group C. However, the reason that this is happening is because there's actually a rule in the playbook. We got to give players 60 minutes in between matches. It's a long, obviously, marathon. We want to be respectful to the players, give them some time to set up and give them some time to get ready for a very important Winners Bracket Round 2 matchup. So not only are we bringing you the action, we're also being respectful to these players here.
Well, one thing as well, looking back, and Jamerson, I know you've harped on this a little bit today as well, was the economy of how you're looting. When you're finding these fights and you're able to get a purple shield off of that, when you're able to get yourself geared up, how important that is to obviously having success in the late game. And Windstrike in that game 2 we just witnessed, that was the perfect example. Holding that choke and obviously supplying themselves so that even though they took that last fight, admittedly, 2 teams, not great numbers, could have gotten double teamed on that. They had 3 purple shields and no one else was working with that type of shielding. So it ended up supporting them a lot and getting the job done.
One team in particular we mentioned earlier is Reciprocity. Reason that's an interesting team to look out for, obviously if you're a fan of the Rec Pack, you're hoping that they're going to do well here in game number 3. However, the storyline is an amazing one. You know, of course, Snipedown played under the Reciprocity banner with the 2 teammates currently on the G2 roster who decided, despite a silver medal at X Games, they wanted to play with their original third. Looks like it was a pretty good decision for them as G2 has been firing off. Really, I don't think they've placed out to the top 5, top 6 in any of the games that they've played. They secured themselves a spot in the winners bracket final with a win right here. I think they got 2nd place in the matchup in winners bracket round 2. Looking very good. The question is, all eyes on Snipedown. Can he hold his end of the bargain? Can he showcase that he can still compete at the top level without the G2 boys?
Again, the huge problem here is that, Reciprocity, bringing in those 2 members from Cloud9, you're taking a core member out from OP who's playing with HRO right now. Yeah. And OP was supposed to be one of the fraggers. He has that deadly aim, and you're kind of
I've casted him before in a very... he's a great player. I've casted a lot of 1v1s on him in other games, and mechanically one of the best players that I think we have. But Snipedown, you can tell, you were just with him over last week in Halo.
In Atlantic City.
He's a leader. He's a winner. He knows what to do. I think if any guy can mesh with 2 talented players, it's going to be him.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's going to be a great game number 3. Of course, if you didn't see it on the Bravo stream, check it out here, because guess what? Game number 3 is ready. We have it for you. Before we kick off our winners bracket round 2 matchup of Group C and D, here's game number 3 from Group C.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start this one off with the winners of our last game, Windstrike team, who won 2 vital battles to pick up points on their way to that championship banner being displayed across their monitors. Let's see where they drop. Let's see where things start out. It looks like they're going to be moving maybe towards market, looking around here, or is it going to be one of those watchtowers?
Well, I mean, Windstrike were known for dropping swamps, but that doesn't look like that drop is anywhere near swamps. It looked like they were actually even targeting water treatment or considering those areas, as now we can see Justice being able to move over here towards airbase, and it looks like they've got it relatively for free. Doesn't look like there's anyone else contesting with them, or is there? Because actually you can see one of the players is very low on health, so maybe there is someone worming around on the edges of airbase as well. Yes, there is. It's going to be Nagano who are joining them here.
And this is what we love to see, a little bit of early aggravation, try and get those points on the board. And good news here for Reciprocity fans, Snipedown and Frex have just managed to pick up a couple of kills themselves, which is huge for them.
Onto Windstrike as well. So I don't know if that's Windstrike purposely dropping towards Reciprocity to say, look, we recognize Reciprocity as a threatening team. They're struggling right now. Let's drop on them. Let's see if we can push them into the lower bracket. Maybe, though, it hasn't worked out, because you can see Rugby taken out of the game. Yes, okay, his banner can still be recovered, but I'm sure now Desert and Fizzu are going to be saying, all right, well, we can leave him be. He went for an attempt. He went for something a little bit different.
Now we're going to see Lazarus under pressure here in market as well. Another team are going to be pushing them. One player is down. The caustic traps go out again. And it hasn't been the first time that we've seen Lazarus kind of stuck in this situation inside a market, having pressure, applied to them from various different directions, and it's Atletico again who are contesting market, rotating in, and quite happily taking this fight.
We were always going to have this potential at this tournament. With 80 teams, you're always going to get at least a couple. We're going to have similar drop locations, as he is ripped apart by the EVA 8 there, and that's going to be 2 members of Lazarus down, 1 surviving. I wonder if it is that caustic just trying to get away. Yes, it is. It's post-kill. He's managed to get outside, and you heard a little bit of communication there, or at least I heard it in my ears. I don't know if you can hear it on stream as well. I heard just live, stay alive, get away, and maybe he might even be able to get a revive here as well.
There might be an opportunity. Can he get the stick? Can he get that res off in time? Yes, he can. So now there's 2 players alive, and now we're going to see the P2020 with those hammer point rounds trying to do some damage, and Nagano 1998, who were trying to put pressure on themselves, look like they might have made a decision that they'll come to regret.
And Nagano taken out, which is a massive surprise, and a lot of expectation from Nagano personally, because again, they have some real Battle Royale veterans on that side. They've been a team since pretty much the start of Apex Legends as well, and they are not going to be happy with that one, and I wonder whether that's going to secure themselves dropping into that lower bracket. You can see the standings just ticking across the top of your screen there. Alistair currently in 11th. We haven't seen 11th through 20th at the moment. I was trying to work it out in my head. Nagano were in 15th. They've been taken out of the game. They're dropping to lower bracket.
They are going to that losers bracket, and the one thing that I've been fascinated with is, yes, we knew that teams were going to be more aggressive, that had to get those points on the board. But the amount of engagements we've already seen, the fact that we've only had 1 team be eliminated so far, that's a surprise to me.
And I think that's because two of those teams who were in the early engagements were two teams who desperately required points. Lazarus, who are currently in 20th, being fought early on by Atletico. They knew they had to get away and try and survive if they wanted any chance of getting into the top 10. But big surprises for me, Tempo Storm and Reciprocity currently residing outside of that top 10.
Oh, a lovely shot there with the longbow to drop some shields. And now he's going to be dropping down himself using that grapple to maintain that momentum towards Rogue, and there's going to be a little bit of battle around Thunderdome here. You can see a couple of players are kind of posted up at the moment here from Rogue at the top of the cage area in Thunderdome. They do have the high ground advantage, and I'm looking at that ring, Dan, and Rogue, very, very good at playing this Thunderdome final circle, and I just wonder here, looking at the edge there, if we're going to be moving towards that final location.
Yeah, certainly it looks like it's leaning towards that south area, but I wonder whether it's actually going to be a correct prediction from them. Once I get a proper glimpse of the map, I might be able to have a better indication of it. But certainly they're going to be more than happy here, as here we go. We've got someone being respawned back in, and this is a scary place to be respawned back in. If you've been playing at home, I'm sure you're familiar with being respawned here, right outside of Skulltown as well, because we've all died there many a time.
Smart play, though, to put that portal down to make sure that you can get him out of dodge, get him back into the fight without taking too much damage. And now we're going to see Click Esports there looted up pretty nicely at the moment. 3 players with that level 3 shield, a longbow. We've got the R99 as well. They are in a fantastic position here, just outside of Waterworks, to really do some damage in this lobby.
Yeah, massive impact having a Skull Piercer as well in water treatment. And now we're going to see whether Saw here can continue to apply the pressure that we've seen here in Thunderdome. They do have a gold armor to work with, and these are some decent shots as well coming out of Moffers with this longbow. They're not pushing on this, though.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, though, it's great to hit these shots, but they don't have the ability to close that distance that Rogue currently have between them to essentially capitalize on those kills. They're kind of just pushing them back here. This is the power position at the moment for every single team in the lobby. And again, Rogue are controlling it. Rogue can re-shield. The only thing that might be a slight worry here for Rogue is how many shield cells and batteries that they have in their inventory.
And because they're going to have a target on their backs, because there is a popular spot to be trying to hold, if you think that the circle is going to be heading that way, they could get pushed from several angles at the same time if they're not careful. So they might have to, at some point, opt to try and take a fight to try and eliminate some of these threats that seem to be surrounding them.
People have been to Monsoon here from FlyQuest. He told some of his story. And he has put in some strong performances with FlyQuest, of course, so far in in Group C. Now moving around a little rotation, maybe towards that Thunderdome area, through this compound, towards the bottom side of the map. 19 squads still remaining. After that little early flurry, we should say, of activity, Dan, things have started to slow down, maybe to a little bit of a pace we would expect at this stage of the game.
And it is definitely a southwest circle, but we're really going to see more as this second circle comes through, and we'll get a bigger indication of where it's going to finish. Just hiding on the edge of bunker at the moment. Super kick as they wait to see where they're going to have to rotate. It looks like they have to move quite a lot, so it has shifted very heavily towards the southwest as expected. But whether the early prediction from Rogue is going to be correct or not remains to be seen.
So then CLG, who are just about holding on to a top 10 spot at the moment as we are into our final game, are taking that rotation through Skulltown here. And the one worry about rotating this way through Skulltown is you never know who's going to be hiding around a corner. That close quarter combat can be so difficult to deal with, especially if you don't take that first shot yourself. But also the difficulty of rotating out of Skulltown towards Thunderdome. You have to go uphill. You have those players who might be overlooking Skulltown on top of those bones with those longbows. Difficult position here for CLG, but if they can make this work, they could be in a good spot.
It looks like CLG are actually into a fight here, but they are retreating very quickly because they weren't grouped up. If you are going to be pushing through Skulltown, you want to try and push as a 3 in this close quarter areas to ensure that you can utilize your weapons to your best ability, and they switch up which way they're going to be facing, and they're going to go out there. And Windstrike were actually able to get the teammate back up. So even though the early aggression from them had a player fall down, he's back up, he's back into the game, and it looks like now we're going to move over and we are going to get this engagement.
Yes, we are indeed. You can see the Peacekeepers have been brought out, and it's going to be a beautiful shot hit there, but he's going to be taken down, and there is going to be a team eliminated here almost before you could realize it. Team Fire are the players who pick up the kills, and it was PK who got taken down in the meantime.
Pittsburgh Knights will be saying good night, it seems. They are taken out, and it will mean it guarantees them out of this group as well. They'll drop into that lower bracket because they were in 14th and they wouldn't have picked up enough points even if they picked up a couple of kills going into this one. And you saw a little glimpse of the map there as well, so it does look like Thunderdome is going to be the area of this finish.
And it was a perfect indication, of what I was talking about, the difficulty of rotating through Skulltown. If you get caught off guard, it's so difficult to escape those small rooms, especially with so many teams still left in the lobby. You can't heal up. If you don't get those first shots with the R99, with the Peacekeeper off, you're at such a huge disadvantage. You're kind of relying on the other team to miss shots, which is, at this level, very unlikely.
I think that's why we saw CLG get the hell out of there. They saw that was a potential of these fights. They heard a couple of players surrounding them in the Skulltown, and they knew that because they're sitting currently on that threshold of that 10th position, placement is going to be so important for them. They can't risk taking the fight. However, it was slightly different for Pittsburgh Knights. They did have to take some fights. They did have to look for aggression to try and guarantee themselves into those later stages of this match.
Longbow in hand. Air between the bullets and the target, unfortunately, there for Gamers Origin. Still in a pretty good position here as we see them just on the outskirts of Skulltown at the moment. This is a good position to be in if you do want to potentially pick off some of those players rotating through.
And I really wonder whether the likes of Gamers Origin, the likes of Windstrike were going to be on people's list as teams that are going to be sitting in the top 3 after a couple of matches. But they really have shown what they're made of here, and they've shown that they are going to be a huge threat, not only in this group, but in this tournament as well.
I just wonder when this ring starts enclosing now, the early rotation is going to be so key. I'd love to go over and see what Rogue are doing at the moment, if they're still holding down that position as Gamers Origin and just looking to find anyone to pick off as they try and rotate over through or around of Skulltown. And Windstrike are going to be that team, and there is that shot that comes in, and what a shot it was, dropping in that player, but they won't be able to convert that distance again, proving to be an issue here for closing out those eliminations.
And usually if you're playing probably casual Apex, when you get a knock like that, your team is just going to get aggressive and they are going to dive on that team. But because there's so many squads left in such a small circle, it's a risk to try and push. So even though, yes, you did the damage and yes, you got the knock, you're very rarely going to get an elimination from that point. As Halo Klein Gaming, they are also going to be just here in Skulltown. A lot of teams currently setting up shop here, and it means that one 100%. Big old battle is going to unfold very shortly.
And here comes that battle. It's going to be Reciprocity of trying to put the pressure on. The Incend does come in. That's going to back up Frex here. Push that Watson ult down to try and recharge his shields a little bit quicker, but that's going to be destroyed almost immediately. So just for this second here, while he's shielding up, his two teammates here, Gregor and Snipedown, are going to be in a 2v3 situation potentially.
It's one of those teams just sat on the bones as well, just griefing and just saying, no, we're not going to allow you to get easy shields here, Reciprocity. We don't care if we're not going to secure these kills. We're going to make things difficult for you to actually get out of Skulltown. All teams currently really reluctant to take these fights, so nervous, but actually it's going to be big kills picked up by Reciprocity. They need a placement. They need kills if they're going to get into the top 10.
They seem to be doing the right things at the moment. Team Fire are going to be sat here at the moment as well within Skulltown. So many teams in these different buildings around the area at the moment. Skulltown is expensive property at the moment, and there's a lot of people interested in buying.
Meanwhile, teams like Rogue, they can just watch, they can chill, they can make a cup of tea if they want, because they early predicted, well, they dropped Thunderdome or near Thunderdome, and then they got the circle, they saw it was going to be heading towards Thunderdome, and they managed to get that height advantage. As you can hear a little bit of communication between Reciprocity as well, and you can see that big switch in terms of composition, Lifeline there instead of the Pathfinder.
Until we get
if you are wondering why that is in comparison to some of the other lineups that we do see from some of the other teams, they do like those close range battles. They do like the ability to get those quick reses off if things don't go their way. And Reciprocity playing to their strengths, but now we're over to Gamers Origin, who have had a fantastic performance so far, but now it's their time to come under a little bit of fire, and I'll tell you what, that sniper rifle bullet, it might not connect it with the head, but he certainly gave him a haircut.
You can see as the round 3 circle is closing, you just get all of these shots fired off because everyone gets a little bit antsy. Everyone starts to dance around and some players start to move in. With still 17 squads left in this game, there's almost too many squads for this amount of space that's left on the map.
Certainly going to be an interesting finish here as we start to see in 17 seconds. That ring closing in. That means teams are going to have to move out of Skull Town. That means these teams who are up on the bones here, overlooking things, are going to make things difficult. And now we're going to see CLG getting involved. Nice wing with the Peacekeeper, picking up some nice kills of his own.
Yeah, CLG needed some big kills as well just to try and solidify their spot in the top 10, and they take out Superkick on their way. So that's not going to be good news for any Superkick fans as that circle heads even further, even deeper into Thunderdome.
And I think that's just going to relax CLG as well, moving forward as well. Some eliminations on the board, that means points. And points for them inside that top 10 where they're holding at the moment means a little bit of a cushion potentially moving forward.
Look how much health CLG just lost, just diving into that circle to ensure they were able to get some weapons, get new ammo, just anything that's going to be able to help them in these later fights.
One player got taken down there by Justice Esports. I don't think they were expecting it.
No.
Reciprocity still inside Skull Town here, and now you're going to see that lifeline package being called in as well, which is not only great for the fact that of what can be involved in the drop itself, but also acts as a little barrier, a little way that you can peek around corners and use it as a defensive shield as well.
Certainly in early stages of Apex, we saw lifeline used almost everywhere before the nerfs came in, and that drop really was used as a barrier, as protection, but now everyone's starting to move across open ground, and it's so dangerous when you've got longbows just staring down at you, and if they're accurate with those longbows, they can be absolutely devastating. It's so difficult to try and get towards that center of the ring.
We're seeing more kills coming in the feed as well, and CLG again picking up downs, getting eliminations. Great news for them. And now we're going to see Reciprocity make their move towards Thunderdome. This is the rotation. They have to cover ground, and Snipedown's putting down that portal, trying to get his teammates into a safe position.
They've done pretty well to avoid any sort of eyes watching from above at the moment, and actually Snipedown finds his way into the circle. If the rest of the team can do so, then they're going to be pretty happy and should be able to secure maybe a top 10, but they have been spotted actually. You can see the players of SOAR, they were actually pinging several different locations saying, all right, there's a team here, there's a team here. You need to be well aware of which angles you can be shot from, because later on that's going to be very important when you try and move across the map as well.
Reciprocity have been spotted, as you can see, but great shots here from Grego, backing down those players, but he fired off and the shot was returned with interest there from the top of the bones, dropping his shields, forcing Reg to back down and just hunker up and try and get those shields back on, but here comes the aggression. They're under pressure now, Reg.
Now this is scary when teams are pushing them and they are in such a sticky, close situation where they don't have many places to go. They have to win every fight if Reciprocity are going to have any chance of getting into the top 10. Yes, they have the shield recharge. Yes, they've got the health recharge, but can they win the fight?
Well, this is the interesting thing here. I think they're being pushed by Kamikaze. There was only 2 players alive on that team. Maybe they were playing for elimination points. Maybe they were just thinking, get points on the board. And all that's doing at the moment is feeding Reciprocity, as Rogue are also getting involved now, picking up some scraps on the outside.
Reciprocity do pick up some kills though, but now we move across to Halo Klein. They're getting involved with this fight as well. One player down, Brent Royale, Ray Rain and Azzy don't have a chance to reshield just yet, but now finally they get some cells in. 7 squads remaining now. Everyone's fallen as we came into round 5.
And Reciprocity again picking up kills. This is a huge game for Rec at the moment. It's what they needed. And while all of this is going on, Alistar are now moving in from the other side of Thunderdome right now. With so much action, so many teams on the west side. Now we're going to see this rotation in on the other side.
Yeah, Rec managed to secure the entire elimination onto HLC, so that's going to be at least 3 kills secured for them. Points they desperately need, and they're into the top 6 as well, so they're guaranteed at least 2 more points, but they want to get into that top 5 to try and secure 4.
And while all of this action has been going on, Rogue have had front row seats to it all. They've had popcorn, they've had table service, and they have just been able to sit up here at the top of the cage and rain down fire. They have been in a fantastic position for the entirety of all this action, and when you win game number 1, you couldn't ask for any more.
Yeah, this has been almost perfect in terms of where the circle has ended up for Rogue. They are very good at positioning themselves, they are good at predicting that circle, and you can see how they now have eyes on absolutely everyone, and it's going to be very difficult for anyone to take them down.
5 squads remaining then in our final game here of Group C. Shots being fired, ringing out all across Thunderdome. None of them landing as yet. You can see we've got Alistar here, we've got Rogue, we've got Reciprocity still involved in the battle, as well as 2 other teams. Shots going to be taken down. It's going to be Alistar, one of their players, be taken down to no shields, but again, using that Pathfinder to cover the ground. I don't know how long they're going to be able to stay alive in this particular situation, just hunkered up in the corner.
And they opted to rotate early so that they could maybe not be shot by everything and everyone, but unfortunately it's not really gone their way because everyone's targeting them in the moment. One player down, the second one's weak, and Astar are desperately just trying to stay alive. But elsewhere, there's rotations coming in from the rest of the teams. Rogue managed to pick up a kill onto Alistar, as well as we see Geo taking down another member.
Rogue have got this in the bag. Surely you can see there's 3 squads remaining. One of them is Rogue. Reciprocity have had players drop in this period of time as well. Rogue, surely they have their second win just inside their eyes.
You can almost do anything at this point, as the other 2 teams just have to watch on. Yes, okay, they don't have the next circle, but they have such an advantageous point in terms of high ground right now that they can lay down shots. Maybe there's an opportunity for Gamers Origin to still win if they push in and if they get this early circle, but you can see how easy it is for Rogue to land shots.
Yeah, they don't really need to do anything at this point, Rogue. Gamers Origin, that team of 3.
Just chill, let them fight.
Yes.
Sitting below them.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
Let them fight.
Waiting for something to happen. You can see the communication just momentarily there as well. Just let them fight.
Shooting at you. Okay,
Shots being taken down. I just wonder if there's a solo alive as well as we see these 3 available. Rogue just being so disciplined in this situation. So easy to get carried away in these situations now.
Yeah, Rogue are going to try and take down the rest of these 2 teams from up above. It is just 3 left, and I think it's 3 squads of 3 as well, Saw being one of them. Rogue have now dropped and they're getting involved into the battle. Husker's very, very weak here.
Yeah, this is Rogue just deciding to end this game here, to end this game now. They pick up eliminations left, right, and center as Dropped gets aggressive, pulls out the Peacekeeper and the R99. Husker's now with the R99 as well. Rogue have had enough of watching. They want to close this one out.
This is what Saw wanted. Saw wanted the fight to happen elsewhere, and now they push in. Now they look to do the damage. Yes, Rogue had the advantage.
Saw are turning this around. Somehow Saw have managed to close this one out. I think they've done it. Yes, they have. For everything that was going the way of Rogue, Saw have played that to the T.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the analyst desk as we just saw how the action unfolded in Group C. For everyone wondering, we hyped it up in the pre-show before that match. Did Reciprocity qualify? The answer to that question, tied. They qualified 10th place. Snipe Down and Co., former Cloud9, sneaked their way into winners bracket 2. Yes, we will have Eric, Rona, and Snipe Down on stage here in a little bit, which you know I'm a little bit excited for because I like it.
I don't think you can be any more excited about that.
It's just a story, you know what? It's just a story. He's also a great dude. I mean, talk about the fact that he's one of the winningest players of all time times in Halo. Played in another tournament last week in Halo, comes to Apex and dominates, wins Apex Predator. It's a pretty good story.
Doesn't he also have multiple X Game medals?
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only esports player.
The only esports player.
That's what I'm saying.
So, I mean, all bias and love that I have for Eric, Snipe Down, Rona aside, it is an amazing story. He is a phenomenal gamer, player, one of the best to do it, and it's a story that deserves to be told.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do now. 10th place is a little scary. Yeah, if you're Snipe Down, you had about an hour break here, 60 minutes to let the players get ready for the main stage matchup. What are you telling your team?
I mean, at this point, it's just about mental reset. You can't think about anything that went wrong. You just got to make sure that you don't play your own game once again. And it looks like that's what they're doing. They're the only team so far that we've seen that are running that double support composition of a Lifeline and a Watson. We saw plenty of it. I think there was about a 20% usage of that during the X Games, but this has now become much more rare here in this setting.
Yeah, but it's not so atypical that we're surprised by it, right? Like we were kind of expecting some teams to potentially do a slightly different comp just to see how it plays out with all of the teams that they're going against, and it clearly ended up working out in their favor.
Yep, indeed. Also, the Reciprocity in 10th place. Another kind of quick fact, if those that don't know, 2 controller players that we know of at least that qualified to winners bracket round 2. One of them is Nicewig of CLG. He'll be competing here in a little bit, I believe, right? He will be. Yep. They got 7th place in that group. So he'll be competing here in a little bit. I heard a let's go for Nicewig. Any other let's goes in the chat? I see you, Nicewig. That's my boy right there taking a look over here as we're getting excited to watch these guys kick it off. Snipe Down the other controller player that did qualify. Both playing an Xbox controller, I believe. And on the flip side of that group, though, let's talk about the winningest team in Group C. It was Rogue.
It was.
Yeah, Rogue, I believe the second highest team, just behind 789, who had 56 points after the ending of their group. Ooh. Rogue ending it out with 50, so just 6 points behind them.
Wow.
They were just able to be very, very consistent in all 3 of their games, and combined with the amount of kills they had, they ended up putting themselves in a wonderful position going into this next round.
Yeah, another thing I want to point out about that, too, 50 is that, I hear 50, I get excited. 50 is that threshold. If you don't know, or if you're just tuning in for the very first time, we have a brand new format here for this Battle Royale tournament, Apex Legends. A huge shout out out to EA's competitive gaming team for devising this. A double elimination tournament. Obviously, that's been the story. You guys have seen that unfold. The grand finals of this tournament to be held on Sunday has an incredibly unique format where first team to reach 50 points then has a chance to win the next game and finish. If they don't win the next game or a game following, the show continues. So
yeah, that's very impressive because that's two teams that have met that threshold. But also, if you take a look at Virtus Pro at 48 points, I mean, we're connecting right here. You and I.
That's exactly where I was going, which is just really illustrating that technically, it would be possible for these teams to get to that threshold or right at that threshold or above that threshold in only 3 games.
Look at that smile, by the way, from No Cocoa Puffs. My man, No Cocoa Puffs, eating up that camera.
Everyone, we had Frex also giving the death stare at the camera. So 2 different modes there.
2 very different modes from Reciprocity and from CLG. CLG, one of the most entertaining pro teams in the game. Of course, they are all smiles. Rogue, that gentleman you see on screen, his bag didn't make it on our Chicago flight here. Doesn't matter. He's playing in the same underwear. He's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it came.
I heard
that's
it came.
When you know, like you turn it around inside out. There you go. You get 2 days out of your underwear.
Is that what you're doing? Is that why you know about that?
Exactly.
That's why it smells so bad up here. Now it makes sense.
That's why I've been asking for fans all day, all right? Guys, it's not my fault.
That is the Jamerson special tips, life hacks from Jamerson. We're just going to change the name of this broadcast here. All jokes aside, of course, we have Rogue. Amazing performance. Suitcase or not, they show up big. They show up greatly in round 1. Can they repeat their performance with consistency in round 2? But just look at this lineup on screen right now. This says it all. Virtus Pro, first place. TSM, second place. Rogue, first place. Gamers Origin, second place.
This is actually stressing me out the more you point it out. It's starting to stress me out.
This is
all on the
literally
same side of the stage.
This is literally a stacked lobby right on top of each other here.
Yeah, literally on stage it's stacked on top of each other. And of course the lobby itself is stacked. I mean, Succubus with the surprise performance, getting hyped up. Is the second player in the middle there from Succubus.
Gotta get the blood flowing.
I'll tell you right now, we are done talking because we are so excited for the match of the night. It is winners bracket round 2, and guess what? The players are ready. They're locked in, and we are getting ready for our last match of the night, winners bracket round 2. To call the action, we are so lucky to have Bravo and Dreadnought. Boys, bring us home.
Sorry to disappoint you, John. They've had a little bit of time off. It is unfortunately for you, Onset and Gaskin, but hopefully for the people at home, you're going to enjoy the action and us driving you through. Dan, an absolute pleasure to call the action with you. And I think the guys on the desk have done a fantastic job of building this. You've seen some of the names that are involved in this lobby. We have our winners bracket round 2, Group B, and boy, do we have some big names here.
I mean, honestly, I think almost half of the teams were at X Games. This is the sheer caliber of teams that we've got in this particular lobby. We've got some of the best around. We've got 2 of the best controller players also in here. We've got all the stories that we could want. Are the players going to be able to perform, though? Now they're going up against the best. Yes, okay, in the early stages, in winners bracket round 1, they were able to slay some of the teams that maybe aren't quite on their level, but now we really have the best of the best in this round.
Yeah, this is certainly one to get excited about, and what a fantastic game it will be to close things out. You can see in the background there, we're getting ready to drop early. I want to talk about some of the teams that have been impressive so far in the rounds that have found their way into this winners bracket round 2 game. Starting off with the team we're going to be watching drop here, Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue, who topped their group earlier on in round 1. Their positioning and their map rotations were absolutely on point. Their circle predictions absolutely perfect. And they were just able to ensure they had decent placements in every single game, but they were also picking up mammoth amount of kills as well, which is what saw them top that group.
And no surprise here to see them descending down onto Skulltown, exactly where they've had a lot of success so far. And even looking at that game that they kind of threw away a little bit earlier on, that final game of the round, trying to get aggressive and close things out. It looks like they're going to be uncontested once again at Skulltown, exactly how they want to start things off.
Yeah, and because they are uncontested at Skulltown, it means they can just have free loot, as they have done throughout the entire of the previous round. So let's see what the guys over on the big screens have seen for us so far.
Once again, myself and Nate at the command center. We're getting our second winners round 2 match started off. As you guys already pinpointed, Rogue landed over there at Skulltown. We got CLG at Artillery. Now, where's Reciprocity at, Nate? I know you see him over there somewhere.
Yeah, well, we're taking a look, and I'm saying, first thing I see, snipe down, we got him over by the water treatment in the southeast side of the map. We keep big eyes on him, of course, one of the big killers that we're going to have here. And I'm excited also to see my boys, Halakline. I want to see how well they can do.
StarCraft boys out there. Yeah, so everybody playing it safe. It's winners round 2. It just started. Nobody wants to be too close and risk those early fights. We usually see these teams start to fall off around ring 2 or 3. But I'm going to toss it back over to you boys at the desk so you guys can really get it started.
Beautiful stuff from our eyes in the sky. As always, fantastic stuff, gentlemen, over there on the command center. You've been doing a great job all day, but we're already seeing an engagement here, Dan, and it's COG who are getting a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, Gamers Origin as well. They pick up the first kill onto Urban on fire there. So fire under fire in this situation, but also COG. They're trying to get aggressive, and I wonder whether we're going to see this man maybe just deliver one of his true lines of, "Hi, I'm Jack," when he actually takes down a kill here.
We'll have to wait for that to develop as this game does develop itself, but at the moment we're keeping an eye to see if we can see that map popping up, see where that circle is going to be developing and what teams are going to look to hard rotate in early as we... Also, in the background here, hear the comms between some of the players in the background. And one thing I need to note on COG, always positive, Dan, always full of enjoyment and positivity in their communication with each other.
And I think we've seen that in their pro scrims as of late as well. They have been more positive. They haven't been getting down on each other, and the leadership from No Cocoa Puffs has just been phenomenal. They've turned into a better and better team since from what we saw at X Games, and I really think they are going to be a team we have to be talking about getting to those finals, having that chance of being in that grand final lobby and getting closer to getting their share of $500,000.
We're going to be watching a little bit of FlyQuest now. Another team who has been impressive as now we see Luke using that Pathfinder to locate that circle. And you see he's going to have to move to the east of the map a little bit here, but it does look like a fairly central circle, I would say, as far as the map is concerned. Maybe just towards the north-hand side of it.
Yeah, and FlyQuest, of course, having Monsoon, and there's been so much talk about Monsoon, and you're actually right, the circle is going very far north, and if you've got a good prediction team, which most teams here know where the circle is going to be going, they know where the developments are going to be, so they are going to go for a hard rotate. If you've actually been looting down far south, you need to make that rotation early. Otherwise, you're going to be running into a lot of teams who are maybe just going to be gatekeeping a little bit and making it very difficult for you.
And one team who have been rotating incredibly well all day, of course, are TSM. So I'd like to check in with the guys on TSM when we can. But Succubus, one of those teams who have been a little bit of a surprise to see making into this lobby, as far as not just making it through, but the performances they put in, Dan, they deserve to be here just on merit alone.
There's been a lot of teams that have surprised us, and we've seen surprise exits as well. I mean, Atletico dropping to the lower bracket, Tempo Storm, Nagano, all teams that dropped out of Group C. And then we saw Team Liquid losing on a tiebreaker as well. Several tiebreakers just showed how closely contested some of these early groups will be, and I'm sure that could come into consideration again in this winners bracket round 2.
Well, Gamers Origin have been a team who have certainly impressed me and everybody in the back who's been watching the game, and it's longbow shots like that on a Pathfinder. He's using that grapple to traverse the map and try and get out of sight, and he just about manages to do that as he comes under a little bit of hassling fire from the top of the watchtower. And now you're going to see the wingman shots following up as well. Good positioning here from Gamers Origin. They can rotate freely as and when they need to.
Yeah, I think this North Watchtower is a really powerful point to be holding at the moment. There is that possibility the circle could finish around there, and then you've got that height advantage, and you've got the possibility, of course, to zip down as well. But honestly, looking at that circle, containment is a very high possibility, or around there as well. And we know they have several teams currently in this lobby who have been known to drop containment as well.
Now we saw a little bit of reciprocity there. They've got to rotate quite a long way across the map here to get towards that second ring, which will be coming up after the first one, of course, is closed. But let's talk a little about VP, who we were just watching there. Every single person in the back, I think, has said these guys have been the standout so far today. They have been flawless, not only in their decision-making, Dan, but their execution has been absolutely exemplary.
Virtus Pro went under so many radars. I mean, I read a few articles online and actually saw a few predictions where people said, okay, we think Virtus Pro are a huge team and we cannot doubt the fact that they have the possibility of getting through the groups and actually really showing up at this tournament, and they've had just that. Their positioning has been phenomenal. Their mechanical skill is out of this world, as so should most of the teams have at this tournament as well. When you get the 80 best teams in the world, I'm expecting to see insane mechanical skill, but it's the combination of that skill plus the ability to rotate fast, plus the ability to think quickly on their feet, which is what's seen them perform so well so far.
Every single player in the lobby is still in the lobby as we are approaching that second ring. No real surprise there, to be honest with you. Everyone's starting to take a little bit of defensive ground and maybe wait to see where the next ring is going to be progressing. CLG here, again, using those Watson fences just to make sure that they can protect those portals, anyone trying to pop through on them, trying to catch maybe someone on the rotation. But looking at the ring at the moment, they don't really need to do too much here, CLG. They're in a great position.
Yeah, everyone just kind of waiting for this ring to go in. Even actually a great play here from Windstrike. They're waiting for that next ring so they can actually utilize Pathfinder's passive here so they can check for the next ring, but they're under a little bit of fire and they might not get away with it. Actually, Pathfinder going down, so that has not worked out for them. It was a great idea, but unfortunately they had eyes on them.
Well, it still might work out here because they are going to be able to get the res pretty comfortably after falling into cover final. But here we go, on this rotation, we are going to see some players who are trying to make it towards the circle, engaging in some battles. The teams are going to be Team Kurt here, trying to lay down some shots with that R301. Does so beautifully. One player gets knocked, and there's another player who's trying to fight through the fire and flames, but he's absolutely no Dragon Force.
And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be Genji who are going to be on the other side of this. There's still 3 members up for Team Kurt, and they are communicating perfectly. They pincer absolutely incredibly, and now they're able to get the first eliminations of this game and completely wipe out Genji.
3 points on the board, but they've given away their position as well, and there's a little bit of long-range fire coming in as well from another angle, so they've got to be careful. Spend too much time looting out in the open there, get those shields back up and relocate to a safer position to get those shields as we now jump on board with Succubus on the edge of the circle here, in the most advantageous of positions as far as elevation and being able to look over any teams potentially rotating towards that containment area, but in a safe enough position. I think they're a little bit where there might be some teams above them and they're going to have to relocate if they want to have some success here.
As the circles get smaller and smaller and you get further and further into these games, you have to have that discussion with your team of, can we realistically win this game from where we are? Are we going to have to utilize some of our ultimates elsewhere just to try and get maybe top 5 because we haven't been able to rotate deep enough and get into a position where we can actually win the game? It's such a difficult decision for your in-game leader, and that's why you need to completely trust any decision they do make.
Yeah, FlyQuest looking pretty good as far as loot is concerned here. You can see all of those level 3 purple body armors on, which means they're going to be able to take a hell of a lot of damage before they get knocked, and they're in a great position as far as elevation is concerned. The only concern that they are, of course, going to have is in around 30 seconds when that ring does close in, and that next ring location is given away. They might have to give away that high ground and potentially relocate and put themselves into the crosshairs of some other teams.
And we have seen some crazy finishes in Apex competitive history, and that tunnel going into artillery has been one of them. And oh boy, that was a crazy ending at X Games. But you have to be prepared for anything. You have to be prepared to think on your feet. There's usually about 2 or 3 final circle locations that these players will presume it's going to finish when that circle does get to kind of round 6 and round 7 and they have more information.
You can see VP trying to hold down this choke point. If any team's trying to rotate in, those shots are going to back the team down. I think one of the players was actually knocked as well, so VP again doing such a good job of gatekeeping one of these choke points on the map for those teams who are trying to rotate in late, and now you're going to see the Pathfinder get aggressive. PJ here trying to relocate, trying to 3P this battle, and some great shots there with the Prowler is going to put some damage onto that player.
VP so confident, just standing out in the open pretty much with very little cover, just relying on the fact that they can strafe, they can dodge some of these bullets, and then they can get aggressive and use the likes of Pathfinder's grapple just to get in the faces, and as you say, third party, and try and pick up some eliminations, get some points on the board.
We're talking about how long that rotation was going to be for Reciprocity, and they have managed to make it towards the edge of the circle here, but you get the feeling as that circle starts to creep in a little bit smaller and the circumference starts to get a little bit tighter, they're going to be engaged with some fights. As those amount of teams stays the same, then the only thing that's disappearing is the area of land.
And this tournament has been very tight for Reciprocity. They barely scraped through of their group in winners bracket round 1. They really struggled in matches 1 and 2, but then they clutched up in match number 3, and they might need to do that just here in these couple of engagements.
We're going to see a few shots going in here, and Team Kurt are going to be trying to be aggressive onto the team ahead of them, and I think it is Reciprocity they're trying to keep at bay, gatekeeping this area, not letting them near the circle. Reciprocity have to make the moves here. And the guys on Team Kurt, they can just take their time here, re-shield, because they can re-pop because they have that high ground advantage.
It's a question of how much shield cells you've been able to find, how many batteries have you actually gone for, because if you are low on that utility, then you might have to go for a push and say, look, we can't afford to keep continuing this fight. We can't delay this fight anymore. We need to get in the faces of our opponents.
And the longer that this fight goes on, the more it's going to favor Reciprocity, and Krakow jumps up with the alternator, has the disruptor rounds and takes one down. However, going to be traded out. Snipe down will fall. Krakow now jumps in with the Peacekeeper and finds a down of his own.
And that's going to be see you later to Team Kurt as they're the second squad to be eliminated. 19th place, not really what they were searching for, but Reciprocity winning that fight is massive. They are going to be able to, I assume, grab Snipe Down's banner, but it's going to be really difficult to get him back up at this point, so I expect they're just going to be holding on and going for the rest as a 2.
Yeah, they got the points on the board there. I believe that's the second team fight we've actually seen Reciprocity win. So that's going to be points on the boards for those kills. Now they're just going to be worrying about those placements, try and get inside that top 10 potentially, which is something they struggled with, to be honest with you, in the first 2 games. If you're only joining us for the first time today, Reciprocity scraped through into this winners bracket round 2 Group B game. They, I think, eliminated in 19th in the first game in their group, and then in 16th with barely any kills on the board, and they had to put in a huge performance in the game 3 to see it through.
There were some really tough circles for Reciprocity in that round 1, though. They were like the complete opposite side of the map from their drop location, and they really struggled in their rotations. However, I think now they've realized they just need to rotate a little bit earlier, and it's really worked out for them because they are naturally an aggressive team. They like to take fights, and if they do rotate a little bit earlier, they're more likely to come into contact with other teams that are also rotating.
And the game going to slow down a little bit here as we see that ring close in. Everyone is going to have position, but as I say, things are going to slow down. We're going to see the wingman shots landing here for Mady Lol. Succubus trying to move their way in towards that ring again. He's going to have to use that portal to get away, or is that just setting up for his teammates to try and escape the pressure that they're coming under?
Very important to have a Wraith who's confident in using those portals as well, and he's going to be more than happy to initiate fights if they do actually see people on the other side. But
this is bad news.
They're just under so much fire at this point. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, you look at the 2 players who are alongside the player who's currently down and bleeding out. They've barely got any shields left, and I think, again, it's Reciprocity who are looking to put the pressure on at the moment. The man on your screen, Krakow, he's had a really big performance ever since that game number 2. I think they got eliminated a little bit early, but he's still putting up numbers for his squad.
Yeah, Krakow and Vex, they really did step up, and they're going to have to do so now. You saw it in that engagement. They went very weak, and Virtus Pro are not going to make this a fun fight whatsoever.
And again, VP doing such a good job of just putting the pressure on anyone trying to rotate late into the circle, holding down those choke points, and now they're smartly going to back up again here. Noth doing a great job of finding an area of the map with some cover to drop those shield batteries and get those shields back up.
I think at this point, as long as you can ensure that you are within the circle in that late game, you are going to be in a great spot. But look at how that circle actually looks. You can see in the mini-map, it is going to be so tough to rotate around and actually find yourself in a good position because there are already going to be several teams set up in those spots.
And I think VP are getting a little bit hungry on that team there, which is Reciprocity, I believe, who are trying to rotate in. Smartly now backing away. They know it's going to be difficult to move up, but as you can see here, Reciprocity do have the high ground in this battle, but in a 2v3 situation, things need to be almost perfect here for the 2 players left for Rec.
And it's all well and good taking these fights, though, but you've got to be thinking about your rotation. You've got to be thinking how you're going to be getting into that final circle, because it's going to be a nasty one. It's almost entirely split by a giant rock in the middle of the map, and if you don't get on the right side of it, you can find yourself in a disgusting position. And this is why we're seeing an instant rotation around from Reciprocity to try and counteract that point.
And this has made even more difficult, that rotation there for Reciprocity as well, and the fact that they lost Snipe down. He's the player who plays Wraith, so they can't use that portal to get into position without taking damage.
But they do have a lifeline, which is something that's a little bit different. Yes, okay, we don't have the ability to swing across the map with Pathfinder, as now Rogue seem to have perfectly found themselves in artillery as they take down Reciprocity, trying to get themselves into it. It means Reciprocity won't be able to get into the later stages of this game. I appreciate the attempt at the rotation, but it was just unfortunate that teams like Rogue had already found themselves there.
Yeah, Rogue doing a great job again, much like we saw them earlier, rotating early. And speaking of teams who seem to just play Apex Legends to perfection at times, it's TSM. Surprise, surprise, one of the 13 squads left as we see some beautiful Peacekeeper shots there. Wingman shots. It was almost like a Peacekeeper, to be honest, with the way that they were hitting.
Honestly, it was hitting that hard. It was actually terrifying. In the right hand, the Wingman is terrifying, as well as this Scout. Incredible stuff coming from IPN at the moment. Saw just laying down shots on everyone, but they're also under so much pressure in this particular position on the map. There's so many eyes on them, and you're just trying to get away as IPN. You've got to survive because your 2 teammates are down. Amazing stuff from him. He will have to return to the battle in 25 seconds, but it's going to allow him to regain his shields here.
Again, the mobility of the Pathfinder being shown there to perfection to stay alive in this situation. You've just got to think here, 16 seconds left until he has to return to the battle. That's enough time for players to drop across the map. That's enough time for you to increase your placement in this particular lobby and pick up more points.
But look how scary it's going to be if you get caught on that southwest side of this rock. You are going to be really struggling with the red, and now COG, they're trying to push in, they're trying to do damage. Big pickup of a kill there, and they can actually get the finish on this one, but they're being greeted by other teams that have actually joined in on the fight now.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to avoid that ring coming in as well. No Cocoa Puffs Nakoko shields to talk about, and Nakoko health to talk about at the moment. He's going to have to find a syringe, which he's got in the back pocket as well, so they look like they might be able to at least come back into this battle, but you can see at the moment Misfits, who have been incredibly consistent so far today, they know where they are. CLG stuck between a rock and a moose place.
Unfortunately, though, that was a couple of bad grenades, not able to get anything. That's going to have forced the player out, though. He wasn't maybe expecting it, was Moose, so he needs to communicate that with his team that someone did push out, and they should be able to lay down fire on this one individual player who's being a nuisance. This is so tough for them right now.
Finally, he will be taken down. You can see the rest of the players on CLG. They're just sitting ducks at this point, but somehow Misfits are making a little bit of a mess of this. They finally managed to get those downs, and everything should just calm down for a second here. Then we will get the eliminations, and finally Misfits get the job done, and CLG, they will be eliminated.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky from Misfits, as you say, making a bit of a mess of it. It could have gone a lot easier if maybe that thermite grenade had hit and ticked for a little bit more, but here we find Kick, who have managed to just solidify themselves in one of the ideal positions for this final circle, and they are going to be laughing when they see everyone just scrambling, trying to get into this hill.
It's what I call the Gandalf position. Is essentially, you can imagine why. I'm not going to use the line myself, but you know exactly how difficult it is to get into those fortified areas of the map when you have those Watson fences up, when you have that ultimate going as well. Such a difficult way to lock down. Way to break down, I should say. A locked down building, but we are getting down to the business end of this first game now. 8 squads left, and now you see TSM come to life. Abrelelli getting it down himself. VP struggling, 2 players down for them. Pathfinder desperately trying to stay alive as we see them moving in towards these final hills.
Halifline Gaming getting involved, and everyone just wants to fortify themselves right on top of this building, and it just means we have a mess on top of grenades everywhere. As he's going to be the final player remaining, he needs to survive. He wants to use this medkit, and he's just hoping that no one's going to see him.
I'm looking across the kill feed at the moment. We're seeing TSM pick up kills, we're seeing Rogue pick up kills, but as we say this, Huskers get taken down, and it looks like FlyQuest are in a great position on the low ground here as the ring does enclose.
Yeah, FlyQuest did really well to rotate through the tunnel and put themselves in a situation where actually they can attack once that big battle unfolds, and they've been able to pick up a couple of kills because of it as well. Now the question is, with this purple armor, do they think they've got the potential to win this game? Because as we look across the rest of the screens, we know how important having purple armor is going to be, how important grenades are going to be as well, and if you've got those ultimates charged on some of your legends.
Well, let's, if we can, have a quick look across the teams that we have left. We have 4 teams left. You can see it on your screen. TSM, FlyQuest, Kick, who have been in a position to hold up for a while now, and Halcline Gaming, who are just holding on with 1 player left, desperately trying to stay alive. That's Solo. And when you have a Solo in these situations, Dan, they can do all sorts of problems.
Yeah, usually they're just trying to survive, and they're just a nuisance, and they want to play for the highest placement possible, maybe grab a kill here or there, but ideally they're just going to be waiting and hoping they're not even seen, and all the shots are fired elsewhere. But we really are going to be looking at your Wraith players now going into these last couple of circles. You really need to utilize that Wraith ultimate ability, utilize that portal, have the ability to just dance around a little bit so you can waste time as that red zone is going to be coming in. And of course, we know how important that Q is going to be in the final circle as well, as Azzy finally taken out of the game.
So TSM with the high ground here. They made that play and they timed it so well. I talk about execution so much. It's great to have a brilliant idea. It's great to have a fantastic IGL, but you have to execute on these ideas. And again and again and again, TSM just seem to be able to do it.
TSM moved so early to the top of this building, and now they're going to be watching this 1 point coming from tunnels so closely, and they're going to lay down so much fire on the team that's going to have to push through. But luckily, that circle just stays in enough so that we're not going to see any sort of fight just yet. It allows for a little bit of a loot session, replenish that ammo, wait, discuss how you're going to approach this last and final circle.
You can see a little shake of the head here from Lou as well. He's wondering about how he's going to make this position. In the middle of the sandwich is Kick still. So you've got TSM on top of this building. You have Kick in the middle of it. They're the ham, and on the bread at the bottom you have FlyQuest. Everybody's set up at the moment. You have to think who's going to be the one to make that big play.
So you'd imagine that TSM are going to be the ones who are actually going to engage on this team that's going to be pushing out from the tunnel, and I would imagine Kick are just going to be able to sit and wait for this engagement, throw a couple of grenades if they've got them. But realistically, I think TSM are in the advantageous position right now. Even though they're not inside, having this little smidgen of high ground and having the visibility is massive right now.
You have those lines of sight on anyone. At the moment, the one team that I'm a little bit concerned about here is FlyQuest. They're going to have to be the teams to make a play. Maybe they're just waiting for the engagements
they're not going to be able to. The circle is going to encroach on them first, so they have to be the team to move out. So either they're going to use a Wraith portal, or they just need to run as a 3 and hope for the best. But it's going to be Monsoon who has that Wraith, so it's up to him, and it's going to be the communication from the team as to what they do with that portal.
TSM showing patience in this situation, and you can see, I think that's the end of a Peacekeeper. Just poking out of the door, that's certainly something that you don't want to see. Poking out the end of a door. And then some other things, but we really have seen the game come to a complete standstill now. But I can guarantee when this circle closes, boy, are we going to jump into action.
It just means you have to rely on your in-game leader at this point. You have to trust them. There's a couple of shots fired already. 5 seconds and we're going to see a move. There is a portal up there already for TSM to take if they would like as well. So they've set up both offensively and defensively at this point.
Here we go then. Here come the moves from FlyQuest. They're trying to reposition, trying to get themselves a good position. Monsoon, though, is outside of the circle, relocates himself in. TSM are going to pick up kills here on Kick. They've made the push. Can they close the game out?
Wraith just queues out as well, just to make sure he doesn't take the damage, and TSM get the victory. They're the champions. Perfectly played. They rotated early. They saw where the pressure point was going to be. They saw where they were going to have that power place. They took it, they grabbed it, they seized their opportunity, and they get the victory. They get the 12 points.
And I wouldn't even say it was a good game, to be honest, from TSM there. A great game, a superb game. And again, it was almost surgical in its execution there, Dan Gaskin. Fantastic stuff. 9 kills to boot, as well as the 12 points, of course, for taking up that first place.
I think when you can be that aggressive late game and you can push yourself into an advantageous spot, you are going to be rewarded for kills as well, because teams are naturally later going to try and get into your position and try and take that off you. And also, I like that indication to the camera of number 1. TSM, they do have a target on their back. They were expected at this tournament to perform after how well they did at the X Games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they really are just showing how good they are as a team. I'm going to use the execution word again. I'm going to keep using it until I see them fail, because, as I say, it's great to have a good idea, but you have to be able to execute, and you have to be able to make the right decisions under pressure. And it just seems like they're one of those teams, as soon as a situation develops where they are under pressure, it's where they thrive. It's where they make their best plays.
But to be honest, in that situation, they had to do the least. They didn't really have to do anything at all. They just had to wait for someone else to make the play. As soon as that play was made, they could toss grenades, they could lay down fire, and they were just in such a comfortable spot.
Well, that is going to do it for the first game here of Winners Bracket Round 2, Group B. We're going to now go back to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, On-Set Fallout here. And let me tell you, on screen right now, you see TSM living up to the hashtag TSM win, because all they've been doing is winning for the last month.
Wow, he went there.
All they do is win, win, win.
I was waiting for that one, too.
I'm going to keep going there.
Hey, it's okay. I did a 7-8-9 punt earlier. You can do whatever you want. TSM looking great. The craziest thing is they get the dub. There's some fist bumps, maybe a couple smiles. Another day in the office for TSM.
Again, it's about that macro play, right? As soon as we saw them drop, they check the map and they see that it is a very northern circle. They get that beacon and they see that it is definitely going towards artillery, and they're able to take position. Somehow, they got past about 3 teams that were camping over at the North Watchtower, and TSM were able to take control over that North Watchtower and artillery connector tunnel.
Yeah, great rotation all the way from Cage. Meanwhile, FlyQuest just posted up a tent. They chilled. You know, they of course they dropped near artillery. Were able to really get lucky with that ring rotating over. But hey, doing what they need to do to secure a top 3. I got a lot of love for Monsoon, having met him this weekend. An unbelievable individual, one of the most kind people. Came up, said hi to almost everyone he saw here. Obviously, you've seen the clip of him with the Kraber against Shroud, and you see the hype, the dancing. Does it again, gets another headshot.
Yeah. But I love those moves. I got to take him.
Jameson's got it down. But of course, Monsoon, a great individual player. But unfortunately for FlyQuest, in a really rough position here. I mean, you saw them kind of arguing, debating, deciding what to do. No matter what they did, they're in a bad spot.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, TSM had that high ground. They had a lot of options. And they had all the information, too. You saw that Albalele was taking position at that back door, and he can see the guns actually sticking out right here. And so they know they're going for this play. And, of course, Monsoon's going to zip on by soon, too. And this is the weird play coming out from Kick, going for that high ground push straight into a Watson fence. And so he can't really do much once he gets up there.
It was the lesser of two evils, or in their mind, I guess the lesser of two evils, because they knew they were going to have to push out the door and either fight FlyQuest or go up and fight TSM.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, between those two replays we just saw, I love that we got both perspectives. I like FlyQuest strat a lot better. They planned for the Wraith to portal through and rotate all the way around with the flank. Obviously took some damage, but at least put up a fight. Got some good damage on the member of Kick right there. Really, for me, Kick just kind of flew up with Pathfinder and got taken out pretty quickly. Nothing but smiles for TSM, though, as they ended up on top.
We also got to see the setup that TSM had for that, right? So they had a lot of strategies worked out for, a lot of tactics, and they had that Pathfinder zipline ready if they wanted to just go for that, dancing around on the ropes.
I mean, that entire zone ended up being really good. Just as from a gameplay perspective, we were able to see that, and you and I were kind of going back and forth about this a little bit, but Halcyon made a real dive onto Rogue at one point at the top, and we were trying to figure out why.
Don't know. I think they might have been chased by TSM behind, but there was a lot going on because there were still a lot of teams, and we were talking about, of course, all weekend long, well, all day long, that it's been a slow early game and a very heavy late game.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, both teams, Halcyon and Rogue, ended up with top 5, respectively. Rogue in 5th, Halcyon in 4th. So it worked out for both teams. However, we do have the standings ready. TSM, 9 kills, first place, net themselves 21 points in a reaction from the crowd here. FlyQuest right behind them. We were wondering between FlyQuest and Kick who got second. It was FlyQuest. Kick, 0 kills. 7 points for placement. You got to say, you got to do what you got to do to win. Kick Esports doing exactly that.
And that's kind of strange because we were expecting them to play a little bit more aggressively, but this time around when Kick saw that circle, they instantly started posting up in one of the artillery buildings.
Yeah, look at Misfits though.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, you love to see it. Only 2 points from placement, 8 points from kills. That says it all. Team Kurt, formerly T1. Of course, still kind of T1, number 11th place here, 4 kills to their name, 4 points, all the way down to Team Gen G, who got taken out early. One thing that you pointed out, Lauren, which I thought was very interesting, the bottom 3 teams from Group D in placement all got eliminated first. We're the first 3 teams to get eliminated here.
Which just kind of goes to show that there is a ton of consistency across the board.
In Apex. Yeah.
I mean, it's unfortunate that was the type of consistency that it was.
An unfortunate consistency, but consistency is consistency.
Yeah.
A big shout out to EA and Respawn, man. You developed a great game, that's for sure, and it shows.
I mean, luckily for Team Kurt, though, they were able to get those 4 kills, right? They were able to get the full squad wipe onto Gen G early on, and even though they ended up going down to, I can't quite remember whom, they were able to trade away,
Wreck.
so that gets, there we go, reciprocity.
Yep.
They were able to at least get 1 thirst off of that, so that gives them 4 points. That puts them on the bubble. They have 2 games to try and solidify a top 10 finish now.
And that fight with Wreck really put Wreck at a disadvantage because they were able to take out Snipe down during that exchange, which really, running around two-man squad at that point, that early on is a huge disadvantage.
I'm going to jump into a quick listen in here.
Bang one. On you, Kurt. She Wraith. White armor.
And there you have it. You like to hear some insight and perspective here
I got down.
from Team Kurt.
And Glitter. Oh.
I'm staying close. Let's crack down. Nice. Finish it. Pushing on me. Turn around.
That was Snipe down elimination right there.
Push. That's fine.
That's a big elimination right there as well.
Yeah,
From
I
Rex
think we should
perspective.
just sit in here. The team might push down on us from above.
One more.
There you go. Interesting hearing the insight from the players. Of course, their comms as well. Awesome. Getting that insight. Meanwhile, we got Rogue. CLG, very vocal team. You all know my man Nicewig and how vocal he gets on his streams. Let's hear him now.
Yeah, I'm dead.
That's right.
Beam, just fight him. One dropped.
This is that push.
One dead.
So
many nades.
Interesting push that did not work out very well.
Well, then it
I'm trying
allowed
to heal
TSM to come in and third party after, and that was what
Display
gave them the setup right on top of that building.
Exactly. Yeah, well said. That really opened things up
20
for
on the Wraith,
TSM. It almost seems like
portal
TSM
pass.
capitalized on
Just get
another
ready
team's mistake better than
He's
any other team.
He's up.
It happened in that water treatment finish back during
I'm
game
dropping.
D, or Group D.
I'm not dropping right now.
I still find it super comical there, right? You see the Pathfinder zipping up. There's a Wraith portaling around, a lot of things going on there.
Look like you were watching a movie or something, or honestly, like a cinematic. Someone on YouTube made a video there, but ultimately no. It's just TSM doing TSM things. Come out on top here. Again, the standings were very interesting. Misfits in 3rd place. Was it 3rd?
Yeah, because of the kills.
2 points in placement.
It's important. It's important to get those kills.
Amazing. That's why you love it. Any team, no matter what your format is, your play style, we've seen the Korean teams find some success with their W key aggressive play style. Wyvern, of course, went to the losers bracket, but MVP, they made it to the winners bracket final alongside Team 789 and many other squads that will be competing and performing. Every play style seems to be coming into effect here. We've seen a variety of play styles from these different teams.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're seeing a lot of parity amongst the region so far right now, right? A lot of people were worried that the Koreans were going to come in, they were going to dominate everything, but no, only one has moved on in the winners bracket. We have Justice and Wyvern in the lower bracket to play it out tomorrow.
Yeah, we didn't provide a ton of analysis because I think it was great hearing the comms and the insight of the players. However, the best analysis in the game is coming from my man God Blaze and Nathanius. Gentlemen, you guys are at the command center. Walk me through what you saw.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great to get the insight from the players, of course, but now you can get our totally top-tier insight as we're going to break down some of the plays. Blaze, you're following Team Reciprocity for a little bit.
So we kind of saw the highlight, and it was awesome because we got to hear the players' comms just a second ago, but this was the fight that was kind of going down outside artillery, and you're going to end up having Reciprocity here, and they're going to be fighting Team Kurt. Now, as they said before, Reciprocity, no Pathfinder. Now, this would probably be a good situation to have him, and now we know Snipe Down is on controller. He's going to be using his Wraith. We're about to see this engagement go down, but it's going to be Team Kurt kind of getting that upper hand to start off. And as the play starts to unravel, you see Reciprocity backs against the wall a little bit. And this is where this lifeline is actually going to come in handy a lot, trying to get those extra heals in the middle of that combat. But Snipe Down is going to end up going down in this situation. But at the top is Grego. He gets the first down. He sees another player is going to be there in a situation. What is he going to do? He's going to slide right in. Yeet, yeet. And he's going to get it done. Reciprocity puts that one on the board. Now, Nate, let's go over to our ending moment of this game, too, as well. And going on over there and see this last one. Now, coming in this situation, I thought FlyQuest, they had about 5 thermites in their hand. They saw where that last circle was. I thought they were going to turn the corner, get a few thermites on the building. TSM, their aim was too good. And you're going to see that Wraith in a second portal around. But it's going to come down to TSM having a bunch of nades as well. They're going to get some arc stars on that hill. That Wraith is going to portal out and become invulnerable right there towards the end, and they're going to just get it done.
Yeah, really exciting. I mean, it's one of those situations. It gets crazy tense. You're talking about you got all those thermites completely lighting up the bottom of that circle. So the way that you're playing around this becomes an absolute nightmare.
Flames everywhere in this whole situation.
It's taking over the whole screen.
Bottom, they're trying to, but it didn't make a difference because they got it done in the end. TSM getting that first round on the board, and we're going to see if they can get another one as well.
Now they come in as hot favorites for a reason. That's it for us. Breaking down the plays. Back over to y'all at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Nathanius. And did anyone else enjoy that yeet as much as I did? Or was that just me that really...
I enjoyed the second yeet more than the first yeet.
Yeah, if the second yeet didn't come, honestly, the yeet wouldn't have landed as strong as it did.
I wasn't expecting it, period.
She's like, it came out of left field, but it landed well. Of course, and you were like, maybe the yeet should have come when TSM punched someone out of the circle. That would have been a good yeet.
We've had a lot of melees, so...
We've had some melees, yeah. Good opportunities for yeets. Blaze delivers the yeet when he feels the yeet should be delivered. Meanwhile, TSM delivers the dubs when TSM feels they should be delivered, and they come out on top. Of course, a couple other teams that we've referenced throughout this match. A couple teams that didn't do so hot that maybe we were expecting. Any teams in particular you guys were looking out for?
I know who you're going to say, but say it.
Say what?
Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it was honestly like, again, that mad scramble from the south. Every team that had to rotate up north just went at it there in that kind of like forest region of the map, and so it becomes very difficult to fight out there. You get to see why a lot of teams don't want to take those because there are 3-4 more teams waiting in the wings.
We just appreciate TSM leaning back in their chair and relaxing right now.
Well deserved.
While competing for $500,000.
Well deserved.
They're probably a little tired after putting in all that work.
Yep, it is. Indeed. It is coming up at 11:11 here, by the way. Make a wish. Everyone around the world, make a wish. It's 11:11 in Poland. But TSM, obviously, maybe that's what they're doing. They're making some wishes, relaxing back in the chair. I don't know what exactly they were doing, but they're calm. They're cool. They're chilling right now.
That's because they don't need the wishes.
Yeah, they don't need that. That's for sure. So Virtus Pro, that's a great call out. Any other teams in particular? Oh, that's a big one. That's a great one.
Gamers Origin also did really, really well in their first round of games and then kind of struggled a little bit in this first match.
That's a great point. That's a great call. I mean, Gamers Origin, not really that expected to dominate the way that they did in Winners Bracket round 1. Not starting off to a strong start here in round 2.
Yeah, I think we were expecting to see also a lot more coming out from Windstrike. But when you have these very, very concentrated circles going towards in one direction, you're going to see a lot of funneling, and it looked like they got into a lot of fights with different teams, and they were just slowly getting picked apart from different angles. And so that might have just been the cause for them not having the highest finish here.
I mean, sometimes that's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
You know, you got to do the best with what you can.
Yeah. And it's awesome to see the teams with the tools at their hand make the most out of it. Of course, we've seen that before, time and time again in the past. Rogue with the top 5 finish right there. I'm going to pull up the team list right here and just kind of walk through Group C, of course. Rogue, Gamers Origin, Windstrike, Soar, Fire got top 5 out of Group C. Of course, the bottom 5 teams, All-Star, CLG. Excited to see what Nice Wig & Co. can do here in Game 2. Solid start here in Game 1. FlyQuest right behind them, top 3 finish from them. Even though they placed 7th place in their group, they get a top 3 finish. So Monsoon & Co. putting on a show. Of course, they're followed right behind Fierce and then Reciprocity. Meanwhile, coming out of Group D, we had Virtus Pro, TSM, Misfits, Succubus, and Kick actually got 5th place in their group. You guys shocked to see that?
I mean, the way they did it, yeah, just shocked by that because they did play a much more reserved style like we had talked about where they saw the circle, they posted up in artillery, and they just waited it out. Because this was a team that was characterized by, holding W on a lot of squads during the scrims. But now that, they are just inches away, like 2 matches away from making it into the Winners Grand Finals, I think they are starting to be a bit more reserved now.
Which might be the case across the board for all of these teams, too. People don't want to start messing with their chances when they're this close. They've only got 2 more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true. Meanwhile, I believe Team Kurt we saw in the top 10 on the leaderboard, somewhere up there, a team that got 10th place.
11.
Wait, I missed that.
Lucido was top of the group with 4 kills.
Is that the man that fell off the map earlier?
Oh, well, you're never going to live that one down.
Listen, I had to point it out. But regardless, clearly making up for it. Obviously, we were just joking. When we mentioned he fell off the map earlier, everyone does it. We all kind of laughed at ourselves there. All jokes here. But yeah, Lucido leading the way with kills. Wasn't expecting that necessarily. You think it'd be someone out of TSM.
Yeah, Misfits were just able to catch a lot of people out on rotations when they were coming in. And honestly, again, I feel like a lot of teams just kind of waited a little bit too long to make that rotation to get into artillery. We saw about 3 or 4 teams waiting outside of artillery, that north tower, watchtower building. And so I think that's why we saw Misfits being able to pick up a lot of kills, definitely onto CLG right there.
Yeah, but that was something you and I had talked about while we were watching the game as well. As soon as we saw where the circle was going to be, instantly we were both like, people need to start rotating right now. Literally go there right now.
Because they had to go all the way across the map from one of the most southern points, coming all the way from Skulltown to make it there in time.
You loot up and go.
Right when the match started, I think you better get your boots on and get running, because they had to make a trip. Of course, landing Skulltown, I actually didn't notice. Was Skulltown uncontested for them? Or
yes. It was uncontested, yeah.
Wow. Crazy. Imagine getting all of Skulltown in loot there. That's a nice little start drop for Rogue. They, of course, looted as quick as they possibly could. Probably took each corner of the area as soon as they realized no one else was dropping on them and got on their high horse and got back in the circle. Ended up finishing top 5 all the way from Skulltown with an artillery finish. So a good job by Rogue doing what they do best. Of course, looting up Skulltown, controlling Skulltown, and then making their rotations after the fact. Gen G, a team that had a lot of hype coming into the tournament. They ended up getting 8th place out of Group D, died early here in match number 1. You guys think they can bounce back?
It was a rough start. It was
like, I want to say yes.
They got into this winner's round off the good graces of just a top 3 finish, I believe. Top 2 in that water treatment game. And so this is a very difficult look for them. They need to have one of those Hail Mary performances.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Because the first 2 games were rough for them, too. It was that last game that kind of saved because they were right on the bubble for a little while there.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, a team that we're looking out for in match 2, we've talked about it quite a bit, Reciprocity, and interested to see how they fare. Again, I just thought of Gen G, so I thought of G2, and G2's been dominating, and the reality is the 2/3 of that Reciprocity roster from the X Games is looking great. We'll see if we will see a G2 versus Reciprocity matchup in the winner's bracket final. That'll be obviously there's no bad blood there. They left on completely great terms. I just think it'd be a great match to see because obviously both players know each other very, very well. Both teams know each other very well. And if that happens, not to get ahead of ourselves, who do you think has the upper hand? Do you think the two minds greater than one, as you said earlier, or?
I'm definitely going to have to, if it comes down to that matchup, I'm going back to G2 at this point because that is a full 3-man squad. That was the original squad, X Games was just kind of like a little bit of a pit stop for them in their road to make it here.
Well, I think the other aspect of that, though, is the fact that they so far just have a better track record for the weekend. So that means that they're either functioning better as a trio or maybe they've just had the game work in their favor, but that consistency would make me feel like they probably have a better chance.
Yeah, well, we said it earlier. It's really nice to be sitting back, relaxing, all cool, and shooting some people now. While these teams are playing here, if you are the team from the match earlier, you're at home in your hotel. One person who's still here, he's scouting, he's watching. It's my man Gabe from Complexity, and we have Jump on the main stage ready to talk to him.
Thanks a lot, Fallout. That's right. I'm standing here with Complexity's Gabe Ismond now. You guys scraped by the group stage at 10th place, winning the tiebreaker, and then finished 7th. So you climbed yourselves a little bit up the mark. What were you guys able to do to improve your performance from the first set of groups to the second?
We noticed that in the first group that we played, everybody was just staying alive. We had, I think, 18 teams alive going into zone 3 or 4, so it was really hard to get in. We rotated late into the first game and some of the others, and it kind of punished us. Going into the second winners round, we were a little bit more proactive on going into zone, trying to take position, and that really helped.
I think that's something that we've seen as a development through not only you, but a lot of the other teams is a term that I like to call calculated aggression, of knowing when to actually press the W key down. That efficiency certainly was able to kind of help itself out. What sort of communications were you guys going through to ensure that you were capable of hitting the go button when you needed?
Mirko just did a really good job of calling the fights. It was just really well. It was really good calling by him. He did a really good job.
Speaking of Mirko, you guys picked him up after X Games. You dropped the player. Mirko came in. He was the shot caller. How quickly do you guys feel you've been able to integrate him into those communications? Clearly, it working out for you, as you've just stated.
We've been playing together for about like 3 or 4 weeks now. At the start, it was a little rough because I had to transition from a caller into a more Slayer role where he had to tell me where to go. But now we're doing a lot better. From day 1 to now, we're a completely different team.
With the format and you having made it through 2 stages of winners, you essentially have all day tomorrow to kind of download data and prepare yourself for the team. Even though you have all of the losers bracket tomorrow, what sort of things do you feel like your team needs to be aware of coming into the end of the day?
We plan on doing a lot of VOD review tonight to try and see how some of the other teams played.
Speaking of those other teams, there are international teams galore. Were you expecting some of these international teams to step up the way that they have?
Honestly, no. Seeing these teams come out the woodworks, you really only scrim for 1 or 2 days, and they're just dominating the scene is nuts. We have no idea what to expect from them, and they're monsters for the most part.
Is there a monster that you kind of are scared the most that you don't want under your bed? Is there a team that you're looking out for?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, you know what?
I feel confident fighting the other team, so it's just a shock. It's just another good team in the arena.
Another good team. Final question. You guys have an opportunity tomorrow. You make it past the winners tomorrow, and you get yourselves into the grand final. What would it mean to you? What would it mean as a member of Complexity to make it to Sunday in the grand finals?
It'd be fantastic. I mean, it's what everybody's here to do. It's what we've been grinding our butts off to do, so I really want it. We all do.
All right, dedication, passion, but more importantly, determination to make it to Sunday and have the opportunity to hoist the trophy and become Apex champion. That's it from the stage. We're going to kick it back to you guys for more breakdown.
Thank you so much, Jump. Great to hear from Gabe from Complexity. Interesting story of his. He's been competing for a while, came from previous BRs. He actually is not only competing, he's a full-time student studying international business down in Florida. He's also going to be interning at Complexity because he needs an international major for an international company. So he'll be interning or working for Complexity to complete that requirement to get his degree while playing for them in the same house.
Peak esports at this point.
Right?
Just peak esports.
I was like, you have the life, by the way. That is can I live that life for the next 6 months? That's pretty sweet. I'm not going to lie.
That was like a great bio you just gave him.
Listen, I did my research. You got to make sure you're ready for these things. Like you guys did in the analysis. You've been on point. I got to know the players of the team, so I like to think I know a thing or two, but no, I'm just kidding. So interesting insight from Complexity there. Of course, hearing how the matches broke down for them, a lot of clutch plays. I mean, honestly, if Reptar doesn't clutch up the same way he did, I think Gabe clutched up a few times in a 2v3 or a 2v2. He wouldn't be on that stage right now getting an interview.
I mean, 100%. We saw that airbase play, that replay over and over again where we were on Mirko's perspective, I believe. He kind of tries to yeet himself out, comes right back on in.
Did you just drop a yeet?
Yeah, I dropped my yeet. Whoa! I've got one more left to go. But no, he comes back on in, pulls out the longbow, and is able to get 2 great connections, and that allowed them to turn around a fight that was going pretty badly for them. But this is, when we're talking about turnarounds, this is a huge turnaround for Complexity because at X Games, they ended up 18th, and we're not a team that was being talked about back then, but now they are moving on. They're having a great performance. They're gelling well with Miracle coming in as that new shot caller.
Yeah, they need to make a change after X Games, of course. You saw a lot of the teams in the bottom fringe make a change, and so far so good. Space Station qualified through after making their change, picking up Bird. Complexity, same thing. So we'll see if Space Station can bounce back in Game 2. And speaking of which, I want to ask you guys, Game 2 is going to be coming up here soon. Apologies all for the delay, but your predictions as we get ready here for Game 2, any hot takes? Bold statements.
I don't know if they're hot takes, because I feel like we've gotten to a point in the day where the truly consistent teams are really starting to kind of rise to the top. Like if I had to pick a top 3, not in a specific order, but it would probably be TSM, Rogue, and Misfits. They have just done so well, whether it's placement or kills, consistently all day, that I think that if they can keep that up for just 2 more games, they're good.
Is that for Game 2, or are you talking about for the series?
For the whole series.
The whole series, okay. Cool.
But I think that, applies to Game 2.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think right now, the one team that you didn't mention was FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, especially with Monsoon at the helm there, he is a little bit more of an emotional player. And when you get a good start like this, they're going to be able to continue to ride that momentum.
Yeah, that is very true. I want to get a clip, an opportunity for my man Monsoon to get a Kraber in his hands and to just start popping off. I'd be a happy man. For sure.
I mean, I was talking about that before the event even started. That was the one thing that I was really hoping would happen.
Yeah.
If you can hear me.
Monsoon. Grab the Kraber.
I want
Monsoon.
Kraber shots.
Actually, speaking about that, we haven't seen too many of the care packages coming down on people with, Krabers and Massives in their hands. We've seen a few Massives, I believe, but not really on the kill feed.
It's actually very true. People are either not risking going for them, or they're just not in the right areas at the right time. There haven't been many at all, actually.
I think the priority is more for that rotational path instead of getting out of the way for that, right? And like you had mentioned it is a big risk. It's a huge beacon right there that shows exactly where it is.
Yeah, that is true. Of course, it's been great talking about the action, how it's breaking down. And again, our apologies for the delay here as we're working out some issues. However, we do have content on content.
Nice.
We can talk about the players. We can analyze the players. Well, guess what? The players have their own personalities. Let's go ahead and take a look and learn a little bit more about our players competing in today's competition.
The triple take buff.
Well, I would have to go with Watson getting nerfed, even though she's not been nerfed enough. So I hope there is some more changes.
Longbow is still overpowered, so nothing.
The new area on the map is cool. Definitely the disruptor round nerf. I think it was long coming and needed.
Voidwalker, place new skin.
The addition of the new rift that's north of Dam is probably my favorite addition right now because it allows you to rotate around the map pretty freely from that area.
New addition to the map, Race Town.
I like the new location lab. I think the map needs more loot on the map, and a full team can drop there and get enough loot for the game.
I would say labs, the new area on the map, also has a big Wraith portal, which is nice for rotations, and I think it's a really good addition to the map.
My favorite change from the most recent update would definitely be the nerf to disruptor rounds for the alternator, just because I think that weapon is still pretty overpowered.
I think the most recent update took Watson from having 3 ult pylons to just 1, and that's a lot nicer now because people can't control so much space using Watson's ults.
The change in the map, the new place is so good.
The new labs is a nice new spot. It adds a little bit of variety to the map.
The change to cage. They changed the map and added in the cage.
Es una pregunta complicada donde cuando hay tantos jugadores que son buenos, la verdad como que hay muchos que destacan. No nombrar a uno sería como descartar al resto y la verdad hay varios.
Играть по 20-20. R99 and Wingman.
Longbow. I know it would have to be a combination of an alternator with a disruptor and R99.
I would say my favorite weapon is the Wingman. It's the best gun in the game.
Wingman. It would definitely be the Wingman or R99.
R99 and Peacekeeper.
My favorite weapon probably has to be the Wingman, followed by a Peacekeeper as my secondary.
Kraber.
R99, fully equipped.
Definitely the Wingman.
because high damage and high risk, high reward. So that's what I like.
Favorite weapon would definitely be the R99, just because I'm very good at like close range fights, so it works perfectly for my playstyle.
R99.
Wingman. I'm just a wingman, William.
The wingman and peacekeeper.
Wingman and peacekeeper.
R99 and purple armor.
La R99, que es una metralleta que dispara muy rápido. La verdad es un arma que apenas erras te castiga muy fuertemente, entonces tenés que tener un tracking perfecto con esa arma.
Safe landing.
Hot drop on Skulltown.
Hot drop.
Well, I would say hot drop because if you drop hot and get all your eliminations early, there's no one left to contest you.
Safe landing. Definitely safe landing.
Safe drop.
Hot drop for sure.
Hot drop, definitely.
Safe landing every game.
In pubs, I would say hot zone, but in scrims, definitely safe.
We usually do a safe landing because, dying early game just ruins your entire game, so it's better to play it safe in the long run.
安全な効果です。
Safe landing.
We don't have any safe spot. We just go anywhere.
Hot drop.
I prefer to do a safe landing.
Depende de cómo se va dando la partida. Hay veces en el...
Hot zone kanske.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Fallout here, joined with Jamerson and Glitter Explosion. Pleasure to be alongside you both in what has been quite a marathon of a day here. It's been fun, though.
Yeah, so hopefully you're enjoying your time with us because it's not like you're going anywhere.
I'm having a horrible time, actually.
Anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. We're not going anywhere, that's for sure. I'm having a great time. It's been an amazing day, and honestly, it's been an honor. I mean, it really is to be here, to be the chance to host the decks here. The decks. That's how long of a day it's
You know
been.
what?
The chance to host the desk at an Apex Legend Invitational is a dream come true. I've loved the game since the day it came out, and just being next to you guys has been awesome. But it's not about me, it's about these guys. So quick update for you all, and just in honor of transparency to you guys watching at home. It is actually a hardware issue, a malfunction from one of the teams and players. It is someone you know and love. He might be nice and wear a wig. But unfortunately, it's a controller issue. We're trying to get that resolved as soon as we can, but of course, we want to make them play 2v3. So we need to make sure we get that fixed so CLG has a chance after, obviously, still somehow with a broken controller or an issue of a controller, they played pretty decent in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the biggest issue for them was that there were so many teams around. We saw that by the end of the second circle, there was 3 teams up in that north watchtower, in those 2 kind of basement buildings, right underneath the bridge. There was one on top of each other, and so that's what happens. They waited a little bit too long to rotate out, and when that happens, you see the bottleneck happening, a lot of teams fighting, and in that scramble, anyone could walk away the victor.
No, I was just going to say that. They were really close to actually being able to get out of that scenario.
Yeah.
Like 25 seconds earlier, maybe they would have been okay if they got out of there. But, they did really, really well with the cards they were dealt.
Yeah, of course, especially with some hardware malfunctions and issues. Another player I had a chance to talk to outside of No Cocoa Puffs during the break here was Reciprocity and Snipe Down. So heard some interesting insight from him. It's always good to hear the mentality of the players and kind of what's going wrong there. So they're dropping fine, going repulsor, which they're known to do, rotating fine. Honestly, there's not any issues with rotations, with drops. They're getting what they want. They're getting the loot that they want. Really, it's coming down to 1 or 2 mid-fight decisions that are being made that are costing them. Maybe a player going down early. Snipe Down felt like all 3 of them obviously can shot call, which is a strength of theirs, but he felt like, that was kind of my take. Perhaps my take is that 3 people shot calling, it might cause some confusion in those fights, maybe people disconnected. Sometimes it's good to have that primary IGL with a secondary and tertiary, did I say that right? I don't even know, IGL following.
An interesting thing about that fight that you had actually pointed out was that it looked like Team Kurt weren't aggressive enough, right? We saw on the onset of that fight that Snipe Down got brought down to about 30 HP, and then Team Kurt just waited.
Yeah.
They just waited.
You got to push in that moment. Just take your opportunity.
Which is so surprising to not see them push. Usually it's a team you expect to play aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Wraith. She got cracked. She's been hit for about 70 HP, and then she uses her Q. At that point, that is the go button.
Yeah, that is true. Take your fights, play aggressive, especially under Wraith. I'm not sure if I actually didn't have a chance to see. Have we seen Snipe Down play his kind of signature Wraith that we've seen him play for the last couple months, or has he been rolling Watson in this tournament? You guys know?
No, he was playing Wraith.
He was playing Wraith.
I believe Frex was playing the Watson and Grego was playing the Lifeline.
See, all I'm waiting for out of Snipedown is I want to see some good devotion action.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, give me a controller. Give me some auto aim. Give me a devotion. I'm chilling. Maybe a Spitfire on top of that. I don't know. Let's hear directly from him, though, because guess what? It's almost like Jump read my mind. He grabs Snipedown. He has him on the main stage, ready for an interview. Jump, Snipedown. What you guys have to say?
Don't worry about it, Fallout. We got that telepathy going. You know how it works. All right, that's it. I've got Reciprocity's captain here, Mr. Snipedown. Sir, you had a phenomenal set of teammates at the X Games and unfortunately lost them to G2 Esports, picked up Grego and Frex. How were you guys able to develop yourselves synergistically so quickly to come into this weekend?
Yeah, didn't have much time. Had about the same time as X Games, about a month of practice. And personality-wise, we fit really well in game and out. Didn't have much time to make a team decision. Chose to team with them, and we snuck by our first round and just looking to do well in the remainder of the games here.
Something that people talk about and something that people might not necessarily realize is that you're literally coming off of just days after finishing top 2 at a Halo major. What's it like for you being one of the few individuals that can transition from game to game and still compete at the highest level?
I just love competing. Like, it fuels me so much just to continue. And people put age into a description. I'm 28. I don't really care about the number. I still have the mindset that I can be the best and I want to win. And I think that's where the threshold is when you start losing that passion and really start feeling like, oh man, I'm developing this age. I'm losing hand-eye coordination, whatever it is. I don't feel that. I feel confident at all times. And I'm glad that I can surround myself with people who are confident as well.
When comparing the competition that you faced at the X Games and the level of play from both North America, Europe, and a couple Oceania teams that we had, how does that stack up against the international competition? We've seen teams like Wyvern and MVP and other Eastern European teams show up. What's that experience like for you from the competitor stake?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are freaks here. It's really impressive to see how well some of these teams have come in here and just performed. A lot of the teams that didn't get invited to X Games, they were obviously up there in the skill caliber, and this is a great way, this preseason invitational, to come out, showcase everybody what they're made of, and I'm looking forward to the future of Apex to see really where everyone stands.
How do you feel your team's mental resilience is at the current standpoint? Because if you're able to get in the top 10 today, of course you make it till the end of tomorrow. How much was that mean for you to not have to go through the gauntlet of the losers bracket?
Yeah, I mean, we had 4 points going into Game 3 in our previous first match of the day, and we were composed and we really talked to each other about what we needed to improve on. Ended with 9 points, snuck out in 10th place with a tiebreaker, and we really feel like that gave us a confidence boost coming into these games coming up here. We felt the C and D pools were very heavy in terms of how many talented teams there were, and we know that this match right here is a bracket full of people we think could be an entire grand finals, and we know if we come out of this on top that it's going to bode really well for us going into the rest of the weekend.
I've asked it to the other players, and they haven't given me great answers. No pressure. If you feel that there is a team that you need to overcome or is the toughest obstacle, clearly there is the enemy sitting next to you guys in TSM. Are they the biggest competitor for you, or do you feel like there's another team here that stands above the rest?
I think the biggest competitor is ourselves, to be honest with you. Like, it depends on how we come back mentally from a bad game, and every game's a new game. It's one game at a time, and it really just ends up on us. We know how good we are. We win scrims, and we put ourselves in positions to do well, and I think it just comes down to us taking our practice and implementing it here.
All right, there you go. The words of a veteran, Snipedown. Thank you so very much. Will Reciprocity reciprocate the information that they have, but more importantly, the execution? That's it from here at the stage. Let's throw it back to you guys to talk about some matches.
Thank you so much, Jump. Great to hear from Snipedown. And if you don't know the story of this player, perhaps maybe you come from a PC esports background. Former, current professional Halo 3, Halo 4, Halo Reach, Halo 5, back to Halo 3 MCC player, Halo 2 Anniversary. He's been doing it for about 11 or 12 years. He's won multiple championships, burst onto the scene, by the way, back in 2007, maybe 2008. I think it was 2008 as one of the Rising Stars. I think he did win the Rising Star Award back then. And he's been doing it at the top level ever since. We're talking 12 years of dominance in esports and in Halo esports, and it's great to see him extend that to other titles now.
That that's a nutty list of accomplishments that you just kind of explained to everybody. I think I need to get some tips on how to be that good.
Yeah. He's got a career spanning longer than some of our players just being alive at this point. I think it's pretty nutty.
Yeah. I've heard a couple 13, 14-year-olds that are right there, almost there in the fringe, competing, obviously maybe not today, but in general in Apex. It says a lot right there, that's for sure. Played under the banners of Evil Geniuses, great teams in the past. And you really have to have a lot of respect for him and his accomplishments. But I agree, a book, maybe How to Be Sniped Down by Snipe Down would help a lot of people.
Snipe Down.
Yes.
For Snipe
Just wrote it for himself, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Clearly that's the case. So again, just have to pay respect where respect is due. Interested to see is that's a key storyline. I love what he said though, particularly breaking down some of the insight he shared. You know, look, this match right here, we haven't talked a lot about it. We took the group of death in Group C and the group of death that we said was Group D, and we mixed them together. We took the best teams from both, and we said, hey, good luck, winners bracket round 2. 2 phenomenal groups, 20 amazing teams, and if you can come out of this, like he said, you're going to bode well in those finals, that's for sure.
Absolutely. You and I were actually talking about that when we were looking at it before we went into that first match, and we were like, this is going to be rough for everyone involved because there are just too many good teams in just this match alone, but that's not even taking into consideration the best of the best out of this group are going to be going against everyone else that does really, really well in the finals.
Yeah. I mean, when Fallout was asking us about this before, and he was like, okay, what are your predictions for this? We were like, I don't know.
Everyone's going to do good.
Everyone's going to do great. But no, you can't, right? And at this point, though, we are seeing that, once again, we're going back to it time and again, that consistency is key, and it looks like the top teams are still doing it. TSM is up there, FlyQuest is up there, and so that's who we're looking to once again when we move on to round number 2.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, with teams like Rogue, you got Windstrike, Soarfire, who played incredibly well, Reciprocity, FlyQuest, CLG, Virtus Pro, TSM, Misfits, Space Station, Gen G, I mean, the list continues. A stacked lobby, undoubtedly. You saw it in the overhead flying cam, and we saw Virtus Pro, TSM next to each other, and so many other great teams. And it looks like the players are starting to get filled in back into their booths, so I think we should be getting started here momentarily. Again, our sincere apologies for the technical delay here, as we want to make sure all teams have a chance to compete fairly, compete with the right hardware, and have their chance to $500,000 at stake. Obviously, you can't have any other scenario.
Yeah, also, this is just a platform, a huge springboard for a lot of these players' careers, and so we want to make sure that they have the best springboard to work off of.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's been awesome to see some of the players that have already sprung off the springboard, the likes of Dizzy, Nicewig. Monsoon is starting to become such a household name in Apex Legends. That's great to see. Well, that's the great things about these tournaments. We're creating new heroes this weekend. Actually, we're not. They're creating new heroes with their gameplay and their performance. And I'll tell you, if you've enjoyed the action, make sure to support the Apex scene. Obviously, spread the word about this stream, give them a chance to grow, but also send some follows. I mean, a couple players I've been very impressed with. Reps. I mean, the interview post-game that he had with Jump, I've never been more impressed from an after-game interview. He was so humble, despite a great performance, second place, held his team to such a high standard, remained humble if we make it to the grand finals. Then they come out and they win game 1. I mean, Reps, Monsoon, so many players. We've seen Gabe. It's been awesome to see a lot of faces shine.
Yeah, and definitely, especially you talked about Gabe there at the end. Seeing Complexity turn it around, that 180 from the performance at the X Games. We talked about it 18th, and they didn't get really spoken about during that entire tournament, but now here they are. They made it on to round number 2. They're having a good performance so far, and it looks like that addition of Mirko is really working for them.
I actually ran into them in the hallway after the first round of matches, and they were not happy with how they did. They were like, no, it was right? Too close. Yeah. And right. And so they weren't happy with that, and so they were like, we're going to figure it out, and we're going to do better in the next one, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, that's true. And that's what's great to see. Obviously, we've seen a lot of consistency in the top teams performing top. 789 is a good example of that. We've seen a lot of others. G2, another prime example. And some of the lesser teams support, we saw that the first 3 teams to get eliminated in last match were the bottom 3 teams from, I think it was Group D, Group C, one of the 2. And so we've seen some consistency. But what's also great, 10th place, maybe you're right in the fringe, you can go back to the drawing board and you have a winner's bracket round 2. And then you have a loser's bracket. So there's really an opportunity to bounce back. Of course, every single player and every team gets to come back tomorrow and can continue to fight for their life in this tournament. You love to see that. You love to see a loser's bracket for the very first time in Battle Royale.
And of course, because of how the format is working out, that we only have 3 matches per round, one good win will just go ahead and propel you from last into the top 10 and make you move on.
Literally was just going to say that.
We just became
adorable. I can't handle it.
On the desk for too long. We are in each other's heads.
I can't handle this right now. But these two are like in the same page. I'm just over here on my own. I'm struggling to connect with you. No, I'm just kidding. It's been great.
We got 2 more days. We got plenty of time, buddy.
Yeah, thank you so much for the reinforcement there. I appreciate it. As we're having a little bit too much fun here, getting ready for match 2. And again, our apologies for the delay. But I want to start talking about tomorrow a little bit. Maybe previewing tomorrow. I'm hearing noises. In the crowd. Sorry, I got distracted here by someone screaming. I'm going to start getting excited and getting predictive, because I thought maybe the games were starting, about tomorrow. Of course, we have some teams that made it out into winners bracket finals. We have a good idea of which teams are here. At least talking about that winners bracket final, who do you think will qualify for the championship final? Oh, wait, hold on. I got a word. We're good. Game's going. Guys, I'm sorry. As much as I love your opinion, I'm sick of your opinion. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to get started here with match number 2 of the tournament here in winners bracket round 2. The action is ready. Again, our sincere apologies for the delay. The game is starting. Let's go ahead and throw it over, not to Bravo and Dreadnought, but instead to Ansa and Gaskin. Take it away, gentlemen.
Go. You're damn right, John. It's time to get into the game. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Me and Dan have caffeinated. We're ready to bring the excitement. We're ready to bring the energy. Fantastic job from everyone on the desk there to keep the show rolling. Dan, it's time to get into our second game. You still with us?
I mean, Mark was this close to drawing on my jumper because he thought it looked like King's Canyon. He was like pinning respawn points and everything. It's a great jumper.
Terrible jumper.
It's King's Canyon. That's what I'm going for. But we're going to get into these matches. The players have been eager to jump in. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of frustration, but now they can take out that frustration on their opposition. So we're going to see if we're going to see similar things from TSM. Are they going to be rotating early? Are they going to be able to pinpoint to accuracy where that final circle is going to be?
I think the question this early in the tournament on day number 1, of course, we have 3 days of action to bring you. Can anyone at this point stop TSM? Maybe there is a team in this lobby that can upset the apple cart a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time to get into game number 2. The teams are dropping in. Let's see what's going down.
Yeah, TSM are going to be making their way to the cage as usual. They have a little bit of a scout around. It doesn't look like there's going to be anyone joining them. The funny thing is, from my notes and from watching pro scrims, everyone's priority drop location has been given to them in this game. It's almost like it's perfectly worked out in this particular round.
It seems like a respect thing almost coming in, to be honest with you. And you're going to see TSM are landing around the cage, different locations with that kind of central pillar, we should say. But early on here, we're seeing a little bit of a battle going down as CLG are involved in a fight. And that's going to be a difficult one to swallow early on in this battle.
Yeah, CLG just have to be really careful that they can group up, not take any engagements on their own, ensure they have a decent amount of weaponry if they're going to get into this fight. But before they do, let's check in with the command center and see what they've seen.
Oh, man, thank you very much, guys. We're about to let you know where some of these teams have landed. Looking at our map right now, we got Gen G. These guys are going to be going over towards water treatment, Space Station Gaming. They went over towards the farms and the Twin Spines. Over here, we're going to be having Rogue. They hit the market, trying to get some loot over there in that area. Coming down low, just a little bit more. Counter Logic Gaming, they're going to hit artillery. And down here at the bottom, we're going to have Halo Klein. They're going to be hitting up Relay. Now, over there on the other side, Nate, you got anything interesting?
Just got a few quick updates for you. We got Virtus Pro landing over at the Thunderdome, as well as taking a look at Misfits making that bunker and Bunker Town drop. But other than that, nothing super crazy, Blaze.
All right, Gaskin on set. Bless us with your beautiful voices and take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic stuff as always. Thank you for keeping us up to date with everything that's been going down across Kings Canyon as we get these maps underway. And now we're seeing another battle early on, a little bit of damage being done here. You're seeing maybe a team trying to rotate out of Repulsor here, and they're being held up a little bit by Team Fire and Urban's wingman.
Even though the majority of the priority drop locations have been fairly easy for these teams, some of the drop locations are very close to one another, so we are going to see these early engagements. We are going to see the decision of, do we want to take this fight? Do we want to try and get some kills here? Maybe grab the loot from our opposition who is nearby? Or are we just going to retreat and start moving towards center circle as soon as possible? But it entirely depends on when that circle is going to be. If it's on the edge of the map, it's far easier to predict than if it's in the center.
So now we are going to see the game just slow down a little bit. It seems like everyone's finished kind of firing those warning shots across and letting each other know exactly where they are. Now we're going to see Team Fire. We're rotating here towards, interestingly, artillery. They're in the underpass, and this might be potentially running into CLG, who are known for dropping down in the artillery. We saw them earlier. We'll have to see if that fight occurs.
Yeah, CLG will just be waiting here. As you see, they've actually moved across a little bit, and now Cocoa Puff's under fire. You've got to be very careful just to communicate where those shots are going to be coming from for your team to ensure that they're not going to be laid down. But it's going to be an early rotation over towards Relay here.
Yeah, we're trying to keep our eyes on the circle, see where that's favouring itself, and it looks like Relay is the place which a lot of teams are going to be looking to relocate to. We're going to see a redeploy coming in here as well. Succubus taking that high ground, and now they're in a perfect position to watch that rotation of the ring and be in a good position to move afterwards.
On the secondary stream, we did see one endgame circle finishing Relay, and yes, that northeastern circle would suggest that Relay is going to be one of the possible points of where it's finishing. So that's why we're seeing so many teams just kind of rotate in that direction, and especially trying to find that early game high ground, then use Watson's ability to put down fences just to defend yourself, turtle up, and just wait, be patient, and let everyone else join you.
There is Pathfinder getting intimate, finding that ring location. And now you can see Rogue moving towards it. As we said, it is going to be towards Relay once again, and we saw a lot of excitement last time we saw this particular end circle down. A lot of fights going down, but we did see a lot of teams being able to rotate early. A lot of cover around this final circle.
Quite fitting, we're on Windstrike at the moment. I was just going to talk about those teams who are kind of residing in the bottom 10, the teams who are looking for points. Windstrike, they're right on the cusp of that 9th, 10th place at the moment, and you can see across the top of your screen, all those teams have been able to secure points to get themselves within that top 10, and the top 10 will be moving forward into the winners bracket final. However, if you drop into the bottom 10, you're going to be in that lower bracket with everyone else, and there's the early elimination as well from Virtus Pro.
And no surprise to see VP being that team to add aggression to Kings Canyon, as we've seen these teams start to rotate towards the northeasterly circle in the map. Now we're going to see a little bit of a battle going down, potentially a little bit closer to where that circle might be finishing up. We're going to be watching Space Station Gaming here. Bird with that Peacekeeper, landing those shots to choke. Really making sure that that fire is tight and accurate, and you can see how deadly the Peacekeeper can be, even from medium to long range.
It looked like a triple take rather than a Peacekeeper with that distance, but the Peacekeeper really is very effective, and you need to be thinking about your weapon loadout when you see those final circles, when you realize where this final circle is actually going to be. If it's in a place where you're going to have a lot of close quarter combat, you want to pick up your SMGs, you want to get your Peacekeeper. However, if there's lots of open space, then those longbows are going to be absolutely imperative to have with someone, at least one, maybe two players on your team.
20 squads, still remaining. As you can see, round 1, that circle will be closing. No surprise to see a full lobby at this point, as teams have been able to drop, pick up their loot, and then slowly rotate across the map. We have seen a couple of players drop. That doesn't mean that teams have been dropping so far. Wingman and Peacekeeper, nice little combination to have at any point in the map, and shots like that from a player who's taken that zipline across is certainly going to raise some alarms.
So the teams who currently reside in the top 2 are in a really good position to already get out of this group and get towards that winners bracket. But those who are in maybe 7th to 18th are in such a tough position.
And now we're going to see Misfits, one of the most aggressive teams as far as kills are concerned. They've been racking them up all tournament long so far. They're getting aggressive again, and SSG are going to lose a player here. Slick actually comes in and takes down Moose here from Misfits. So I think we're in a 2v2 situation potentially here, but there is another team. That's going to be Kick Esports, who are overlooking this battle, looking to pick up any scraps they can find.
It's never a simple 3v3 or 2v2. There's always another team griefing, always another team just lurking like vultures, seeing if they can actually pick anyone off and secure an easy elimination. That Arcstar is going to mean help, because he does go down very weak, has to retreat from that fight. As we just move across to Succubus, who are just posting up here, and they're a little bit worried as to who else might be pushing them.
Still 20 squads left. We have seen players drop in, as I previously mentioned. Now we're going to see a little bit of pressure coming in as well. And Windstrike here, taking their time to move towards Relay here and really getting themselves set up in a nice position to potentially hold towards those latter circles. I see a little bit of a battle going down here, and Team Kurt with this high ground looking to finish off some kills. You can see the hit. They're trying to push down. But again, there's another team positioned overlooking them. Being a 3P, being a paint, and putting that damage in.
I'm not sure Team Kurt actually wanted to push down. I think they wanted to keep that high ground, but they kind of slipped off. You've got to be careful when you're in these engagements, when you're looking over, that you don't slip, because otherwise you're going to find yourself in a very nasty situation, as Reciprocity also struggling with their positioning right now, trying to clamber up, trying to get into any sort of high ground so they can take this fight.
And I think we should talk about the composition here of Reciprocity, and this is where you miss the Pathfinder. You miss the ability to have that zipline to traverse large distances of Kings Canyon to reposition. It can be a little bit of a struggle, although we did see the upsides in the battle that they won in the last game. using that lifeline and having that quick revive and, of course, accelerated health regeneration as well.
I personally think this kind of circle is a hindrance to the likes of Reciprocity, both for their composition and their playstyle. They like to have a circle where they're able to rotate and catch other people rotating with them. Instead, because it was so obviously going to be ending Relay, everyone just swarmed towards Relay, and Reciprocity didn't really have the situation where they were able to kind of pinpoint anyone who was traversing across that map. Instead, they just had to move with the flow, move with the rest of the groups, and they find themselves still with 18 other squads as well as them.
Well, not only that, they've got such a distance to traverse as well. One of the most southerly drops, you know, they like to land around Repulse, around that watchtower. So they've got a lot of distance to travel as well. VP now, again, in a position here. They have lost a player. Maybe that's just a little bit of a indication here of the aggression they've been showing, but it looks like they might actually be able to pick up the respawn here. You can see he's going to be dropping back into the map, and you can see PJ and Taylor just overlooking these choke points. Anyone who's trying to pick back out, and there's a dead box there for him to pick up as well. So coming off the respawn, the one thing you do want to see is the opportunity to get some weaponry, get some shields, and speaking of weaponry, it's Reciprocity putting it to use once again.
There's that aggression yet again from Reciprocity. The bait and switch from this team has been phenomenal thus far. The communication really on point. As soon as one player is slightly weak, they will back down, and they will encourage just a little bit of a flank around from their teammates.
Now, if you wanted to know and have a little bit of an inkling to how Reciprocity like to play, like we were talking about, you only had to look at the weaponry there. We had 2 shotguns, we had a Peacekeeper, we had an Evo, and we had an R99, and we had an Alternator. So that shows exactly how they want to play. They want to get in your face. They want to cause some problems.
So it'd be really good if they can actually get into one of these close quarter combat situations, maybe try and take one of these buildings off of the teams that have already set up shop in them. But this is where we can see the damage from the longbow now. Virtus Pro, they are stuck in the middle of no man's land, but it doesn't matter when you're hitting shots like that with a triple take.
And Reciprocity desperately trying to move across open ground here. Again, the lack of a Pathfinder really causing problems. Snipe down that Wraith, desperately trying to get away. And now you are seeing VP using a zipline themselves to potentially get into position to finish off these kills on Wraith.
Oh no, Noth is just hunting for blood here. He sees that there are a couple of weak players and he's just rotated around. He's gone for the flank, and that communication with the team now, they can lay down fire with those longbows, and he can get aggressive with his Havoc and his R301. Reciprocity out of match number 2.
VP doing such a phenomenal job again of not only getting into position to cause problems for Reciprocity, converting on those kills, adding those points to their tally. Great stuff from the Europeans.
So only 2 out at the moment as we get into essentially 18 squads just eking their way into that 4th circle, as the 3rd will come to a close in just 1 minute and 57 seconds. But it's a time for a little bit of a think from these teams. Only for some though. Others are currently amidst battle and they're desperately trying to survive, desperately trying to rotate into the best position possible.
Now you're going to see Saw Gaming moving around the edge of the circle here. You can see they have quite a distance to traverse to get into that next circle, but they do have some time on their side to do so. 1 minute 35 until we are going to see that ring collapsing, and Gen G, another team, have managed to find themselves into a position here, but again, they're going to be fighting from the outside, trying to get a peek in.
And Gen G need points. They haven't got any. They didn't get anything from match number 1. They were the first team to be eliminated, so that's always going to have you a little bit nervous going into match number 2. Maybe that's going to encourage very passive play of really looking for that rotation, looking to try and just secure a placement rather than being aggressive and looking for those kills. If they don't find that placement, if they don't find those points, I expect to see a very aggressive Gen G going into game number 3.
The thing I like about the way that VP have been playing, especially on this particular rotation towards this circle, is they've been so good with those longbows, so good with the triple take, any kind of distance-based weapon. They've been hitting their shots, and although they've been working from the outside in, by hitting those shots, it means that someone has to look away. That player has to back up, re-shield, put that battle to use, put those cells to use. Then you can use that time to move across open ground.
They're so confident in their ability to both strafe and avoid shots and also turn around and return fire on people that are shooting them, that they stand in very open ground. And that's a terrifying thing when you've got a lot of these teams who want to just sit in buildings and wait for everything. Virtus Pro look really good at this tournament. We did see Alistar eliminated from the game as well, so we're down to 17 squads now.
Now we're seeing a little bit of a battle go down in this particular choke point. We're inside the circle, and it's going to be Segelbert who are trying to find positions to locate their reticles onto those players, maybe trying to push through here, and at the moment they're just kind of gatekeeping because the team who are the other side here either have to choose a different rotation to get into this circle, or they're going to have to take this battle.
Yeah, you can see how they fenced up because they're also worried about teams potentially coming from behind and maybe third-partying them if there is a fight that goes down here. And we know there is going to be, because this is a choke point. This is a chance for teams to actually try and push in towards this circle, and this is gatekeeping at its finest.
Well, I've actually seen one player there from VP actually was taken out. So VP, for all of the good work they've done so far, have lost a player, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult for them. We said that they had to work their way from the outside in, and that just means that you're going to be giving away lanes of sight and allowing teams to lay some shots down on you.
But now Virtus.pro are going to be rotating in along with this circle. Are they going to be greeted by anyone at the other side of this side of the canyon? And you know full well, there's always someone around every single corner, but they've managed to survive. They're managing to shield cell up, so they've got themselves into the circle. That's job number 1 complete. Job number 2 now is wait for this next circle, and oh boy, that's a long way for them to go.
Yeah, just survive at this point for VP. Play for those placement points, and if any kills fall your way, you'll take them happily. You'll put them in the bank, but they've already picked up kills on their way to this placement where they're at the moment, and the fact that they've managed to get a position inside the circle, so they don't have to be the aggressors they have been in the first couple of circles we have seen so far in this game. They can kind of change the game plan here and adapt or die.
It's so difficult to try and play placement when you're rotating so late, and already, what, 10 teams are within this tiny little circle, and they've all managed to gain a building by themselves? Because as soon as you try and rotate in late, you are going to be facing every single member who can see out of a window and have any sort of eyes on you. So your placement possibilities are very slim. So maybe you should get aggressive. Maybe you should try and push some of these teams that are also on the edge of the circle so you can pick up some points.
Here come the battles then. We are going to see so many teams who are going to have to move across to try and get towards this circle. And at the moment, Team Kurt are locking down this building. Did manage to take one player down, and you can see there's going to be another one. He's going to be taken down as well. Elimination comes in. However, his teammates are getting damaged as well. So now Kurt, he's going to do a lot of work himself and manages to pick up another kill. He'll pick up the revive. They hold on, and Team Kurt managed to hold on to control of this building.
Yeah, that's HRO eliminated in 16th. That's the worst place to be eliminated because no placement points. But now everyone in the top 15 has guaranteed themselves at least 1 point, which is a little bit of something to celebrate about.
You see a case of these players being able to re-shield, re-loot, rethink their next move. As we now go on board with Saw Gaming, a beautiful high ground position here, but if you look at the top left-hand side of your screen with just 19 seconds left, a lot of the play is going to be down to RPR here to make his way towards that circle to somehow get his teammates a little bit closer to the protection from that circle moving in.
You really got to be careful of all of these teams just waiting for you as you push in, but Saw, they're getting very aggressive. Moffa's just trying to back up the rest of his team here with that RE45, which is disgusting, by the way. Not enough people are using that in normal games of Apex Legends.
Yeah, especially with the Disruptor rounds, which is exactly what it's got on it as well. It doesn't have the biggest range as far as a weapon is concerned or clip size, but boy, it absolutely wrecks shields if you can put it into the right hands. And now Saw somehow have managed to get themselves into a position to potentially get inside that circle. VP still alive here, 2 players on the map, still looking to do damage.
And they do have that zip line available with Pathfinder as well if they want to use it, but I would imagine they want to save it for a desperate situation, and this is where they can pick up some kills.
What a position to be in.
Chance.
VP might have an opportunity here with 3 players in front of them. However, they've got the ring closing behind them. They haven't got a lot of cover to work with. Now Noth's going to be moving in, repossessioning. If he can hit some shots right now, there's a lot of players weak. Can they find these kills and maybe secure a few extra points? They can't, they get taken down.
And you saw the call out of, no, don't come through the portal, you're just going to be torn apart, but there was no other option. VP out, and just like that, 15 squads down to just 10 now as we move into the 6th circle coming up in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, looking across the kill feed as well, CLG are doing a great job at the moment of holding down this area that they've held down for pretty much the majority of this game. We're going to see Saw Gaming coming under fire now. That's going to be 3 players down. They will be finished off. They will be taken out. The action really starting to pick up now in game number 2.
CLG doing their best as we're on board with nice wig, but it looks like 2 of them are down. Madness is going to fall as well. CLG eliminated in 10th position, so at least they managed to pick up a little bit of points.
And it was Kick who were getting aggressive on them. And just remember, in that last game, Kick managed to pick up a top 3 or top 2 finish, I believe it was, towards the end. Finally being beaten out by TSM. And now you're going to see Gamers Origin a little bit quiet maybe in that first game, but boy, they weren't quiet in their first group games of the day.
So everyone at this point now has secured at least 2 points from placements. You're looking now to get to that top 5 where those 2 points jump up to 4, and then you can really look to be aggressive. Then you can look for those kills, but because you've secured yourself that 2 extra from the big jump from top 10 to top 5.
And there's a few things you can guarantee in life, especially when you're here in Krakow, Poland, and that is death taxes and TSM being somewhere in that top 10. And they're looking to close out a second back-to-back win here. If they could do that, what a performance that would be.
Just dancing around on the zip line in there as well, managing to get a couple of eyes on where people might be residing, and also trying to ensure that they have a good visibility on where they'd actually like to move to try and get into this circle. Winstrike find themselves in a fantastic point position right now with a lot of cover as well as we move across to Kick here, who are trying to get aggressive. They want to get into the circle as well. So many teams just involved with this fight right now, and even Race Q can't save him.
Yeah, he managed to pick up that kill as well. Now desperately trying to stay alive. You're going to see Peacekeeper shots coming in. I think he might have actually been finally damaged by the circle, but his teammate is here, and he'll be able to stay alive, and maybe, with 6 teams left, secure a nice couple of placement points if he can squeak into that top 5.
This is the worst position to be eliminated as well. If you get eliminated in 6th, you're going to be feeling incredibly down on yourself. And just as I say that, there goes Kick. They're down to 6th. They don't get those extra 2 points, but now everyone's secured at least 4. This is where now you might see aggression from some teams, because they've got to that point threshold they're at least somewhat happy with.
And G's still involved in this battle as well, and it's going to be Dummy with the Peacekeeper, but it's going to be the wingman there of Silk Thread, excuse me, who manages to land that shot, gets his shields back as well. That shot allowed him the time to re-shield. And then they're not in a great position here as the Peacekeeper shots come in. They manage to win some fights. The assists come in, the eliminations come in, and they're going to be able to keep a full complement of their players, I think.
Yeah, Genji taking out Rogue and getting a little bit of revenge from the X Games. We saw a lot of competition between those two in Skulltown back then, but now down to just 4 squads with Rogue out. It means Winstrike can comfortably hold this position, but they need to be well aware of teams potentially being above them.
And I think that might be all of the teams who are trying to make that desperate last rotation in. I think Genji might be that last team in a position to try and fight up to that higher ground. They're currently in the lowest ground, I believe, trying to work their way in towards this final circle. But here comes the play here from Gamers Origin, using that rift to try and get inside, but he's just going to run into trouble here. If he can get into position to get his team through, they might be able to take a battle, but maybe that's just setting up that particular portal to try and pop back through and finish some kills.
Yeah, he has a little bit of time to go back through and heal, and then they can all go through together, but there is going to be so many eyes on that portal, so you have to be so careful when you do decide to push. As now Genji are going to be forced into this circle. They've used so much of their utility, so now they have to rely on purely weaponry.
TSM are making the push as well. It's Genji versus TSM on this particular part of the map. TSM getting aggressive. They're coming under pressure from behind as well. And Imperial Howl goes in. TSM, they just win battles.
They're just so good at getting in the right place at the right time. They're into top 3 now. They've been able to get loot as well, but now Winstrike, they're under fire.
Oh, now Winstrike are trying desperately to stay alive. The question is here, are TSM able to get looted up? Are they able to reposition and put themselves in position to pick up another win?
They've got the high ground and they've just jumped in. TSM are getting aggressive here and they've done it again.
Back to back for TSM. Back to back, 2 games, 2 wins. And boy, oh boy, I asked the question at the start of this game, can they be stopped on this form, Dan? It's going to take some doing.
How do they do it time after time? It doesn't matter if they rotated early, if they rotate late, they're always in the right place at the right time. A victory with also 9 kills as well. TSM really are looking like the dominant force in this tournament.
Again, there was that one particular push, the Genji versus TSM battle, and they all went. They all made that call. They all went. They hit their shots. They won that battle, and then they had the opportunity to push on those final 2 teams as they were making that desperate move towards that final circle. TSM, fantastic stuff from them, back to back. And I think it's time that we throw it back over to the desk now, because TSM, I mean, they're feeling good.
Whatever that means. Whatever that means, indeed. Thank you so much, Onset. I'm going to hold one thing up. This is the only note that I needed to take. And the only note at all that I needed to take. Back to back for TSM. They officially, I believe, tie 7-8-9 now for the most amount of wins so far in this tournament. Can you believe it? I mean, really, odds were against them. They were fighting a Gen G squad that should have won that fight. A couple good shots came in early from Grim Reality. He was hitting bricks with that shotgun Peacekeeper, but still, some way, somehow, Hal gets behind them, makes hero plays. TSM ends up on top. Meanwhile, Winstrike is teleporting through a portal and watching it all happen. I don't know what exactly happened there.
I mean, there was a lot going on. They were getting naded by another squad, too. And that's why I think they made that call to just go ahead and push, right? Instead of trying to take 2 fractured fights, they go for the one that's right in front of them at that point. Here we go.
Here it comes. They're just healing up.
I cracked the path. I knocked the path. Oh, let's go.
Yeah, right there, Windstrike were busy finishing off Gamer's Origin, and at that point, they knew that they were still healing while TSM were able to get up to full, get up to 200 HP, and take that fight with all the advantages.
Yeah, exactly. TSM just got to basically free heal after an intense fight against Gen G. I don't know if there's a little bit of like TSM luck that's thrown in there. I don't know. Obviously, it's greatly skill, but everything seems to go their way, and it shows 21 points, another first place finish, 9 kills, topping their 8 kills from the game before. TSM is showing no signs of slowing down as the best team in the world in Apex Legends.
Right now, though, I'm trying to look at all these scores, but it looks like Gen G might have put themselves into the top 10. We're going to find out in just a second, but that's what we're talking about. In this shorter format, right, where you only have 3 matches to try and get your best scores, a lot can happen here.
Yeah. And we'll actually notice that Team Fire is actually up there for this round, which is good for them because they've been trying to get their points back.
Yeah, interesting things here. Alicon Gaming, of course, FlyQuest
FlyQuest
as well.
already done.
Yeah, 20th place. 2 teams that placed top 5 last game, both ending outside of the placement points. They only got 1 point. Was a team from, I think, Kills, I believe. So it's not going to do much for them there. Of course, they're in a decent spot because they did so well in game number 1, but a little bit of lack of consistency. Maybe they got hot dropped. We don't know what exactly happened, but let's see what the overall standings are as a result of game number 2. Taking a look here, of course, surprise, surprise, 42 points, 8 points away, by the way, from the 50-point threshold, which will mean so much in the championship final.
And importantly, that does mean with that performance coming out from Gen G being able to survive into the late game there, they're able to get 5 points off of placements and 5 kills, putting them at 10, and there they are, sitting at 8th position now.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, though. Only 5 points from placement. They seemed like they were playing well, rotating well, thought they were going to get a higher placement than that. Unfortunately, couldn't finish. Team Fire, despite a solid game, only 7 points total to their name, so they're on the fringe there alongside Team Kurt, Alicon Gaming. Quite a few teams looking to bounce back. Team Reciprocity in 16th place. So if we want to see that epic storyline of Snipedown playing against his former teammates in G2, we got to see a great Game 3 from Reciprocity.
Well, I don't know if you saw on the list there as well, CLG was able to squeak themselves into the top 10 right there at 10th place after having a couple issues. So clearly that didn't hinder them at all.
Interesting. Yeah, nice way bouncing back, obviously, after game 1, having some controller issues. We saw NRG, another fan favorite, sneak into the winners bracket final, 10th place. I can't remember what they got in winners bracket round 1. I'm not sure if you guys could pick me up here, but winners bracket round 1, they got maybe top 6, top 7, something along those lines. So
yeah.
NRG sneaks their way through. CLG currently in 10th. We'll see if they can sneak their way through. I know we got a lot of Nice Wig fans out there, a lot of Dizzy fans. Why wouldn't you be? 2 great players, great personalities in Apex. Taking a look at the replays here. Virtus Pro on screen right now. European Wonders who've been playing very well. Taylor and off.
Yeah, these are small advantages that end up translating into the late game because Alistar losing a player there early on the rotation really got them punished later on.
Some of these shots.
Did we just hear vulgarity there? A European English vulgarity? That was great. I like that. Either way, great job from VP. Of course, Misfits, really good performance as well.
Play inside and res me. I'm trying. There's a guy outside.
And look at that finish from Kurt. Leading Team Kurt to a victory there, staying on top, staying alive. Nice job by Kurt. Meanwhile, HRO overpowered on screen right now, putting in shots.
Yeah, this is the opposite end of the fight there.
That's one. Let's go. I'm on. I'm nading.
Meanwhile, this is where we saw Grim hitting so many. Look at that. The flick with the Peacekeeper to connect for 77. Great job. And I want to see this fight against TSM. In fact, let's actually take a listen and hear their communications here and how it broke down. Meanwhile, Windstrike. This is where they're just kind of, I'm not sure exactly what's happening. They're weak, understandably. Kind of portaling back and forth, getting tagged up from up top, so that kind of explains that in that scenario. And ultimately getting taken out by TSM. And Reps just put his hands up like, another one? Back to back? Is it that easy for TSM?
TSM were able to strike at the exact right time, right? They were able to stabilize themselves, get themselves up to full 200 HP all across the board, while Windstrike didn't have that opportunity, and that's why they were able to just pounce on them like that.
Yeah, good to see some of the clips there. Something tells me we have even better clips and analysis. Coming up next, guys, we have my man Blaze. We got Nathanius on the command center, ready to break down some Game 2 action.
That's right. We had a lot of action in that game, of course. Very intense finish, some close quarters combat, lots of explosions, and lots of high-quality Apex gameplay. Blaze, what you got for me this time?
Definitely a lot of high-quality Apex gameplay. That circle ended up landing on Relay, and we saw all those teams start to fortify, but we're going to kick this clip off with Gen G, and when they really start to get some things going, closing out a few of those early kills, and we're going to watch our winning moments. So do me a favor and play that clip for us, and we're going to start to get into this one now. Now, Gen G, they were fighting hard over here at Relay during the entire matchup, and they find themselves in a difficult situation. So what they're going to do, they're going to opt to say, hey, you know what? We're just going to choose to rotate on out. We're going to rotate out of here, but all of a sudden, it's a surprise in the back corner because now you got Rogue here, and they're like, okay, this is perfect opportunity. This is where we can trap them. And what do they say? They say, you know what? We're just going to light a fire behind them and see what they do. So let's go ahead and play the clip out, and you're going to start to see Gen G get into this engagement. Wingman Thermites come out, hits him in the back, flame on, and now Rogue is trapped in this difficult position, and they're just going to slowly melt away off the back end. Now, in this moment, Gen G, they're feeling great. They got some kills. They're in a top 4 situation. They say, hey, you know what? We're going to get these revives, come out of here. They're going to find themselves in a position to even do some, we're going to fast forward, do some more harassing over the top. They're going to find the angle on one of these two teams here, bringing it on across. They're going to hop on over. That wingman's going to be there. There they go. Getting some shots in there on Relay. But folks, this is when it gets real, because what happens is that they turn the corner and they look straight ahead, and all of a sudden they're going to see the boys in front of them. It's going to be TSM looking. They're hungry, trying to get that back-to-back win. So we're just going to go ahead and switch over to POVs. And now you're going to see TSM. They're getting in on some of this action too as well inside of Relay. But they say, you know what? Let's make a decision. They're burning. We got some knocks. They're good. Let's just go on the hunt. And you know what? We see some kills all up here in the corner. Let's just go on up in there and make it happen. They get the nades in, the damage comes through, the knocks come through. TSM, they say, hey, you know what? You guys jumped on our boys over in the corner. We got some nades for you. Get a taste of your own medicine. TSM picks up the kills, progresses on forward. You're going to see the final fight up here happening inside Relay. TSM, final few kills, champions once again, back-to-back.
Absolutely amazing stuff out of TSM. Not only bringing the flashy plays and the great control, but the consistency. That is a fun thing to talk about, to debate a little bit in Battle Royale, whether or not teams, you know.
The real question is, can they make a three-peat?
That is going to be, that would be one of the craziest things that we could have happen here, of course.
Especially
TSM.
in day one.
Yeah, thank you so much for breaking it down, Blaze. TSM, can they get a three-peat? How far are they going to go? How much will they be able to establish this dominance? That's what we're going to find out. We're going to kick it back over to the casters as we get ready for our next game. Good luck, gentlemen.
Absolutely beautiful stuff, gentlemen, once again. And yeah, they are the questions we're going to be looking to answer now. Can't stop looking at you jumping out that you brought it up, by the way. I'm sorry. But they are the questions we're going to answer.
Stop trying to draw.
Can we get the back-to-back? Because that would be the statement of all statements to close out the first.
Simple answer, yes, we could, because TSM are that good. The disparity between first and second is over 20 points at this point. That is how well TSM have been performing. But also, it says something about how close this lobby is in the rest of the field. Like from second down to 10th, there are so many teams who are so closely contested, so desperately trying to fight for those placement points, but also trying to pick up kills along the way. But now we come into match number 3, teams in 11 between 20. Well, they're going to be really aggressive. We're going to see them really hunting for some kills here.
Yeah, there's a few teams who are going to be having to do exactly that. We'll, of course, get you up to date with the standings as soon as we can going into this third game. Keep an eye on that ticker as well at the top of the screen once we do get live into the game for all of that information. But again, noted teams, you can say reciprocity. Again, same situation they found themselves in the group stage. They've got to put in a big performance if they want to get into that top 10.
But we know they're capable of doing it, right?
They've already shown it once.
They've already shown it once in a slightly weaker lobby. Now this is pretty much the best of the best. I mean, when we looked at the giants that are in this lobby, reciprocity, they are going to struggle to be able to be that aggressive against some of the best positional teams that we've seen in Apex Legends.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day. He is about to get underway. It's been a hell of a day. There's been some amazing action. There's only one kind of style of game I want to close it out. That is full of action. That is full of excitement. It's full of kills.
And Winstrike, you can see on your screen there. Actually, all three of them spreading out and just trying to have a little bit of an idea of where everyone else is going to be dropping. We have seen in previous games Winstripe dropping separately as a trio, sending one person over towards this watchtower to try and get loot and then go back. But in some situations, it hasn't really worked out for them, so we'll see whether he can actually get this uncontested.
Well, already you see a knockdown here, so there is a little bit of griefing going on. Someone's decided that free property won't be up for grabs in this particular situation as we move over to Gauntlet now. It's going to be Alistar here, who seem to have the run of the green at the moment. And speaking of drops, let's jump back over to the command center and the energy that they bring us to see where everyone's been dropping on the map.
Now, we see that TSM, they did a little split drop right there, and they went to go get some extra loot. They're feeling confident. They already know that pretty much they didn't qualify. Nobody can really knock them out of the top 10, so you can't blame them. But we're trying to look around and see who can stop the 3P from them. We got Space Station. They're going to be somewhat close to them, and Counter Logic as well. Nate, do you see anybody over there that's close to TSM on those drops?
I've got my eyes on it. Nobody's run into any of them yet, but they're covering so much ground. Albert Laley's at Hydro Dam, Reps went to Cage, and Imperial went straight over to Bunker Town. So these guys are very fanned out. Like you said, I don't think anybody's going to be able to knock them out, so they may as well mix it up a little bit.
You know what? They might be competing with each other, trying to see who can get the most kills at this point. I don't know. We'll see. But Onset and Gasket, taking us away and close us out.
Energy ammo here. Phenomenal stuff as ever, gentlemen. And again, TSM spreading out a little bit like we saw in that last game, kind of basing themselves around the cage as that kind of central point, but also spreading out a little bit and picking up that loot from different areas.
And you saw a glimpse of the map as well, a very southern circle, Water Treatment and Thunderdome, two very likely positions for that final circle. That will play into the hands of the teams who drew drop in those locations, the like of Gen G, who we have seen dropping through Water Treatment, the likes of Virtus Pro, who have been dropping down at Thunderdome as well. HRO, though, they've not had a particularly good start down at Gauntlet.
No, they haven't. And you can see here, RKN, he's just playing Running Simulator right now, trying to get towards that respawn beacon and potentially bring his two teammates back into the battlefield and hopefully have a second run at things. But we all know those audio cues. You can hear them across Kings Canyon and you know that there's going to be a team just waiting and trying to hunt them down.
Quite cleverly, they're not going for that closest respawn beacon because he knows there's a possibility of people W-keying behind him and chasing to try and get that final kill to knock out one of these squads. And if they've been doing their homework, they'll know full well that Virtus Pro will be looking around Thunderdome as well, and they don't want to be gifting free kills to some of the teams they're potentially competing with in the top 10.
As much as I'd love to stay with RKN at this point, I think it's important that we maybe change over to see if there's a little bit more action going on. That's exactly what we are going to do. Misfits, one of the teams who really have been holding that W key and really getting aggressive and putting up big kills throughout the day, are going to be involved once again in this battle around Market. And for the not for the first time, excuse me, Dan, we've seen a few teams dropping around Market and contesting that loot that's up for grabs.
Yeah, we could see a lot of teams rotating through Market, to be honest, pushing through caves and trying to get to this southern area of the map, but also Team Kurt are under fire at the same time. So several different teams taking some early fights, maybe looking to be aggressive, looking to find those points that they so desperately need.
Gamers Origin then, they were pretty impressive in the group stages. Now they're trying to find an escape route towards this little east settlement. The portal's going to be placed down for his team to move through. And surprise, surprise, I look to the top right-hand side of my screen and no surprise to see, once again, TSM, this time Reps, getting some knocks. It's just interesting to see if they finish off those kills. Of course they do. They pick up that kill, TSM keep rolling. Question now is, can they go back to back to back?
It's crazy seeing the teams that are in this bottom 10 as well, the likes of Virtus Pro, the likes of Reciprocity. Two teams have shown incredible aggression throughout the tournament, and we know they can pick up kills, and that's going to be a scary factor when you are currently residing in the top 10, because you know there are sheer killers in that bottom 10 position, and they can catch you up.
Well, here comes the push, the Havoc, the R99, both going to be put to use. The Pathfinder cannot get away, and it's going to be another easy elimination here. Jules and Rowe fall, and it's going to be Alistar who pick up some eliminations on their way, and that's going to be good news for them. They need those kills to get into that top 10.
Unfortunately for Segelbert, though, that's going to be them eliminated out of this match, and they were already in 20th place, so they're going to be dropping to that lower bracket where tomorrow they will have to fight for their tournament lives.
So then, just as things start slowing down a little bit, it's the first full squad wipe that we have seen so far in this particular game, this third game and final game of the day. We'll jump on board with FlyQuest, a team we haven't watched too much. They've had a couple of decent end circles, though, as we see this player now being respawned, and that's the difficulty. FlyQuest know that player was being brought back into the canyon, and I mean, it's so difficult when you're landing and you're pretty much naked. You've got no shields, you've got no guns. The only thing you've got is a wish and a prayer.
Do you smell that? That's 3 kills in Kings Canyon, and that's exactly what FlyQuest are trying to pounce on, and there you go. They pick it up, they get the free elimination, they get the free point, and they start to eke towards getting into that situation where they can try and solidify themselves into the winners bracket final. Several teams now trying to rotate towards the southern side of this map, and we see more respawns. Team Kurt now bringing back some other players.
Maybe this is an example of a little bit of added aggression to a few teams, taking a few more battles, but also being able to get out of that situation, as now we see Succubus going to make the play up towards the top of the tower here. And now they have taken control of this sidewall, and these positions are so vital, but the only issue is they've got that ring hunting them down.
Yeah, they've got to move quite a bit of a distance from Repulsor, but meanwhile at water treatment, everyone trying to compete for these early positions, and it's TSM yet again trying to position themselves in a situation where they can destroy other people right at the end game. It's Snipe down who falls, Reciprocity down to just 2. TSM, they're on the hunt.
TSM have been impeccable. They have been almost flawless in their execution in these first couple of games. If they go back to back to back, I mean, you talk about favourites going into the second day, they really have to be the favourites going towards picking up that trophy and, of course, that $105,000. However, day 2 and day 3, very different days. We hear it a lot of times. Day 1, you don't win anything. Well, the money is picked up is, of course, on that Championship Sunday.
A little bit of frustration, though, from FlyQuest as it's just Zach and Lou who survive. Monsoon falls, and you saw how he kind of shouted at his teammates. He didn't like the fact that he had gone down there. Maybe he thought he was lacking a little bit of support, but they should be able to survive. They should be able to get away. I don't know if they'll be able to get Monsoon's banner here, and they might just have to fight with the 2 of them.
19 squads still remaining, just that 1 wipe, so Reciprocity, even though they lost Snipe down, oh dear! That could have been bad news.
Well, didn't like that door anyway.
A little bit of redecoration going on here towards the south side of the map, but now we're going to see a little bit of the point of view of Space Station Gaming, and we haven't been able to talk about them too much so far, Dan. In these 3 games that we've seen, it's kind of been the same familiar faces finding their way toward those end circles. Really starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
Well, Space Station, who really struggled at X Games despite having a lot of confidence behind them from many a fan and followers alike. However, they just weren't able to perform, and that was a huge surprise for so many. But they've been able to get to this position. However, now they get to these final lobbies where they're playing against the best of the best. It seems like they're struggling a little bit again. But maybe they can pick it up, find some kills, and somehow climb their way into that top 10 in this final and 3rd match.
And how intimidating is it got to be, even at this point in the game where you know that TSM are going to be taking home first place, barring a miracle. The fact that one of those banners there is the kill leaders, a TSM player. I think it was Imperial How is currently the kill leader. You're setting up and you're trying to Watson up, and you're already seeing TSM doing their thing and just picking up kills now.
Yeah, TSM doing more of the same, just poking in and out, baiting and switching. They grief FlyQuest. They're able to pick up an elimination as well, so that's going to be another point on the board for them. They're really racking up the points and showing why they're so dangerous, and they've been able to find themselves in this position between Thunderdome and between Water Treatment as well, where we see the circle quite often finish when it does take it towards this southern side of the map.
TSM are set up perfectly here, as you would expect. An early rotation from them again. Weren't afraid to take those fights on rotation to win this position, as we will see things slowly moving towards those final circles. We are going to see Gen G picking up some kills now, taking down Grego of Reciprocity as well, but there are some shots coming in as they're desperate to try and find that loot. However, Bangalore being used here by Gen G, something we picked up in that last game, and you can see why with those smoke screens going down, allowing them to get out of dodge.
Yeah, and even though this is a really good position right now on the watchtower for Succubus, they have to move, and they still have to get towards this circle. So either they need to do one of 2 things, get aggressive on a team and try and take one of their positions, or just try and sneak around behind and hope that no one spots them. We saw another member of Reciprocity fall, so I think there's only 1 left alive now at this point, and they require a decent amount of points if they're going to be able to get into the top 10. They only have 4 at the moment. They were in 16th, and goodbye Losado as well. He's going to be taken out of the game.
Yeah, and that's a Misfits player, one of the teams who have been impressing us so much. So Team Kurt now up on the high ground here, up on the rocks, just looking over Skulltown, looking over Crossroads, a fantastic position to be in to rain down shots. As you're going to see some of those teams who are rotating from the north and the west side of the map towards Waterworks and that lower part of the map, Water Treatment, excuse me. Fantastic position to be in to catch players off. Just the 1 kill to the name at the moment. They can hit some shots here, they really can do some damage.
And the thing is, all of these players can hit shots with the longbow, and that's what's so terrifying. If you even show a glimpse of any body part at that window, you're going to be tagged by something. You can't show an elbow, you can't show a shin, unless you're prepared to take some fire and also return fire on that team from on top of these bones.
So ring will be closing now. We'll move towards our third ring. 18 squads still remaining in the lobby. And you can see positioning here, all of the players here on Team Kurt. Zerg with that longbow looking for anyone who dares try to make a play across any open ground towards the south side of the map. Speaking of the south side of the map, we go over to Thunderdome now. Star have been chilling here for the majority of the game. And they've got a pretty nice position here where they could potentially rotate late in towards water treatment. You can see it's kind of just edging towards that way. Thunderdome is going to be out of this next circle, so they will have to move and reposition.
TSM are in the perfect place.
Of course they are.
They have really predicted that circle down to a T. They've definitely been doing their research, and they knew exactly where it's going to be ended up. Look, there they are. This kind of little compound outside of water treatment and Thunderdome looks like where it's going to be the final circle. We've seen it once today, actually, and it was when we saw that incredible Wraith portal used to defend 2 doors so that the teams couldn't get in. Let's see whether TSM go for something similar, or whether we see them go for their sheer aggression at the end of the game just to try and finish it early.
18 squads still left in the lobby. You can see really space is starting to come at a premium. Gen G on this outer part of the map where you can rotate in lane towards water treatment. Well, the only problem is if you get collapsed on from that side, you kind of get stuck between, excuse the pun, a rock and a hard place with the rocks that are surrounding them at the moment. It looks like they're going to play a little bit slower and somehow get snuck down back into the battle here, Reciprocity.
Yeah, Snuck down and Frex, it's going to be the 2 of them, but the trouble is when you try and push out and you have an idea of where you want to rotate, with only 50 seconds left, you're really going to struggle. Reciprocity eliminated, and they're going to be knocked down into that lower bracket. We're not going to be seeing them in the winners bracket final. They're going to have to fight for the tournament lives tomorrow in that lower bracket.
Gen G then